Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 267, Chapter 43 Slaying Demons Beyond the Pass _2. The mummified corpse shook its head and said, "Moreover, I suspect that the Dragon Lord might have gone to seek refuge with Dragon Gate. I heard him say before that Dragon Gate plans to attack Liangzhou, and I don't know if they will choose Heavenly Gate Pass as the breakthrough point. If they do, the Dragon Lord will come back. When that time comes, we can charge with the Dragon Lord and get a share of the spoils and also gain many benefits." Dragon Gate. The seductive centipede woman's eyes lit up when she heard these two words. As a demon of the Scaled clan, they all longed to enter Dragon Gate. It was said that there are many true dragons there, and moreover, they would impart the demon arts for demons to transform into dragons after surviving calamities. "Since my husband has such a plan, I will listen to you," said the seductive centipede woman softly, her voice carrying a hint of flirtation. The mummified demon smiled and was about to embrace her to say something when suddenly he sensed something and turned his head to look. At that glance, his pupils immediately constricted. Not far away on the Taoist temple grounds, a well-dressed young man was standing there, quietly watching them. The mummified demon recognized the young man's appearance and was horrified, almost scared out of his wits. He was the only immortal demon who had escaped back from Heavenly Gate Pass and had personally witnessed this young man's power. A common fighter of the immortal realms was no match for him. Yet the opponent had dared to pursue him here, over 1,000 miles from Heavenly Gate Pass. Human race. The seductive centipede woman looked at Li Hao with confusion. She wanted to approach him with her flirtatious smile and eliminate him, but hearing her husband's shocked cry made her heart contract, giving her an ominous premonition. "You just mentioned Dragon Gate. Tell me about it again, in detail," Li Hao said with a smile. "You actually dare to come here?" "This is our demon's territory," the mummified corpse said, staring intently at Li Hao, while sending a message to the seductive centipede woman by his side. "You go kill this kid, I'll deal with the people behind him." Upon hearing this, the seductive centipede woman glanced around but saw no other figures. However, she did not dare to take chances. She unleashed a teasing smile and said, "Where is this cute little human coming from? Little brother, do you find your sister beautiful?" Her bottom half, a centipede body, contracted and transformed into a pair of slender and fair legs, as she sashayed towards Li Hao. Gusts of demonic wind swept by, activating her seductive demon art, which would normally affect many in the heavenly human realm. Li Hao stood still, unmoving. Suddenly, the seductive centipede woman's head exploded as if it was slapped by something, blood spraying everywhere. The flirtatious smile on her face was fixed stiff on her lips. Her body flew backward, landing to the side and transforming into a massive centipede form but with the head already burst open, revealing a frightened divine soul inside. "What kind of monstrous human is this? He's clearly in the immortal realm. How could my husband ask me to kill him?" The mummified demon who was about to flee had only lifted his foot when his expression froze in place. He couldn't even distract the young man for a moment. "I'm not very patient, speak properly," Li Hao said indifferently, as a strand of sword chi rose from the ground like a star, piercing the mummified demon's shoulder, and then flew back, stopping right in front of his eyes. The cold killing intent made the mummified demon's heartbeat quicken. Compared to the previous encounter, the young man's strength seemed to have improved to a level that was somewhat unfathomable to him. Could it be that he had advanced to the Four Stands realm? He felt as though his own mind was failing him. Such a thing was impossible. Under the pressure of imminent death, the mummified demon swallowed and spoke out everything he knew. When he had finished, Li Hao, without any courtesy, released a sword chi that pierced his body and then extinguished his divine soul. As for the divine soul of the seductive centipede woman, Li Hao showed no mercy, and with a raise of his hand, the forces of heaven and earth converged to annihilate her. The mummified corpse, being in the indestructible realm, had tried to reveal his true form and battle with Li Hao, but the gap in strength was too vast. Liangzhou, Dragon Gate. Li Hao's gaze flickered. The mummified demon didn't know much, but demons were eyeing Liangzhou, eager for action, and this aligned with the military report information previously transmitted by Li Xuanli. However, according to Second Elder, Dragon Gate is one of the top forces among demons. The powerhouses within its influence are not much different from those in the divine general mansion. If Longmen were to gather all its powerhouses to attack Liangzhou, then flames of war would likely erupt everywhere in Liangzhou. Relying solely on the Li family may not be enough to hold such a vast territory. Shaking his head slightly, Li Hao didn't think much of it and decided to focus on securing his own heavenly gate pass for now. As his divine soul traveled through the Taoist temple, Li Hao found some leftover demon materials, but nothing particularly rare or precious. Inside, Li Hao found 4 demon cultivation techniques, which he added to his panel, all of them body-refining skills. He stood in the Taoist temple, practicing each one by one, but there was considerable overlap in the parts of the body these techniques fortified, only increasing his strength by 300,000 caddies. Now, his physical strength of the flesh had increased to 1,300,000 caddies. In the state of divine power, it was 13 million caddies. Such a physique was extremely powerful even among demons. After leaving Longshan Taoist temple, Li Hao stomped down from the sky, collapsing the entire temple, obliterating it in an instant. Only then did he turn away and head towards the peak of the Holy Demon King. But by the time Li Hao arrived, the place was deserted, and the demons from beyond the 3 Heads Pass, who had previously assembled to kill him, had now abandoned their lairs and fled to unknown locations. Li Hao felt a bit regretful. He had previously been afraid of encountering these demon kings and only dared to fish on the outskirts of their territories. Now, when he wanted to find a demon king to practice against, he couldn't find any. With no other choice, Li Hao could only cast his gaze further afield. He destroyed the holy peak and left the place, delving deeper into even more distant lands. Lava Cave. 100 miles around the cave was bare black rock, and inside lied an active volcano, with lava flowing. Red snakes and fire lizards coiled around the edge of the magma pools, some transformed into half-demons, with the upper body of a lizard, but the lower body consisted of snow-white human legs, clinging to the rock walls like geckos. At that moment, a small black-winged sparrow flew in from outside the cave. After landing, it transformed into a girl looking about 6 or 7 years old, cute as a button but with a mature demeanor. She glanced around quickly before bowing her head and whispering a message. After a short time, the lava surged, and a giant python covered in red scales rose from the bottom of the pool, its demonic aura rolling out unrestrained. The strangest part was that its neck forked into 3 separate snake heads. Tianji Palace, how did the investigation you were tasked with go? Have the people from the Great Void Realm really entered our world? Seeing the massive red-scaled 3-headed python, the little girl was respectfully timid and said crisply, "Triad Chief, please rest assured, Tianji Palace has taken care of everything you need. We've gathered all the information you wanted. The Great Void Realm has indeed entered our world, this time planning to attack Liangzhou." They were invited by the Holy Palace and Longmen, with Longmen taking the lead and the Great Void Realm along with the Holy Palace serving as support. Additionally, Wan Shan, the Demon King, failed to attack Heavenly Gate Mountain and has fled along with the Dragon Lord and the Holy Demon King. Their territories are indeed now vacant. And the National Master of Northern Cold Country, who was under Wan Shan, has also retreated. Northern Cold Country is currently lacking a national master. Triad Chief, if you are interested, you could have someone from your command go there. Hearing the girl's words, one of the heads of the red-scaled 3-headed python flashed with a sneer, "That old Demon King really is foolish. Its foolish son died a good death. It said he was killed by someone from the human race. We really should thank that person. Longman has invited us, do you think we should go?" asked another head. The 3 heads seemed to have independent thoughts, with their voices having distinct differences. The largest head in the middle didn't speak, its gaze sovereign and deep. It spat out 2 blood-colored agate-like objects towards the little girl. "This is your reward." "Thank you, Triad Chief," the little girl said, her expression joyful, and then respectfully asked, "Do you have any other orders?" "Not for now, you can go," the snake replied. "All right," the girl answered obediently, then her body wrapped in demon chi, she transformed back into her original black bird form and flew out of the cave. After bursting out of the lava cave, the black bird rapidly ascended, aiming for the clouds, and performed a secret technique, vanishing from sight. However, just as she was about to disappear completely, suddenly a streak of golden sword chi came flying at lightning speed, cutting off her wings. Chapter 268, Chapter 44, single-handedly sweeping across 3,000 li, 2 chapters combined. The black bird shrieked in horror, looking towards the source of the flying sword. There, a figure was rushing toward it with a burst of flight speed control that alarmed it. The black bird quickly turned to escape toward another direction, but with a wing missing, its speed was greatly reduced. It unleashed its innate demon talents and peerless technique, using demonic chi to form the shadow of a wing, while the wild wind around it split apart, offering it an unimpeded path. It darted away like a sharp arrow, but suddenly, the space around it seemed to collapse, closing in on it swiftly. The black bird's body was tightly grasped, struggling violently in midair. Li Hao's figure stepped forward as the dragon sword circled back from afar to its sheath in his hand. So tiny, heavenly human realm. Li Hao sized up the black bird, which revealed its true form to be only half a meter in size. I heard there's a force among the demons named Tianji Palace, modeled after Tianji Tower, made up of a group of weak beasts and birds, roaming among various demon tribes, conveying information, trading information for survival, adept at hiding and searching. The black bird, upon hearing the youth's monologue, had its pupils contract in fear. It had recognized the youth, that peerless genius stationed at Heavenly Gate Pass. How could he appear so deep within demon territory? If it was killed here, even the Daiyu divine dynasty would not be able to avenge it. Spare me, I'm just a minor demon, cultivating by absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon. I have never harmed a human life. The black bird hurriedly begged for mercy, no longer daring to struggle. In its information, this youth could tear apart demons of the three immortal realms with his bare hands, let alone itself. Your body reeks of blood and flesh, not as clean as you claim. Li Hao said softly. His gaze swept around, and his divine soul was deployed with a pressuring immortal power inherent to it, making the black bird shudder. His divine soul scoured the surroundings, following the traces of demonic chi from the black bird to locate a mountaintop, where a small amount of demonic chi was gathered, likely its lair. Let's go, take a tour of your nest. Li Hao used his control over objects to carry the black bird, and flew towards the mountaintop. Spare me, I feed on the flesh of demons, I swear I've never harmed a human. The black bird implored in terror. But Li Hao ignored him. You deserve death. The black bird, filled with rage, its eyes blazing with ferocity, suddenly struggled and lunged at Li Hao. But before it could get close, it was stopped by the force controlling objects. The black bird despaired, casting a hateful glance at Li Hao. Its life force surged within, then it spat out a mouthful of blood, and its demonic chi scattered. Li Hao looked on in surprise as the life force of the black bird quickly dissipated, choosing suicide. I haven't even started to interrogate you. A thought crossed Li Hao's mind, could it really be Tianji Palace? No ordinary bird demon would seek death so readily. Even for Tianji Palace, to cultivate such determination to die was quite commendable. Li Hao squeezed its body, finding its heart torn apart by demonic chi, rendered useless. But within its neck pouch, there lay two blood-red jade-like gemstones. The gems were filled with a rich, fragrant scent of blood and flesh, and extremely vigorous demonic energy. Li Hao pocketed them, thinking that these treats would be quite good for the little white fox. Afterward, Li Hao headed straight for the mountaintop. Inside the lava cave, the three-headed leader was discussing whether to accept the invitation from Dragon Soar. The reason they had refrained from discussing it in front of the Tianji Palace bird demon was to avoid providing free information. The trend is clear, Dragon Soar's move to attack Liangzhou isn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a long-standing scheme. The rewards promised by Dragon Soar are quite attractive, I think it's worth the risk to give it a shot. At worst, we'll just be wanted and have to retreat back to the great wilderness heaven. Are you stupid? Once we join Dragon Soar, what's there to fear from a wanted notice? Two of the heads discussed, while the largest head in the middle remained silent. Suddenly, a breeze blew into the cave. All three heads looked at once, seeing a figure float in gracefully. With their arrival, the scorching heat inside the cave seemed to dip sharply. On the rocky walls, those demons that lay like geckos in deep slumber were all startled awake, looking in unison toward the youth entering the cave. Their eyes, lit with demonic ferocity, were fixed on him. Human race. Upon recognizing the youth, the three-headed leader blinked, its expression shifting. That portrait provided by Tianji Palace earlier, it's him, isn't it? The prodigy from the Li family. The two side heads gazed at Li Hao in shock, not expecting the target they just had the black bird gather information on to appear before them. Then, they noticed Li Hao holding a black bird that had already died. It was none other than the same Tianji Palace leader who had just left here. The massive middle head's eyes glowed with fiery golden light, looking past Li Hao, scanning the passage behind him for any hidden figures. Feng accompanied Li Hao but was now leaning on a hillside outside the cave, leisurely drinking wine. Too far to detect Feng Boping's presence, the three-headed leader confirmed that only the young man was inside the cave. Is this a delivery? It feels like I'm dreaming. Is this a pleasant dream? I really don't want to wake up. The two snakeheads chuckled. Yet, the massive snakehead in the middle stared at Li Hao. Human, what brings you here? Li Hao glanced around the cave. Previously he had seen only a small amount of demonic qi on the mountaintop, but now that he was inside, he found there were quite a few demons in the cave, including one really big creature. Chapter 269, Chapter 44, Alone I Pushed Through 3,000 Miles, Combined Chapters, _2. However, what disappointed him was that the three-headed snake before him also only possessed the aura of the three immortal realms. It was not a demon king. Came looking for a warm-up, Li Hao said. All three heads of the snake showed puzzled expressions. Was this human prodigy out of his mind? They were 1,800 miles from Heavenly Gate Pass, and their territory surrounded him on all sides. Even if this youth cried for help, it would be too late. Others came to slay demons, yet he came to practice his skills. Big brother, then we must really treat our guest well, one head said. We know the way of hospitality, the other head added with a sly smirk. The two snake heads laughed in a bizarre manner. The large central head stared at Li Hao, hissing a single word, attack. In an instant, the numerous demons on the rock walls screeched as they pounced towards Li Hao as if given a command. Various sharp and strange laughter rang out as they swarmed towards Li Hao like a hive. But the next moment, the crisp sound of a dragon's chant filled the air, followed by a burst of golden light that circled around swiftly. The many demons lunging at Li Hao became as though frozen in mid-air, then their bodies exploded in unison, their divine souls annihilated along with them. In their number were several demons from the heavenly human realm, indistinguishable from lesser demons, all pierced through by a single sword strike. Demon blood splashed in an instant, and at the same time, Li Hao raised his hand, pointing two fingers like a sword, slashing towards the three-headed red python. A tremendous sword chi lashed out, and the three heads of the creature all showed shock and fury at the same time. The lava beneath it churned, rolling towards Li Hao like fiery seas. However, the onrushing sea of fiery lava, with wave-like momentum, found itself frozen in mid-air, immobilized by Li Hao's power of object control. Simultaneously, as the sword chi cleaved, it left a horrifying gash on the red scales of its abdomen. What kind of attack is this? One head cried out. It hurts, the other added. My red flame treasure body was actually breached just like that. The two heads screamed in agony. The large central head looked pained as it finally understood why this youth had dared to come here alone. It was near the peak of the three immortals' peak, just below the Demon King, or rather, it was already half a step into the Demon King's realm, but it had been struggling to find its own Dao heart. But at this moment, in front of this youth, it sensed the whiff of death. Merge the three, the large head roared. Its body twisted as it burst out from the magma, with the two screaming heads rapidly sinking into its snake body. Big brother, you must kill him for us. Big brother, it's all up to you now. The two heads let out furious roars as they sank and disappeared. The original three-headed snake turned into a single-headed one, but its aura surged dramatically, spewing out a mouthful of crimson mist. Its tail whipped violently, lashing towards Li Hao. Li Hao stood unmoving, but the heaven and earth law manifestation suddenly revealed itself behind him. With a loud thump, the gigantic arms of the law manifestation fiercely wrapped around the thrashing serpent's tail, blocking the force that seemed as heavy as 10,000 June. Then, with a sudden pull, it swung the red python into the air. The three immortals' leader watched the young men in stunned horror. Outside the cave, a cold breeze brushed past gently. Feng Boping leaned against a large rock, his snacks finished, he brushed the crumbs from his hands. Suddenly sensing something, he turned to look towards the entrance of the cave. He saw Li Hao, sword in hand, floating out, his clothes unblemished by blood, as if he had just strolled through a scenic spot. That was fast. Feng Boping was somewhat surprised. Although he had anticipated that Li Hao could handle it, it all seemed too easy. Too weak. Li Hao shook his head slightly with some regret. Just the heaven and earth law manifestation alone was enough to easily subdue the serpent demon. He had even given his opponent the chance to unleash some ancient demon king's bloodline. Yet, it turned out to be lackluster, providing little increase in strength. Feng Boping was left speechless. Was the creature from inside, which was at the three immortals' peak and at the same realm as Li Hao, actually crushed? He gave a wry smile thinking back to how Li Hao, in the heavenly human realm, had killed the demon king in that strange state. It no longer seemed unusual. What's next? Continue. The two of them immediately turned into two gusts of wind and left the mountaintop. The depths of the lava cave had turned into a hellish blood pool, where all the demons were slaughtered. The three immortals' colossal body was chopped into sections, its blood extinguishing the magma, its once imposing gigantic serpent head flattened, brains oozing out, leaving behind only one intact eyeball. But the luster in that eyeball dimmed and vanished, leaving only a faint glow that was flickering out. Monster. Its last trace of divine soul slowly sank into oblivion. Peakless mountain. The mountain was steep, its sharp peaks like blades piercing the sky. Named peakless not because of itself but because all other mountains paled in comparison to its presence. Atop the mountain, two mighty figures were eating and drinking heartily, surrounded by trees on which many skins hung like ragged cloth, belonging to both the human race and demons. The place was thick with the smell of blood, littered with remains and bones everywhere. Yuan, that old geezer from the northern cold country, has sent us another batch of meat, truly succulent, one said. Brother, don't be in such a rush to eat, let's play with it first. The delicate skin and tender flesh of the human race have a unique flavor. Haha, indeed. They guzzled their liquor, casually tearing off a snowy white leg and relishing their meal. Suddenly, a howling sound swept through. What's this thing daring to intrude upon our territory? Both looked up at the same time, only to see a young man dressed in splendid garments, flying through the air. Human. Chapter 270, Chapter 44, Alone Pushing 3,000 Miles, Chapter Combined, 3. They gazed in surprise, somewhat unexpectedly. Could it be from the northern cold country? Soon, as the youth approached, they realized something was wrong. They could not detect the depth of the youth's aura or discern his realm. This only meant that the other party was either using a concealment skill or was of a higher realm than themselves. But they were all from the three immortal realms. Could it be an old monster from the human race, appearing young through a rejuvenation technique? Before they could ponder further, suddenly, a flying sword whistled out, rushing towards them with lethal speed to strike. The two stunned for a moment, then burst into a furious roar, revealing their monstrous forms. One was a four-armed giant ape, and the other a golden-striped tiger. They exuded a dense aura, both possessing ancient demon king bloodlines, not ordinary breeds, now exposing their fierce demeanor as they pounced towards the youth. Taiji Qinkuan sword. Li Hao casually drew it forth, and the dragon sword in midair abruptly rotated, then a yin-yang illusion fiercely appeared in front of the sword, slaughtering its way towards the peak. The two ferocious beasts roared furiously, their bodies leaking a torrent of demon chi, enveloping the area for hundreds of meters. They each brandished their weapons, with the four-armed giant ape wielding four, confronting the Taiji Qinkuan sword head-on. The sword glow contained the power of yin and yang transformation, pulling the four weapons out of its hands, then severing its two arms. In a confrontation, it tumbled from the skies. The other golden striped tiger, however, roared toward Li Hao. Li Hao raised his palm, slowly pressing it down. The power to command objects in his palm plundered the strength of heaven and earth for tens of miles around, pressing down like a massive mountain. The golden-striped tiger was horrified, roaring as it tried to fend off with its claws, but was still pressed onto peakless mountain below, collapsing the entire summit. Under Li Hao's control, the dragon sword became a beam of golden light, dancing swiftly, instantly perforating the four-armed giant ape's body, and then, under its gaze of terror, it sliced through in an arc like a flash of lightning, decapitating it, the head tumbling down. The sword light shot into the collapsing mountain below, and soon a tiger's roar could be heard, with a shrill scream. In just a short time, the two great demons of the three immortal realms had perished. The dragon sword soared into the heavens, returning to Li Hao's scabbard. Li Hao looked on, his divine soul flying out, picking up the bodies of the two great demons, wrapping them with the power to command objects, a bountiful prize of war. Their bodies would yield materials, to be used as scraps for artifact refining. Their flesh was also a rare delicacy. But first, their organs had to be removed. Feng, is there still room in your heaven and earth space? Li Hao turned to ask Feng. Having reached the Tao Heart realm, one can use their Tao Heart to create a heaven and earth space for personal storage. When they were fishing in previous days, the fine wines and fishing rods that Second Master and Feng casually produced came from such a space. These two demons are too big, they won't fit. Feng bopping appeared, slightly shaking his head. The space is very small, good enough for carrying small things. Seeing this, Li Hao could only use two secret lines to bind the bodies of the two demons, dragging them behind him. He then continued to move forward, to explore. Not long after Li Hao and Feng had left, suddenly a dark blue-winged bird came from afar, gliding over to Peakless Mountain. Soon, the sight of the collapsed Peakless Mountain came into its view. The dark blue bird was startled, widening its eyes in shock. This place is gone too. Its body flashed with a deep blue light, swooping down like an illusion, arriving at the destroyed remnants of the mountain, inspecting the surroundings. It soon saw splashes of fresh blood and remnants of the two great demons' chi. Another death. The dark blue bird trembled, suddenly ascending, soaring into the sky, extracting a jade whistle from its wings, blowing it fiercely. Strange sound waves passed by, like some sort of signal. In just moments, every seemingly ordinary demon bird within 300 miles, centered on its body, suddenly halted. They then listened carefully, as though hearing something from the serene void. An invasion by the human race. Upon hearing the message clearly, all the birds were stunned. Invasion was not a foreign word to them, but preceded with human race, and it became somewhat unfamiliar. Without hesitation, they quickly took out their whistles, blowing rapidly. The sound waves spread out, transmitting the message further afield. Ordinary people couldn't hear this whistle sound, only those cultivating a specific technique could discern it. As the sound traveled, the range grew wider, and in the blink of an eye, birds within 1,000 miles halted, and then, two of the birds abruptly changed direction, flying to another location. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the lava cave Li Hao had departed from earlier. A palm-sized bird zipped by, its entire body black, resembling a crow. It landed on a rock, pecking casually and holding a small insect in its mouth. It seemed just like an ordinary bird. But with a flicker of its gaze, sensing no other presence around, it quickly swallowed the little insect, then flew toward the lava cave. Soon, the horrific scene within the lava cave was laid bare. The broken body of the creature with 3 phases and the corpses of demons strewn all around. There, it quickly found the black silhouette of a crow. Master Ming. The crow-like bird swiftly flew to its side, inspecting it thoroughly, and ascertained it indeed died by suicide. No wonder Master Ming's soul talisman has shattered. Chapter 271, Chapter 44, Alone, I pushed through 3,000 miles, combined chapter, _4. The bird's eyes revealed sorrow, but it soon used its beak to tear apart the black bird's feathers and then ripped open the flesh inside its chest. Soon, on its squeezed innards, it saw a vein twitch and form demon script. It was an extremely brief message. It was also the last piece of intelligence left by Master Ming before his death. Though their battle strength was not high, the Tianji Palace moved among the top demon forces, mainly by perfecting their intelligence gathering to the extreme. At this moment, seeing the message created by the pulsing veins, the bird's pupils contracted slightly, displaying a look of horror and shock. That human racely family's young member dares to come alone to the demon territory. It was somewhat shaken. If this news got out, the nearby demons would surely go mad. Furthermore, it knew that the number of demons that held grudges against the Li family was countless. If they learned of the young man's whereabouts, they would certainly rush from thousands of miles away to slay him. Previously, at the pass within the Daiyu realm, numerous demons had already attempted to attack, restless and eager. The young man had the protection of the 4 stands realm around him before, which made some demons abandon the idea, but now, even if there were 4 stands realms secretly following, this was not the territory of the Daiyu divine dynasty. If those demons learned of this, who would miss the opportunity? As its thoughts spun rapidly, suddenly, it heard a whistle. It paused for a moment, listened carefully, and then its expression involuntarily changed. The young man was actually delving deeper. Too insane, does that young man want to attract all the demons to attack him? It looked at Master Ming on the ground, took a deep breath, pecked the internals to bits, and destroyed the lingering intelligence. Killing Master Ming was also provoking the Tianji Palace. Although the Tianji Palace never engaged in combat, only intelligence, they were best at using others to kill their targets. The bird immediately took off and left the lava cave. As Li Hao galloped through mountains and rivers, continuously hunting demons along the way, news about Li Hao was also being spread by the Tianji Palace. Birds scattered and flew off, landing on various mountaintops. Where did this little bird demon come from, seeking death? On a mountaintop, a demon who was sound asleep opened its eyes and glanced over, ready to crush it. But in the next moment, the bird hurriedly spoke. I am the Qing bird of the Tianji Palace, Black Cloud Lord. Please leave quickly, there is a human race approaching to hunt demons. Tianji Palace. The demon's raised claw paused slightly, and then it chuckled. What human race would dare come here? Are they aware I'm hungry? It's that human race Li family's genius, the predestined true dragon, Li Hao. The Qing bird hurriedly said, he has already killed 5 of the 3 immortal realm's great ones, including the unwithering realm's tri-aspect master. You better flee for your life. Black Cloud Lord's face changed at these words. The Li family? Is it that detestable divine General Mansion's Li family? Even the tri-aspect master was killed by him. He was somewhat shaken. The tri-aspect master had a degree of fame and status within 1,000 miles nearby, and yet he too was slain. He's almost here, Black Cloud Lord, you better leave. The Qing bird said anxiously. Realizing the seriousness, Black Cloud Lord immediately didn't dare stay any longer, quickly rose to his feet, took the treasures from his cave, and flew far away. At the same time, he sent a message to the Qing bird, I, Black Cloud Lord, owe the Tianji Palace a favor. I will repay it in the future. I still have to go inform the other lords, so I shall take my leave. The Qing bird said and then flew into the distance. The same scenario was happening in other places. Many of the Tianji Palace's birds spread the news of Li Hao slaughtering the demons. Some demons chose to flee, others, from the unwithering realm, decided to stay and test their strength against Li Hao. And with the test came death. As more and more blood was consumed by the dragon sword, Li Hao's fame grew, unopposed across 3,000 miles. Chapter 272, Chapter 45 Confronting All Sides, 2 in 1 chapter. 3,000 miles beyond the border. In a valley shrouded in poisonous fog, there stood a temple, with numerous birds enveloped in whirlwinds of wind, shuttling through the poison miasma and descending into the temple. Inside the temple, an array was activated to keep the poisonous fog at bay. The birds perched on the temple's railings and pillars, some landed and transformed into the shape of children, petite and delicate in appearance. This was a branch of the Tianji Palace. In the world of demonic forces, Tianji Palace's status was not inferior to that of the Dragon Gate, the Holy Palace, and other such entities. Although it wasn't known for its combat power, its hall master was extremely mysterious. Coupled with the bird demons that held vast intelligence networks and traversed among various factions, their broad connections made them heavily relied upon by major forces. You all received the message, right? That young man is slaughtering demons everywhere. He's too brazen, intruding alone into our demonic territory. This place is not the Daiyu divine dynasty. It's all because those Wanshan demon kings fled from the border. No one there can keep that young man in check. He must have a protector from the Four Stands realm secretly following him. That young man came to Liangzhou from Qingzhou, protected all along by that person from the Four Stands realm, which deterred the demon kings from risking an attack and killing him. Now, by venturing in deep alone, he's digging his own grave. 7 or 8 boys and girls of varying appearances, all short in stature, gathered together. The leader was a girl around the age of 13 or 14, dressed in a red skirt, delicate and fetching, yet her expression was indifferent and mature. Master Ming is dead, killed by that young man. A boy clad in black spoke softly. His voice was immature, yet his eyes were filled with dark shadows. The others were silent, having already been informed through the earlier whistle signals. Tianji Palace moved freely among the demons without any of them laying hands on them, save for the occasional madman. But should any demon harm someone from Tianji Palace, they would surely pay with their life. Now, the young men from the human race had dared to kill their master Ming so brazenly, and he too should face the same fate. You've transmitted the message, right? Just now, I contacted the other states, and the news about the young men has spread. Those great demons and demon kings who hold grudges against the Li family will certainly come. As long as the young man stays here, his death is guaranteed. The girl in the red skirt, her eyes as clear as bright snow, spoke with a chilly voice. Seeing this, the other children nodded, with murder flashing in their eyes. Has it been found out who that four stands realm protector secretly following the young man is? The girl in the red skirt continued to inquire. A few children looked at each other, and another girl, as delicate as a porcelain doll in a green skirt, shook her head. We thought it was Li, but I personally investigated the matter, and he has not left the Mo River. It is not Li. Another child with snow-white hair shook his head, a cold smirk in his eyes, and said, "You would never guess who it is. I watched from a distance when Wan Shan Demon King attacked, and although the person concealed his moves during the fight, I recognized them. I've researched the archives before, and it's related to an incident with the Buddhist sect 30 years ago. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be the thief saint, phone bopping." At his words, everyone else was shocked. The bird demons listening nearby also widened their eyes in astonishment. The thief saint. He's protecting the young men. Does the divine general mansion have some secret connection with the thief saint? Good heavens, if the Buddhist sect gets wind of this, the Li family will be in big trouble. It's more than just the Buddhist sect. If other divine general mansions find out, it's top-level confidential information that could fetch a good price. Their voices buzzed with excitement, for this was rare leverage against the Li family. However, they only had information that the thief saint was protecting the young men and no solid evidence of collusion with the divine general mansion. If it was only based on protection, it wouldn't be enough to affect the divine general mansion. After all, who the thief saint chose to protect was his prerogative, and without hard evidence, these claims would merely amount to slander without proof. I will report this to the hall master and let our elders investigate personally. If we can follow the vine and find the melon, gathering evidence will be great news for us. The girl in the red skirt said excitedly, with her eyes sparkling. They of the Tianji Palace thrived on intelligence, knowing information was their greatest weapon. The more valuable the information they held, the greater the benefit to them. At that moment, a bird shuttled through the poison miasma and descended into the temple. Report to the elders, the young man has just slain Pingshan ancestor to the west and is now heading this way, said the bird demon in an old woman's voice. What, Pingshan ancestor is dead too? The other bird demons were shocked. That was a great demon of the unwithering realm, nearly on par with the three great chiefs, having cultivated for 10,000 years, and it wouldn't have been an exaggeration to say he was half a step into the four stands realm. He died too. Didn't he flee? Didn't anyone warn him? They did. He wanted to try his hand and said he wanted to see what that young whelp was capable of. The bird demons fell silent. The girl in the red skirt's expression turned dark as she said, "This poison fog is unlikely to block his probes. That young man was able to tear apart 3 immortals with his bare hands, which is extremely terrifying. We must disperse immediately, stay in contact with the sound whistle, and a demon king is already on his way here. I will go to meet him, and tell him to wait for a while longer until the other demon kings arrive so we can kill the young man together." All the bird demons nodded in agreement. Following this, numerous birds flew out of the secluded valley of poison gas. Their innate cultivation technique on their wings created air vortexes that kept the surrounding poison fog at bay, allowing them to carve out a path. With the birds dispersing, the temple quickly emptied, desolate and silent. Chapter 273, Chapter 45 Confronting All Sides, 2 in 1 Chapter, _2. Within Heavenly Gate Pass. Li Hongzhuang stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance, yet Li Hao had still not returned. Her eyebrows knitted slightly, as an inexplicable thumping sensation arose within her heart. It was as though she had a premonition of unease. "General, has Marshal Haotian not returned yet?" A grandmaster hurriedly came to ask. Li Hongzhuang was taken aback and asked, "What did you call him?" "Marshal Haotian," the grandmaster replied, puzzled. Li Hongzhuang's expression shifted slightly. Earlier, Li Hao had been stationed in Daoism City and distinguished himself. Later, Having defended Heavenly Gate Pass and contributed greatly, His Majesty had conferred upon him the rank of Marshal. This news had already made its rounds in the court and had long since been relayed back to Qingzhou the Li family. Now, Li Hao's military banners fluttered all around the city's ramparts, with the words Haotian billowing in the wind. Most of the people in the city had changed how they addressed Li Hao. It seemed no one called the young master of the Li family, anymore. Perhaps in private, everyone still remembered that this youth was of the Li family, bearing the honorable surname of the divine general mansion, but as time passed, would anyone still remember? Li Hongzhuang's thoughts drifted away until the Grandmaster's question pulled her back. She furrowed her brow and asked, "What do you need him for?" "General, it's not me who's looking for him. The Star Bureau official is seeking Marshal Haotian," said the Grandmaster. "Their array seems to be constructed and they wish to ask the Marshal to test it." Li Hongzhuang glanced into the distance and said, "I'll go take a look first." With that, she soared into the air and quickly reached the opposite side of the city's ramparts. Li Hongzhuang landed, where an elderly Star Bureau official and a few disciples were waiting. "General," greeted the official, upon seeing Li Hongzhuang's bright red armor and the insignia on her shoulder with a slight bow. Li Hongzhuang did not dare presume superiority and quickly raised her hand in return, then said, "You've all worked hard." "It is our duty," replied the official. He glanced around and asked, "Where is Marshal Haotian?" Li Hongzhuang's brows imperceptibly furrowed, and she replied calmly, "He's gone beyond the pass to slay demons." "When did he leave, and how come I didn't see any troops marching out?" asked Xia Xianglan from behind, her curiosity getting the better of her. Li Hongzhuang glanced at her and said, "He went alone, without an army." "Alone?" Xianglan was taken aback, then quickly asked, "Why didn't he take an army? Isn't that dangerous?" Li Hongzhuang was momentarily speechless, struck by what seemed like an off-the-cuff question. Was there no danger? How could there not be? To say there was danger, but how could she allow that young man to venture alone? She paused briefly, then realized and responded, "The dangers outside the pass are such that our soldiers cannot keep up with him, they would only slow him down." At this, she suddenly felt a burning sensation on her face. What seemed normal on any given day now felt slightly embarrassing when spoken aloud. Despite also being stationed at the frontier pass, they seemed to be there just for show. "Is he that strong?" Xianglan looked at her in surprise. Li Hongzhuang was silent for a moment, then thought, yes, that young man was indeed very strong. So strong that even she, his younger aunt, could not keep up with his pace. Maybe if her ninth brother were still alive, he could have stood shoulder to shoulder with that young man, or perhaps he would be waiting further ahead, in a distant part of the journey, for him. "Xianglan, show some respect," scolded the Star Bureau official. Although he did not enjoy idle chatter, he could read the room. The rumors about that young man and the Li family were too sensational, and he had heard of them too. He immediately asked Li Hongzhuang, "General, do you know when the young marshal will return?" Li Hongzhuang had no answer. When Li Hao left, he had said nothing. Seeing Li Hongzhuang's silence, the Star Bureau official looked at her with a peculiar gaze and said no more, only adding, "In that case, we will wait a few more days for the young marshal to return." "Thank you for your patience," Li Hongzhuang finally replied. "Has he always been like this?" Xianglan asked Li Hongzhuang. Li Hongzhuang frowned, as if she had not heard her, feeling almost powerless to respond to the young girl's words. Seeing herself ignored, Xianglan just pouted slightly. After her master led Li Hongzhuang away, she looked towards the outside of the city where the vast expanse of melting snow stretched out. What kind of demon is he battling against? 3,000 li beyond the pass. A dragon bird with a colorful, iridescent glow fled in panic, shooting rapidly between the peaks, shedding its feathers, which scattered in every direction. Behind it, a golden divine light sped after it, dramatically accelerating and slicing toward its wings. The dragon bird let out an angry roar. With a flap of its wings, it created a thunderous sound and a barrage of lightning fell like a dense storm, striking the area nearby. But the golden divine light suddenly curved into an arc, like a crescent moon, slicing at another spot. The sharp edge swiftly drew a line of blood, the dragon bird's side was torn open, its internal organs nearly spilling out. In pain, it screeched and its eyes filled with terror. It said, "I have no quarrel with you, why must you push me to death?" Li Hao's figure quietly appeared from another direction, throwing a punch. The overwhelming power of the punch seemed to seal the space around the dragon bird, along with the air, all pressing down with that single blow. The dragon bird cried pitifully as it crashed into a mountain peak, creating a large crater as rocks tumbled into the ravines. The golden light followed closely, diving into the dust and piercing through the head of the dragon bird, which hadn't gotten up. The dragon bird's eyes widened in despair and anger as it stared at the approaching youth, but it no longer had the strength to rise. The dragon sword flew back into its sheath. Li Hao looked at the dying dragon bird, shaking his head slightly. He released a slender thread, winding around the dragon bird's corpse, and dragged it up. Chapter 274, Chapter 45 Confronting All Sides, 2 in 1 Chapter, _3. After that, he reined in his other hidden threads, and from afar, black silhouettes flew in like kites, all the corpses of the demons he had slain along the way. Li Hao soared into the sky with these corpses trailing behind him, like flying a kite, which presented quite a spectacular sight. Pushing horizontally for 3,000 li, from west to east, what frustrated Li Hao was that he never encountered the figure of the Demon King. The most powerful among them was merely at the unwithering realm. Are the demons outside this barrier really just those three? Li Hao was somewhat sullen. Until now, he was barely warmed up. Continuing forward, Li Hao skimmed past some mountaintops, using his divine soul to survey the surroundings for any trails. Atop several mountains, Li Hao detected the caverns of demons, but they were all empty without a trace. Li Hao had seen this kind of situation before. His eyebrows furrowed as he swept his gaze around. Initially, he had occasionally seen some bird demons, but he crushed them with a flick of his hand, and later on, even the bird demons became hard to spot. It seems these demons knew I was coming and ran away in advance. Did the demons from Tianji Palace spread the word? Li Hao sighed inwardly, considering himself to have delivered himself to their doorstep only for these demons to have run away. It simply didn't make sense. After flying for a while and visiting several empty mountains without finding any trace of demons, he felt somewhat bored. He found himself a large mountain to sit upon, and the demons entwined with his hidden threads fell at the mountain's edge. "Feng, bring some wine," Li Hao called out. In the void, a wine gourd flew over, yet Feng's figure did not appear. "Drink less, this wine is strong. The stronger the better." Li Hao chuckled lightly, popped the wooden stopper off, and took a couple of sips. A few small mountain birds fluttered over, landing on the ground to peck at the mountain fruits. These birds were not demons but ordinary animals. Li Hao glanced at them, not paying much attention, and drank a few more sips before suddenly turning his gaze toward the small birds. The small birds on the ground searched for fallen fruits and insects. Li Hao's eyebrows slightly raised, and with several thudding sounds, the bodies of the small birds burst violently apart, crushed by his manipulation force. He released his hidden threads, extending them outwards to form a net. Then, he continued drinking his wine. Tens of li away, a bird demon concealed its presence, looking like an ordinary small bird, that suddenly let out a pained hum. Blood seeped from its bird eyes, but it quickly buried its head under its wing, worried about being detected. After stabilizing its injury, it calmed its startled heart and took flight. That guy, he could detect me even with that. I was using the divine eye skill, just borrowing those little birds' field of view. It felt a sense of exposure and panicked internally, not daring to linger any longer. Suddenly, as it was flying away, it touched something that felt like a guitar string. Before it could react, the hidden thread suddenly contracted and snapped, wrapping around its body, and then swiftly pulled it toward a certain place. The bird demon was filled with horror as it frantically struggled, but the hidden thread was wound tightly, cutting deep to the bone. It watched itself being dragged all the way to a mountaintop, the very place that Youngman was. It was terrified to the core and let out a fierce roar. Thump. The body of the flying bird rolled to Li Hao's feet but had already lost its life force, having chosen suicide. Li Hao's eyebrows lifted slightly. Just like the black bird before, the bird demons from Tianji Palace were all so well trained that they would rather kill themselves than give their enemy a chance to interrogate them. It seems, with Tianji Palace around, trying to hunt down these demons on a large scale is indeed a bit troublesome. Li Hao muttered to himself. He put away the hidden thread, slapped his hand down to turn the bird demon's body into mush, then handed the wine gourd back to Feng and took off again. He was curious to see how many demons the bird demons of Tianji Palace could deter. Li Hao continued flying eastward, and when he passed a valley shrouded in miasmic poison fog, he discovered an empty temple inside and casually smashed it to pieces. The caves and training grounds established by the demons he encountered along the way were all demolished by Li Hao in his path of destruction. As Li Hao galloped across the land, thousands of li away in the border area of Liangzhou, several figures rushed forward. These figures emitted a surging demonic qi, led by a middle-aged man dressed in white, handsome and godly in appearance, with a gaze that captivated the soul. The other 4 figures were slightly terrified upon seeing this man and hurriedly paid their respects. Feng Shanjun. The white-clothed middle-aged man glanced at the 4 people and said in a cold voice, "Do you also have a grudge against the Li family?" The 4 people nodded quickly, feeling nervous in his presence. After all, he was a demon king. Then, 2 birds, one following the other, flew toward them rapidly. The lead bird, a red one, shrank and transformed into the shape of a red-dressed young girl. She respectfully saluted the white-clothed middle-aged man and then nodded slightly to the other 4, saying, "Please wait a moment, Monarch Bai is also on his way here." The white-clothed middle-aged man's brows furrowed slightly, having not expected that individual to come as well. However, Monarch Bai had been at odds with the Li family in northern Yen for over a decade, holding deep grudges, so it was normal for him to take this rare opportunity to come. How soon will he arrive? If he's too slow, I'm not inclined to wait, Feng Shanjun said. Just as the red-dressed girl was about to speak, she suddenly seemed to hear something and looked up into the distance. Several figures were seen approaching rapidly, with a young man dressed in white as snow leading the way, hands clasped behind his back, traversing the sky with an elegant demeanor. Behind him, a few figures were grotesque in appearance, varying in height. Feng Shanjun appeared to notice something and turned to look, his eyes narrowing slightly. He's arrived. Chapter 275, Chapter 45 Confronting All Sides, 2 in 1 Chapter, _4. The young girl in the red dress revealed a slight smile, waiting for the other to arrive, and respectfully said, "I have seen Monarch Bai." The youth in white glanced at Feng Shanjun and smiled, "You're here too." Feng Shanjun nodded slightly, but his eyes carried a few traces of chilliness. The other party was from the Saint Palace, and they weren't close to the power backing him. "Recently, I've come solely for personal affairs. Since we are all enemies of the Li family, that makes us temporary allies." Monarch Bai smiled, "Let's go and see what tricks that Li family's brat has up his sleeve." Feng Shanjun just nodded, without speaking. "Ziyu, lead the way for the 2 lords," the girl in the red dress said to the purple-feathered bird beside her. After watching them leave, the girl in the red dress then flew towards the distance. The Li family really has provoked quite a number of enemies. Li Hao crushed a mountain cave with 1 foot and was about to hurry off into the distance when suddenly, he heard Feng's voice transmission. "Little Hao, a demon king is coming." Li Hao's eyes lit up, he looked around, his divine soul was offered up, at the same time, strings of dark tendrils extended out. Soon, within the vision of his divine soul, he saw several figures speeding towards him from afar. The 2 leading figures made no effort to conceal their demonic qi, flying over with demonic qi swirling above their heads like dark clouds, as if dragons and phoenixes were chanting, accompanied by a terrifying oppressive force. Li Hao narrowed his eyes, 2 at once, "Huh? They really came prepared." He flung the gathered demon corpses to another hill to avoid affecting the upcoming battle. Afterward, the qi and blood in his body slowly started to oscillate as he began to warm up. "It's over there." The purple bird pointed and then stopped. Seeing this, several demons didn't care much, as they had already seen the figure of the young man. What amused them was that the other party saw them and didn't run away but waited on the spot. He really is brimming with confidence. Sure enough, there's a protector from the 4 stands realm in secret, but just one. Monarch Bai narrowed his eyes, sensing the hidden powerhouse. "You take on that 4 stands realm, I'll deal with this little ghost." Feng Shanjun immediately said, his eyes revealing a murderous hatred. Monarch Bai's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at him and said, "Fine." Feng Shanjun was secretly relieved to hear him agree so easily. He came here precisely to kill the Li family's bloodline with his own hands. "Attack!" he called out, but he wasn't the first to charge. The young man stood still on the spot, too weird. Though he was a demon king, confident he could easily slay the other, his years of caution led him to observe first. The several three immortal realm demons who had come for revenge now hesitated. They saw the many demon corpses that Li Hao had thrown to the distant mountains. Those demons were all from the three immortal realms, yet were tossed by the young men as if they were kites. According to the intelligence from Tianji Palace, that young men slaughtered many three immortal realm demons. On their own, it would be quite difficult to kill him. What now? Weren't you coming for revenge? Scared? Feng Shanjun saw their hesitation and couldn't help but sneer, though his eyes flashed with ferocity. The few demons felt helpless but were reassured by their numbers, as they could cover for one another. Go, let's strike together. The few three immortal realm demons quickly consulted and then flew directly toward Li Hao. They revealed their true forms, massive figures appearing in the sky, with demonic chi surging like a tide, sweeping over everything. Li Hao stood quietly. Only when a few great demons approached within a few hundred meters did he suddenly strike. Immortal chi circulated within his body, wielding the power of heaven and earth, bearing down from the sky. The dragon sword drew out with a swoosh, a dazzling golden light burst forth. A huge turtle-shaped demon roared as it led the charge, relying on its thick skin and great defense to block Li Hao's attack, giving others time to kill. The dragon sword chopped fiercely, only scraping a minor notch on its indestructible treasure body. Li Hao's eyes opened slightly, and suddenly golden misty radiance tumbled out from the dragon sword, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's chant as the true dragon took shape. The dragon sword ferociously chopped down again, shattering the treasure light on its outer body and directly slashing its neck, ripping open a huge wound. At the same time, several other demons were already roaring towards Li Hao. A giant ape-like demon suddenly drew back its bow, the massive iron bow for demons, seemingly crude, but shimmering with intense silvery frost light, sending arrows shooting from afar towards him. Another that resembled a giant rat, covered in dragon scales and with true dragon's bloodline, leapt forward quickly, opening its mouth to spew a black demonic fog, intending to corrode and consume Li Hao's body. Facing the simultaneous attacks from two demons, Li Hao's expression turned severe, raising his hand and pressing down fiercely. The force hanging between heaven and earth suddenly bore down, and with a loud bang, several demons' bodies shook like they were hit by a mountain. The swift frost arrow veered off course, aiming instead towards the dragon rat. The black demonic fog of the dragon rat was swept away by a slap from Li Hao. Chapter 276, Chapter 46, The Infamous Youth, Supplementary Updates 24-25. The arrow, shooting askew, missed the dragon mouse but hit a nearby mountain peak, instantly shattering it into ice, freezing all vegetation. What kind of power is this? The demons of the three immortal realms were aghast. The youth had merely lifted his hand and seemed to suppress the heavens and the earth with his overwhelming power to manipulate objects, much stronger than theirs. No wonder he could tear demons apart with his hands. Li Hao was done with pleasantries. He strode forward and, in a blink, rushed in front of the dragon mouse. He raised his fist and brought it down mightily, infusing it with sword intent and harnessing the strength of his body, piercing like a spear. The dragon mouse, seeing the youth daring to approach it, showed a fierce glint in its eyes. Without dodging or avoiding, it suddenly snapped at Li Hao. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, like numerous blades capable of cutting through metal and rock. But Li Hao simply raised his hand, allowing it to bite him, and then smashed his other fist down on its head. Seeing such barbaric attacks from the youth, the other demons were stunned. This didn't seem like the fighting style of the human race. The dragon mouse was thrilled, biting down with all its force. Its bite strength was incredibly formidable, enough to pierce through a true dragon. But suddenly, its teeth seemed to be biting into a divine weapon. All the blades pressed down, only causing the youth's skin to slightly dent, with no sign of breaking. In its moment of stunned bewilderment, Li Hao's fist had already smashed forth. With a bang, it pierced through like a spearhead, creating a hole in the dragon mouse's head and shattering its skull. Blood spurted from the top of its head. As the dragon mouse was left disoriented by the blow, Li Hao's arm, which it had bitten, now swung around to grab its upper jaw. Bending over, he stepped into the gaps of its lower jaw and with a fierce push, pried open the dragon mouse's mouth by force. The dragon mouse regained consciousness, a light of horror in its eyes. It was of the indestructible realm, yet its physical body seemed no match for the terrifying strength of this human race youth. The opponent was like a young ferocious beast. Desperately, it tried to shake Li Hao off, to create some distance. It sensed the breath of death. But Li Hao then drove his arm through its upper jaw and, continuing to punch, shattered its sharp teeth inside its mouth, dazing and swelling its consciousness. Quick, block him. The other demons, witnessing the scene, were alarmed and hurriedly intervened to rescue the dragon mouse. Arrows shot out again, but behind Li Hao, the heaven and earth law manifestation appeared, seizing the arrows before thrusting them into the dragon mouse's head. Another demon released a mist like burning clouds, but was met by a breath of immortal chi from Li Hao's heaven and earth law manifestation, which blew it apart instantly. Break! Li Hao's arms burst with power, and with a low roar, he violently tore the dragon mouse's head in two. Blood sprayed as the dragon mouse emitted a pitiful wail, with its divine soul trying to escape from its body. Before it could flee, a dragon roar thundered forth, tearing and devouring its divine soul, which was then consumed by dragon soar. With a casual flick, Li Hao threw the dragon mouse's corpse aside, then turned to face the other demons. His heaven and earth law manifestation suddenly surged forward, charging at a fire lion engulfed in flames. The fire lion roared, spewing seas of flames and shooting out a golden leaf, seemingly some kind of demonic weapon. The law manifestation waved its hand, extinguishing the fire, and then forcefully caught the golden leaf, charging at the fire lion to smash the leaf back into its head. The fire lion screamed horribly, trying to flee in a panic. "Save me!" The fire lion's cries for help echoed pitifully. From a distance, Feng Shanjun and Monarch Bai both looked deeply concerned. They could see that the youth was of the three immortal realms, yet his strength was far superior to the other demons from the immortal realm. Moreover, his physical body was extremely resilient, unbreakable, and likely impervious to anything less than a divine weapon. No wonder he dared to come out alone so boldly, said Feng Shanjun, with golden flames flickering in his eyes as he spoke to Monarch Bai. "The other one is yours to deal with. Don't interfere with me." After speaking, he let out a phoenix cry, his body spiraling into a fire phoenix, riding a sea of flames as he swooped toward Li Hao. The other demons scattered in fear, realizing that the youth wasn't a being the three immortal realm demons could easily kill. He was like those famed second-generation warriors from the Divine General Mansion, having reached the peak of the three immortal, able to challenge over a dozen of the immortal realm demons alone, terrifying to the utmost. Li Hao caught up with the fire lion and smashed its skull with a slap, sending its divine soul shaking loose. Just as he was about to annihilate it, he felt an intense wave of heat approaching. He turned his head to see a phoenix engulfed in fierce flames, speeding toward him. Before it even reached him, the overwhelming heat seemed to boil the heavens and the earth. Li Hao's eyes narrowed but remained calm as he slapped his palm, extinguishing the escaping divine soul of the fire lion demon. He then turned around, facing the fire phoenix. Extreme Yang Divine Fire. Feng Shanjun saw Li Hao killing the demon right before him and uttered a furious growl. This was a challenge to him. Divine brilliance bloomed, a ball of fireworks like a blazing sun burst forth. Li Hao did not dodge, but instead called upon the dragon sword. The heaven and earth law manifestation returned to his side, and the law manifestation held the divine sword, which grew in size. Taking a step forward, the law manifestation swung the sword to cleave fiercely through the air. Flames erupted, divine light scattering like countless sparks, heating the air and scorching everything around. Bathed in the searing heat, Li Hao stood with his black hair billowing. He urged the heaven and earth law manifestation forward, wielding the divine sword. In his rage, Feng Shanjun whipped up cyclones with his wings. Tiny phoenix-like flames, like myriad points of light, rushed toward Li Hao. Chapter 277, Chapter 46, The Infamous Youth, Extra Updates 24.25_2. It propelled itself forward, its talons like curved hooks, aiming to destroy the true dragon sword soul on the dragon sword. Li Hao did not draw back his sword to defend but stood quietly in his original position. He raised both hands, and behind him, an apparition surfaced, the 100 refined indestructible body, immovable Ming King. The Ming King appeared like the projection of a deity, hands pressed together, facing the sky full of the fire phoenix illusion. As Li Hao lifted his arms, the apparition suddenly struck out with hundreds of fist shadows. Boom, 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 explosive sounds rang out as the fire phoenix flames that charged toward him were all shattered, turning into a sea of fire encircling Li Hao. Under the onslaught of the Ming King apparition, these flames could not get close, leaving only their scorching heat to sear Li Hao's body. But Li Hao, surrounded by the sea of fire, did not even have a single hair on his head wilted, still thick and dark, gleaming with the luster of divine power. He stood tall amidst the firelight, gazing straight at the fire phoenix. His heaven and earth law manifestation was already entangled in battle with the fire phoenix. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 swords had been struck. Feng Shanjun's offensive was also extremely fierce, its claws aimed mercilessly, wishing to tear the sword soul to pieces. But the sword soul moved with the dragon soar, and the dragon sword moved with the heaven and earth law manifestation. The Taiji Qianquan sword unfolded into the Taiji illusion, enveloping Feng Shanjun. No matter how ferocious its attacks were, they were dissipated like a gentle breeze. It can't be killed after all. Monarch Bai's voice came through with a trace of light laughter. Enraged, Feng Shanjun glared viciously at him, but in this moment of distraction, the heaven and earth law manifestation seized the opportunity, striking its sword upon the fire phoenix's torso. The blaze extinguished, and Feng Shanjun stumbled backward with a pained groan. Although Monarch Bai was mocking Feng Shanjun, he also deliberately forced it to exert its power. His feelings towards the young man's attack became grave. Merely at the 3 immortal realms, yet he was matching the Demon King without falling behind. It was terrifying. Back in northern Yen, he had seen Li Tiangang confront a demon and it wasn't as awe-inspiring as this. This youth was only 14 years old yet had already surpassed his father. If given more time to grow, the Daiyu divine dynasty would witness the birth of another true person. He had to be stopped. His gaze shifted towards a part of the void where there was an apparition. He could feel the opponent's aura was firmly locked onto him. Should he make any move, the opponent would strike as well. To break the deadlock, Feng Shanjun must rely on itself. True Phoenix divine blood. Wounded and in pain, humiliation turning to fury, Feng Shanjun roared. Its body's golden flames surged in intensity, swirling like a vortex around it. The aura within its body became tumultuous, as it charged once more towards Li Hao's heaven and earth law manifestation. With the drawing of Daoist charm, it spat out crimson flames and radiance like divine rainbows piercing through heaven and earth, streaking towards the law manifestation. With the pull of Daoist charm, this attack was destined to hit. Li Hao sensed that, after cultivating the supreme body, he seemed to be able to catch the trajectory of Daoist charm. He could distinctly feel the locking onto him of the opponent's attack. It was somewhat like sensing the enemy before they struck. Is this the attack of a demon king? Still not strong enough. Li Hao shouted loudly. The young man's voice echoed across the sky, terrifying nearby 3 immortal demons, and even the hidden bird demon from the distant Tianji palace felt a shiver run through them. Li Hao burst with immortal qi, with countless mists and lights gathering, making the heaven and earth law manifestation dazzle like a giant wielding a divine sword, roaring fiercely as it cut down. The blossoming of flowers on the other shore. Countless flowers bloomed in the sky but wilted in the flames. Yet, even though the sword's momentum was weakened by the flames, they still sliced through the void, striking Feng Shanjun's head. As the sword light neared, the sword qi abruptly shifted, tearing open a pitch-black portal of reincarnation. The radiance Feng Shanjun had spewed shattered, swallowed by the black hole opened by the sword light. It revealed a horrified expression. What kind of sword move was this? Li Hao's heaven and earth law manifestation surged out, striking with the sword light once more, pressing down on the phoenix crown. Feng Shanjun roared, its wings flapping, stirring up a massive sea of fire. Countless phoenix true fires swept across, engulfing and burning Li Hao's law manifestation. Under this intense heat, the law manifestation began to warp and distort. Li Hao could feel the pain in his divine soul. With cold light flashing in his eyes, he pulled back the law manifestation. The dragon sword also floated over on its own accord, landing in his hand. If the law manifestation was ineffective, then he would use his true body. Li Hao, holding the divine sword, roared and plunged into the sea of fire. Countless true flames wound around him like chains but were immediately snapped as soon as they touched Li Hao's body. Li Hao stepped through the flames, his eyes emitting divine light, slashing down with his sword. The power of heaven and earth gathered, turning into a radiant sword qi that instantly cut through the sea of fire, striking the fire phoenix's chest. Blood splattered, and Feng Shanjun screamed, retreating hundreds of meters. It looked at the youth who walked through the fire with shock and disbelief in its eyes. Its own phoenix true flame couldn't harm him. It could see that Li Hao's body, even under the scorching flame, only had slight burns, without any damage to the bones or muscles. One should know that even other demon kings, when faced with its phoenix true fire, had to dodge or else skin would peel. Li Hao attacked Feng Shanjun, harnessing the power of heaven and earth with his immortal qi, imbuing it into his arm, as he launched another earth-shattering sword qi attack without any special technique, just a pure explosion of true power like an outpouring galaxy, striking down with unstoppable force. Feng Shanjun spat out radiance, attempting to defend, but the sword qi was condensed, shattering the light and bringing its body crashing down. Li Hao's body charged forward, kicking its bird head, causing blood to spray as Feng Shanjun heavily collided with a mountain. The earlier three immortal demons were left speechless with shock, unable to utter a word. Chapter 278, Chapter 46, The Infamous Youth, Extra Updates 24, 25_3. This youth is too brutal, being able to beat up the Demon King while pressing him down. Feng Shanjun felt as if his entire blood was about to ignite, his most noble bloodline was being beaten up like this. Before he could even stand up, Li Hao had already used his power to control objects to form a giant hand, plucking up a nearby peak and fiercely smashing it down on the firebird. As the mountain fell, the earth roared as if the sky was collapsing and the ground was cracking. Feng Shanjun's body was suppressed under the mountain, spewing out golden blood. It roared angrily, exerting its unwithering strength, its aura quickly surged, and golden flames burned the mountain into magma, turning it red. Li Hao, however, was relentless, wielding the dragon sword, chopping down fiercely again with another sword strike. This sword, infused with the falling snow sword skill and the essence of an avalanche and powered by the immortal qi, possessed immense power. As the long sword swung, it was as if thousands of snow-capped mountains had collapsed, snow rolling down. Just as Feng Shanjun struggled out from the rubble of the mountain, and before he could even rise, he was pressed down once again by this sword, a huge wound opening up on his chest. The true dragon coiled around Li Hao's arms, enhancing his strength. Qi surged within Li Hao's body, and as the power of seven-star lighting was depleted, he used it again immediately. With his current physique, he could use the characteristic of seven-star lighting 3 times in a row without effort. Li Hao's foot gathered the force of heaven and earth, crashing down in suppression. Feng Shanjun's pupils constricted, feeling a sense of death approaching. It roared, flapping its wings, its feathers seeming to melt into bloody fiery light, lunging toward Li Hao. Li Hao felt waves of scorching heat coming from his skin, the first time feeling the sensation of burning. His eyes widened with rage, but he did not dodge. Instead, he activated his supreme body, and his flesh emitted gusts of air, avoiding the high-temperature fiery light. Then, with one sword strike, he cleaved open the fire phoenix's chest to reveal its huge heart. Just as Li Hao was about to extract that heart, Feng Shanjun roared, and behind it, in the void, there seemed to be an ancient cry that resonated. Li Hao's head buzzed, and he felt a sense of dizziness. In this moment of pause, the firebird before him disappeared, turning into a streak of fiery light and fleeing to the distance. Li Hao looked up and locked eyes with Feng Shanjun from afar. However, Feng Shanjun's eyes were about to split with rage. This youth had actually forced out its second chance at defying fate. Its second life was gone. Beside him, Monarch Bai was also in shock. Feng Shanjun was on par with him in terms of realm, but had been forced to use its chance at defying fate. This was definitely not an act of holding back or hiding strength. It was because the youth was too strong, with a terrifying physical divine body, unharmed by the phoenix true fire. 3 immortal realms, how can he be this strong? Could it be that you've been possessed by a saint? Feng Shanjun roared, unable to believe it had been defeated, which was simply unbelievable. Even with the prodigies from the divine general mansion being as common as hair, someone of this caliber was surely unique through the ages. The youth was like a cub of a ferocious beast from the great wilderness heaven, brutal and terrifying. You've never seen it before because you haven't encountered me. Li Hao stepped forward, his eyes cold and sharp, ready to strike his opponent down. Monarch Bai stepped out, taking a deep breath, and said to Feng Shanjun, "Let's join forces. I'm not playing this game anymore." Feng Shanjun felt ashamed and angry. Its second life was gone. Even if it truly fought to serious injury, it had to worry about other demons lurking around. It didn't want to become nourishment for other demons, forging an invincible path for someone else. Monarch Bai's face was gloomy. Was he really going to make this long journey for nothing? Wait. At that moment, a loud cry came from a distance. Feng Shanjun and Monarch Bai looked in that direction, only to see the red-dressed girl flying towards them, with a man and a woman speeding towards them from in front of her. Heaven-devouring demon ancestor. 10,000 caverns ghost mother. Recognizing the pair, Feng Shanjun's eyes sharpened, surprised they had also arrived. Not good. Feng Bopping transmitted a message to Li Hao, "Kid, it's time to go, there are a bit too many demon kings coming." Li Hao paused slightly, looking at the two demons rushing over, his gaze becoming focused before sensing their aura. They did not hide their presence, both being demon kings, but the female's aura seemed weaker, apparently only at the Tao Heart realm. "No worries, Master Feng, you help me deal with one, and if it's 3 I can try." Li Hao transmitted back. At this moment, he had not yet released his full strength and wanted to test his own limits. 3 of them, you sure you can handle it? Even Feng Bopping couldn't help but look at Li Hao in shock. Although he knew that Li Hao had cultivated to the 3 immortal realms and had previously killed a demon king while in the heavenly human realm, facing 3 demon kings alone still seemed too much. But after receiving Li Hao's affirmative response, he took a deep breath, didn't persuade him further and said, "If that's the case, I'll accompany you in this battle." From the divine general mansion of Qingzhou, he had accompanied Li Hao all this way, through wind and snow, without dissuading him, only providing companionship. At this moment, he did not persist further. Because in his eyes, although Li Hao was his junior, he was also a friend. Between friends, there was equal respect. Advice was only meant to be given once, which was a reminder. If he continued to advise, it would be like commanding in the guise of giving reminders. Li Hao stepped forward, bursting with a soaring fighting spirit. He wanted to see his limit. 3 demon kings, though slightly overwhelming, were not necessarily beyond his challenge. "Feng Shanjun, let's attack together, are we to just leave it at this?" The approaching man, engulfed in swirling demonic chi, and with densely packed lumps on his head, looked terrifying. He coldly stared at Li Hao in the distance and said, "A mere 3 immortal, wielding such ferocity, even royals can't achieve this. I heard this kid's mother is from the great wilderness heaven, most likely inheriting some secret technique. We must smother him, otherwise where would we reside in the future?" Chapter 279, Chapter 46, The Infamous Youth, Supplementary Updates 24-25_4. That's right, we came here because we all have a score to settle with the Li family. Such a rare opportunity shouldn't be let go of so easily. The woman beside him had a ghastly pale complexion, emanating an aura of death, and her eyes were of a piercing green. Feng Shanjun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting so many demon kings to have gathered here. Feeling a mix of surprise and regret, he thought to himself that had he known that brat to be so terrifying, he would have waited instead of facing him alone and wasting the precious opportunity to defy fate. But this thought flashed through his mind without lingering, as it was too shameful to consider. As a demon king, not being able to take down this youth on his own was a disgrace. He did not waste any more words and simply gave the command. The heaven-devouring demon ancestor and the 10,000 caverns ghost mother also refrained from idle talk and charged toward Li Hao. Monarch Bai, noting the situation, made a move toward the concealed individuals in the 4 stands realm, pressing them to reveal themselves. Now, with 3 demon kings attacking the youth, unless another being of the 4 stands realm came to his aid, no one could save him. Overwhelming demonic chi obscured the sky as chilling ghostly winds howled. The heaven-devouring demon clan brought forth an ancient bronze mirror, reflecting Li Hao's image, and from the mirror, an identical figure to Li Hao emerged, rushing toward him. Li Hao's hair fluttered wildly as he stepped forth as if ascending the heavens, his presence overwhelming. At this moment, the immortal chi within him erupted with full force, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth, as the powers of all 10 directions converged upon him. Simultaneously, his physical body unlocked the power of the extreme realm, turning his flesh and blood to red gold and his hair transformed to gold, rendering him an imposing golden deity. Majestic and terrifying power surged torrentially from within his body. It wasn't just his power that was rapidly increasing, but also his physical defense and the speed of his thought processes were enhanced in all aspects. Confronting the approaching shadow from the mirror, Li Hao neither dodged nor avoided, but struck out fiercely with his fist. The golden fist seemed to puncture the heavens, and as the shadow raised its sword in fury, a single punch shattered both the sword light and pierced through the phantom. How is this possible? The heaven-devouring demon ancestor was stunned, showing an expression of shock. His ancient treasure was capable of reflecting a demonic body of the same realm as the original, which allowed him to easily suppress those of the same realm, a truly dreadful artifact. Yet, the demonic body it reflected was defeated by a single punch from the youth's true form. He did not realize that while the ancient treasure could reflect a demonic body, it could not mirror the power of the extreme realm. Li Hao at this moment, bolstered by the power of the extreme realm, had his physique enhanced and absorbed power of heaven and earth exponentially, greatly increasing his overall strength. Breaking through the demonic body, Li Hao's arms erupted with divine power, slashing his sword towards the numerous ghostly shadows cast into the void. Yanlua Ghost Sprites, kill! The 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother, with blue veins surfacing on her cheeks as if exerting tremendous effort, unleashed countless ghost shadows from her sleeves, covering heaven and earth as if turning the area into the realm of the dead. These layered ghost shadows could easily drain the power of their enemies under their cover. However, at this moment, a resonant sword light with the roar of a dragon burst forth, leaving the ghostly shadows to howl in anguish under its divine radiance. They were instantly pierced through. A single sword cleared the sky of all the ghostly shadows. No more than this. Li Hao laughed heartily, his sword moving to strike. With a single step, space between heaven and earth compressed beneath his feet as distance instantly shortened. As he approached the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother, a torrent of sword chi slashed out like waves from the sea, emerging from the fabric of the world, then turned into roaring sword dragons. The gathering ghost shadows were annihilated the moment they encountered the sword dragons. Among them, countless sword shadows rained down upon the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother's body. 10 infernal suppressing demon body. The 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother let out a piercing scream, her body expanding with a male-sounding roar, erupting with terrifying might. But as the sword chi relentlessly washed over her, suddenly one strand penetrated her body. The 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother shuddered violently, the roiling ghostly chi stilled for a moment before collapsing entirely. What is this? The 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Li Hao, feeling her life being rapidly drained away, as though something was voraciously absorbing her life force and pulling it toward a distant place. She tried to muster her strength and remove her divine soul from her body, but all her power and divine soul were ensnared by some force, unable to escape. She had the sensation of being devoured by something invisible. Death. She felt the dreadful shadow of death looming over her. In the instant her body seized, the dragon-soar sword in Li Hao's hand had already cleaved down, bisecting her body. The heaven-devouring demon ancestor and Feng Shanjun arrived in time to see, puzzled why she did not evade, then witnessed the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother's cloven body disintegrating and crumbling away, her life force fading swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was utterly extinguished. Dead. This sudden turn of events left both demon kings astounded and wide-eyed, almost unable to believe it. At first contact, this Tao Heart Realm Ghost Mother had been slain by Li Hao. And you too. Li Hao knew that he had triggered that fatal attack. Although the chances were exceedingly slim, the sheer number of sword chi that had washed over the opponent was enough, at least tens of thousands. Had she taken it seriously and countered with an attack to cancel out his, she might have dodged, but choosing to endure with her flesh, she was more susceptible to triggering that effect. Chapter 280, Chapter 47 All demons fear his name. The Demon King has fallen. Watching as Li Hao cleaved the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother's body in half and her breath ceased, Feng Shanjun and the heaven-devouring demon ancestor felt chills throughout their bodies. Especially Feng Shanjun, who now had no second life to spare. The death of the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother was too strange, it could not detect any signs of how Li Hao had dealt a fatal blow. It could not see how at all. Monarch Bai, who was just exchanging blows with Feng bopping from afar, also noticed the shocking change here. His pupils constricted, and his heart was filled with terror. That youth, he actually killed the Demon King. This scene also fell into the eyes of a girl in a red dress from a distance. Her face, originally smiling with cold disdain, now froze in shock before turning to look at Li Hao in horror. How could this 14-year-old boy possess such terrifying abilities? While everyone was still in shock, Li Hao had already charged forward with his sword. He raised his hand and made a slashing motion, as sword chi split like ice fracturing, turning into a roaring tidal wave. It was still the same move as before. But this time, both Feng Shanjun and the heaven-devouring demon ancestor realized the danger and did not dare to receive the attack as easily as the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother had. The attack contained a fearsome killing move that they could not discern yet, they could only avoid getting close. Fire blazed to the heavens as Feng Shanjun waved out a sea of flames, with the phoenix true flame scorching, instantly distorting and reshaping the sword chi tide. At the same time, the heaven-devouring demon ancestor also used its demonic powers, covering the sky with demonic chi like dark clouds, shrouding Li Hao's body. It coiled its body, revealing its true form, a giant snake over 100 zhang long with bulging flesh and scales standing on end like blades. It roared as it spat out a demonic saber. This demonic saber, dark as a black rainbow, contained terrifying martial Tao extreme meaning, leveling the sword chi and cleaving towards Li Hao. Li Hao's eyes burst with divine light as a mouthful of immortal chi was infused into the dragon sword, producing a Milky Way-like sword light, illuminating the void. With a bang, the clash of the divine weapons erupted with a shock that rippled through the area like tidal waves. Li Hao's body shook, and then he soared into the sky, his second sword suppressing the void and generating snowflakes that filled the sky. The heart of the heaven-devouring demon ancestor trembled as Li Hao's strength seemed in no way inferior to its own. It was of the defying fate realm, its chi force had long since transformed into great Tao true force, a mighty power evolved through the condensation of Tao heart. A strand of true force could withstand tens of thousands of chi forces. This was also why the Four Stands realm could easily suppress the three immortals, with a huge disparity in strength, and yet this youth's power seemed not in the least bit inferior. In its annoyance, it manipulated the demonic saber, slashing continuously at Li Hao. Countless saber shadows filled the sky, colliding with countless snowflakes, saber chi flowing like a long river, aiming to swirl Li Hao into it and shred him. Li Hao did not dodge, but instead leapt into the saber light. He executed the dragon cicada void body, his flesh forming a symphony of clinks within the saber light. Countless waves of saber chi slashed at his body, yet they could not harm him in the slightest. His body seemed shrouded in a hazy white light, which was the dragon cicada's golden body, akin to a divine weapon armor. Even the dragon sword could not injure him at this moment. It should be known that after the seventh stage of the physical body path, he had elevated these pinnacle body refinement techniques to even higher levels. Numerous other body refinements had also progressed to high-grade levels, bringing his physical body terrifying tempering and improvement. From the standpoint of mere bodily defense, even the demons and monsters before him were not his equals. With a terrifying body, Li Hao feared nothing, striding toward the heaven-devouring demon ancestor. Every step he took in the void produced booming sounds, like a young fierce beast. The destructive aura of the reincarnation sword's skill concentrated on the sword's edge as it slashed towards the heaven-devouring demon ancestor. The heaven-devouring demon ancestor was shocked. Even a true dragon wouldn't have such frightening defensive power, right? Li Hao advanced, passing through the demonic sky saber light and the true phoenix fire sea, emerging unscathed. It was horrifying. It roared, flicking its tail, viciously striking towards Li Hao. The heaven and earth law manifestation suddenly appeared behind Li Hao, and facing that massive snake tail, the huge manifestation showed no fear, boldly reaching out and fiercely grabbing the tail. The law manifestation seemed to emit a silent roar. Though soundless, a vibrating wave spread out. Li Hao drew on the power of heaven and earth, crazily channeling it into the heaven and earth law manifestation. The golden light burst forth, exerting a force capable of moving mountains and filling seas, and the tail was suddenly swung around. The body of the heaven-devouring demon ancestor was whipped up and smashed into a nearby mountain peak. The heaven and earth law manifestation roared again, dragging its body up and once more brutally smashing it into the ground. The earth shook violently, with dozens of nearby mountains and the land hundreds of miles away trembling with ferocious ripples. This shock, even felt by the demons and monsters floating in the sky, left them all startled and speechless. "How dare you ignore me?" Feng Shanjun let out an enraged roar, charging head-on at Li Hao, igniting his phoenix true blood within. Flames wrapped around his body like divine patterns, akin to a burning meteorite, speeding toward Li Hao in a swift collision. Under the pull of Dao charm, Li Hao sensed the location of its attack, unable to evade. But he had no intention of dodging in the first place. Stepping forward, his fingers tightened into fists as he roared and punched out. This punch combined his understanding of the half-step invincible fist and the heaven and earth penetrating fist into the penetrating invincible fist. The sky was enveloped in flames around the young man, but the flames suddenly exploded. An earth-shaking might of a punch unfurled, accompanied by the lament of a myriad of birds. The fiery silhouette was sent flying backward, vomiting large amounts of golden demonic blood. Li Hao stood arrayed in red gold, like a divinity, towering in midair. Behind him, totems emerged, the shadow of a mountain born from the plate mountain illustration, rendering him unmovable as a pine, unfazed. Chapter 281, Chapter 47 Demons all fear his name _2. All the demons were dumbstruck with shock, intimidated by the unwavering aura of this youth. Elsewhere, the heaven and earth law manifestation continued to drag the heaven-devouring demon ancestor, furiously smashing it into the ground and creating deep trenches as if the earth were cracking open. The nearby mountains were shattered by the impacts, scales on the demon ancestor's head were knocked loose, and its skin was ripped open, flesh bursting forth. It let out a roar of rage and humiliation, suddenly shooting out countless scales from its tail, slicing the palms of the heaven and earth law manifestation, and then with a fierce twist of its tail, broke free. The divine light surged within the heaven and earth law manifestation, healing the rips in its palms. Li Hao watched the demon ancestor struggling to break free and chased after it with his sword drawn. "Bastard, do you really think you are invincible?" The heaven-devouring demon ancestor roared, its majesty as a demon king completely swept away, rage turning its eyes blood red as it charged at Li Hao instead of retreating. As it neared, the ferocity in its eyes became apparent, and it suddenly opened its mouth wide, which, aside from two exceedingly long fangs, contained numerous small sharp teeth. At this moment, it used its most powerful cultivation technique, the heaven-devouring demon skill. Like a vortex, a powerful sucking force suddenly enveloped Li Hao. At such a close distance, it didn't believe that Li Hao could escape. Feng Bopping, who was far away, saw this and his complexion changed drastically. Just as he was about to hurry over, Monarch by suddenly sensed something, roared loudly, and transformed into a white tiger, pouncing at him. Li Hao saw his opponent's gaping maw and, although he had anticipated it, was unable to avoid the enveloping suction force. His eyes cold, he held the dragon sword in his hand, and seeing that trying to pull away was useless, he suddenly accelerated and headed straight into its mouth. In the blink of an eye, Li Hao was swallowed by the heaven-devouring demon ancestor. In its eyes gleamed a bloodthirst. "Boy, even true dragons have been devoured by me, you." Before it could finish speaking, its expression abruptly changed, and then it fiercely opened its mouth, spewing out a mouthful of black demonic blood. At the same time, a whirlpool-like sword chi swept out from inside its body, sending numerous sword chi flying in all directions. One of those sword chi struck through its body and burst out with a strange light. The heaven-devouring demon ancestor was about to struggle and spit out Li Hao, but suddenly, as the eerie sword chi penetrated, its body convulsed as if its spine was being drawn out, shrouded by the shadow of death. No. The heaven-devouring demon ancestor immediately thought of the 10,000 caverns ghost mother who had strangely perished not long ago, its pupils constricting with terror. As it watched its life diminish beyond recovery, it hastily used its defying fate power. Its body split open violently, and from the huge flesh on the back, another demon body emerged, only 30 to 50 feet long, much smaller than the original. The smaller demon body flew out and immediately fled into the distance. Meanwhile, the massive body of the heaven-devouring demon fell straight down. Just before it hit the ground, a dragon roar and a flash of golden light emerged from its spine, soaring to the sky. It was Li Hao, who had been swallowed. Li Hao looked toward the fleeing heaven-devouring demon ancestor. Its energy was feeble, and it seemed its cultivation realm had fallen, making it an excellent opportunity to kill it. Just as he was about to pursue, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness as if something indefinable in the void had briefly disturbed him. When he looked again, he could no longer lock onto the figure of the heaven-devouring demon ancestor. It had vanished without a trace. The remaining demon aura traces also disappeared, seemingly erased by some kind of fate-like power. Li Hao's eyes became somber. This was the power of the defying fate realm. It was far more than simply a second life, it was a guaranteed escape from death. Even in the face of his fatal attributes, it could survive, which was truly terrifying. No wonder those families with a defying fate realm powerhouse can prosper indefinitely. even if they are besieged and assassinated, causing their families to be destroyed. But with defying fate as a safety net, after escaping, one would have antagonized a lurking four-stands realm powerhouse, like a venomous scorpion, a situation no one would want to provoke or confront. Li Hao's gaze withdrew and looked towards the other side at the phoenix. Feng Shanjun, upon seeing the heaven-devouring demon ancestor's body fall, realized something was wrong. At this moment, as Li Hao looked over, it felt a surge of horror and immediately used its fastest movement technique, transforming into a red cloud and swiftly flying away into the distance. As a defying fate realm demon king, having come from far away, it was now fleeing in a panic. With its true phoenix bloodline, it felt indescribably stifled and ashamed, but fear was dominant, the fear of being chased down by Li Hao. Li Hao's movement technique was only at the third stage, and even though the illustrated handbook attributes enhanced his speed, he was still much slower than the fire phoenix. It was too late to catch up on his own. He threw the dragon sword, enshrouding it with the power of item control and adding the hidden bow and flying phase. Properties. The dragon sword turned into a streak of golden light and flew out at extreme speed. The sword slashed towards the body of the fire phoenix. Feng Shanjun sensed the danger and narrowly avoided it, failing to trigger the double assassination property of the hidden bow, only managing to nick the edge of its wings. It was wounded and in pain, feeling both shocked and furious, and released a vast expanse of fiery clouds that enveloped the surroundings, transforming into a domain of a sea of fire. The dragon sword caught up again but was blocked by the sea of fire, its lethality greatly reduced. It kept hacking away, but Feng Shanjun, with its feathers hard as iron, barely resisted, cutting a path 100 miles away, yet it could not be stopped. Li Hao watched as the opponent got away, frowning slightly with some regret. Movement was currently his weak point. It seemed necessary to quickly immerse himself in poetry and books or musical rhythm to reach a state of mind, raise his movement technique to the 4th stage, then add points to reach the 6th stage. Then, together with the illustrated handbook's enhancement, probably few demon kings would be able to outrun him. Li Hao summoned back the dragon sword and turned to attack Monarch Bai, who was entangled with Feng. Monarch Bai was constantly monitoring the situation here, and when the heaven-devouring demon ancestor was forced to use the defying fate opportunity, he paled, realizing that the situation was dire and started to flee. But Feng Bopping responded quickly and tangled with him, blocking his way. Monarch Bai, vexed by Feng Bopping's persistent engagement, let out a roar. It was furious, not expecting that it would be the last one to remain. It let out a tiger's roar, its fierce presence shaking everything around it. Li Hao narrowed his eyes as he watched and suddenly charged forward, all the illustrated handbook attributes embedded in his flesh bursting forth. The Cheongqi Mountains painting, Tiger Press, Blood Sea Fierce Jiao painting. Who the hell are you roaring at? Li Hao roared back, his might shaking the heavens. The combined ferocity of the many illustrated handbooks caused Monarch Bai to falter, feeling a chill in his gut. Back when he faced this young man's father, he had looked down on him, and if not for his wariness of the sword saint from Northern Yen, he would have personally taken the field rather than lying low behind the scenes of the Northern Yen War, merely acting as a commander. Monarch Bai, outraged and seeing the countless streams of sword chi gathering in the sky, felt his anger turn to fear, knowing that faced with a 2-on-1 situation, it was impossible for him to escape unscathed. I will remember you. Monarch Bai gritted his teeth and immediately used the defying fate opportunity. Its body suddenly rushed toward the distance, turning into a streak of white light. Li Hao manipulated countless streams of sword chi to chase and kill, but they all missed. It was as if a certain power was guiding them, causing them to veer off course. The opponent seemed to stand amidst the oncoming torrent of arrows, yet remained unharmed, possessed of an astonishing luck. Feng Bopping saw the opponent forced to use the defying fate opportunity and stopped in his tracks as well. He knew that under normal circumstances, with his heaven and earth law manifestation, there were few in the defying fate realm who could see his movements or catch up to him. But once the opponent used defying fate, he could be as fast as he liked and still would not catch up. Various accidents would occur, leading to the loss of the opponent. If he pushed too hard, provoking a backlash from that power, even some accidents could severely injure him. As Monarch Bai fled, the young girl in the red dress had already taken the lead to retreat. She realized that the plan to besiege the young man was crumbling when she saw the heaven-devouring demon ancestor forced to flee. The battle was over, and the young man's fighting. God ferocity could no longer be blocked. It's terrifying, this young man's physique is comparable to a true dragon. 3 demon kings couldn't besiege him, and he even turned the tables and killed them. The young girl, transformed into a red bird, flew into the distant clouds and away from the battlefield. But the scenes left on the battlefield were branded in her mind like scars, causing her heart to race with fear and shock. Quick, send out the message, everyone clear the way wherever this young man goes. She suddenly snapped back to reality and urgently sent out the message with a mysterious whistle. That young man, unstoppable. Chapter 282, Chapter 48, If you can't beat Li Hao, kill Li Tiangang first. With the Demon King's defeat, those 3 immortal realm demons that had come from far away also recognized the grim situation and prepared to flee. But their speed couldn't compare to the Demon King's. After his failed pursuit of the Demon King, Li Hao immediately infused his immortal power into the dragon sword and went full force after them. With the flying phase complemented by the hidden bow attribute, he also laid many traps around the area. As the 3 immortal realm demons attempted to flee, they ran into these hidden strings and were immediately entangled and strangled, incidentally granting Li Hao a wealth of fishing experience. Spare our lives. The 3 immortal realm great demons trembled and shivered, begging for mercy in front of Li Hao. Li Hao paid them no heed, the dragon sword flew past, piercing through these demons. These great demons had come from thousands of miles away seeking revenge, only to face such an outcome, filled with regret and anger until their deaths. Li Hao controlled the dragon sword, pursuing and slaying all the demons within 100 li, quickly sweeping clean all the living beings visible nearby. Releasing the strings, Li Hao strung the corpses of these demons together. The body of the 10,000 caverns ghost mother, with countless ghoul-like limbs inside it, looked extremely terrifying and was also strung up by the strings. These strings, dragging numerous demon corpses, fluttered like a string of kites along the way, exuding an aura of death. Far away, a bird demon from the Tianji Palace was hidden in the clouds, secretly witnessing this scene and trembling uncontrollably, having never seen such a terrifying spectacle. To the demons, this scene was as if a demon had attacked and killed people from the human race's cities, binding their crushed corpses to his belt in a grisly and horrifying manner. At this moment, in their eyes, Li Hao was such a demon, extremely terrifying. The Demon King couldn't stop him, it's over, we're doomed. The Tianji Palace's bird demon, stricken with horror, quietly transmitted Li Hao's movements. As Li Hao sped along his way, what he saw were empty mountain tops where the demons had long since fled. What, the human race is invading? More like entering, you call this an invasion. He killed the Demon King. Upon hearing the information from the Tianji Palace, the many demons at first looked down upon it, but when they learned that the human had slain the Demon King, they were all shocked and stricken with terror. Some hurriedly packed their belongings and fled, while a few remained half-doubting, depending on their own abilities, hiding nearby in caves, hoping to secretly catch a glimpse of the truth about this member of the human race. But it was this very idea that cost them their lives. In a mountain lake 500 li away, a portly middle-aged man lay in the middle of the lake, surrounded by fish demon beauties, like orioles and swallows, having a joyful time, when suddenly a bird rushed in, speaking anxiously. Paying respects to Lord Abyss Lake. The portly man looked askance, recognizing the bird demon from the Tianji Palace, and nonchalantly said, "What's the matter?" "Lord Abyss Lake, I beg you to leave quickly. A young human is heading this way, slaughtering demons," said the bird urgently. The portly man was stunned, then burst into laughter. "Do you know what you're saying? You want me to leave? That young man just fought with 3 demon kings. Feng Shanjun and the heaven-devouring demon ancestor were defeated, and the 10,000 caverns ghost mother died at his hand. Please, my lord, do not underestimate him," the bird hurriedly said. The smile froze on the portly man's face, and he turned serious. He had heard of the names Feng Shanjun and the heaven-devouring demon ancestor. They were defeated by that human race youth. Who is that? When did the human race have such a young generation? Could it be a disciple of that true immortal? The portly man asked. No, that young man is Marshal Haotian from the Heavenly Gate Pass, from the Li family. The portly man frowned. He knew of the divine general mansion of the Daiyu divine dynasty but had spent many years dominating the demon territories and had not approached that dynasty. He had not paid much attention to it, content to live out his days as a mountain king in comfort. My lord, Please leave quickly to avoid harm, the bird urged. The portly man's expression soured. He had spent thousands of years in this mountain lake, and now he was being driven away by a brash youngster from the human race. Without even seeing his face. Yet he was a demon king. When had he ever lost his dignity like this? Absolutely absurd, he exclaimed furiously. The portly man, despite his anger, knew that the Tianji palace would not provide false information nor dare to deceive him. He took a deep breath and gathered the fish demons around him, saying, "My beloved wives, my children, come with me, we must leave for now." Though they left, using his demon art, he instructed some common small fish demons to stay behind and watch what happened. Then, he took his whole family of demons and flew away from that place. Not long after the portly man had left, Li Hao's figure rushed in. Coming upon a mountain lake, Li Hao's divine soul surged into it and discovered a demon lair built at the lake bottom, ostentatiously luxurious, decorated with many pearls and jewels. In the fault trenches inside and outside the lake were also piles of bones from many demons and the human race. Li Hao snorted coldly, his divine soul transformed into the heaven and earth law manifestation, standing in the lake like a towering giant, stirring the water with his arms and raising thousands of layers high, killing all the small demons and aquatic life within. With his arms, he scooped up the lake water and splashed it around, then brought over 2 large mountains from nearby to fill in the lake, causing the water to spread and irrigate the surroundings, leaving a trail of devastation before continuing forward. As he advanced, he flattened mountains and lakes in his path, leaving behind a terrifying trail of destruction. The earth was scarred, the demon territory laid to waste. Wherever he passed, it was as if iron hooves had trampled, plowing 1,000 miles of wasteland. The number of bird demons in Tianji Palace was limited, so they only reported to the demons of high cultivation levels. Those of lower realms, such as the demons of the heavenly human realm, didn't even have time to be notified, while the smaller demon clans were simply overlooked. And these demon clans, still basking in comfort and pleasure, saw a youth galloping towards them from the horizon. Behind the youth was a kite-like string of countless demon corpses, densely packed and terrifying to behold. When these demons realized what was happening, it was already too late to flee. They were pierced by the sword qi that Li Hao pressed out with a single finger, leaving corpses strewn everywhere. A great number of demons perished or escaped, fleeing elsewhere. As Li Hao continued to press forward, the bird demons of the Tianji Palace realized that his area of clearance was not aimless but radiated in a fan shape from the foundation of Heavenly Gate Pass, extending widely sideways, and the youth did not progress further there. "He's clearing out the demons' territories outside Heavenly Gate Pass." The bird demons of Tianji Palace quickly grasped the thoughts of this youth but were both shocked and fearful in their hearts. Although it was just clearing the region reflected by Heavenly Gate Pass, the scope of the cleanup was too deep, extending 4,000 to 5,000 miles from Heavenly Gate Pass. Li Hao had already driven away 3 demon kings along his path and destroyed their lairs. These demon kings, upon receiving the information from Tianji Palace, could only suppress their anger and temporarily leave their dens, planning to return and inspect the damage later. The clamorous disturbance here also reached even further away. The 3 major demon forces gathered outside Liangzhou received the reports from Tianji Palace. Tianji Palace in Liangzhou was short of members, so the main hall of Tianji Palace dispatched an additional batch and divided it into 3 branches, specifically to stay outside Heavenly Gate Pass to monitor the situation there. Such treatment was second only to that of the headquarters of the 5 great divine general mansions. That youth can actually kill demon kings now. How old is he? Isn't he just 14 years old? Wasn't he just entering the heavenly human realm in Qingzhou? How did he become capable of killing demon kings in the blink of an eye? The Liangzhou branches of the 3 major demon forces were shocked upon receiving the news. However, when they learned that the youth was only clearing the area outside Heavenly Gate Pass, they breathed a sigh of relief. They then recalled the youth and his father's deeds in the great battle in Qingzhou. Maybe the news is true, otherwise, the Li family wouldn't need to concoct any schemes, letting such a scandal splatter onto themselves. If this youth is really just abiding by the agreement, then our attack on Liangzhou shouldn't have much impact on him. Why not? Let's start from the east side of Liangzhou. If we can't defeat the small ones, let's kill his father first. Good idea. I've also had enough of Li Tiangang. He was as stubborn as a lump of dog shit in Yanzhou, causing us heavy losses. The 3 major demon forces were secretly discussing. Our Dragon Gate's Grand Elder will not leave seclusion until a year later, so let's wait and see then. First, let's confuse them with a feigned attack, making them think we're just trying to draw their attention and not actually planning a real assault. The three forces were discussing their plans. Meanwhile, Feng Shanjun and the heaven-devouring demon ancestor, who had previously fled, were severely injured. The heaven-devouring demon ancestor, though having survived, was greatly weakened and stripped of most of its power during the escape from death, plunging its cultivation level down to the 3 immortal realms. It would need some time to accumulate power in order to return to the Demon King status. It desired revenge but had to bide its time. As for Feng Shanjun, after escaping, it was only wounded and would recover after a period of convalescence. Hearing about the gathering of demons in Liangzhou, it immediately rushed over, hoping to gain information and possibly leverage the power of these demons for revenge. Li Hao pushed forward relentlessly, slaying countless demons, and sat atop a hill surrounded by remains. Gazing at the stars and moon above, Li Hao knew it was time to head back. Having cleared such a great distance, it was about time. After resting for a night, Li Hao dragged back numerous demon corpses the next day, making his way back. On his way back, he selected and brought back some of the higher cultivation level demon corpses from those he had previously slain. As Li Hao returned, the bird demons of Tianji Palace who had been stealthily tailing him were suddenly overjoyed and immediately notified the escaped demon kings and great demons that the scourge was finally gone. These demons felt both aggrieved and relieved, and they hurried back to their dens. However, when they arrived at their territories, they found their lands were devastated and no longer suitable for habitation. The Abyss Lake Demon King returned to his mountains and lakes, and although frustrated, he thought he could bear it. But upon seeing that 2 mountains had filled in his lake and that all the lesser demons had died tragically, he nearly vomited blood from rage. Arg, I will have my revenge. The Abyss Lake Demon King roared in fury. The other 2 demon kings with similar sentiments did the same. Containing their towering rage, they obtained information from Tianji Palace and headed to join the 3 major demon forces on the borders of Liangzhou, willing to temporarily pledge their allegiance. Chapter 283, Chapter 49 I will come down the mountain. The arrays atop the city walls had been fully constructed, with troops of the Bloodsha army and voluntary martial artists patrolling for any signs of demon activity. Clad in bright crimson armor, Li Hongzhuang ascended the city walls, her gaze reaching out to the horizon beyond the pass, her eyebrows tightly furrowed. It has been 2 days, why hasn't this child returned? Worry filled her heart. Although those 3 demon kings were wanted by the Monster Suppression Department and most likely had fled their lairs, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be lurking nearby, possibly crossing paths with Li Hao. They shared deep enmity, and outside the pass lay the demon's domain, perilous in the extreme. Li Yi. After contemplating for a long time, Li Hongzhuang suddenly spoke up, calling over a deputy. She planned to dispatch a squad of elite warriors to scout the 3 demon kings' lair. A middle-aged deputy general walked toward her upon hearing her summons, but all at once, cries of alarm rose in the distance. The deputy and Li Hongzhuang, as though by reflex, tensed up and turned toward the source of the commotion, and then followed the gaze of the soldiers on the wall to look eastward, outside the pass. There, against the azure sky, a black dot appeared, expanding gradually, like a floating hill approaching swiftly. A demon attack. Li Hongzhuang's complexion shifted subtly, and she took a few steps forward, her hand resting on the parapet as she peered intently into the distance. When her gaze focused and she made out the shape of the approaching shadow, her stern expression froze in place. How air? Li Hao soared toward the interior of the pass, trailing behind him the entangled and dragged bodies of numerous demon corpses, like kites swaying just below him, the fishing lines taut. Seeing the walls of Kanjia City, Li Hao felt a sense of long absence and hastened his flight. As Li Hao entered the pass, all the soldiers on the walls also saw the frightening sight, shaking with alarm, and they couldn't help but burst out in astonished cries. It's Marshal Haotian. Are these all demons slain by the Marshal? My heavens, all these demons are from the 3 immortal realms, and there are so many. The soldiers of the Bloodsha army were somewhat restrained, but the martial artists who had come to reinforce were unceasing with their exclamations. Great demons from the 3 immortal realms were a rare sight even on a normal day, formidable beings that could dominate a region spanning hundreds or even thousands of miles, extremely uncommon. Yet now, they hung like a net full of fish caught midair, all felled by Li Hao's fishing. Upon Li Hao's return, the entire city received the news, and when they heard that Li Hao had slain numerous great demons, everyone excitedly rushed to see. Li Hao returned to the city, laying the corpses of the demons on the ground that had previously held the Black Bird Demon King's body, and when he saw Li Hongzhuang rushing over, he smiled and said to her, "Help me look after these, and later, when I have some time, let's have a feast for everyone." Li Hongzhuang was stunned for a moment, then puzzledly said, "Did you hunt all these? How far did you go?" "Not that far, just strolled around outside." Li Hao answered nonchalantly. Li Hongzhuang looked at him skeptically. One couldn't encounter so many great demons without going not that far. She suspected that Li Hao had gone beyond the lair of those 3 demon kings, 1,000 miles away, to much farther places. "Did you visit the lair of those 3 demon kings? Is it already empty?" she asked. Li Hao nodded. "They've all fled." Li Hongzhuang sighed with relief and said, "It's good that they've run. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. With your exceptional talent, why risk yourself now? After 10 years of hard cultivation, you'll most likely step into the 4 stands realm. It's not too late to adventure then." She was full of confidence in Li Hao. To enter the 4 stands realm 10 years later, Li Hao would only be 24, still far ahead and breaking records. After all, for most people to reach the 3 immortal realms by the age of 24 would leave them grinning ear to ear, considered a top-tier genius. She had only recently found out that Li Hao's father, her own 7th brother, was also extremely talented, having entered the immortal realm at the age of 23. Therefore, to step into the 4 stands realm at 24 would be astonishing. When Li Hao heard her words, he couldn't help but give her an odd look. Was this little ant cursing him? Entering the 4 stands realm only after 10 years, what a vicious curse. "I'm a bit tired, I'll go rest now." Li Hongzhuang caught on and, noticing Li Hao's tattered clothes, her expression changed as she asked, "Are your injuries severe?" "Quite severe." Li Hao replied, "I need to get a good sleep for a couple of days." Bidding farewell to Li Hongzhuang, Li Hao returned to the wicker-fenced courtyard and immediately noticed that something had changed in Ren Qianqian, who came to greet him. Her aura seemed transformed, and there was a kind of divine light contained within her. "Have you entered the divine travel realm?" Ren Qianqian was a year younger than him, only 13 now. Stepping into the divine travel realm at her age was quite a good pace for her cultivation progress. The vast majority of 9th grade martial talents, even after joining major forces, would only reach the divine travel realm at 14, and at 15 or 16, they'd achieve more. After that, it all depended on innate talent. Those with high comprehension might step into the heavenly human realm at 18 or 19, maintaining their breakneck speed through the realms and could be hailed as geniuses. Those with lesser talents might need to reach their 20s or 30s, and others, perhaps in their 40s or 50s. "Young master, you're not hurt, are you?" Ren Qianqian's voice was low and full of surprise as she looked at Li Hao's ragged clothing, her eyes brimming with distress and urgency. Li Hao chuckled, handing her the sword. "It's just a minor wound, already healed. Just find me a new set of clothes." Accepting the dragon sword from him, Ren Qianqian, reassured by Li Hao's words and seeing no wounds on his exposed body, finally felt relieved and said, "I'll go find some for you." Then she ran back to the room in the courtyard with the sword in her arms. Li Hao went to the tea room in the courtyard, picked up the teapot and shook it, finding it had water, and drank directly from the spout. After 2 days of relentless battle, he felt quite thirsty. Before long, Ren Qianqian came running back with new clothes. Li Hao took them and then went to bathe. After washing himself from head to toe and rinsing the blood from his hair, he put on the new clothes and emerged fresh and clean. The little white fox was waiting outside the door. Li Hao bent down to pick it up and rubbed its fluffy head. Then he went back to the tea room, brewed a full pot of hot tea and said with a smile, "Feng, care for some?" "No need for me, there's too many prying eyes in the city right now." Feng's voice floated into his ears. Li Hao's smile slightly faded, but after a moment of silence, he picked up the teapot and the tea table, told Ren Qianqian and the little white fox to go about their business in the courtyard, and then took to the skies, landing on a hilltop not far outside the city. There's no one around now. Li Hao set the tea table, personally brewed the tea, and gestured for his guest to sit. "You, lad." Feng Bopping appeared, drifting like a breeze across, and sat opposite him at the table. "I certainly don't need your tea," said Feng bopping, but he still lifted the cup, drained it in one gulp, his face beaming with smiles and contentment. "But I do." Then he also filled his own cup, sitting atop the hill with the cold wind blowing, yet his supreme body automatically isolated it so that not a bit could penetrate. His true energy enshrouded the teapot, keeping the tea from cooling too fast. "Spring will soon be here." Feng bopping gazed out at the expanse of sky and earth, took a deep breath, the warmth of the tea steaming from his mouth. With the great battle over, they both had a rare moment of relaxation, drinking together in peace and tranquility. When the teapot was empty, Li Hao stood up, bid farewell to Feng, and returned to the wicker-fenced courtyard. After practicing her sword for a while, Ren Qianqian saw Li Hao come back and quickly ran over, asking, "Young master, did you go far these past 2 days?" "Not too far, just a few thousand miles," Li Hao said with a smile, hugging the little white fox that jumped into his arms, but noticing the dim red in its eyes was receding, and it seemed a bit livelier than before. Ren Qianqian was taken aback and then said with a hint of melancholy, "Young master, you have already climbed to the peak. When will I be able to catch up with your pace?" Her cultivation was quick, yet compared to Li Hao, there was a vast gap. She feared she would become more distant from him and participate less in his undertakings as time passed. "No need to catch up," Li Hao said with a smile, "I will come down the mountain to see you." Ren Qianqian paused briefly, then looked up at Li Hao, her eyes sparkling. Soon after Li Hao's return, numerous martial artists arrived at the wicker-fenced courtyard, voices chattering. Li Hao learned they wanted to serve, to join the army. But they didn't want to join Li Hongzhuang's bloodshed army, instead, they wished to serve under Li Hao's command. Li Hao did not resist this. The emperor had bestowed upon him the right to recruit soldiers, albeit on a limited scale. To accommodate these coming warriors, however, was well within his means. After all, only 1,000 or 2,000 warriors wished to stay, and of them, merely 700 or 800 were willing to serve under him. Li Hao promptly pulled up a stool in the wicker-fenced courtyard. He tasked Ren Qianqian with the registration while he had the warriors demonstrate their talents one by one. Based on their cultivation realms and other skills, he assigned different positions. Some were suited for reconnaissance, others for spearheading charges, and some for joining the cooking squadron to assist him. The days passed in these quiet, cheerful moments. Chapter 284, Chapter 50 Demons Visit. Liangzhou Western Frontier. On the towering city walls, 100 feet high, soldiers clad in dark armor stood in ranks, on strict guard. Inside the city, numerous large-scale war machines were being assembled, as well as massive dragons, elephants, and flood dragons pulling war carriages as big as small buildings from within the territory, filled with arrows, weapons, and provisions. In the barracks, everyone had their duties from patrolling to standing watch. War eagles continually returned to the camp from beyond the borders, bringing back the intelligence they had gathered. Strange, these demons have gone quiet. In the camp, Li Xuanli sat in his commander's seat, frowning in thought. The intelligence had detected a group of demons 800 li away, retreating towards the east. This group of demons had been circling the western frontier for a long time, launching occasional attacks. Among them lurked 3 great demons. Of the 3 immortal realms, acting as if they intentionally provoked them, trying to lure them over the defense line in pursuit, but he wasn't fooled. Now, these demons had chosen to retreat, which seemed abrupt. Taking other intelligence into account, could the attacks by demons beyond the Liangzhou territory really be a feint? Was their purpose to tie down the military strength of the Li family? Dad. A figure ran into the military tent. It was Li Wushuang. Seeing his precious daughter, Li Xuanli's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and he chuckled lightly. "I heard that earlier, outside the defense line, you led a team and slaughtered a group of demons. How did it feel?" At the mention of this, Li Wushuang replied irritably, "They were just a bunch of minor demons." Li Xuanli chuckled inwardly. He wouldn't have let you engage if he hadn't known they were minor demons. Even though they were minor demons, you should not pursue them too deeply. You must understand that in the army, military law is as immovable as a mountain. These cunning demons are beyond your imagination, especially those attacking the border, all controlled by military strategists. You must treat them as sly and cunning ghosts, Li Xuanli instructed. Li Wushuang said, "That's what I came to talk to you about. I got intel from the mouth of one of the minor demons. They are feigning an attack, but in reality, they have already retreated. Li Xuanli raised an eyebrow and asked, "How exactly did you get that minor demon to confess?" "I've been to the torture chamber before, and I learned a few things," Li Wushuang replied. Li Xuanli fell silent, letting out a wry smile. "What is a girl like you doing in a torture chamber, such a dirty and chaotic place? Nevertheless, this matter still needs to be deliberated. I will investigate further." More investigation. Li Wushuang was surprised. "Of course," Li Xuanli said irritably. "The group of minor demons you were sent to kill was at most in the divine travel realm. How could such low-level demons possibly know anything about battle plans? They're cannon fodder in an actual fight, unless what they know was intended to be known by them from those great demons." Li Wushuang was taken aback. "Dad, are you saying this is a trap within a trap?" Li Xuanli nodded slightly, "But it's also possible I'm just overthinking it. Either way, I will investigate further. You just go and rest easy." Seeing this, Li Wushuang could only nod and leave. After she left, Li Xuanli's expression turned serious. He pondered for a moment before summoning his personal aide, instructing him to write 2 letters. One was to be sent to Qingzhou, insisting that they must guard against demon activities in their area. The other was destined for Li Tiangang in the eastern frontier. If these demons are a decoy, the target must be Qingzhou. If it's a genuine attack, this retreat could be a feint to strike the eastern frontier. I wonder how Tiangang is faring. His gaze flickered, and suddenly, another thought crossed his mind, prompting him to have the aide write another letter, to be sent to Heavenly Gate Pass. That lad, even though he has just repelled 3 demon kings, those demon kings harbor resentment, and are likely to unleash their fury on Liangzhou. They might even collude with other demon kings to attack Heavenly Gate Pass. Now that Dragon Source Trail has been revealed, the Holy Palace, holding an old grudge against the Li family, might send people as well. I must warn him to be careful. Liangzhou, Eastern Frontier War Front. The black stone Great Wall stretched endlessly, completely covering the war front. 600 li outside the city, 2 figures swooped down with their auras concealed. One of them was clad in a luxurious robe of red gold, with a face fair as jade, handsome and sumptuous. The other was dressed in a black robe, with a cap covering his entire body, shrouded in shadows. That's the place guarded by Li Tiangang up ahead. The man in the black robe spoke in a deep voice, "Feng Shan Jun, I know you want revenge, but even if you charge in now, you might not be able to kill Li Tiangang. This border is protected by arrays, and with our strength, we cannot easily break through. On the contrary, attacking now would alert them, the equivalent of disturbing the grass to alert the snake." The man in the red gold robe, none other than Feng Shan Jun, who had barely escaped with his life from Li Hao. His eyes flamed with golden fire as he gazed through the void at the military camp within the defense line, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "I'm aware. I've promised not to act rashly and jeopardize your plans." At these words, the man in the black robe slightly relaxed, smiling. "Feng Shan Jun, there's no need to be hasty. A year from now, when our clan's elder emerges, we will certainly trample Liangzhou, and we can take that opportunity to deal with that brat for you." Feng Shan Jun replied coldly, "Dealing with that brat is one thing, Li Tiangang must be left for me to torment to death with my own hands." "No problem." The man in the black robe agreed readily with a smile. Feng Shan Jun deeply looked at the distant defense lines, feeling a surge of anger in his heart, but he still restrained himself. There was the Li family's army, they surely couldn't breach the formation and achieve victory in such a short amount of time. 700 people were willing to enlist in the army to defend Kanjia City, to protect this pass. Li Hao incorporated them into the ranks, registered them, and handed over the household registries to the governor of the Liangzhou military department, the 5th uncle, Li Xuanli. He was entrusted with the defense of Liangzhou and also took over as the governor of its military department, with the authority to deploy troops from different cities within the Liangzhou territory, including the city guards. Under his command, they were to obey unconditionally. This register needed to be entered and reviewed by him, otherwise, if these soldiers died in battle and Li Hao didn't step in, there would be no one to collect their remains or erect monuments in their honor. They would only be considered as martial artists who died in battle, solitary ghosts. Not long after returning, Li Hao received the Star Bureau official, an elderly man. Accompanied by him, Li Hao started to test the array protecting Kanjia City. Being a frontier city, the level of its array was the 5 mysterious star formation, which sealed the fighting spirits of 5 great demons at the peak of the 3 immortals' peak, amplified by the power of the heavens and earth stars, barely able to match the fighting strength of 2 demon kings from the Tao Heart realm. Defending against an attack from a single demon king was not an issue, they could at least hold out for half a day. Furthermore, all the soldiers in the city could channel their strength into the array to amplify the power of the fighting spirits further. They could also borrow strength from the array to enhance their own abilities, significantly increasing the commanding officer's fighting power. Please, Commander, conduct the inspection. As the array was activated, Li Hao saw the shadowy outlines of 5 great demons fighting spirits emerge in various parts of the city, at the 4 city walls and the city center. These fighting spirits were the consumables of the array and the accumulation of the royal family's battle achievements over hundreds of years. Li Hao flew out of the city and saw the entire city covered by the array. From any point of attack, the 5 demons could use the power of the array to instantly reach a location and launch an attack simultaneously. Then I'll just give it a simple try. Whether the array had any flaws would depend on whether the fighting spirits could exercise their corresponding combat power. Li Hao didn't use the dragon sword but instead threw a punch with his bare hand. The power of the punch drew from the surrounding heavens and earth, forming a gigantic fist imprint that pressed down mightily. At the city walls, everyone initially had faces full of excitement and anticipation, but as the punch continued to expand, their expressions turned solemn and tense. The 5 demons roared and charged forward. Yet, under the suppression of the punch, the mighty demons appeared like tiny insects against a mountain. Unable to halt the punch's momentum, they were pushed back step by step. Boom, boom, boom. All 5 demon fighting spirits crashed against the array's golden shield, causing ripples to undulate like wavy light, making the array's color appear much fainter. Li Hao quickly retracted his power and flew back. The Star Bureau official stared blankly at Li Hao before he finally reacted and asked, "Commander, did you use your full strength?" "No." Li Hao shook his head. It was just a casual punch, using only 30% of his strength. The Star Bureau official was slightly stunned, then furrowed his brow, looked around at the array patterns on the city walls, and murmured, "That shouldn't be." Li Hao also felt that the 5 great demons shouldn't be so weak. He immediately comforted the old man, "Senior, no need to rush. Take your time and check again. Maybe there's a small issue somewhere." The Star Bureau official pondered and agreed. Even though Li Hao's attack was intimidating and powerful, he felt that even if Li Hao had reached the 4 stands realm, he shouldn't have been able to suppress the 5 demons so easily. There must have been an issue with the transmission of power in the array. "Apologies for the trouble, Commander. I will investigate further," he said. Xia Xianglan suddenly felt guilty. Was it the secret pattern she had engraved earlier that caused the problem? After bidding farewell to the Star Bureau official, Li Hao found the martial artists who had recently enlisted and instructed them to purchase a batch of cloth to make military flags. The more, the better. The next day, Li Hao received a message from the governor of the Liangzhou military department. The 700 recruits had passed their enrollment. Additionally, he received a letter from the 5th uncle filled with concern, cautioning him to be very careful of the Demon King's retaliation. Li Hao sighed and put away the letter, asking Ren Qianqian to place it in the wooden box in his room. That afternoon, a bird demon arrived in front of the pass, requesting to see Li Hao from the guards. A visit from demons was something Li Hao hadn't expected, and he immediately called for an audience. The bird demon transformed into the likeness of a 7 or 8-year-old child, dressed in plain orange clothes. As the soldiers led the child into the bamboo-fenced courtyard, the child glimpsed a young girl practicing swordplay and a boy casually sketching on the opposite bench. At the boy's feet, a little white fox lay lazily, glancing at him. The boy flinched inwardly at the sight and approached Li Hao with a nervous expression. "Come, Commander." From Tianji Palace. Li Hao continued sketching the ghastly corpse in the distance, gathering painting experience. Without turning his head, he simply replied. With his divine soul seated high in the sky and overseeing the surroundings, Li Hao could see the ghastly bloated body of the ghost mother from beyond the courtyard's fence. Chapter 285, Chapter 51, Setting a Banner 5,000 Miles Away. Seeing his identity revealed by a mere glance from Li Hao, the boy's expression slightly changed. He quietly observed the calm and gentle-looking youth, finding it hard to connect him with the fierce figure he had seen outside the pass. But he knew that with the slightest carelessness, he would lose his life. I pay my respects to the junior general. He respectfully saluted, then said somewhat nervously. Sir, I was sent here because, when you were sweeping the area outside of the pass, you destroyed the palaces of 3 demon kings, and they had us from Tianji Palace come to ask, how does the junior general plan to compensate? Compensate? Li Hao looked at him with some surprise. What kind of compensation do they want? They hope that you will apologize and promise not to invade again, so as to avoid any interference with each other. That way, they too can assure that Heavenly Gate Pass will remain peaceful, allowing you to successfully hold it for 3 years, the boy said respectfully, yet his voice trembled slightly. Li Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and chuckled. They even know I'll be stationed here for 3 years. It seems you know quite a bit about me. Well then, tell them that the compensation is right here. They can have whatever they want, but they must come and get it themselves. The boy looked troubled and said, Junior General, we're here to negotiate. Please don't get angry. You can't possibly stay at Heavenly Gate Pass forever. I advise you to think it over. Li Hao looked at him, his gaze suddenly intense as if it contained the weight of 10,000 caddies, pressing down on the boy, scaring him so much that feathers appeared on his skin, nearly revealing his true form. And his body, too, bent down and knelt on the ground. Junior General, please spare my life. Junior General, please spare my life. The boy's protruding bird beak frantically pleaded. Li Hao's gaze withdrew, and he said indifferently, I've said what I needed to. If they want compensation, let them come here themselves. Hiding and still expecting compensation, did your Tianji Palace not tell them how I flattened their territories? The boy nervously said, we told them, but they are very angry. Li Hao interrupted him, could it be that the real purpose of your visit is to test my patience, or something else? The boy's heart suddenly constricted, scared out of his wits, but he managed a forced smile on his face and said, how could that be? Although Tianji Palace is a demon force, we never participate in wars and have some cooperation with the human race. We are only here to pass on a message. Oh, then tell me who you have cooperated with among the human race. That, I do not know. My cultivation level is too low, the boy trembled. Tired of playing along with such a minor character, Li Hao said coldly, get lost. Yes, thank you for sparing my life, Junior General. Feeling the pressure on his body dissipate like a piercing chill, the boy quickly scrambled up, ready to leave. Wait a moment. Li Hao stopped him with a cold voice, just like that, leaving empty-handed. Qianqian, give him my military flag. Ren Qianqian was listening intently on the side, and upon hearing this, she was startled but quickly reacted, pulling out a military flag from the side of the courtyard and tossing it to the bird demon boy. The bird demon boy caught it, looking at Li Hao nervously and confusedly. Take my military flag, go back to your demon territory, and plant my flag on the mountaintop where I last traveled. Tianji Palace should know which mountaintop that is, right? Li Hao's eyes were cold and piercing as he stared at the boy who was a bird demon. Next time I patrol, if I see my flag has fallen or is damaged, I will once again sweep through everything outside the pass and will increase the range. Furthermore, Tianji Palace should be more careful when you see me in the future. Feeling the undisguised killing intent from Li Hao, the bird demon boy was stunned and trembling all over. A demon, helping this young man plant a military flag. And it could not fall or be damaged. You should know that the distance Li Hao had previously pushed through was 5,000 li outside the gate, which was deep in demon territory. Now, this young man was going to have his military flag stand under the eyes of all those demons. It was a blatant humiliation and deterrence. Domineering, brazen, and arrogant. At this moment, in the boy's eyes, the previously amiable and gentle youth had long disappeared, to be replaced by a sovereign fighting god who looked down upon all, making people bow in trepidation. I understand. After the shock. The bird demon boy tremblingly agreed. He knew the only reason he could walk out of here alive was to do this task for Li Hao. Otherwise, he would never be able to leave this courtyard. When the bird demon boy left shakily, Ren Qianqian approached with an astonished expression and said, Young master, when you went outside the pass, you flattened the demon king's lairs. Li Hao nodded slightly, and seeing her astonished expression, he smiled and said, practice your sword well, and in the future, you can too. Ren Qianqian's heart skipped a beat and she smiled wryly to herself. Her pursuit had only been to surpass a grandmaster. Demon kings, they are beings of the four stands realm. Nevertheless, Li Hao's words seemed to open a much broader door for her heart, and her eyes sparkled with increased motivation for cultivation. As she turned, eager to practice her sword, Li Hao called her back and asked her to bring some stationery because he wanted to write a letter. Ren Qianqian obediently went to find paper in the room, puzzled. "Young master, who is this letter for?" "To Liangzhou Military Department," Li Hao said. "Ah." Ren Qianqian was confused. Li Hao didn't seem to have a close relationship with them. "This demon from Tianji Palace came here, it must be a test for me," Li Hao said as he wrote the letter. "These demons' kings asking for compensation. If their intelligence was accurate, they wouldn't dare to mention it, let alone threaten me. I think this bird demon came here to test my limits, or whether I would actually be stationed here for 3 years." Chapter 286, Chapter 51 Setting the Flag 5000 Li_2. Combining the military report previously sent by Fifth Uncle with his own caution, Li Hao had some speculations in his heart. Maybe it was just his own overthinking, but it was always better to be on guard. Ren Qianqian's eyes widened slightly. The amount of information in Li Hao's words was quite substantial, and she had some difficulty digesting it all at once. She only caught one point, that the Demon King didn't even have the guts to offer any compensation when facing Li Hao. What on earth had Li Hao done outside that pass? Soon, Li Hao finished writing the letter and handed it to Ren Qianqian, instructing her to deliver it to Li Hongzhuang to be sent to Fifth Uncle, Li Xuanli. Having done all this, Li Hao withdrew his thoughts and resumed painting. The boy bird demon, under the watchful eyes of many martial artists and soldiers, flew out of the new city at the frontier pass, trembling with trepidation, then shot straight up into the sky. After entering the clouds, he began to accelerate until he was 700 or 800 miles away before he slowed down slightly. A few birds were waiting in the clouds ahead as he approached them. "Why did you even steal a military flag to bring back?" One of the red birds transformed into the figure of a girl in a red dress. Recognizing the military flag in the boy bird demon's hand as Li Hao's banner, she couldn't help but speak with an incredulous tone. The boy bird demon almost choked upon hearing this. "Steal? Did I eat too much and decide to steal that guy's military flag?" "Protector, I didn't steal it, that kid forced it into my hands," the boy bird demon explained, referring to the young man simply as kid. The girl in the red dress looked puzzled and asked, "Why would he give you his military flag?" "He asked me to plant it on a mountain he's flattened. And the flag must not be damaged, otherwise he said he'd trouble our Tianji Palace again and carry out another massacre beyond the pass," the boy bird demon said indignantly. The girl in the red dress and the 3 birds beside her were astonished. Wasn't that a bit too overbearing? What about the task he entrusted you with? How did the probing go? As the girl in the red dress glanced toward Heavenly Gate Pass, she inquired further. "That kid is too shrewd. I only mentioned it slightly and nearly got caught by him." The boy bird demon recalled the prior events with a hint of trepidation in his voice, saying, from what he implied, he really isn't planning to leave Heavenly Gate Pass, that agreement is real. The girl in the red dress furrowed her brows and asked him to recount the events carefully. After listening, her frown deepened further. "This young man is indeed a great concern for us. It's time to inform Longman and Shenggong. Such a hidden danger, if not eliminated, could lead to endless troubles in the future." The boy bird demon nodded in agreement. "But judging by the situation, he probably won't leave Heavenly Gate Pass easily to take part in the war in Liangzhou. When that elder of Longman is out, we can just take care of him then," the girl in the red dress said, glancing at the military flag in his hand and instructed, "Let's go, plant this flag," as if sealing off a mountain for him. "Just send a message to the surrounding demons to stay clear of that mountain for now, let's avoid the sharp edge for the time being." The several birds immediately flew off to even farther distances. Liangzhou, Western Region. A blood eagle flew into the military camp and landed on the arm of a deputy general's retainer, who retrieved an oil paper-wrapped letter the eagle spit out and swiftly handed it to Li Xuanli inside the tent. "A letter from my sister." Li Xuanli, upon hearing the deputy general's retainer's report, was somewhat surprised. He'd only just sent a letter to Heavenly Gate Pass and had already received a reply. Now was a delicate period. Frequent correspondence was not a good thing, as it was easy for messages to be intercepted. He hastily opened the envelope and skimmed through the letter. His expression soon turned grave. "Demons intend to attack Liangzhou. How did Hao Er find out?" Li Xuanli was surprised that the letter was actually from the young man, and while he felt astonished, he was also somewhat incredulous. The letter did not explain the reasons, only mentioned his guess and asked him to pay attention to the movements of the demons. Considering the previous retreat of the demons outside the borders, a chill ran through Li Xuanli's heart. Could it be that the withdrawal of the demons was just a feint and they never really intended to leave Liangzhou? He put away the letter, immediately summoned his deputy general's retainer, and strictly ordered them to closely monitor every blade of grass and tree beyond the pass. He tasked the original scouting teams to search even further afield. Shortly after the boy bird demon left, Li Hao set off once again for the territory beyond the pass. Upon cleaning up areas where demons had roamed anew after his last patrol, like mushrooms after the rain, they were easily dealt with. Reaching the furthest mountain top, Li Hao saw the military flag he had planted. There were no demons in sight, as if the area was sealed off. Spotting secret bird watchers, Li Hao was satisfied and proceeded to patrol from east to west. Everywhere he went, Tianji Palace seemed to be facing a formidable enemy, hurriedly signaling the demons in all areas to take urgent precautions. The demons fled in panic from their not yet fully established lairs, only to slowly return after the young men flew past. Yet, this harrowing existence had grown wearisome for some demons, who could no longer endure it and chose to move away from this place in search of other lands. Even if it meant squeezing into territories already ruled over by other great demons, it was better than living in such unrest. Once peace returned beyond the pass, Li Hao summoned his warriors and instructed them to use their connections to spread word. They were to seek out masters skilled in the art of painting and chess tao, inviting them as guests to Kanjia City. During this period, Li Hao dissected the corpse of the ghost woman, along with other great demons, cooking them daily to prepare meals for the group. His experience in cooking soared, reaching 7th stage. Now, a full 500,000 points were needed to level up to stage 8. A single great demon from the Four Stands realm could provide a massive 30 or 40,000 experience points, which for the original 100,000 experience bar, was nearly half full per demon. Chapter 287, Chapter 51 Setting the Flag 5000 Li_3. But now, it was less than 1/10 of that. Even including all the great demons that were resolved by cooking, it only amounted to just over 70,000 experience points. Fortunately, sketching the bodies of these demons allowed Li Hao's painting experience to reach the bottleneck of the 6th stage, and with spiritual awakening in painting, he could be promoted to the 7th stage. But before that, Li Hao planned to seek an art form to solidify hard entry first, shattering the shackles of the 3rd stage in movement technique. That way, he could directly invest points into the 6th stage, drastically increasing his movement technique to the point where even some great demon kings of the Four Stands realm might not be able to escape from his grasp. Li Hao sent various materials for artifact refining, extracted from the bodies of the demons, along with the dragon sword, to the 10,000 artifacts tower, leaving his signature. For a second refurbishing. The 10,000 artifacts tower, being a semi-official power, and Li Hao being a young general at the frontier pass, wouldn't dare to embezzle his possessions. The array set up by the elderly Star Bureau official was tested by Li Hao 2 more times, and each time he effortlessly suppressed those 5 great demons. The Star Bureau official and his students checked repeatedly but couldn't find any issue. It was not until Li Hongzhuang, the 3 Immortals' peak general, was proposed to test the array, that they finally realized the problem was with Li Hao, not the array. Outside the array, Li Hongzhuang was beaten black and blue by the 5 great demons and had to retreat in defeat, finally confirming that there was no issue with the array, but Li Hao was the issue. Because of this, the elderly Star Bureau official and his students were all speechless. They had combed through their scalps during their repeated checks without finding the cause, only to discover that the problem wasn't with them at all. It was this young man's strength that was outlandish. Who could have imagined that this 14-year-old youth would possess strength surpassing that of ordinary demon kings? The elderly Star Bureau official and others felt helpless but also excited. Li Hao's existence undoubtedly signified the upcoming rise of the Daiyu divine dynasty. Given more time, Daiyu would have another new war god, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Immortal of Gantao Palace. Taking his students with him, the elderly Star Bureau official bid farewell to Li Hao. Prior to leaving, Xia Xianglan looked back at Li Hao with some reluctance and asked, "Will you always be here?" "Once there are no demons daring to invade here, I will leave," Li Hao replied with a smile. Xia Xianglan nodded, and then added, "I am from the Xia family, and we are all from divine general mansions." If you have time, you're welcome to visit the Xia family anytime. Li Hao shook his head slightly, but I'm not from a divine general mansion, I'm just an independent individual. Xia Xianglan wanted to say something more, but she was called by the elderly Star Bureau official, who glanced at Li Hao with a silent sigh and led his students away. Li Hao sent them off through Dragon Pass Road before turning back. In the leisure of idleness, time hurried by. The dangerous land beyond the pass had become rarely quiet, and the city within grew even more bustling and lively. The merchant caravans and armed escorts from various cities, through spreading the word on their return, also made known to the people of each city that Heavenly Gate Pass was now a very solid fortress and Kanjia City a bustling place of great prosperity. With the convergence of merchants and visitors, gradually, people started to settle here, buying or renting houses, conducting business. Sparing the back and forth of transportation, they could sell their goods for higher prices than in the inner regions, yet still at reasonable rates. All under heaven are bustling for profit. More and more people came to Kanjia City, where there is demand, there is supply. Soon, visitors and many famous heroes from Jianghu came to visit Kanjia City, wishing to witness the scenery beyond the pass. Li Hao then sat in a small fenced-in courtyard within the city. Undisturbed. He chose musical rhythm as his focus, played the zither daily, and listened to the sounds. Occasionally, he would sit on the snowy mountains outside the city, silently listening to the sounds of spring arriving, the sound of melting snow. Now, the accumulated snow outside the pass was gradually subsiding, revealing large swathes of black soil buried beneath the white. From the black soil, tender green sprouts were beginning to grow, bringing new life. During the process of heart entry in musical rhythm, the martial artists under his command, thanks to their connections, had invited some art masters to visit Kanjia City. Li Hao invited them to his courtyard and engaged with them in playing the zither, discussing painting, playing chess, and tasting wine, appearing much like a carefree noble scion indulging in enjoyment. But the martial artists within the frontier pass knew full well just how exceptional this young man's talents were. Aside from curiosity, they harbored no other thoughts toward him. Li Hongzhuang found it strange that Li Hao was not cultivating but instead spent his days enjoying leisure and refining his sentiments. However, she did not intervene, focusing on results. No matter how Li Hao pursued his cultivation, the outcome was already unattainable for most. That was sufficient. These art masters initially thought Li Hao was just acting on a whim, mainly for the sake of social networking, but upon closer examination during their discussions, some of the masters were nearly stumped. The professional questions asked by Li Hao left some unable to respond, which quietly astonished them and also filled them with respect for the youth. While they revered martial artists for their strength, it was a different respect entirely when someone could discuss the subjects they had spent years studying. This respect was out of admiration, appreciation, amazement, and joy. Through these art masters, Li Hao sought out famous art collections. And he did indeed find some unexpected gains. A master painter was willing to offer a famous painting he had treasured for many years. And a chess Tao expert, known as the Junior Chess Saint, gifted Li Hao 2 sets of chess manuals. Unfortunately, one of the chess manuals was not considered a famous manual and couldn't be included. Furthermore, they mentioned clues to other famous paintings and who might possess them. Li Hao took note of each one, intending to have someone investigate later to see if the owners were willing to transfer them. Time stealthily fled, in the blink of an eye, the snow had melted. It was the beginning of spring the following year. Chapter 288, Chapter 52, The Twin Li Haos, No Entry to Dragon Pass Road. Spring rain drizzled endlessly. The distant mountains and nearby forests beyond the gate were shrouded in a curtain of silvery rain threads. The incessant patter of raindrops struck the small fenced courtyard before splattering into the crevices of the bluestone slabs, bringing up the scent of the earth. In the kitchen stood a kettle of tea, and seated at the mat were two people. One was Li Hao, the other, also Li Hao. That's right. At this moment, the two figures sipping tea and playing chess in this small courtyard were both Li Hao. Looking at them, they were indistinguishable from each other. It was only that the other Li Hao appeared somewhat dull, his gaze slightly wooden. As expected, not quite as quick-witted, Li Hao remarked. As Li Hao placed a piece on the board, he won the game again, but he gained no experience from it. Even a game in this form was determined by the panel as in playing against himself. But no matter, experience wasn't important, Having integrated chess Tao into his heart, Li Hao enjoyed every match, experience or not. The figure with the same appearance in front of him was obtained from an ancient painting brought to him by the painter. The painting was named Doppelganger. It depicted a young girl with a long skirt gazing wistfully into the distance at the setting sun. A seemingly simple artwork, it contained countless details, blending techniques such as light and darkness, symmetry, and so forth in a way that brought it to life. Through the thick and thin lines, with but a few simple strokes, the artist had outlined the fluttering hem of the dress, with every fold's play of light and shadow both natural and symmetric, a terrifying level of mastery. The residual light of the sunset, a light red, also diffused such hues, like flames melting on the canvas, truly ablaze. With his own art of painting at the 6th stage, Li Hao felt he was far from reaching this level. He thought that to meet the requirements for panel collection, he might need skills of the 9th stage. Such a superb artistic conception, scarcely seen in the mortal world, among the renowned paintings or famous music scores passed down through thousands of years, there were not many. And each one carried the heritage of a millennium, with extraordinary significance. This doppelganger disappeared from the world after being collected, which made Li Hao deeply regretful. When doppelganger was integrated into Li Hao's physical body path, it brought an extremely peculiar trait. Doppelganger, from one's own flesh and blood, one can construct a shadow physique possessing 30% of the original's capabilities. If the shadow physique is destroyed, the original remains unharmed. The original and the shadow have no connection, there is no sharing of memories or vision. When the shadow physique is destroyed, the property will reset, only one shadow physique can be constructed. The original can give orders to the shadow physique, which will possess the original's basic thought processes. Previously, when Li Hao collected other chess scores and famous paintings, including musical scores, the attributes he received were always to amplify a certain attribute, but this doppelganger directly provided him with a capability. Or rather, the previous attributes were also a kind of ability. For instance, a lethal attribute was an exceptionally eerie power that had a 1% chance of being fatal. However, the ability from the doppelganger was materialized. This special trait, when used in battle, didn't add much to Li Hao's strength, essentially giving him an extra helper with only 1/3 of his own capabilities. After testing, Li Hao found that while it was said to be 1/3, the actual combat strength was far less. Because of the reduced abilities, this shadow doppelganger couldn't execute the special states of martial arts at the extreme realm, such as heaven and earth law manifestation, divine power, and immortal chi transformation. These were all unusable. The physical strength was only 300,000 jin. The energy within was chi force, not immortal chi, and the total eruption of chi force was less than 4 million jin. To know, royal family members could reach 2 million jin of chi force. Yuan camp soldiers were at 500,000 jin. Only equivalent to twice that of the royal family. Luckily, the yin and yang dual pulse wasn't sealed, activating the power of the dual pulse resulted in 8 million jin. That equaled 4 times the explosive force of the royal family. Divine traveling, control path, etc., were also reduced, only amounting to about twice that of the royal family. Considering only this shadow doppelganger's combat strength, Li Hao estimated that it could suppress some great demons of the unwithering realm, but if it faced a demon king, it would likely be squashed in an instant. Fortunately, Li Hao didn't intend to use this doppelganger for fighting, but merely as company for a game of chess during his leisure or to help him run errands, which was convenient. Moreover, the creation of this shadow doppelganger was effortless, condensed from one of his fingers. His originals. Severed finger regenerated, growing back within a few minutes. But the shadow doppelganger's healing speed if injured was also significantly reduced. Li Hao had tested it with Li Hongzhuang, and it was only about twice as fast as hers. All of these were secondary. What truly made Li Hao helpless was that this shadow doppelganger's chess skills were too lousy, having only about 1/3 of his own capabilities in this area. But chess and martial arts were different. Playing against someone with only 1/3 of your own skills was like seeing straight through them, far too inferior, and winning brought no pleasure at all. The one consolation was that when there was nothing else to do, the shadow doppelganger could help him with errands, like occasionally clearing out the demons outside the gate. Unfortunately, the shadow doppelganger couldn't earn panel experience from its work, otherwise, with experience doubling, that would truly be joyous. Apart from the attributes brought by this painting, the chess score given by that young chess sage also brought a special attribute. The name of the chess score was the Qianquan diagram. Tranquil refers to heaven and earth. The score extends horizontally and vertically, with 19 horizontal lines and 19 vertical lines, needing 361 pieces to fill. Li Hao embedded this score into his control path and also obtained an unusual trait. Tranquil diagram. One may select any object as a mark and invest half of one's power into it. Once the mark is destroyed, the power will be released and explode. Chapter 289, Chapter 52, The Twin Li Haos, No Entry to Dragon Pass Road _2. Number of marks, 180. These 180 marks, represented by black or white pieces, were also the total number of marks Li Hao could make at once. During Li Hao's experiments, he poured his power into a military flag, and during the infusion process, he was able to incorporate his swordsmanship as well. He infused a sword technique and 50% of his power into the flag, which then became one of the marks. When the flag was destroyed, the sealed sword chi and power would erupt, indiscriminately covering the surroundings. This was somewhat like the array constructed by the elderly Star Bureau official. However, Li Hao's method was simpler, being a single entity type and only suited for his use. Under the attribute of laying low, the 50% power Li Hao consumed would take half a day to recover. That is to say, he could only create 2 power-infused flags per day. Li Hao was in no hurry, having nothing else to do, and would create a flag whenever he recovered some strength each day. Now, his courtyard had accumulated 16 marked flags. Once the rain stopped, Li Hao would have his shadow self take the marked flags beyond the pass, planting one on every mountaintop previously permeated with the aura of the 3 immortal demons. Claiming mountains as kings. He wanted to make the places where his flags stood prohibited grounds for demons. In the courtyard, Ren Qianqian saw the shadow self, initially startled, but after learning it was Li Hao's cultivation technique, she regained her composure. Such peculiar instances as a shadow self were not unique. Li Hao had perused many ancient books in Listening Rain Tower and knew that some practitioners from the 3 immortal realms could cultivate second selves, just that the quality of those selves varied. Furthermore, some powers of the 4 stands realm would specifically forge a mortal body, transferring their mortal mind into it while their true self condensed the Tao heart to step into the 4 stands. This was also a technique for breaking through to the Tao heart realm. However, this technique was not advocated, as it was not perfect. If the mortal mind shattered, the Tao heart would be affected as well, like an inverted bowl with a notch. For a family like the Li family, or the 4 stands realm powers Li Hao knew, they all transformed from mortal to Tao with just one true self without condensing a mortal body. Among demons, however, dividing the mind to combine with the Tao was an encouraged practice for cultivation. Like the triple-headed serpent demon Li Hao had encountered earlier, if it could fuse its 3 heads into one brain, it could then transform into the Tao heart realm. The 10,000 caverns ghost mother was even more exaggerated. Gathering thousands of ghosts, it tore its mortal mind to pieces and then melded the hearts of myriad ghosts into one, ultimately forming a Tao heart demon seed. This process was extremely easy to lose oneself, turning into a lonely wandering ghost or mountain spirit. Success in this transformation also depended on destiny and strategic layout. Every demon king who had cultivated to the 4 stands realm had gone through an exceptionally tumultuous journey. And once they entered the 4 stands realm and became kings, unless they sought their death, they rarely had concerns about their lives. If they reached the defying fate realm, it was even harder for them to die. Despite Li Hao's capability to slay several demon kings, in the end, only the Tao heart realm 10,000 caverns ghost mother remained, as the rest of the demon kings had all escaped. The spring rain became increasingly persistent, the occasional clear skies fleeting. More and more flags were planted outside the pass, each flag seemingly a slap on the faces of the demons there. As the number of flags grew, eventually a demon couldn't bear the humiliation any longer. In the pouring rain, an indestructible realm demon roared as it rushed to the mountaintop where flags had been recently planted. The site was its newly half-completed home, now leveled, and left only with a bare mountain and the flag bathed in the torrential downpour. Seeing the 2 characters for Haotian on the flag, the demon's eyes blazed with bloodlust, howling in fury. Lord Longzhe, don't. A bird from Tianji Palace hurriedly flew over, shouting. But the demon had already thrown caution to the wind. Instead of living a life of constant fear and fleeing every so often beyond the pass, it preferred to find another place to settle down. It had made up its mind to shred the accursed human's flag and then leave without looking back. After all, the world was wide and home was wherever it chose. As its sharp claws struck down, the flag was submerged, its pole shattered and banner torn. Before the demon could sneer triumphantly, suddenly, a surge of sword chi burst forth from the flag, as if a sword was cutting open the heavens and earth. It swept and severed the torrential spring rain. Then, the sword chi broke through the clouds, tearing apart the dense clouds and stopping the spring rain. Afterward, it fiercely slashed downward. Like an ethereal immortal between heaven and earth casually releasing a streak of sword chi. The demon's pupils constricted in terrified shock, disbelieving at this attack from out of nowhere. It roared with rage, releasing vast demonic chi, its scaled armor swelling in an attempt to block the sword chi. But the next moment, the sword chi slashed straight down, a loud boom echoing as it split the demon's body from head to tail, cleaving it in two. Then, the sword chi dissolved, breaking into countless minute sword chi particles that rained down furiously. If it were just its body being cleaved, this demon might have escaped with its life, for a mere fatal injury was not enough to kill a 3 immortal realms demon. Even if its heart was shattered, as long as it could quickly leave the battlefield, take some medicine, or preserve its life essence, it could still survive. Depending on the regeneration speed of its flesh, mending a broken heart was not so difficult. But at this moment, with the onslaught of countless sword chi, one streak entered its body, and before the demon could struggle, its divine soul abruptly perished. The gigantic body fell heavily on the mountain slope, before the shattered flag. Chapter 290, Chapter 52, The Twinly House, No Entry to Dragon Pass Road _3. The bird demon that rushed over was terrified when the sword chi soared into the sky. It stopped abruptly, hurriedly retreating to shrink away at a rapid pace, dodging out of the range of the sword chi. Only when it saw that the myriad sword chi continued to baptize the corpses of the demons until they vanished did the bird come back to its senses, too shocked to speak. This banner has a sword array on it. How is that possible? Since when could the heavenly observatory of the Daoyu divine dynasty arrange such terrifying, such precise arrays? The bird trembled all over, its feathers quivering as if its blood had congealed. Though spring had arrived, it felt colder than the depths of winter. For some, it might be their spring. But for them, the demons, it was a harsh winter. The bird was so weak that it blew the mysterious whistle, and before long, numerous birds from the Tianji Palace gathered. Upon seeing the ring of clear sky above the mountain peak, they were astonished, chirping as they inquired about the situation. After learning the reason, all the birds were stunned, staring dumbfounded at the tranquil mountaintop. The corpse of the 3 immortal demon lay there sprawled out. A single banner had vanquished a great demon of the 3 immortal realms. And such banners, if they remembered correctly, more than 30 had already been planted. Moreover, every once in a while, a few more would be added, covering all the peaks of the eastern sector outside the pass, places where the energy of heaven and earth was dense, with them. These are all that youth's battle flags. He wants to turn this entire 5,000-mile region into his territory. The numerous birds of the Tianji Palace trembled with fear and palpitations. The power and capability of that youth were something they could no longer comprehend. The red bird transformed into a red-dress girl, her face cute and lively with spirits, but filled with horror. She worked in intelligence, was widely traveled, and had seen many geniuses of the Daoyu divine dynasty over the past 100 years. But that glittering century paled in comparison to what had been witnessed in this short year. The terror of the astonishing youth seemed to emanate a majestic authority that suppressed the present age, even from thousands of miles away. Suddenly, she somewhat understood why that youth dared to come alone to oversee the heavenly gate pass. It wasn't a blessing for them, the demons, but for that youth himself. He was far more ferocious and fearsome than rumored in Qingzhou, like a fierce deity released from its cage, truly unleashing its sharp edges and claws. Quickly relay the message, do not approach this banner at any cost, and we will find someone to transport one back to see what kind of sword array is on this banner. The girl in the red dress hastily said. The numerous birds were solemn and rapidly dispersed. Inside the small fenced courtyard, Li Hao's panel flashed before his eyes, and he saw the marker count jump from 35/180 to 34/180. Immediately, he knew that one of the markers had been destroyed. Li Hao's eyebrows slightly raised, and he immediately sent his shadow alter ego to investigate and to demand an explanation from the Tianji Palace. It wasn't long before the shadow alter ego returned, bringing along the corpse of a 3 immortal realm demon. Meanwhile, birds from the Tianji Palace awaited along the way, treating the shadow alter ego as Li Hao, offering apologies and explanations. The shadow alter ego didn't speak but casually crushed the bird demon to death. The Tianji Palace, furious upon hearing this, dared not retaliate. The next day, they sent another bird demon to inquire about the cause, and Li Hao stated it was just a first-time lesson. Actions often spoke louder than words. The messenger bird shakily returned, relaying Li Hao's words to the Tianji Palace, which was shocked and angry but powerless to act. Yet after this incident, the Tianji Palace promoted Li Hao's notorious reputation even more vigorously. The three immortal realm demons, though skeptical, dared not really take the risk and eventually slowly left the area beyond the pass, seeking other places to find their fortunes. Even though some of the mountains, hills, and marshlands outside the pass were the ancestral lands of numerous demons, the place of their birth. Even as demons, they felt affection and reliance on their birthplace. But they knew that as long as that youth oversaw the Heavenly Gate Pass, the ancestral land didn't belong to them. Fortunately, the demons had lifespans that stretched eons and were more patient than the human race. They could wait decades, or even a century before returning, by which time that young man would have most likely left. And to some great demons, a century was merely a period for secluded meditation and cultivation. The area beyond the pass became ever more silent. All that remained was the empty scenery. Thousands of miles beyond the frontier pass, demons had vanished, with only the occasional ignorant lesser demon wandering in. After the spring rains, the scorching days of summer arrived. Kanjia City became increasingly bustling and prosperous, and the number of passers-by grew. In the blazing summer heat, on the Dragon Pass road leading to Kanjia City, there were a few scattered travelers heading towards the city, as well as a merchant caravan. And, tens of miles outside Dragon Pass road, within a dense forest, a bloated demon crawled out from the woods. Soon, it caught sight of the broad and white Dragon Pass road ahead, and bloodlust appeared in its eyes. Just as it was about to crawl forward, an old tree in the dense forest suddenly spoke, "You should not go any further." The demon stopped, turning to look at the old tree demon that had spoken. Had it not said anything, the demon might not have noticed it at all. Its face shifted slightly, and it said coldly, "What's the matter?" The old tree demon said hoarsely, "Go any further, and you'll be on Dragon Pass Road." What road? What does it matter if it's Dragon Pass Road? The bloated demon snorted. Once you reach Dragon Pass Road, you can't continue forward. That territory belongs to the human race, the old tree demon sighed. Human race? Wasn't this road long since claimed as the territory of our demon kind? How dare the human race come here? You must be from another province. The old tree demon swayed its branches slightly as if shaking its head. What you're talking about is from the past. Now, what demons are there? There are only the corpses of our kind, mountains of bodies and seas of blood. The bloated demon frowned and looked towards Dragon Pass Road, but all it saw were some tasty-looking members of the human race, like walking little sweets. Do you see that military flag? The old tree demon's branches moved, pointing to a military flag pierced into a high rock next to Dragon Pass Road. Once you see that military flag, you better leave quickly. The strong scent of human blood on you will bring you deadly trouble. Resorting to trickery, trying to scare me with just a military flag. The bloated demon scoffed, "Forget the flag, I've even devoured an entire army before. Old thing, if you weren't such a dry stick, I'd have used you to whet my appetite." Having said that, it couldn't be bothered to listen any further and charged directly onto Dragon Pass Road. "Grandfather, it's not heeding your warning." A small branch next to the old tree demon swayed as it spoke. The old tree demon sighed and said nothing. At that moment, the bloated demon had already rushed onto Dragon Pass Road, speeding towards a few figures in the distance. Its eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent, and the wind brought forth by its body caused the battle flag on the high rock to flutter upward. But as it dashed closer in haste, a mystical wind suddenly swept through. In the hot summer, the cool breeze was refreshing as it swept past the bloated demon. The demon's pupils sharply constricted, trying to evade, but it was already too late. Its body suddenly split open, entrails scattered everywhere, blood flowing. The mystical wind seemed to come from Kanjia City at the end of Dragon Pass Road. It was as if the sword Chi the young man had casually released a year ago, which had killed that demon back then, was now circling above this official road, and a year later, it had blown back to where it once began. Chapter 291, Chapter 53, Li Hao emerges, Crisis in Liangzhou, First Update. In the scorching summer days. Within Kanjia City, Li Hao sat in the small fenced courtyard eating chilled fruits, occasionally offering pointers on Ren Qianqian's swordsmanship. With another spring turned, he was now 15 years old. And Ren Qianqian had just turned 14. By now, Ren Qianqian had mastered a top-notch sword technique to a state of perfection. Among her peers, aside from those from the royal family, there were hardly any who could match her. Having consumed dishes cooked from the meat of great demons and the ghastly Demon King, which were rich in energy, her cultivation level had advanced by leaps and bounds. In just half a year, she had broken through from the divine travel realm to the 7th layer of divine travel realm. This strength had already far surpassed that of the city lord of Canyu City in Qi State, whom Li Hao had encountered when he was slaying demons. Just over 14, Ren Qianqian already possessed the strength to independently hold command over an inland city. After all, many cities within the realm enjoyed tranquil lives, with the wild demons nearby generally not strong. The divine travel realm was enough to deter them. Coupled with the city-protecting formations, even heavenly human realm demons could be temporarily held back a bit, allowing enough time to call for help. Besides practicing swordsmanship, Li Hao also shared his insights on opening the yin and yang dual pulse with her. Learning that Li Hao had actually opened both mystic veins, Ren Qianqian was both shocked and yet felt it made sense, considering how much more powerful Li Hao was compared to others within his realm. Following Li Hao's insights, Ren Qianqian, by a stroke of luck, also opened a mystic vein, the yin pulse. However, opening the yang meridian is extremely perilous for those not naturally attuned to it. A slight mishap could result in a brain explosion. Throughout history, numerous geniuses have perished while attempting to forcibly open the yang meridian, including some who were deemed capable of taking up the position of the true immortal. Ren Qianqian had attempted multiple times but was not confident. Li Hao did not advise her to try. This matter was not about bravery, luck played a part as well. Otherwise, in the world of martial artists, though there are countless who are brave, very few could successfully open the yang meridian. The difference between a brave person and a reckless one is often in the outcome, good or bad. Knowing when to stop is also a form of wisdom. And with the opening of the mystic vein, Ren Qianqian now had the capital to compete with the royal family. Most of the prodigies within the royal family had opened one mystic vein. Those who had opened two were the elites of the current generation, and only a few could be counted on one's fingers. Besides practicing swordsmanship, Li Hao would occasionally stroll outside the frontier pass, sometimes bringing her with him. The regions they visited were farther in the east-west direction. 5,000 li was deep enough vertically, but only about 1,000 li had been opened up horizontally. Li Hao's journey caused a flutter and a scurry among the demons monitored by the Tianji Palace. Li Hao captured some demons of the 15 li realm for Ren Qianqian to use as sparring partners. The training was intense but, with Li Hao nearby to keep watch, it was thrilling yet safe. Under such actual combat training, Ren Qianqian's combat prowess also improved rapidly. Her encounters with the demons outside the frontier were detected by Tianji Tower and led to Ren Qianqian being added to the Qianquan list. Now, atop both lists of the Qianquan list sat Li Hao. And Ren Qianqian had entered as the 5th on the Kuan Phoenix list. And 29th on the Qian Dragon list. Such a surge in reputation drew the attention of many powers. The most important aspect was Ren Qianqian's young age. To achieve such rankings and successes at only 14, it was highly likely she would enter the top 10 of the Qian Dragon list and step into the Celestial Master realm before reaching the age of 22. As her fame spread, many sought out Ren Qianqian's basic information, learning that she was the daughter of a grandmaster and a once student of the Tan Palace, but she had dropped out and was now following Li Hao, serving as his sword attendant. When Li Hao's name appeared within this information, all the powers that were paying attention twitched, and their focus immediately shifted. Ever since Li Hao demonstrated his might in front of the world's grandmasters, suppressing the Buddhist child and defeating all grandmasters, his name had become renowned among the young generation of the Daiyu divine dynasty. Any news related to Li Hao swiftly catches everyone's attention. Over this half-year, many young people from various states had rushed to the Heavenly Gate Pass, hoping to catch a glimpse of the young paragon. Others came to discuss and spar with Li Hao, as even a defeat under his sword could make them famous throughout the world. This caused Kanjia City to become livelier and more prosperous. In times of chaos, one seeks survival, in times of prosperity, one seeks fame. Currently, the Dao divine dynasty was transitioning from prosperity to decline, but such a subtle trend of decay went unnoticed by many. Amidst the empire's landscapes and cities, numerous spirited youths in fine clothing ride horses far and wide, seeking that fame and glory. Princes, generals, and all manner of officials are all caught up in the turmoil, unable to see through it, let alone the young, inexperienced boys and girls. When the elders of these youths learned of the reconstruction of Kanjia city's formations and heard of the four stands realm secretly stationed there, having twice dismembered a demon king, cooking and hosting a feast for the entire city, they no longer prevented their children from traveling to this dangerous frontier. However, these young people who arrived in Kanjia city were all kept out of the small fenced courtyard. Inside the courtyard, a young man was playing the zither and painting, while the Hautian army diligently guarded outside, with grandmasters patrolling the four directions outside the courtyard. Even if a young person managed to send in a visiting card after a great deal of effort, Li Hao handed it to Ren Qianqian to deal with. It was also a good opportunity for her to practice sparring. Among the younger generation capable of defeating Ren Qianqian, there were very few, barely over 20 when combined from the Qiankuan list, and those were all prodigies backed by renowned families who wouldn't come to the frontier seeking to make a name by challenging Li Hao. The rest, mostly those over the age of 22, youth in their 30s or even 40s, still managed to exert pressure on Ren Qianqian. Chapter 292, Chapter 53, Li Hao emerges from seclusion, Liangzhou in danger, second update. However, even after defeating Ren Qianqian, there was no chance to see Li Hao. The young man, whose reputation was known throughout the world, was in the courtyard, where countless people looked forward to catching a glimpse, but to no avail. Fame and disgrace were but a wall apart. The pursuit of one's path is always arduous, which is why Li Hao chose to sit and rest all year round. Painting, playing chess, playing the zither, all were done while sitting. If possible, he would never stand when he could sit. Over the past half-year, Li Hao had integrated the musical rhythm into his heart, and had already reached the fourth stage. And the state of mind he obtained, he applied to his movement technique. With his state of mind breaking through the bottleneck of the third stage of the movement technique, and after adding points thrice in succession, Li Hao's movement technique directly advanced to the sixth stage. When he previously added points to reach the seventh stage of the physical body path, he had 5 skill points left. Now that the musical rhythm reached the fourth stage, gaining 1 more point, and having used up 3 points, he was left with 3 points. These 3 points, Li Hao saved to wait for the spiritual awakening of his state of mind, ready to be used on the control path or sword path anytime. After reaching the 6th stage in movement technique, the techniques previously mastered by Li Hao underwent a qualitative improvement, evolving the cultivation technique on his own into a peerless movement technique, and cultivated it to the true state. Now, if he were to encounter those demon kings from before, Li Hao was confident that he could pursue and slay each one. Unless they used forbidden arts, relying on fate to interfere with him. But they no longer had that chance. That day, the Dragon Sword, which had been sent to the 10,000 Artifacts Tower for forging, was personally delivered by a representative from the 3 immortal realms of the 10,000 Artifacts Tower. The man was a robust and sturdy middle-aged person, who handed over the Dragon Sword directly to Li Hao. His personal delivery of the sword, while partly out of fear of losing this divine weapon, was also motivated by a desire to lay eyes on this world-renowned youth. At 14, Li Hao's slaying of the small demon king of the 3 immortal realms caused many long-established experts to grow restless. Young general, this Dragon Sword has undergone 3 forges and has been tempered with star fire. You can feel its grip, said the middle-aged man named Lu Cheng, very politely and naturally speaking to Li Hao. Li Hao nodded, already aware of this beforehand. It was originally intended to be forged twice, using the physical remains of the Black Bird Demon King and its demon soul. But then he had slain the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother, allowing for another melt and forge. If a divine weapon could be forged 9 times, there was hope for it to evolve into a Saint Heart Heavenly Treasure. That is a weapon coveted by those in the 4 stands realm, owned by only a few. Each Saint Heart Heavenly Treasure is an extremely terrifying weapon, its lethality easily deterring those in the same realm. And the prerequisite for being called a divine weapon is that it must at least be forged with the demon soul of a demon king. Originally, dragon sword qualified as a top-tier divine weapon mainly because the true dragon divine soul sealed within was far stronger than the souls of the Black Bird Demon King and 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother now sealed inside. With 3 forges, its might greatly increased, and the sword's own true dragon sword soul being manipulated could harm a demon king at the Tau Heart realm. Kill 6 more demon kings, and I can forge it 9 times, striking it becoming a Saint Heart heavenly treasure. Li Hao's eyes flashed. To become a Saint Heart heavenly treasure, at least 9 true souls of the 4 stands realm are needed for smelting, including those of demon kings and the human race itself. Taking hold of the dragon sword, Li Hao immediately felt the difference, not just in appearance, but also in its lighter and heavier touch. Originally concealing the fervent power of a true dragon, it now has a gentler touch, resembling the feeling after the harmonization of yin and yang. Moreover, the sword's edge seemed to be sharper than before, exhibiting a profoundly deeper hue. Li Hao didn't test it in the city, for if he summoned the sealed sword soul within, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Said Li Hao. Of course. The leftover Demon King corpses that you gifted us are considered the forging fee. All told, we are still profiting, laughed Lu Cheng, showing his magnanimous nature. Li Hao smiled and said, if I find more Demon Kings in the future, I will still need your assistance. Lu Cheng was taken aback, then laughed. Hearing Li Hao speak so casually of demon kings, as if encountering and slaying them was almost guaranteed, this boldness was indeed unlike that of ordinary youths. But he also knew that with the 4 stands realm's protection behind Li Hao, it might not be long before they received more demon king remains as materials. After all, beyond the frontier, the place was fraught with danger, and encountering demon kings was not uncommon. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Hao sent off the burly men. Later that evening, after a full meal, Li Hao went beyond the wall to test the sword. Beyond the original true dragon sword soul, the demon souls of the Black Bird Demon King and 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother were also forged into the blade. The combined true souls of 3 demon kings unleashed, the heavens and earth were like a gale of yin winds and dragon chants, extremely daunting in their might. Sword light flew everywhere, easily carving out ravines hundreds of meters long. Li Hao exclaimed in admiration, put away dragon sword, and returned to the city for a comfortable night's sleep. Unbeknownst to Li Hao, more than half a year had gone by since his first clearing outside the pass, and scaring away several demon kings. Using the Qianquan diagram property, Li Hao turned all 180 chess moves into military banners. A total of 180 military banners, with 80 placed on the energy-rich peaks outside the pass, preventing demons from occupying the mountains for cultivation. The remaining 100 were spread around Kanjia City, ready to block demon invasions at critical moments. Only when the number of banners increased did Li Hao begin to realize the terrifying nature of this property. They were like small bombs, each mark storing half of his power. What did that mean? If 100 banners were destroyed at the same time, the released energy would undoubtedly be a terrifying storm. Although this force could not stack linearly, simultaneous explosions could turn a 200-mile radius into a violent forbidden zone. Chapter 293, Chapter 53, Li Hao emerges, Crisis in Liangzhou, 3rd update. Even the Demon King would have to avoid its edge. The only drawback is that the attack unleashed by the damaged battle flag is indiscriminate, so Li Hao could only plant the flag 100 miles outside the city. Although ordinary military flags are not placed that far or that aggressively, afraid of accidentally damaging the flag and triggering the burst of the markers, Li Hao had no choice but to do so. With these battle flags in the array, along with his own shadow clone stationed there, Li Hao felt that Kanjia City, even without him, would hold firm should the Demon King attack, at least for the time being. With this in mind, he was free to attend to another matter. He had long been concerned about the reward from the Listening Rain Tower. The cultivation techniques in the Listening Rain Tower were numerous and in no way inferior to Listening Rain Tower. Should he find some other peerless meridian opening skills and chi circulation skills, Li Hao felt he might be able to open all 108 major meridians. Combining this with the yin and yang dual pulse, achieving full meridian circulation through his body, would undoubtedly bring a great enhancement, and he might well reach the extreme realm. To this day, the Dayu Divine Dynasty's records seem to have no one who has achieved full meridian circulation. Perhaps there were such people, just unrecorded, or perhaps the books in Listening Rain Tower are not comprehensive enough. For example, that Buddha, or that true person, Li Hao guessed, might have possibly achieved full meridian circulation, considering they have lived far too long, had enough time to practice many cultivation techniques, to temper themselves, and to open more acupoints. On this trip to Tianji Tower, Li Hao did not bring Ren Qianqian, planning to make a quick visit and return. He left the dragon sword with his shadow clone to oversee Heavenly Gate Pass and also told Feng to stay and guard the place instead of following him. Now, even if he encountered a powerful demon king, he would be able to fight or flee. Moreover, after reaching the sixth stage of his movement technique, Feng passed on his movement technique, the Heaven and Earth Traceless skill, to Li Hao. Li Hao's proficiency in this skill was only slightly inferior to Feng's. However, relying on the acceleration attribute of the manual, he could make up for it. Therefore, in escaping, Li Hao was now already quite adept. More than his own safety, Li Hao was concerned about demons taking advantage of his absence to launch a sneak attack on the Heavenly Gate Pass. At the moment, using the myriad attributes to conceal his aura, Li Hao followed the guide from Tianji Tower out of the pass. However, as soon as the guide left Heavenly Gate Pass, the bird demon from Tianji Palace hiding in the dark corners of Kanjia City perceived his movements and relayed the news. The guide from Tianji Tower has left the pass. Previously, we received information that he was coming to Kanjia City to meet Marshal Haotian, who gained the first place in the Grandmasters tournament and was awarded the opportunity to visit Tianji Tower to peruse the cultivation techniques. He finally left the pass. Is he going to leave Liangzhou? Did you see him? No, but he might have hidden his tracks. Could this be a decoy? In Tianji Palace, a chorus of bird demons chattered and discussed. Standing beside the girl in the red dress was a girl in a purple dress, a few years older, around 15 or 16, with an attractive appearance. A tuft of purple feather adorned the black hair on her forehead, adding a noble grace to her liveliness. Actually, he doesn't need to deliberately deceive us unless he wants to lure us into attacking Heavenly Gate Pass, but both the Dragon Gate and the Sacred Palace have already agreed to devour Liangzhou first before pulling out this thorn last. He cannot possibly know our plan, so there is only one possibility for his actions. He fears we will attack Heavenly Gate Pass during his absence, which is why he's hiding his tracks, said the girl in red briskly. The girl in purple nodded slightly and said, correct, but his concerns are unnecessary. Without killing him, attacking Heavenly Gate Pass is pointless. Now, while the young man is away learning new cultivation techniques at Tianji Tower, which will take some time, this is the perfect opportunity to attack Liangzhou. Go notify the Dragon Gate immediately and see how much longer their elder needs to leave the pass. Yes, elder. Chapter 294, Chapter 54, The Study of Heaven's Secrets, Second Update, Seeking Monthly Pass. On the western border of Liangzhou, deep within a lake 2,000 miles away. Within the lake, dark shadows slowly sank and rose beneath the surface, like colossal creatures lurking in the abyss, emanating a terrifying aura. Suddenly, a red bird came swooping in with a shrill cry. As it approached the lake, it transformed into the figure of a girl in a red dress. She stopped above the deep lake, bent over, and respectfully said, Hongyun of Tianji Palace pays her respects to the elders of Dragon Gate. At the tranquil surface of the lake, a shadow suddenly emerged, then its body rapidly shrank, taking on the appearance of an elder. What's the matter? The elder asked the girl in the long dress, calmly. I've just received news. Marshal Haotian of Heavenly Gate Pass has just emerged from his retreat and seems to be heading to Tianji Tower. He will be leaving Liangzhou for a while. Our palace believes that now is a good opportunity to attack Liangzhou, Hongyun said respectfully. Although their powers were different, Tianji Palace treated these great demons and demon kings with the utmost courtesy. That yellow-mouthed child from the Li family. The elder raised his eyebrows slightly. He had heard about the young man from Heavenly Gate Pass before. The demons outside Liangzhou already knew that Heavenly Gate Pass was not to be approached. According to the intelligence from Feng Shanjun, who had joined the Divine Palace, the young man indeed had the ability to slay a demon king. Even the 10,000 caverns Ghost Mother had perished at his hand, which made him extremely vicious. Wish. The water surface suddenly rippled, and then a fierce dragon head emerged, covered in golden light, morphing into an elderly Taoist with an easygoing demeanor, the wanted Dragon Lord. Having joined Dragon Gate, he had now become one of its elders. Did you witness this yourselves? Dragon Lord immediately stared at Hongyun and asked. Hongyun replied respectfully, we did not witness it with our own eyes, but according to our intelligence analysis, there's a 90% chance it is so. You want to ambush and kill that youth. The elder beside him saw through Dragon Lord's thoughts at a glance, his eyes cold as he said. Don't get any ideas. According to previous intelligence, to kill that youth, it would take at least the combined efforts of 3 demon kings. Set aside your personal vendetta for now. Since you've joined Dragon Gate, you should prioritize its interests. Dragon Lord's brows furrowed slightly, and with a grim face, he said, I am not motivated by personal grudges. This is a rare opportunity. That youth's growth rate far exceeds your expectations. I'm worried that if we don't kill him now, Daoyu Divine Dynasty will have another immortal. You're worrying too much. The elder shook his head. Do you really think we would allow him to grow unchallenged? Even if he is a genius, what of it if we gave him 10 years? To make it even more exaggerated, 5 years. Not to mention 5 years, he won't have even 5 months. Once the Grand Elder emerges from his retreat, he will take care of him, and no one will be able to stop it. Dragon Lord's expression shifted slightly, and he nodded. If that's the case, then I shall say no more. Hongyun cautiously asked, Are you all going to wait for the Grand Elder to emerge before attacking Liangzhou? We will consider this matter ourselves. Thank you, Miss Hongyun, for your report, the elder said with a slight smile. Hongyun immediately understood that this was their way of dismissing her. In her heart, she cursed silently, but outwardly she smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries. Seeing that the other party's response was lukewarm, she did not linger any longer and turned to fly away. They don't want to offer anything but are keen to extract intelligence. Once she had left, the smile on the elder's face faded, and he said to Dragon Lord. This time the Grand Elder will emerge from his retreat earlier, probably within the next few days. By then, it won't matter whether or not that young man is in Liangzhou. Go notify all the halls of Dragon Gate. It's time to assemble. We're finally going to attack. Dragon Lord took a deep breath, and a look of fervor appeared on his immortal-like countenance, with a bloodthirsty gleam surfacing in the depths of his eyes. The main tower of Tianji Tower is located in Yongzhou, neighboring Liangzhou. Compared to the vast and sparsely populated Liangzhou, Yongzhou is close to the south with spring-like weather year-round and abundant resources. The Lord of Tianji Tower resides here year-round, and it's also heavily guarded by the Hulian clan, one of the 5 divine general mansions. To this day, there has been no record of demons breaching the city in Yongzhou for 300 years. The people here live in peace and contentment. This serenity also attracts many noble families to relocate here. After a stable development, several prominent centennial noble families have emerged. It takes 6 days to ride from Heavenly Gate Pass in Liangzhou to the main tower of Tianji Tower in Yongzhou. Li Hao, following the master of the 3 immortal realms who was guiding him, traveled through the air, making the round trip in just 2 days. If Li Hao were to travel at full speed by himself, he could make it in 1 day. This guide was the hermit Tianji, who had presided over the conference on Daoism. He had seen Li Hao slay a lesser demon king at that conference and was now guiding Li Hao very courteously, without putting on the airs of an elder. Martial artists are different from civil officials, valuing strength above all else. Civil officials like to say that the accomplished can be one's teachers, but in everyday life, they follow the practice of respect for their elders and teachers. Even if a young top scholar criticizes an ordinary, ignorant elder, they can be bashed, even by some acerbic people to the point of being denounced as worthless and encouraged to take their own life. And with the current emperor valuing civil servants, many military officials and martial artists in Jianghu have also adopted some scholarly air, favoring the order of seniority and lineage. Master Lu has said that if General Haotian wishes to come and meditate for as long as he likes, he may do so, Hermit Tianji said to Li Hao with a smile. If you say that, I might just stay and not leave, Li Hao said. That would be most welcome, Hermit Tianji laughed heartily. Li Hao's 3 years at Heavenly Gate Pass were no secret to Tianji Tower, and they naturally knew that Li Hao was unlikely to stay long in Tianji Tower. The two arrived at the heart of Yongzhou, a city called Tianji City. In the distance, they could see a towering tower standing within the city. Li Hao's gaze swept towards the city, where the streets were bustling with an extremely lively and prosperous crowd. Along the way, he felt the unique ambience of Yongzhou, slightly different from other states. This place had more young warriors in fine clothes, and on many hilltops, one could see groups of youth banding together to slay demons. The perilous outskirts also had a visible presence of merchant caravans. It was clear that the number of demons here was significantly fewer than in other states. Li Hao had already sensed the peace and prosperity of the region. Only in a peaceful and prosperous place like this would there be so many young people, full and idle, out to make a name for themselves by slaying demons. Soon, the two arrived at the main building of Tianji Tower. There are 7 Tianji Towers, each guarded by a tower master. Although Hermit Tianji is also a tower master, he belongs to the floor of the tower. To be precise, he should be considered a floor master. Each Tianji Tower has 9 floors, managed by 3 floor masters like Hermit Tianji and 1 true sub-tower master. Its foundation is incredibly strong. This is also one of the reasons why Tianji Tower has a strong presence in Yongzhou, and seldom any demons dare to invade. At this moment, Li Hao was brought in front of the main building. Outside the main building, on the training ground, many disciples of Tianji Tower were cultivating. In the distance, there were high mountains with waterfalls, deep pools, and deep gorges and precipices resembling a moat, shrouded in misty clouds, appearing like a fairyland and sacred place. No sooner had Li Hao's figure landed than he looked up at the plaque of Tianji Tower and heard a voice drifting to his ears. "Marshal, the tea is ready, please come up." It was the voice of Master Lu, the main tower master, Lu Chunsheng. Li Hao looked up and saw a figure in white on the top of Tianji Tower, smiling at him. "The main tower master is waiting for you," said Hermit Tianji with a smile. Only those in the 4 stands realm, who could receive tea hospitality from the main tower master, enjoyed such treatment. Even those esteemed princes of the royal family rarely received such attention, and the young man before him was an exception. "Thank you for guiding the way." Li Hao smiled, bid him farewell, and then flew up to the top of the building, entering from the outside of the tower. The roof of the building was a spacious area like a private chamber, with a long table for burning incense, a guqin placed horizontally, and the fragrance of tea wafting through the air. "Please," said Lu Chunsheng, in his snow-white clothing. He appeared elegant and gentle, gesturing lightly with his hand towards Li Hao. Li Hao sat down on the cushion beside the tea table and said with a smile, "Thank you for the invitation, Master Lu. It's only the reward you deserve." Lu Chunsheng smiled, sizing up Li Hao with a gaze that briefly intensified, then softened again with a smile. "It seems the rumors are true, Marshal. Could it be that you have already stepped into the 3 immortal realms?" To ask such a question of any other person Li Hao's age would seem ridiculous and insane, but given it was Li Hao, it wasn't that hard to understand. Li Hao saw that he had been figured out and didn't hide it, considering he had already exposed himself while slaying demons outside the pass. Hearing Li Hao's admission, and although Lu Chunsheng was prepared, his eyes still cast a slight, intense gaze, and the teacup he lifted gently rippled. "Marshal is indeed a rare talent of the ages." Lu Chunsheng spoke with a smile, a light sigh of admiration in his tone. Although he was well-learned and well-informed, such natural talent astonished him, and he felt even more admiration for the emperor, who had a discerning eye. Li Hao chuckled, took a sip of tea, and said, "Excellent tea. It is made with spring dew from March, just slightly sweet," Lu Chunsheng said casually but with satisfaction in his tone. Seeing this, Li Hao did not hold back and drank several more cups before looking at the guqin beside him. "Master Lu, you also understand the guqin." "I know a little, just a little." Lu Chunsheng laughed. "I heard the marshal has broad interests and is quite learned. Would you care to play a tune?" "Why not have Master Lu start first and cleanse my ears?" Li Hao replied modestly. At these words, Lu Chunsheng laughed, did not insist further, and went over to the guqin. He sat down with a proper posture, made a slight gesture, and then raised his hand to play the instrument. The melodious sound of the guqin filled the space around the building. Li Hao listened quietly and then felt surprised. He had thought the other's claim of knowing a little was out of modesty, but it turned out it was indeed just a little. Seeing Master Lu engrossed in playing, Li Hao had no choice but to carry on savoring his tea slowly. The tea was flavorful, at least. Master Lu's musicianship, Li Hao estimated, was about the level of the 2nd rank. That level could be reached by a talented individual after 7 or 8 years of study. For one with no talent, it would take 20 or 30 years of practice. Soon, the piece ended, and Lu Chunsheng opened his eyes, smiling at Li Hao. "I have shown my lack of skill." Indeed, Li Hao thought inwardly, but outwardly he smiled and said, "Not at all, Master Lu's skill on the guqin is quite impressive." You must have practiced for a long time, right? For a little less than half of a solar term, Lu Chunqing replied with a light laugh. You play very well. Better not to play next time, Li Hao outwardly complimented. Would the marshal like to play a tune? Lu Chunqing's smile grew wider, and his eyes held more warmth when he looked at Li Hao. Li Hao shook his head. My skill on the guqin is modest, I would prefer not to embarrass myself. The marshal is still young. It is admirable that you can spare the time to delve into music on top of your cultivation. There's no need for self-deprecation, Lu Chunqing immediately reassured, feeling a pang of guilt for having perhaps played too passionately and dented Li Hao's confidence. Li Hao shook his head slightly. Master Lu, I need to hurry back to Heavenly Gate Pass where I am stationed. Perhaps it is time for me to examine the cultivation techniques. Upon hearing this, Lu Chunqing sighed regretfully and replied, All right then, please follow me, Marshal. He led Li Hao downstairs and said, Marshal, feel free to choose any secret manual here. Whichever you take a fancy to, I can grant you. Li Hao, looking at all the various secret manuals, felt like he had entered a library. All the secret manuals were spotlessly clean. Li Hao turned and asked, How long can I look? As long as you wish, Lu Chunqing said with a smile. Li Hao smiled as well, seriously saying, Then I thank you very much, Master Lu. Lu Chunqing smiled, explained the classification of some secret manuals to Li Hao, and then left Li Hao there, going back upstairs himself. Li Hao wasn't in the Four Stands realm, so there was no need to worry about him stashing the secret manuals away in a pocket dimension. Besides, all these manuals were catalogued, he wasn't concerned about them being stolen. Chapter 295, Chapter 55, The Steel Preserves Shadows, Third Update. After Lu Chunqing left, Li Hao began to wander around in the Tianji Tower. The dazzling array of cultivation techniques, sorted into various categories, gave Li Hao the feeling of browsing the Listening Rain Tower. However, there was no scent of agar wood here as in the Listening Rain Tower, and it was cleaned even more thoroughly as if it were frequently visited. In the sunlight streaming in from outside the tower, the dust was clearly visible, drifting over the scrolls of cultivation techniques. Li Hao first explored the qi circulation skills. Searching for the meridian opening skills and qi circulation skills. The layout of the cultivation techniques in Tianji Tower was similar to that of the Listening Rain Tower. The peerless techniques were all placed on the top floor, and Li Hao found 7 peerless qi circulation skills and 5 peerless meridian opening skills. There were only 3 peerless meridian opening skills recorded in the Listening Rain Tower. Considering that Tianji Tower specializes in intelligence, it was understandable that they had such a foundation. Li Hao included all the techniques in his panel, and with the insight of the 6th stage of control path, once these techniques were included, the panel immediately showed they had reached perfection. The details of the 5 meridian opening skills flooded into his mind. Li Hao closed his eyes quietly, as though he had cultivated all 5 peerless meridian opening skills for decades, gradually integrating the insights into his memory. Li Hao also gradually understood the meridian locations these meridian opening skills could open, and which meridians they were. There were many overlaps with the meridians of some cultivation techniques he had practiced before. As more meridians were opened, the number of overlapping meridians opened by these skills also increased. Nevertheless, within the 5 peerless meridian opening skills, each had its unique route, adding 7 new meridians for Li Hao. From the original 98 meridians, now there were 105. Only 3 meridians short of perfection. What a pity, there are too many overlaps, Li Hao felt regretful. Each of the 5 peerless meridian clearing skills could open more than 50 meridians, but after mastering all of them, the overlapping only resulted in 7 additional meridians. No wonder it's so difficult to open all the body's meridians. The Daoyu Divine Dynasty has almost no records of such feats over thousands of years. The difficulty is too high. Too time-consuming, cultivating another peerless meridian opening skill to perfection could take decades of hard work. Even for a genius, it would still take 8 to 10 years. Ordinary people don't have an understanding of the Tao realm like he does, enabling them to master skills easily with the control path. Unless one relies on a long lifespan and slowly powers through, but that also requires connections and resources. If I could master that royal family's meridian opening skill, I should be able to complete the last 3 meridians. Li Hao thought to himself. Unfortunately, that was just wishful thinking. Practicing the royal family's meridian opening skill was a capital offense. It was one of the fundamental secrets of the royal family, not to be trifled with. Li Hao shook off the thought and turned to go downstairs. On the lower floor, there were numerous high-grade meridian opening skills. Li Hao looked them over one by one, included them, and as he included more and more meridian opening skills, more information flooded his mind. Each meridian opening skill added to the panel reached perfection, but unfortunately, they all overlapped with the many meridian opening skills he had already mastered. Although the routes of the different skills were unique, the meridians they opened were not much different. Li Hao continued to descend floor by floor. After recording more than 20 high-grade meridian opening skills, one of them finally opened up a new meridian for Li Hao. Li Hao was somewhat delighted and continued downward. Before long, he included 3 more, and among them, there was another meridian opening skill that could open up another new meridian. Now he had 107 meridians, only 1 meridian short. Li Hao kept going down, having included all high-grade meridian opening skills. He then looked at the mid-grade ones, but after going through dozens of the mid-grade skills, they were all overlapping. Li Hao could only hope for the best and check the low-grade skills. If there were none, then he would have to find a chance later to visit various famous schools and seek them out individually. Just when Li Hao was not holding much hope, after including 32 low-grade meridian opening skills, suddenly, the information from one of them made him stupefied. This low-grade meridian opening skill was extremely peculiar, taking an unconventional route that precisely opened the last meridian he needed. All 108 meridians had corresponding techniques to open them. After his moment of stunned silence, Li Hao was overjoyed and could hardly wait to start cultivation right away. But this was the Tianji Tower, so he restrained himself and refrained from practicing there. Otherwise, once all meridians were connected, along with the yin and yang dual pulse, Li Hao couldn't be sure of what kind of phenomena might occur. His previous heaven and earth law manifestation and divine power states had caused considerable disturbance, and since this also involved his martial arts secrets, he preferred to keep them hidden if possible. Swords and knives have sheaths for the very purpose of concealing the blade. Now, with meridian opening perfection, Li Hao went back to the top floor to start searching for body refining skills. In the same manner, he included and searched his way down, finding hundreds of them, with a deluge of information flooding in. Although he had yet to practice them, Li Hao knew that many of these techniques would refine parts of his physical body that he had previously been unable to reach. Once he practiced them later, his physical strength would surely improve again. Next were swordsmanship, boxing, and the like. Li Hao mastered and recorded each one by one. As he was going up and down including them, suddenly, the sound of a chain drifted down from the rooftop. Young general, although there are many secret scrolls, be careful not to be dazzled by them. How about I play a piece on my qin to help you calm your mind? The voice of Lu Chunqing reached his ears. Though it took the form of a question, the qin music had already begun. Li Hao, You just want to play the qin for your own sake, Li Hao criticized in his mind but responded through a voice transmission, Many thanks, Master Lu. Maintaining social etiquette, with finesse. With the sound of qin music coming from the rooftop, Li Hao continued to immerse himself in the selection of secret scrolls. Although in Li Hao's view, Master Lu's qin skills still needed improvement, listening to his second stage qin music as background music was indeed quite pleasant. Chapter 296, Chapter 55, Inscription on the Heavenly Steel, 3rd update, _2. Moreover, Li Hao glanced through the cultivation techniques, only needing a few looks, without truly engaging in contemplation to learn. Otherwise, the music would become the most considerable noise. Time slipped away. An hour later, Li Hao had recorded quite a few cultivation techniques into the panel. All the peerless techniques were swept clean, except for those that couldn't be recorded, such as saber techniques and spear techniques. Since Li Hao hadn't entered the Dao with saber and spear techniques, the panel couldn't record them, except through his own insights. But Li Hao had no intention of wasting skill points on sabers or spears. With fists and a sword, that was enough. To slay an enemy, one sword stroke was sufficient. There was no need for an additional saber slash or spear thrust. Mastering many was not as good as mastering a few. Well, after all, skill points didn't just come from a gust of wind. This trip's greatest gain, apart from completing the major channels, was the qi circulation skill and movement technique. Li Hao's repertoire of movement techniques was very limited. The heaven and earth traceless skill given by Feng was considered a top-tier peerless technique among peerless techniques. Now having compiled numerous movement techniques, the insights from these techniques fused into his heart, greatly enhancing Li Hao's movement abilities. For peerless movement techniques, plus Feng's, plus 18 superior movement techniques. Li Hao was eager to test out how fast he could move now when bursting forth with all his might. Although he could only deploy one movement technique at a time, Li Hao cultivated these techniques to a true state, able to piece together their strengths and weaknesses, blending them into one. With his control over the Grandmaster martial realm, he took the essence of these numerous movement techniques, making them his own. Li Hao returned to the rooftop contentedly, feeling that Master Lu's music seemed more melodious now. "Junior General, have you found a cultivation technique that you liked?" Lu Chunqing asked with a smile. Seeing that Li Hao had come out so quickly, he inwardly complimented him as a gentleman. He had previously let Li Hao enter and choose at will, already prepared for Li Hao to secretly memorize many techniques. This was his subtle hint to Li Hao, and also a favor he intended to extend. But now, it seemed that even if Li Hao had memorized other cultivation techniques, such a short time wouldn't have allowed for many. To partake with moderation marked a gentleman. "The embroidered spring breeze swordsmanship is quite good," Li Hao said, bringing out one peerless swordsman's manual. "This one. Junior General has good taste. This sword technique was created by someone from the three immortal realms 800 years ago. The swordplay is sharp, yet the sword intent is gentle, indeed suitable for the Junior General's kind personality," said Lu Chunqing with a laugh. Though he hadn't interacted much with Li Hao, he could tell Li Hao was different from other military generals, not so heavily imbued with a killing aura, his nature being soft and refined. This was one of the reasons he found Li Hao agreeable. "Master Lu flatters me," Li Hao said, smiling. Lu Chunfeng handed Li Hao the perfectly brewed tea with a friendly smile. "Junior General, do you have any comments on the tune I just played?" Li Hao, /is identical to _ is identical to, equals. "Just practice more." Li Hao cleared his throat and said, "Master Lu's qin skills are like this cup of tea, sweet and refreshing." Lu Chunfeng laughed heartily, thinking the young man certainly knew what's good. "Feeling great," he said, "actually, I have another piece of my own composition. Would the Junior General like to hear it?" He asked, but his body was already rising from the meditation cushion. Just as Li Hao was about to speak, a commotion came from outside the building. With Li Hao's strong physique, even at a distance, he could hear it clearly and immediately asked curiously, "Master Lu, what's happening over there?" Lu Chunfeng had just stood up and glanced outside the pavilion. He then said with a smile, "It seems someone has passed the heavenly shadow steel. Junior General, would you like to take a look? It might also be an opportunity for our Tianji Tower disciples to learn from you and gain some insights." The two immediately flew out from the outer pavilion and headed toward the martial field. There, they saw a gathering of disciples who were previously practicing, their figures spread around the area. In front of them, leading to a high mountain outside the field, stood numerous black stone steels. These steels were 2 to 3 zhang tall. Standing erect on the ground, almost resembling a row of tombstones due to their large size. Tang has observed the steels 3 times and successfully challenged Jiang. That's incredible, only 3 observations. Tang is well known for her talent. She mastered that superior swordsmanship in just 3 tries and became agile in 7 days. It's a pity. Though Tang possesses exceptional perception, she came from a humble background and lacked quality resources for cultivation in her early years. Now that she's older, she can't be listed in the Qianquan list, otherwise, she would have made a name for herself long ago. "Shu, do you want to die? Why bring up such taboos? Don't you feel regretful?" "Regretful, my head. If you dare say Tang is old again, you're the one who doesn't want to live." The disciples whispered and discussed among themselves in front of the stone steels, occasionally letting out exclamations of admiration and sighs. Suddenly, someone noticed Li Hao and Lu Chunqing fast approaching. They were extremely unfamiliar with Li Hao, but they recognized Lu Chunqing very well. After all, at the entrance to the Tianji Tower, there stood a statue of Lu Chunqing. The idea that this young man could accompany the master of Tianji Tower made them wonder which family's Qilin offspring he was. Many curiously scrutinized him, but their first reaction was to bow respectfully. "Disciple greets Master Lu." Lu Chunqing nodded slightly as a sign for the youngsters to dispense with formalities. Then, he looked at Li Hao beside him, chuckled, and introduced, "Let me introduce everyone, this is Marshal Hao Tian." Knowing the relationship between Li Hao and the Li family, as well as what Li Hao had said at the Grandmaster's conference, he did not touch on what might provoke Li Hao and used his original name for the introduction. Hao Tian, Marshal Hao Tian. Everyone was stunned, some not quite catching on at the moment. But soon, all their eyes widened slightly. Within the crowd, a young lady previously surrounded by admirers, tall and slender, holding a long sword, with eyes as clear and sharp as autumn waters and carrying an air of cool detachment, also paused, slightly taken aback as she looked toward the gentle-faced youth upon hearing Lu Chunqing's introduction. As disciples of Tianji Tower, they had access to denser and more extensive information and were aware of the many achievements of Marshal Hao Tian. At the age of 14, he had been awarded a military title, fulfilling the dreams of countless young people. Even as a woman, she held curiosity toward the legendary young man. Seeing the shocked and astounded expressions of the people around him, Lu Chunqing smiled and then noticed the cold and proud lady in the crowd. He turned to Li Hao and said, "You're here for the first time, right? Are you interested in trying our Tianji Tower's Heavenly Shadow Steel?" "This is the Heavenly Shadow Steel." Li Hao looked over the numerous black steels with some surprise. He had heard from his second grandfather that Tianji Tower had found a divine stone from beyond the heavens, infused with the natural Taoist charm of the cosmos, capable of inscribing one's cultivation technique's essence onto the stone. Tianji Tower cut the stone into what became the Heavenly Shadow Steels, which turned into a beautiful landmark of the tower, attracting countless talents over 1,000 years ago. Later, after certain events, Tianji Tower restricted the use of the steels to its own disciples and ceased to open them to outsiders. Lu Chunqing's invitation for Li Hao to try the steels was with the hope that if Hao Tian could leave his mark upon them, those steels would be sealed and preserved as an inspiration to the tower's disciples in the future. Chapter 297, Chapter 56, Fame Shakes the Heavenly Machine, 4th Update. Li Hao was also curious about this legendary stone. Their conversation was overheard by everyone, and when Lu Chunqing led Li Hao forward, the many disciples consciously made way, their eyes filled with curiosity. The rules of the Heavenly Shadow Steel had nothing to do with cultivation level, they primarily tested one's enlightenment. The young man before them was famous throughout the world for having the fastest cultivation speed in 1,000 years, they too wanted to see just how much his enlightenment differed from theirs. Sometimes, a fast cultivation speed doesn't mean high enlightenment. After all, below the heavenly human realm, as long as one had the resources, one could improve quickly. If one disregarded foundational issues, they could even chug elixirs and advance by leaps and bounds in a single day. Stepping into the heavenly human realm, besides requiring enlightenment, also involved a fair amount of luck. Some people would have an epiphany just by watching a falling leaf or scooping up a handful of water. Others would gallop across the world, challenging all the major sects, accumulating scars all over their bodies, yet still find themselves halted in front of that heavenly gate. These 100 Heavenly Shadow Steels record the cultivation technique realms of all the disciples of Tianji Tower over the past 100 years. Lu Chunqing said with a smile, "When the cultivation technique you perform exceeds the level recorded by the steel, the essence of the steel will automatically record the level of your technique, replacing the previous shadow. This is what we call the Steel Shadow Legacy." Li Hao nodded, he knew all this. However, hearing about it was one thing, but experiencing it was another. As he approached the pitch-black steel, Li Hao faintly sensed the rich energy of heaven and earth covering it, along with an enigmatic and elusive essence. In our tower, disciples may only observe each steel 10 times. If they fail to leave a shadow within these 10 attempts, they shall not be permitted to observe the steel again. Lu Chunqing said with a smile, "The number of attempts to observe the steel, as well as whether one can leave a shadow or not, are measures of one's talent and enlightenment." Li Hao remarked. Seeing Li Hao's interest, the corners of Lu Chunqing's mouth curled up. He knew geniuses couldn't resist this kind of challenge. "Young general, given your talent and swordsmanship, I suggest you try that Heavenly Shadow Steel." Lu Chunqing pointed Li Hao to a Heavenly Shadow Steel not far away. Everyone looked over, immediately beginning to whisper among themselves. "It's the steel left by Brother Kong 10 years ago. That steel is ranked 82nd in difficulty. Is he going to challenge one that difficult right off the bat? It might be difficult for us, but not necessarily for him." I think he'll definitely succeed in leaving a shadow within 3 tries. 3 tries? That's hard to say. I think 5 tries should be about right. After all, he can suppress a grandmaster, and his talent and enlightenment are beyond any of us. Everyone whispered quietly, some expectantly watching Li Hao. In the crowd, Tang Jishi was also gazing intently at the 82nd ranked Kong stele, which was more difficult than the 93rd ranked stele she had just broken through. Could this young man manage it in 3 tries? Her lips were pursed slightly, and her eyes were focused on the young man. Li Hao glanced at it and walked up to that heavenly shadow stele. After scrutinizing it and following Lu Chuanqing's whispered instructions, Li Hao placed his palm on the stele and then released his aura. Soon, the stele seemed to activate, displaying a luminous splendor. At the same time, a figure stood in the stele, a young man holding a long sword, who suddenly slashed down. But this young man was just a shadow without the ability to attack. As he slashed and swung, he demonstrated a piercing sword technique. To leave one's shadow on the stele, one must replicate the exact same sword technique demonstrated by the shadow and perform it even more exquisitely. If one were to use a different sword technique, it wouldn't work, which is why countless people have used this to test their talents and their capacity for enlightenment. Quickly, the young man finished the demonstration. By the middle of his demonstration, Li Hao received a panel prompt, recording the demonstrated sword technique. I can actually record swordsmanship here, and it seems it's not the swordsmanship of Tianji Tower. Li Hao's eyes brightened. Didn't this mean that these hundreds of heavenly shadow steles were akin to hundreds of cultivation techniques? At this moment, after the young man in the stele finished his performance, his shadow dimmed and disappeared. Li Hao also came back to his senses, absorbing the multitude of information transferred from the panel, looking at the newly added and extrapolated to perfection, grasping moon myriad flowers sword skill, as well as the true state level, and he reminisced once again about the sword move that the young man had just performed. It seemed to be only at the perfection level. This was a superior sword technique. To watch the stele 10 times and comprehend and cultivate it to the perfection level really was a test of one's enlightenment. It wasn't any less difficult than passing the imperial examinations after only 1 year of study. Most people observed the stele for the first time, memorizing by rote the shadow sword moves, then repeatedly practiced on their own, attempting the challenge again after a year or half. And so the cycle continued. The period of 10 observations could span over a decade. The shadow has disappeared. I wonder if he has comprehended it. Comprehension isn't difficult. I can do it too. If he can't comprehend it after 1 observation, can he still be called a genius? You're right. However, Brother Kong's sword technique is at the perfection level. The higher the realm, the harder it is to discern its subtleties, making it difficult to imitate and the cultivation even more demanding. People whispered softly. Li Hao looked around for a moment and saw a tree in the distance. He summoned a dry branch with a wave of his hand. Then, with a flick of his hand, the branch in his hand unleashed the grasping moon myriad flowers sword skill. It was as if a bright moon appeared, captured by the sword light in his hand, and around him myriad sword chi, like numerous blossoming sword flowers, drifted about beautifully. However, each blossom carried a sharp sword chi, untouchable. Soon after completing 1 sword dance, the heavenly shadow stele shimmered, and then, in the pitch-black stele, Li Hao's sword-dancing figure emerged. The shadow of the young man that had been there was covered and erased. Chapter 298, Chapter 56, Fame Shakes the Heavenly Machine, 4th Update, _2. Lu Chunqing watched, stunned, his pupils contract slightly. He knew more about Li Hao and had hoped that Li Hao could leave an image after watching the stele twice, thereby preserving Li Hao's reputation as a genius and also obtaining Li Hao's retaining image stele. However, to his surprise, the other party left an image after just 1 viewing. Moreover, the swordsmanship Li Hao had just performed was full of extraordinary phenomena, clearly indicating his cultivation technique had reached the level of true state. From perfect, skipping directly to sublime, and straight to true state in 1 step. Could he really achieve this after just 1 observation? Lu Chunqing suddenly felt that he understood too little about this young man, not even glimpsing the tip of the iceberg. He even wondered if Li Hao had practiced this swordsmanship in advance. Otherwise, even when those 3 sword saints were young, being able to practice an upper-level swordsmanship to perfection after just 1 glance was already shocking enough, but compared to Li Hao, they were like fireflies to the bright moon. The sword Dao talent of this young man was even more terrifying than that of the sword saints. Lu Chuanqing's thoughts were racing, his eyes flickering with light. Meanwhile, the other disciples of Tianji Tower were frozen on the spot. They had anticipated 3 times, 5 times, but had never considered that Li Hao would leave an image after just one viewing. Moreover, the level of swordsmanship he showed, with its resulting phenomena, exceeded many of their understandings, with only a very few aware of the highest level of cultivation technique, the true state. A glance of true state. Among the disciples, a few murmured to themselves, their eyes somewhat vacant. At this moment, Li Hao, holding a withered branch, turned back to the edge of the Taoist training ground where the heavenly shadow steel was located. According to the previous sequence, this should be the 100th in the series, the last of the heavenly shadow steels. This ranking is mostly decided by the chief tower master based on the difficulty of the techniques within the steels. Once unfamiliar and now experienced, Li Hao raised his hand and wiped it on the steel, quickly activating an image. But this time, the image was of a knife technique. Seeing this, Li Hao skipped it directly and turned toward the 99th in the series of heavenly shadow steels. Although with his level of swordsmanship, he could also simulate that knife technique and leave an image on the steel, there was no need for that. This 99th steel depicted a boxing technique. Li Hao revealed a slight smile and quickly, the panel recorded his form. As the image disappeared, Li Hao then threw the same punch, with phenomena abounding. The true state level. His figure was quickly imprinted on the heavenly shadow steel. Li Hao continued towards other heavenly shadow steels. Along the way, he activated more than a dozen heavenly shadow steels in succession, including the recently successful and still warm 93rd steel of Tang Jishi. The image of the woman that had been on it was wiped clean. It was an upper-level sword technique, also at perfect level, but this sword technique was easier to practice and master. As the true state level sword technique was performed, the image was directly replaced. When Li Hao went to activate a steel in the 70 series, Lu Chunqing finally reacted, froze for a moment, and hurriedly said to Li Hao, "Young general, what are you doing?" "I'm trying to see what I can comprehend," Li Hao smiled. Lu Chunqing was stunned, watching the steels that were replaced in succession, with only a portion directly skipped by Li Hao. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Among the crowd, Tang Jishi stood dumbfounded, watching the figure of the young man. Her recently created image, which she had spent half a year researching to master at perfect level, was replaced by a mere glance from the other party. And moreover, the gap between true state and perfect was too vast, too vast. Could this really be something the human race could accomplish? She also noticed a detail, while she was performing her sword technique to create her image, that young man even looked around, seemingly a bit impatient. At this moment, her brain was just buzzing, many of her thoughts jumbled. On the training ground, the mood of the other Tianji Tower disciples was much like Tang Jishi's. At first, they were shocked, and later, all were like having a duck egg stuffed in their mouths, gaping open-mouthed, unable to utter a word. Such a terrifying spectacle, they hadn't even dared to imagine. Many heavenly shadow steels, some barely revealing an image, were skipped by Li Hao, and any he stopped to observe were left with an image in just one try, and always in true state. They didn't dare to dream such audacious dreams even when well-fed and satisfied. It was too exaggerated. Was this still a human? As Li Hao continued to advance, soon, he entered the series of the top 30 heavenly shadow steels. Lu Chuanqing's face was filled with shock. Such an unheard-of event, in his thousands of years, he had never seen, nor dared to imagine. But soon, he suddenly realized a serious problem and came fully awake. Li Hao, by continuously leaving his image on so many heavenly shadow steels, had pushed the techniques on them all to the level of true state. Who will be able to continue leaving their image in the future? Viewing the steel 10 times. The true form. They're likely to be cursed by everyone. Let's not talk about 10 times, even 100 times would be impossible. The true form, many people have never even heard of this level of cultivation technique. Those from noble families only understand up to the extreme perfection, which is already considered the pinnacle of their skill. For someone with extreme talent, the true form would still require focused cultivation for decades to achieve. For someone of average talents, it might take hundreds of years to achieve such a state. Young general, young general. Lu Chunqing watched Li Hao continue to activate the heavenly shadow steels with a sense of trepidation, fearing that if Li Hao were to activate them all, the future of these steels would be doomed. This is one of the important legacies of the Tianji Tower for 1,000 years. Li Hao was interrupted and looked towards Lu Chunsheng. Lu Chunsheng hurriedly said, "Young general, I know your comprehension is unparalleled, but these heavenly shadow steels, should we not leave some untouched?" As he spoke, a slight embarrassment flashed across his eyes, but he was already filled with immense regret inside. If he had known it would be like this, he would have kept playing the zither with Li Hao. Previously, he had hoped that Li Hao would leave his image, and indeed Li Hao did. But Li Hao left far too many. Leave some untouched. Li Hao frowned but quickly understood what the other was implying. Seeing Li Hao frown, Lu Chunsheng quickly said, "You could try the first steel in the sequence, the one at the very top. Leave your image there, and that would be enough to prove your comprehension." Li Hao felt somewhat helpless. He was not doing this to prove his comprehension but to record the cultivation techniques. Li Hao agreed, saying, "But I would like to activate and see these, is that okay? If it's only activation, then there's no problem." Lu Chunsheng, seeing that Li Hao agreed, let out a sigh of relief and quickly gave his permission. Upon seeing this, Li Hao immediately activated the steels once more. Suddenly, more than 30 heavenly shadow steels were activated by Li Hao, and he was able to record 1/3 of the cultivation techniques. In the end, Li Hao approached the largest steel standing at the top of the mountain. While other steels were only 2 to 3 zhang tall, this steel was a colossal dozen or so zhang high, and even against the backdrop of a majestic waterfall with a tremendous presence like the Milky Way, the steel was extremely conspicuous. Li Hao raised his hand to activate it, and an image of a figure holding a sword appeared on it. Li Hao glanced at it and slightly raised his eyebrows. This person seemed somewhat familiar to him. It was the sword saint from the sword hut, Jian Wudao. However, the image depicted was of his middle age. With jet black hair, cropped short, unlike his current flowing white locks. But his facial features had not changed much, given that Jian Wudao today had ruddy skin and hardly any wrinkles. When that Jian Wudao came to challenge me back then, he had me agree to a request of his to try the heavenly shadow steel. I lost and had no choice but to agree. Lu Chunsheng came next to Li Hao, sighing as he said, "Back then, we were all young. Although he exceeded the age limit, I still allowed it." He viewed the steel 7 times, altogether meditating on it for 3 years, and cultivated this sword technique to the extreme perfection level. For over 100 years now, no one has been able to break that record. Li Hao's gaze stirred slightly. Cultivating the sword technique to the level of extreme perfection in 3 years truly demonstrated a very high level of comprehension. No wonder he became a sword saint. Moreover, the Jian Wudao of that time was not yet a sword saint, only in his middle age, with his sword realm far from what it is today. Do you wish to override it? I can assist you. Li Hao, listening to Lu Chunsheng's words, could vaguely sense the emotion he was trying to convey, as if there was some unresolved historical resentment. Although he was unaware of the exact events from the past, it seemed that they were not too pleasant. Lu Chunsheng, hearing Li Hao's offer, was slightly taken aback. Are you confident? This is an ancient and incomplete sword. Technique, and just 1.5 moves already represent the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Li Hao's eyes lit up with interest instantly. Chapter 299, Chapter 57, Rapid Attack on Liangzhou, 5th Update, Requesting Monthly Pass. I'll give it a try. Upon hearing this, Lu Chunsheng glanced at him and nodded in agreement before stepping aside. Although I hope you can surpass him, we must not break the rules. You only have 10 chances to observe the steel. Li Hao gazed at the first-ranked heavenly shadow steel and saw that Jian Wudao, already a middle-aged man, had raised his sword. Even across the steel, even though it was just a projection, Li Hao felt an overwhelming sword intent rushing toward him. The sword light suddenly slashed out, as if wanting to pierce through the stone itself. The sword chi flowed and extended, as if wandering in the great void, concealed yet sharp with sword intent. Li Hao watched quietly and soon received a prompt on the panel. Li Hao chose to record it. Although the swordsmanship practiced by this Jian Wudao was quite different from that of the other heavenly shadow steels, in front of the panel in Tao realm, all beings were equal. As the recording commenced, Li Hao learned the name of the swordsmanship. 16 Rhythms. A strange name, seemingly unrelated to swordsmanship, more akin to some form of calligraphy or musical rhythm. Li Hao was somewhat surprised, but the panel's recording would not be wrong, perhaps that was the original name of this swordsmanship. At this moment, the 16 rhythms swordsmanship had already been deduced to the level of true form. Moreover, subsequent sword techniques had been extrapolated, all the way to the 9th sword. The sword techniques practiced by Jian Wudao earlier comprised only 3 swords. Lu Chunqing had said that with just 1.5 moves, it had already ranked among the peerless sword techniques. The remaining 1.5 moves were extrapolated by Jian Wudao himself. Now, based on the 6th stage's sword Tao, Li Hao had deduced these 3 moves to the 9th move. Li Hao speculated that Jian Wudao's initial comprehension of swordsmanship was probably around the 4th stage. Even with my swordsmanship, I still can't complete this technique. Li Hao's eyes were solemn. The deduced swordsmanship had already merged into his memory. Li Hao could sense the sophistication of the technique's level, subtly bearing a certain marvelous charm. Li Hao's understanding of musical rhythm had already reached the 4th stage. At this moment, he faintly felt that the original form of this swordsmanship might not be a sword technique at all, but some kind of musical rhythm. It was just listened to, recorded, its essence captured, and then cultivated into a sword technique. If so, that bizarre name might just make sense. But, what kind of musical rhythm could inspire someone to derive from it and refine a peerless sword technique? Curiosity and longing filled Li Hao's heart. He also pondered a question. If he developed his musical rhythm Tao to a certain extent, could he produce the most primitive sound of this sword technique? If he could reach that level, could the music he played evolve into other supreme cultivation techniques? Li Hao reined in his thoughts and looked back at the heavenly shadow steel before him. He took a deep breath, stepped back slightly, and then began to wave the withered branch in his hand, executing 9 swords in succession. The sword intent, like an ancient melodious song, moved vivaciously with each strike, each embodying the power and momentum of tracing back to the origin. A humming resonated in the world around Li Hao, the true state of this sword technique that could elicit a response from heaven and earth. Not far away, Lu Chunqing was stupefied. Although he did not practice swordsmanship, he could tell how terrifying Li Hao's sword technique was. He even felt an overwhelming sensation, as if at the same level, Li Hao could defeat him in an instant with this sword technique, leaving no room for resistance. The sword light was unending, and after the 9th sword was spent, the withered branch in Li Hao's hand also shattered, turning to ash. Upon the heavenly shadow steel, something appeared to break, and the image of the middle-aged Jian Wudao vanished, to be replaced by the youthful figure of Li Hao, who had just practiced the sword technique. 9 swords true form. To surpass it, perhaps only if the current Jian Wudao personally came, there might be a slim chance. Lu Chunqing regained his senses, looking at the young men in shock. He had only harbored some hope that maybe this youngster could create a miracle again, but Li Hao indeed made a miracle, and one he didn't even dare to dream of. With just one look, Li Hao actually managed to practice the supreme sword technique up to the level of true form. Moreover, it seemed he had deduced additional moves to follow it seamlessly, an unthinkable feat. Li Hao exhaled lightly, having absorbed the sword technique. He felt his head swelling a bit. Having recorded many secret tomes from Tianji Tower today and absorbed dozens of cultivation techniques from the heavenly shadow steel, he felt a bit overwhelmed. He needed to properly organize his thoughts and memories. Master Lu, if there's nothing else, I shall return to Heavenly Gate Pass now. Li Hao said to Lu Chunqing. Lu Chunqing was taken aback but promptly said, "Won't you stay a few more days? You just arrived and have not yet seen the beauty of Yongzhou. Tianji Tower also has a treasure land for cultivation." Li Hao shook his head slightly. "There will be time in the future. I will visit another day, Master Lu. As you know, I'm stationed at Heavenly Gate Pass, and I've provoked a few demon kings. I'm worried that if news of my departure leaks, they might vent their anger on the people of Kanjia City in my absence." Heavenly Gate Pass was northwest longer the place for a solitary man. Kanjia City was bustling and lively. Besides those young men and women coming to seek fame and pay their respects, many merchants also came to conduct business, and some refugees with nowhere else to go settled down there. If the city were to fall, countless would die or be injured. Hearing Li Hao's words, Lu Chunqing knew he could no longer detain him. After all, Li Hao was a general with military duties, and it also concerned the people of the frontier. "If that's the case, let me accompany you on your journey," Lu Chunqing said. Li Hao nodded, and this he did not refuse. The two immediately took to the air, heading away from Tianji Tower. When he first invited the youngster, Lu Chunqing had only sent Hermit Tianji to greet him, but seeing Li Hao's terrifying aptitude today, he finally understood that this young man was not his junior but would soon become his peer or even surpass him. Therefore, his thoughts had undergone a transformation, from initially just wanting to do Li Hao a favor to now genuinely wishing to befriend Li Hao. In the training grounds at the foot of the mountain, many disciples of Tianji Tower watched as their master and the young man departed, and it took a long time before they could regain their composure. The previously silent training ground suddenly erupted with earth-shattering shock and bewilderment. Amidst the clamor, several leading figures of Tianji Tower just stood there silently, feeling a chill throughout their bodies as their resolve neared shattering. At that moment, their fervent desire to advance was crushed. The gap was too vast. Is this the disparity between one person and another? It felt more like the gap between humans and gods. Is this what they mean by the talent that at 14 can accept a military title and be ennobled? A glance into the true form, cultivation techniques all mundane, someone murmured to themselves, feeling as though something was choking their heart, wanting desperately to break down and cry. It wasn't jealousy, but despair. Tang Jishi silently gazed into the distant horizon, her eyes hollow and entranced, unable to utter a single word. She felt as if a gust of wind could knock her over. Her pride in her talent and comprehension had allowed her to rise from her humble beginnings and catch up with the prodigies. Even against the geniuses of the divine general mansion, disciples of the Sword Saint, and descendants of Buddhas and Immortals, she harbored a trace of defiance in her heart. She believed that if she was given the same background, she could do even better. Because she was smart. But today, she suddenly realized that her pride seemed insignificant in front of that young man. The swordsmanship she had been laboring over for half a year, the young man only needed one glance. Just one glance. And he learned it, and what's more, he surpassed it. Surpassed it to a level beyond her reach. If she is a genius, then what is that young man? A monster. If he's just a genius, then what is she? A common fool. An idiot. A simpleton. Or rather, an unenlightened beast. She didn't know, but suddenly, she felt an urge. She wanted to go to Liangzhou, to that frontier pass, to follow that young man's side, to witness with her own eyes how such a person cultivated in their everyday life. To the west of Liangzhou, 2,000 miles away. In a pitch-black lake, numerous dark shadows wrapped around each other. From a high vantage point, the shadows appeared extremely dark and their forms menacing, instilling dread. The surface of the lake, however, was calm. As these enormous creatures swam, they did not cause a single ripple. In this serenity, suddenly, the surface of the lake gently began to ripple. Then, these ripples began to widen, like raindrops splashing on the surface, the serene water suddenly leaping up like jumping beans, sending droplets flying. The droplets bounced vigorously on the lake's surface, shaking the entire lake. In the lake, the tranquilly swimming giant shadows were startled by this vibration. They quickly drew back into themselves and transformed into figures. Some burst from the bottom of the lake into midair. Others sped towards the depths of the lake. Suddenly, in the center of the lake where the waves were most intense, the water rose high like a swelling mound. Then it burst, and out shot a massive true dragon. Its dragon body was dark purple and near black, its scales sharp as divine weapons, covering its body wholly and densely. The creature's body was 100 zhang long, with a ferocious head that could coil around a hill. The true dragon shot straight into the sky, piercing through numerous cloud layers, heading for the intense sunlight above, where its scales seemed to reflect a blinding divine radiance. In its gloomy, blood-red eyes, the distant sun in the sky was reflected, before it suddenly plunged headfirst back into the clouds, diving down. When it emerged from the last cloud layer, it had transformed into an old man wrapped in a dark purple robe. Elder. Many transformed figures gathered around him. In the lake, various water demons looked up, trembling, but in their eyes was a fervent reverence. "Are there any in the ultimate study realm stationed in Liangzhou?" asked the old man in a deep voice, carrying immense authority. "As of now, we have not detected any," replied a green-robed elder respectfully. In the demon's hierarchy, rank was met with strict enforcement, or else one faced being consumed. If that's the case, then quickly attack Liangzhou. "Have the forces of the Great Void Realm already assembled?" the dark purple-robed elder asked coldly. "The armies from the Great Void Realm have been ready and waiting for battle for some time. The forces from the Saint Palace are still on their way." We, from the Dragon Gate, have our forces gathered at Shui Lake, Green Shadow Lake, and Sinking Horn Forest, another elder reported quickly. Those fellows from the St. Palace are always procrastinating. No wonder they have been entangled with the Li family of Northern Yen for over a decade. They are reluctant to suffer losses yet covet the territory, truly useless. The dark purple-robed elder snorted coldly. Then he continued, in this assault on Liangzhou, although I have personally come, the real striking force will be the armies of the Great Void Realm. We have previously agreed that they will break through the border, and we only need to destroy all those cities. If there are any high-level masters of the peerless technique, I will handle them. At that time, your job will be to slaughter and consume all the remaining humans. We must launch a bloodbath across the entire Liangzhou, leaving no survivors. Let that old immortal suffer intensely. Let's go to the Great Void Realm first, declared the dark purple-robed old man coldly. He led the charge, and from the deep lake, countless demons who had reached the 15th realm rose from the water, transforming into thousands of streaks of light, following the true dragon elder silhouette, streaking across the vast sky like shooting stars. Chapter 300, Chapter 58 Li Tian Gang, come out and face your death. First update. Liangzhou, Eastern Territory. Outside the black stone expanse of the Great Wall, the landscape of heaven and earth lay completely exposed. The gray clouds were dark and oppressive, the grasslands without a breath of wind. Within the Great Wall, however, lay the vast frontier defense line, where patrols clad in light armor made their rounds back and forth. In the military camp, Li Tian Gang held a military dispatch in his hands, which contained information that had been scouted about the various conditions across Liangzhou. To the north, there had been a demon's attack half a year ago, but he sent a secret letter to the Xia family, asking them to dispatch frontier troops to help, which pushed back the demon. The Xia family was initially reluctant to cross the border, since after all, this was a matter for the Li family. Although the Xia family had decent relations with the Li family, sending troops to help across the border was somewhat reluctant, unless there was a major disaster that caused upheaval in various cities. However, Li Tian Gang clearly stated in his letter that it was very likely a probe by the demons. If the Xia family did not act and chose to watch from the sidelines, the demons outside of Liangzhou territory would take the north as their breakthrough, turning it into the largest battlefield. When that happened, the battlefield would inevitably spread to Jizhou, under Xia family's control, and in turn would cause greater losses for them. For this reason, he revealed part of the military intelligence of Liangzhou, the strict defense of the eastern and western territories of Liangzhou, and the presence of 4 Stan's realm powerhouses stationed in the southern Heavenly Gate Pass. This eventually made the Xia family realize that the fire could spread to them, so they joined forces with the Liangzhou military department in the north, driving away those demons. Since then, the north, just as Li Tian Gang had predicted, showed no more traces of demons. The Xia family also witnessed the military decision-making of the current true dragon of the Li family. No wonder they had been able to fight against the demons for more than a decade in northern Yen despite severe disadvantages, and ultimately win. The demons in the Fifth Brothers area have not shown up for a long time now. These demons pretend to feint a blow and withdraw, but unfortunately, the demon tide in Liuzhou has not retreated and has not attacked either. Their feint is too obvious. That is where the real containment is. The true killing move of these demons is not in Liuzhou, but in Liangzhou or Yozhou. Li Tian Gang's eyes were piercingly cold. It had been almost a year since he came to Liangzhou to oversee the situation. Since his first arrival, when he repelled the invading demons of the Eastern Territory, the demons hadn't dared to launch large-scale attacks again, only occasionally harassing the perimeter. His gaze overlooked the entire panorama of Liangzhou, but beyond Liangzhou, he also penetrated insights into other provinces, judging the real intent of those demons based on intelligence from various other provinces. This was also the reason why he had stayed here for so long. Although there were no battles, he had not left. He had seen through the demons' intentions. Reconstruction of Kanjia City. Li Tian Gang looked at the intelligence gathered in the report, and his face darkened. In the south at Heavenly Gate Pass, with Li Hao stationed there, he naturally paid extra attention, but the consecutive news that came made it hard for him to feel elated. Ever since Li Muxiu and the chief of Tianji Tower, Lu Chunsheng, had come forward to assist Li Hao in driving away the Wanshan Demon King and the other 3 old demon kings who had lingered outside the pass for many years, Heavenly Gate Pass had seen years of peace it had not known for a long time. During this period of peace, the city that had once been left in ruins resembling mere mounds of earth was reconstructed. That was supposed to be good news, even joyful. Li Tiangang could understand that. But if it were just about rebuilding the city, that would have been the end of it. Constructing arrays meant re-establishing a defense line. However, after the construction, all kinds of people from various provinces could come and go freely, the city gates wide open, with no apparent intention to bar entry, and many commoners had even relocated there, along with businesses setting up shop and so on, turning that frontier pass into a city developing like any other within the interior regions. At present, Kanjia City was flourishing and bustling, like a major city deep within the interior. But this is not within the realm, it's the frontier. Demons can invade at any moment. Especially when considering the current perilous situation of Liangzhou, if the demons were to attack Heavenly Gate Pass, it would result in a bloodbath, and countless would die or be injured. Just a bit of success, and he becomes arrogant. Hong Zhuang as well, she didn't stop him. The child may be ignorant, but shouldn't she know better? After guarding the frontier for so many years, can she not see through the false prosperity? Li Tiangang's face was grim, as everyone close to the child seemed to dote on him excessively, allowing him to do as he pleased. His second uncle did so, his fifth uncle did so, and so did his sister-in-law, and now, even his younger sister who had been stationed at the frontier for years was doing the same. Was it just because the child had peerless talent? He admitted that Li Hao's talent was exceptional, far surpassing his, but for that very reason, indulgence was unacceptable. Considering all of Li Hao's actions, he regretted not intervening sooner. The battle in northern Yen had lasted far too long, preventing him from returning home in time, which had become his greatest regret these days. Bring me paper and pen. Li Tiangang issued the order, intending to write a military order to have Li Hongzhuang at Heavenly Gate Pass disperse the city's civilians. As a frontier city, it only needed a small population for the circulation of supplies. Gathering so many civilians was simply harmful. Upon hearing the command, Li Fu immediately turned to fetch paper and pen, but just then, a sudden roar came howling from the distant frontier. Li Tiangang, come out and face your death. The terrifying sound waves, despite the distance, caused the tent flaps of the military camp to tremble violently. Li Fu, just stepping out of the tent, had his expression change drastically, a mix of shock and anger, as his divine soul burst forth from his back, leaping into the sky, looking out towards the distant frontier. There, a tiny black dot stood with hands behind his back, suspended midair, wearing a splendid gold-trimmed war robe, his gaze cold and piercing. Li Fu's face subtly changed. Despite the distance, he could feel the other's terrifying, abyssal pressure, sending shivers down his spine. With his years of battlefield experience following Li Tiangang, he recognized at a glance that it was the Demon King. Before Li Fu could turn and report, such a commotion had already alerted all the nearby military camps along the frontier. Li Tiangang, hearing the thunderous shout, narrowed his eyes slightly. Had these beasts finally lost their patience? He took a step out of the military camp, moving straight towards the sky. Gazing from afar, outside the frontier defense line, the Demon King in the splendid gold-trimmed war robe met his gaze. It's good that you're still here. Feng Shanjun felt a sense of relief upon seeing Li Tiangang. All the rage he had pent up for so long could finally be vented. That damn brat had ruined one of his lives. Only one chance to defy fate, and to have used it up like that it was akin to incurring a deathly grudge. Feng Shanjun bellowed, summoning a crimson flame spear in his hand and suddenly charging over. Inside the defense line, everyone was shocked and alarmed. It was the first time a Demon King had attacked the city alone, issuing a challenge. It was outrageous. Set up the array. Li Tiangang's eyes were cold as ice, yet not a hint of panic showed, but instead he bellowed furiously. His roar spread throughout the field, instantly stabilizing the previously shaken morale of the troops. Feng Shanjun's spear, trailing flames and divine light, had barely reached the frontier when it triggered the array. The array burst out like thousands of golden rays, condensing into a protective shield that enveloped the defense line. Above, golden array patterns flowed, containing the profound power of stars and the celestial stem. Feng Shanjun's attack was blocked by the array, yet it trembled from his relentless assaults, his eyes rolling with flames of rage, continuously launching the spear at the array, stirring up waves of golden light scattering in all directions. At this time, within the military camps in the defense line, troops had already swiftly assembled, with remarkable efficiency. The first to form up was the Li family's strongest military camp, Yuan Camp. A full 10,000 Yuan Camp soldiers, connecting with the array, injected their strength into it. With the 6 phases star array being managed by the 10,000 Yuan Camp soldiers, it could withstand the Demon King's attacks for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Yuxian, quick, informed the other camps to enter full combat readiness, the demon army could come at any moment. Li Tiangang swiftly ordered Yuxian, who stood by his side. Yuxian was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized that the Demon King had risked being hunted to issue this challenge, most likely to draw their fire. The fact that there was no demon tide beyond the pass indicated that the rest of the demon army might be heading towards other parts of the defense line. He immediately accepted the command and went to carry it out. Bugle calls blared one after another within the defense line, swiftly carrying the signal throughout, and in the blink of an eye, everywhere within the defense line resounded with the ancient calls of war elephants. All the military camps within the defense line, hearing the call to arms, tensed up instantly, rapidly donning armor and picking up weapons, taking their posts, ready for battle at any moment. Meanwhile, at the farthest end of the defense line outside the territory, towards the horizon, the ground began to shake, and a dense, dark mass swept towards them, like a black mudslide with an earth-shattering force. Seeing that a demon tide was indeed attacking, the distant defense line immediately released battle signals. Beacons shot into the sky, their piercing, bird-like whistles resounding. These beacons were also seen by the soldiers at the other defense lines, sharply conspicuous. Li Tiangang also noticed and affirmed that his deduction had been correct. Li Tiangang's gaze turned icy, watching the Demon King who was persistently destroying the array alone. He suddenly stepped out, borrowing the power of the array to summon the imprisoned demon souls within. However, he did not release the full might of the array here, as they would need its strength for the upcoming demon onslaught. He only called forth a single demon soul, merging it into his own body. With a gesture of his hand, a brilliant divine blade flew out from the military tent, and one after another, pieces of armor that had been previously removed flew onto his body to be worn. Shoulder armor, cape, protective chest mirror, arm guards, kneecaps, combat boots, and so on. In the blink of an eye, the war armor was all in place. He held the divine blade, the divine might blazing fiercely upon it. Li Tiangang took a step forward, like a domineering and mighty war god, bursting out of the array and charging towards the Demon King. A mere immortal daring to seek death. Just like your accursed beast of a son, you can all die. Feng Shanjun, seeing Li Tiangang actually taking the offensive, couldn't help but laugh, but his face became angry and ferocious. The spear swept out fiercely, with intense flames burning the air into a hot, twisting distortion. In sync with the power of the Tao, his attack was bound to hit its mark. Facing this phoenix flame spear, Li Tiangang erupted with the demon soul's violent cry, the divine blade's divine might dazzling as it slashed fiercely. The blade's radiance was like a golden river, parting heaven and earth, severing the phoenix flames. But as the phoenix flames shattered, they transformed into a sea of fire that suddenly surrounded Li Tiangang's body. The intense heat made the golden patterns on the array flicker and twist, the energy rapidly depleting. Feng Shanjun suddenly raised his hand, releasing a phoenix cry, his body spiraling rapidly, breaking through the sea of fire and thrusting his spear towards Li Tiangang's chest. With a bang, Li Tiangang's body was forced back, slamming hard against the array. But then, Li Tiangang's body surged forward again, the demon soul within him sinking, merging into his body, his aura strengthened slightly as he continued to step forward and hack away. You want to emulate your son and slay a demon king as an immortal? Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Feng Shanjun's eyes blazed with an intimidating light as he roared, you are still far from matching your son. Stupid beast, seeking death. Li Tiangang's eyes widened in fury as he suddenly slashed down an earth-shattering blade, power unleashing, the blade's rainbow shining brightly. Feng Shanjun retreated, dodging the blade's rainbow, and seeing Li Tiangang pursuing him, a sneer appeared in his eyes. The spear swung fiercely, shattering the second blow of divine might from Li Tiangang's blade. You're the one who's going to die. Behind Feng Shanjun, a pair of phoenix-flamed wings made of fire abruptly appeared, and then his body abruptly halted, surging with momentum as he lunged at Li Tiangang. His attack twisted the air before Li Tiangang, and his body, like teleporting, appeared instantly. The spear swept across, thrusting from above, heading straight for Li Tiangang's head. Chapter 301, Chapter 59, Killing, Second Update. This spear stroke was like the cry of a phoenix in the sky, infused with the dazzling essence of divine fire, unavoidable. Completely locked in. Feng Shanjun's prior retreat aimed to lure Li Tiangang far from the array, intending to pierce through his flesh, ravage his divine soul, and fling him before Li Hao, to witness his father's brutal death in despair. As the divine spear pierced down, suddenly, a blinding divine might burst forth, and like a ferocious fire, the blade furiously struck upwards. Shatter for me. A single slash broke through the spear's radiance, and at the same time, the divine might and overwhelming momentum that suddenly erupted even managed to shake Feng Shanjun to a momentary halt. In this instant of vulnerability, Li Tiangang's eyes shot lightning. He let out a heavenward roar and ruthlessly slashed his divine blade, cleaving Feng Shanjun's body in half. The golden blood spilled harshly, like sparks flying about, as Feng Shanjun screamed miserably, hurriedly retreating and looking up in horror. He saw Li Tiangang, holding the divine blade, striding toward him. His aura soared straight into the sky, like a scorching sun above, like an enraged true god burning with fire. Could this be the Four Stands realm? Feng Shanjun's pupils constricted, his heart in shock. Li Tiangang was actually concealing his presence, pretending to be from the three immortal realms. And now the realm revealed was clearly the Tao Heart realm. This true dragon from the Li family, when had he become a powerhouse of the Four Stands realm? Defy the heavens with my 9 steps, die. In this moment, Li Tiangang revealed his true self no longer, his black hair flying wildly, his Four Stands realm aura on full display. It was because of his breakthrough in cultivation that he dared to step out of the array and engage in battle with the Demon King. Beside Li Junyi, he was also a rare genius, stepping into the three immortal realms at 23. Such a cultivation rate was enough to shake the world, yet he kept it low profile. Having battled in northern Yen for over a decade, he had ascended to three immortals' peak early on, already touching the threshold of the Tao Heart realm. Shortly after the battle with Li Hao in Qingzhou, he stepped into the Four Stands realm and found his Tao Heart. The law of all things. This was his way, his heart. Thud, thud, thud. Bursting forth with the martial arts' extreme meaning he had created, he took several steps in succession. The heavens and earth outside the defensive line seemed to tremble with each step he took, his aura escalating, his divine might's fiery brilliance intensifying. With 6 steps, his presence was akin to a god descending, roaring with a blade that seemed to split heaven and earth. The universe seemed to tear apart, all things follow their laws. He adhered to the laws of heaven and earth, restoring order, determined to cleanse the world of all chaos. Strike! The blade's radiance was blinding, like the brilliant sun, lifting a sky filled with divine light and ferocity. The half-bodied Feng Shanjun was in terror. Li Tiangang was merely in the Tao Heart realm, yet the momentum he released made his heart tremble with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. The disgrace he suffered outside Heavenly Gate Pass seemed to confront him again. His eyes turned bloodshot, spewing out essence fire and divine lightning, roaring as he turned to reveal his true form. But his true form as a half-bodied phoenix was somewhat desolate, the other half formed from divine fire coalescence. As he roared, he spewed out true phoenix essence fire. The surrounding temperature rose dramatically again, the ground cracked, verging on turning into magma, the air between heaven and earth steamed and twisted. Centuries ago, he had swept through a city by merely flying past, turning everyone to ash. Now, by erupting with true phoenix essence fire at full strength, just the residual heat was enough to split open the flesh of the indestructible realm. Yet the soaring flames were cleaved apart as Li Tiangang stepped out of the fire, taking the 7th step while his might surged once more. Defying fate realm, let me sever your life. Li Tiangang's eyes were cold as lightning, his blade fury rained down, hundreds to thousands of slashes cutting through the sea of fire, aiming directly for Feng Shanjun's true form. Feng Shanjun was both shocked and enraged. At this moment, he had no second chance at life. If he died, millennia of cultivation would be reduced to ashes. His heart burned with shame and unwillingness. He had not been able to defeat that youngster earlier, and now facing Li Tiangang, he was still so embarrassed. Phoenix soul condensation blood. He roared out, igniting the trace of true phoenix divine blood in his veins. Indeed, he was not of the Phoenix clan by birth, but of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, yet a true phoenix ancestral spirit had awakened in his bloodline, guiding him unknowingly onto the path of cultivation. Over the years, he had cast aside his identity as a member of the Sparrow clan, instead considering himself a phoenix. He constantly maintained the appearance of the Phoenix clan, despising the Sparrow lineage within him. He already saw himself as a true phoenix. Now pushed to the brink, the sliver of proud phoenix blood in his heart finally incited the true passionate blood of the Phoenix clan, choosing to move forward courageously, burning his true blood. As the Phoenix true blood burned away, he would no longer have any ties to the Phoenix clan, but at this moment, he was a true phoenix. With divine patterns emerging, an ancient and vast aura emanating from his body, he seemed like an ancient phoenix gracing the world, his feathers dazzling like gilded gold, containing divine light and the pure divine power of true crimson. With a single breath, a golden lotus flew out. This golden lotus burned with flames, radiating a heart-moving brilliance. Li Tiangang's gaze turned steeled. Drawing a deep breath, he stepped forward with the 8th step. His aura rose furiously again, and at the same time, he unleashed the martial Tao extreme meaning skill he had developed. Xing Tian Blade. The blade light soared, like a towering peak reaching heaven, illuminating half of the defensive line. The dazzling light, demanding to sever the heavens, struck down fiercely upon that golden lotus. The terrifying impact erupted, causing the golden patterns on the array to flicker continuously, emerging one after another, withstanding the dreadful onslaught. Chapter 302, Chapter 59, Killing, Second Update, _2. But elsewhere, the intense aura scattered by the blade's light blew hundreds of miles away, scorching the earth black, turning wild grass into ashes, forests into charred remnants, and lakes evaporated into mist in an instant. With such might, if it were to erupt within the city, the entire fortress would be instantly destroyed. Li Tiangang's entire suit of armor was red-hot, roasting his body as if he were being burnt in a furnace. Even his body, as indestructible as armor against swords and blades, felt an unbearable searing pain, but his eyes grew even colder and more steely as he advanced to kill Feng Shanjun. Feng Shanjun's aura was rapidly collapsing. Although he had burned true phoenix essence blood, there was simply too little phoenix blood inside him. Watching as the middle-aged man charged at him like a ferocious deity, he seemed to see in a trance the youth from beyond the border approaching, a look of despair in his eyes. At this moment, his aura was withered, without the strength to parry. And without that phoenix blood, his emotions also underwent great turbulence, filled with fear, trembling, and thoughts of fearful pleading. "Save me!" He turned and fled, emitting a piercing call for help, devoid of any dignity. Accompanying his cries, suddenly 2 streaks of cold light shot towards Li Tiangang, arriving almost in the blink of an eye. But Li Tiangang neither dodged nor glanced, suddenly displaying a movement technique as swift as a rock, rapidly closing in on Feng Shanjun. Li Tiangang ignored the attack, swinging his blade down in fury. With a blast, the divine might on the blade covered the area, severing Feng Shanjun's head directly. A divine soul like a firebird flew out in terror, attempting to escape into the distance, but was captured under Li Tiangang's mighty palm, which came down with a suppressive divine force. "No, spare me." Feng Shanjun begged hastily. But Li Tiangang ignored him and clenched his hand in an instant. The divine soul screamed miserably and then abruptly stopped, a demon king of the defying fate realm thus perished. Li Tiangang had realized when the opponent burned phoenix blood that this demon king of the defying fate realm seemed to have no chance of defying his fate anymore, otherwise he wouldn't have fought to such an extent. Therefore, even if it meant getting hurt, he had to slay him, otherwise, if the opponent caught a breath, it would become difficult to kill him later. Boom, boom. With 2 consecutive attacks hitting Li Tiangang as he killed Feng Shanjun, his body was smashed to the ground. The hot, burning earth shattered dozens of meters deep, and Li Tiangang climbed out from it, took to the air quickly, and saw 2 figures appearing in front of Feng Shanjun's corpse. Bastards. Seeing Feng Shanjun truly dead, the 2 who arrived were both shocked and angry. They were dressed in peculiar long robes, their clothing wrapped like vines, strange in style. Li Tiangang recognized at a glance that they were from the Great Void Realm. "You from the Great Void Realm, you also want to join the fray?" Li Tiangang's eyes were icily cold. He had detected traces of the Dragon Gate and the Holy Palace but had not expected that the Great Void Realm, reclusive for 1,000 years, would also act. This was one of the top forces among the demons, but having been reclusive for many years, their relationship with the Dao divine dynasty was mostly good, not encroaching on each other. At this moment, Li Tiangang truly felt the Dao divine dynasty was in peril. The involvement of the Great Void Realm was not only a crisis for Liangzhou but also a certain signal. Over the years, not only had his family, the Li family, fallen in battles, but other divine general mansions were also plagued by frequent warfare. 6 brothers had perished, a far cry from peace hundreds of years ago. This also indicated that the demons around the Dao divine dynasty were becoming increasingly restless. Now, even the reclusive Great Void Realm had emerged. With these thoughts, Li Tiangang clenched the divine blade in his hand even tighter, his eyes blazing with divine light. As chaos was about to ensue, he would restore order and bring the world back on track. The 2 demon kings from the Great Void Realm, one old in appearance, one a handsome youth, now stared at Li Tiangang with cold eyes. Though there was anger in their eyes, it was not overwhelming. Feng Shanjun had originally been a rural demon king with no backing, joining their coalition only for vengeance, which was why they let him take the lead and perform. But unexpectedly, he had been slain by Li Tiangang. The information they had received was flawed. Li Tiangang concealed his true cultivation level, which turned out to be of the 4 stands realm. More crucially, with his Tao Heart realm cultivation level, he was able to slay beyond his realm, which was rather terrifying. For Stan's realm, no wonder you dared to step out of the array. Good, no matter your realm or what you've hidden, you will die today. The 2 from the Great Void Realm's eyes flashed coldly, not attacking immediately but suddenly transmitting sound, calling other demon kings of the coalition to come. Since the opponent could slay Feng Shanjun, although they did not know how many secret techniques he had used, to be cautious, it was best to besiege and kill him. After all, they couldn't be the only ones exerting themselves in this assault. Li Tiangang, seeing that the 2 were not eager to attack, became abruptly alert and quickly turned back towards the array. Thinking of leaving, it's too late. The 2 demon kings, seeing his move, acted swiftly. The elder released a murky light that instantly reached the array behind Li Tiangang, covering it, and turned into a mist, enveloping him. In this mist, all senses were lost, one couldn't tell north from south. Li Tiangang realized this immediately, closed his eyes, concentrated power in his arms, and suddenly slashed with his blade again. The fiery power cleared the mist, creating a gap, but beyond the gap was not the array's direction. His heart chilled, he knew that he had been influenced by the demon art and had lost his sense of direction. All things have their order, begone, do not obstruct my path. Chapter 303, Chapter 59, Killing, 3rd Update. Li Tiangang roared furiously, his chest aglow with divine light, as he swapped his eyes for the inner eye and his consciousness for his moral heart. Guided by the mysterious Tao, his moral heart, which condensed the laws of all things, quickly found the way for him. His divine blade struck, instantly tearing open a passage and revealing the array. Then, moving quickly, he attacked with his body, exchanging the air outside the array, and disappeared in a blink, appearing inside the array. He had the array's command token, which allowed him to step directly into it. In a flash, he slipped into the array. Stop right there. The young demon king, who arrived in haste, unleashed a sword strike but slashed at nothing, as Li Tiangang had already stepped through just before him. His sword light struck the array, stirring up a massive surge of divine runes. Meanwhile, inside the array, tens of thousands of Yuan camp soldiers bore the brunt of the sword's force, their expressions changing slightly as their blood and qi roiled. Martial. Yuxian rushed over swiftly, seeing the terrible aura emanating from Li Tiangang's body. He had long known that Li Tiangang had entered the 4 stands realm. He wasn't surprised but urgently said. Large swarms of demons are attacking the edge of our defenses, led by demon kings, striking everywhere. The array can't hold much longer. How many? Li Tiangang's expression shifted slightly, and, while speaking, he struggled to adjust his state, focusing on regaining his strength as much as possible. He knew a fierce battle was about to unfold. He must seize every chance to rest and recover. 3. Yuxian replied quickly, one is from the Dragon Gate, another from the Holy Palace, and one from the Great Void Realm, with the 2 here. He looked outside the array. The dazzling golden array shone brightly, separated by a thin membrane-like layer outside the array, where the elderly men from the Great Void Realm and the young Demon King were both furiously assaulting the array, causing ripples to spread. Besides, their previous calls for reinforcements had summoned 2 more demon kings clad in black robes, who were now making no effort to hide, tearing off their robes, revealing armor that glimmered with golden light, its surface etched with rough patterns, clearly a treasure crafted by demons. In comparison with the armor of the human race, it did not appear as exquisite or intricate. Li Tian gang, come out. Hiding in there, do you think you can escape? Once I break through this array, you'll be the first I slay. The demon kings, while angrily attacking the array, bellowed loud curses at Li Tian gang. Having killed Feng Shanjun right before them, though unconcerned for Feng Shanjun's fate, their own dignity had been insulted. Li Tian gang's expression was grim, somewhat unsightly. He had anticipated a catastrophe in Liangzhou, but had not expected Dragon Gate to send so many demon kings, and for the Great Void Realm to join in as well. The number of demon kings had somewhat exceeded his expectations. These fellows weren't planning to wear Liangzhou down slowly like they did with Northern Yen, they intended to launch a quick assault. Quick, form the army formation, and defend the array with all your might. Activate the array's demon spirits. Li Tian gang swiftly gave his orders. Command after command, alongside the beacon fires, spread throughout the entire defensive line. On the inside of the black stone Great Wall's defensive line, countless arrows flew into the swarm of demons, myriad demon-slaying talismans and boulders followed from catapults, crossing the array, hurtling into the swarm and inflicting numerous demons' casualties. However, these demons were like locusts and ants, thick and innumerable, with no end in sight. The holes just cleared were instantly refilled. The earth was covered in darkness, and the sky swarmed with locust-like flight, covering everything like a vast, demonic chi formed a black cloud hanging over this border defense in the sky. Here, the daylight was obscured, leaving only a dim afterglow, along with the deafening, thunderous roars and screams of the demons outside the array. The shrill shrieks were jittering, even the battle-hardened veterans felt their hearts pound with fear. Were it not for the protection of the army formation and the bolstering of morale, many would have been scared stiff by this spectacular demon display. The Grand Army, entrenched in this defense, was now fully mobilized, taking position on the walls, rapidly rotating, as archers fired volley after volley, their longbows near the point of smoking from overuse. Amidst the sounds of the beacon orders, the array was activated, and soldiers from the Yuan camp, clad in heavy armor, dispersed, covering the entire defensive line. The numbers of Yuan camp soldiers were vast, originally disguised in different armors, blending in. The Tianji Palace detected only 50,000 of them gathering, but in actuality, Li Tian gang had secretly assembled 200,000. Now, these hidden Yuan camp soldiers had donned the strongest military armor of the Li family, with the expense for a full set of armor being exceedingly great. An army of 200,000 Yuan camp soldiers was enough to sweep through the 3 immortal realms with ease, unstoppable. The Li family's Yuan camp had a total of 1 million in its ranks. After battling in northern Yen for over a decade with countless casualties, only just over 700,000 remained. Currently, Li Tian gang had called up 200,000, which was considered full preparation. The remaining 500,000 were stationed, 300,000 in northern Yen and 200,000 in Qingzhou year-round. Chapter 304, Chapter 60, Array Shattered, 10 Demon Kings, Desperate Situation. 7K double-length chapter, pleading for monthly votes. Li Tian gang summoned an additional 40,000 from the 200,000-strong army, adding them to the previously gathered 10,000, to continuously supply energy to the array. Simultaneously, as the spirits of demons within the array were activated, roars thundered out from it. The demonic spirit that had previously merged with Li Tian gang had already returned to the array. Now replenished with energy, it surged forth again, along with 4 other unwithering realm great demons. They charged into the incoming tide of demons, heading straight for those from the 3 immortal realms. With the energy from the array, they were in their peak state, attacking with ferocity and fearless abandon. Soon, several great demons from the 3 immortal realms were grievously injured and had to temporarily retreat behind the demonic tide, leaving their armies, led by great demons of the heavenly human realm, to charge forward. These demons relentlessly pressed on, suffering countless deaths and injuries under the savage offensive of the 5 demonic spirits. More of the 3 immortal great demons formed formations, hunting down solitary demonic spirits. Beyond these 5 unwithering realm spirits, there was also the spirit of a demon king within the array. Now roaring forth, it targeted a demon king stationed further from the defensive line. This demon king was actually the Dragon Lord, who had stepped forward as a vanguard sent by the dragon sect. Carrying a bounty on his back, this was the moment for him to make a stand for the dragon sect. He relentlessly attacked, aiming to destroy the array and drain its energy, knowing that once the energy was depleted, the array would naturally collapse. At that moment, as the spirit of the demon king enveloped him, the Dragon Lord revealed his true form, releasing a resounding dragon's roar and engaging in battle. The entire vast eastern defensive line had plunged into all-out war. An immense tide of demons, countless beasts, and innumerable border warriors fighting back desperately, resolved to battle to the death. Countless arrows fell like rain into the covering tide of demons, as dragons and phoenixes echoed between heaven and earth, with a firestorm raging overhead, akin to an epic myth. Signal fires shot into the sky, reporting military intelligence from various locations. Li Tiangang hovered in the air, his expression dark and intense, overseeing the array and commanding the whole situation. He issued orders non-stop, maneuvering troops and deploying generals to reinforce key points. After years of campaigning in northern Yen, his study and understanding of war strategies and the structure of arrays were extraordinary. At this moment, using the soldiers from Yuan camp to replenish the array's energy, he would occasionally call back the encircled demonic spirits, leveraging the array's power to extricate them and then send them to charge into another part of the battlefield, moving unpredictably. Demons near the defensive line were suddenly overpowered by the blasting spirits, suffering heavy casualties and death. A mere 6 phases star formation thinks it can stop us. Li Tiangang, let's see how long you can hold out. Outside the array before Li Tiangang, including an elder from the Great Void Realm and a young demon king as well as 2 demon kings from the dragon sect, there were 4 demon kings. And at both ends of the defensive line, there were 2 more, totaling 6 demon kings who had revealed themselves. The 4 demon kings, with murderous intent on their faces, attacked at once, raining down terrifying assaults that shook the array and scattered divine light across the heavens. The golden light on the array trembled, divine runes rapidly flickered like afterimages, absorbing and resisting their attacks. Within the array, with every strike from the 4 demon kings, the 50,000 soldiers from Yuan camp trembled, their faces flushed with blood. Their entire bodies were cloaked in rainbow-like radiance, their chi force completely absorbed by the array, transformed into power to resist the demon king's attacks. The 6 phases star formation could convert their power into a catalyst, drawing upon the celestial forces of the stars and constellations, turning it into the mighty power of the array. Otherwise, relying solely on the power of 50,000 people, the array could not have sustained for even the time it takes an incense stick to burn. We must focus on one point, said the demon king who was an elder from the Great Void Realm. His arms became withered, and new buds sprouted from his cheekbones. He was a 10,000-year vine monster. Upon his command, the other 3 demon kings immediately gathered and launched their assaults towards the spot he had indicated. Seeing this, Li Tiangang's expression shifted subtly. He suddenly flipped the divine blade in his hand, stepping forward in quick succession, once again deploying his martial Tao extreme meaning skill. Thump. 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 With each step, his aura surged tremendously. He fiercely slashed out a dazzling, moon-like blade of light. The blade of light shot straight through the exterior of the array, landing on the attacking demon kings. The violent collision released a terrible energy, impacting the array. Although the demon king's attacks didn't directly hit the array's focal point, being so close and compounded by the uncontrolled energy from Li Tiangang's shattered blade light, they also struck the array, causing a formidable impact. Splat. 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 Within Yuan camp, many continuously spurted blood vehemently. Some could no longer stand, their bodies swaying on the verge of collapse. Even some of the higher-ranked squad leaders were as pale as paper, nearly drained of all their chi force. But their eyes were resolute, fixed on the demon kings outside the array, filled with an indomitable killing intent. This was the most elite army of the Li family for hundreds of years. In Yuan camp, the most ordinary soldiers were elite compared to those of other armies. Li Tiangang's expression was grim as his gaze swept around. He could see the packed dark tide at both flanks of the defensive line. Such a massive demon offensive had only been seen a handful of times during the decade-long Northern Yen campaign, where demons typically infiltrated in small numbers, probing repeatedly, unwilling to risk substantial losses. The palace master of the Holy Palace was clearly more reluctant to risk his forces. But the Great Void Realm and the Dragon Sect seemed far more reckless. Send the order, open small gaps in the arrays at some critical nodes, let some demons through, and have the Fotsy Camp's guards hunt them down to relieve the array's pressure. Chapter 305, Chapter 60, The Array Shatters, 10 Demon Kings, Desperate Situation. 7K combined chapter for monthly ticket. _2. Li Tiangang swiftly issued orders. Li Fu nodded and hurriedly transmitted his orders in all directions. At this moment, the 4 demon kings outside the array made their move again. They realized that although their attacks were being repelled by Li Tiangang and could not be focused at one point, the damage suffered by the array from their close-range charges was likewise immense. Let's see how long you can hold out. Among them, a young demon king from the dragon clan, with curved ox horns on his head, sneered. This time, we won't let you summon the martial artists from the noble families of Liangzhou. Li Tiangang's heart sank. Among the many orders he had issued earlier were ones to send messages to the various cities, mobilizing the city guards to join the battle. There were also orders to gather the forces of those noble family martial artists. After all, what is a noble family if the mountains and rivers are shattered? If the border is breached and demons encroach, those noble families would also be unable to withstand them. Activate the 9 Abyss Separation Fire Array. Li Tiangang had an icy expression, his eyes like those of a deity observing fire, devoid of any emotion or fluctuation, unaffected by the words of the demon kings as he calmly issued one command after another. His divine soul hovered in the air, overlooking the entire front line, and in the distance, he used beacon fire signals to assess the situation, as well as the war eagles that kept coming back to his side to deliver messages. These were demonic war eagles subdued and trained by the Li family, not strong in attack but extremely fast, serving as messengers in this great battle, compensating for some of the precise messages that smoke signals could not convey. Following his command, the runes on the 6 phases star array reversed, activating another array to cover it. With the combination of the 2 arrays, the energy consumption of the array spiked, but the array also gained a terrifying offensive power. In an instant, countless demons charging at the array were struck by the abruptly flashing crimson light on the array, immediately bursting into flames. Even some great demons in the heavenly human realm were scorched by the separation fire, forcing them to retreat and desperately pad out the fierce flames on their bodies. This fire was extremely terrifying, capable of burning the divine soul. If allowed to burn, even heavenly realm demons would be directly incinerated. With the activation of the 9 Abyss Separation Fire Array, the onslaught of the demon tide was significantly alleviated, and their charging speed greatly reduced. But within the defense line, the troops entered the most tense battle readiness state, with countless soldiers in the camp supporting the array, all straining every nerve to exert their full power. Outside the array, the 4 demon kings' faces changed slightly. They snorted coldly and struck again. The array spewed out fierce separation fire, but while this fire had some effect on those at the 3 immortal realms, it didn't significantly impact the demon kings. They easily snuffed it out and continuously pounded the array. Li Tiangang only occasionally unsheathed his sword, but separated by the array and facing the 4 demon kings, the damage he could inflict was limited. Surveying the battlefront, Li Tiangang's expression grew graver, knowing that at this rate, the array could hold for at most half a day before the defense line would be breached. If it were only the demon tide, with the power of the array in his command, he could minimize the impact as in the Great Battle of Northern Yen, dragging it into a war of attrition. However, at this moment, the blows struck by these demon kings inflicted enormous damage on the array. Every attack was more shattering than the charge of 1,000 troops and horses, and it was focused at one point, causing stronger destruction and forcing the array to mobilize more power for repairs. Seeing that the 4 demon kings were still relentlessly attacking, Li Tiangang's eyes turned cold. He had to stop their concentrated attacks, or the array would not withstand many more strikes before collapsing. He was restrained here, unable to reinforce other parts of the front. Since you want to attack, then I'll let you die. Rage surged in his heart. Then, his gaze fixed firmly on the demons, as if driven to desperation, he roared and brandished his divine weapon, stepping out of the array to fight. The 4 demon kings saw Li Tiangang finally losing his patience and smirked coldly, waiting for this very moment. Once the array breaks, their demon tide will surge forth unstoppable. Daring to come out, you're seeking death. The few demon kings suddenly struck, seizing the opportunity to launch a fierce attack at Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang took 8 consecutive steps, holding his divine weapon, standing alone against the 4 demon kings. 2 of them were at the defying fate realm, and the other 2 at the Tao heart realm, but his eyes were defiant and radiant, showing no fear. "Just mere beasts, what else can you do except gang up?" Li Tiangang's words were contemptuous as he resolutely wielded his sword. The 4 demon kings joined forces to block Li Tiangang's blade, shocked by its might. No wonder he was able to slay Feng Shanjun. They realized that Li Tiangang's battle strength was indeed terrifying. Among his peers, he would likely have no equal. The true dragon of the Li family is well deserved. "I'll make sure you die quickly." The great void realm vine demon elder spoke. "You think you can kill me? You are not worthy." Li Tiangang roared angrily and suddenly lunged at him. The vine demon elder smirked, his body suddenly revealing its true form, rooting his feet into the ground, feeling as if they reached through heaven and earth, while his arms emitted countless tough branches and withered vines. These withered vines were extremely tough, like divine weapons, lashing towards Li Tiangang. Yet more vines were transformed into a web-like trap, attempting to ensnare Li Tiangang and limit his movements. Li Tiangang's divine soul suddenly emerged behind him, his hands clapped together, and then he viciously slapped out a divine palm of fire, sweeping across and pressing down on the vines, which started to catch fire. "Great flame Luo hand!" He cried out loudly, waving his hands in consecutive palm strikes, stirring the heavens and earth. Against the fierce assault of the 4 demon kings, he managed to hold his own for the time being. The more the 4 demon kings fought, the more startled they became. They had heard that Li Tiangang had single-handedly faced more than 10 great demons of the 3 immortal realms during the Great Battle of Northern Yen and had cut down half of them. The rumors, it seemed, were true. Chapter 306, Chapter 60, Array Shattered, 10 Demon Kings, Desperate Situation. 7K double-length chapter, pleading for monthly votes. _3. Now stepping into the 4 stands realm, although it's only the first step of the Tao heart realm, the opponent already has the invincible aura of the Tao heart realm. Even the 2 of them, demon kings of the defying fate realm, were temporarily suppressed by the might of Li Tiangang. But they could see that the opponent had unleashed unwithering strength, an endless outpour of energy, which could not be sustained for long. Using unwithering strength so early, the opponent was likely counting on the protection of the array, to use it early and rest early to recover. "Kill him, don't let him get back to the array." The demon art old man bellowed. He exhaled a mist-like demon art, enveloping Li Tiangang. Despite its earlier resolution, any influence it could cause was worth the effort. The other 2 demon kings, however, made their way to the array, sealing off Li Tiangang's retreat. At this moment, Li Tiangang was like a lion emerging from its den, roaring mightily, his ferocity unstoppable, but once his unwithering strength waned, it would be his time of death. Another elder of the Longmen in the defying fate realm also burst forth with true power at this moment, revealing his true form with small horns on his head curved like bull's horns, which, as his true form appeared, turned into much larger and more twisted sharp horns, exuding a fierce and malevolent aura. He was not a true dragon, but his shape resembled a dragon's, except that on his back was an extremely long, fin-like spine. Roar! He let out a roar and charged toward Li Tiangang through the grey mist. A parasitic seed rested on him, given by the demon art elder, allowing him to see clearly within the grey misted demon art and remain unaffected. In the midst of the mist, Li Tiangang was slashing wildly in all directions like a headless fly, losing his sense of direction. However, as the dragon-shaped demon king made his move, Li Tiangang seemed to suddenly realize something and fiercely slashed a blade light towards the array. He then broke through the misted demon art and fled towards the array. "Don't even think about escaping." The 2 waiting demon kings quickly made their move. The young demon king who had previously missed his strike, allowed Li Tiangang to escape, saw his chance and charged with all his might, roaring fiercely. But Li Tiangang did not avoid the attack, colliding directly with him, and then brutally slamming him into the array. However, the young man wasn't stopped by the array and went straight through it, as if through a membrane, passing through the array. When the golden light of the array went from behind to in front of his eyes, the young demon king was momentarily stunned, feeling a brief sense of weightlessness. But in the next instant, he realized something, looked down, and saw a black array command attached to his chest. Li Tiangang had 2 array commands on his person. At that moment, he was embraced by Li Tiangang and bumped into the array. The good news was, he had broken through the array. The bad news was, he was the only one who had. The young demon king's pupils contracted, immediately feeling terror at being trapped in a lone array, a situation of extreme danger. Not to mention that the Li Tiangang before him was extremely vicious. He roared in shock and anger, and without hesitation, he released his true form in an instant, his demonic aura surging out like reverse blood, wielding his sword to slash at Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang quickly snatched back the array command from his chest, sneered coldly, and sudden flashes of divine light burst from his eyes as he roared. His hands covered in divine flames, the great flame Luo hand directly acted on his arm, unleashing a heaven-startling slash with the ferocity of his power. Xing Tian Blade, second form. The terrifying blade threatened to uproot nearby military tents, with lightning flash brilliance and flames slashing fiercely across the transformed young demon king. The sword light shattered, and the young demon king let out a piercing roar, but his body was overwhelmed by the blazing blade light, cleaved in 2. A demon king of the Tao Heart realm was not even a match for him. Although he was exerting nearly his strongest power at the moment, this strength also greatly startled the 3 demon kings who were outside the array attacking frantically. From the torn remains, fire flared up, the martial Tao extreme meaning of the great flame Luo hand realized. A divine soul panicked and flew out from within, unprotected by a body, relying only on the power of the divine soul. He did not hesitate to burn his divine soul to flee into the distance. Li Tiangang strode forward in pursuit, the divine blade left his hand, slashed swiftly under his command, and cleaved the divine soul. The young demon king's divine soul let out a piercing scream, its demonic sound vibrating, causing soldiers within several kilometers of the battlefield to feel their blood churn, some bleeding from their mouths and noses, tears of blood flowing from their eyes. Li Tiangang, even as a ghost, I will not make it easy for you. The young demon king's divine soul let out a desolate roar, in desperation, and suddenly caused a torrential downpour from the heavens. The rain fell like numerous swords piercing through the military camp. And his own divine soul withered rapidly. The blade light struck down, killing him. In an instant, Li Tiangang had killed 2 demon kings. The 3 demon kings outside the array were all outraged, roaring furiously, especially the demon art elder. Li Tiangang, however, seemed not to hear, catching the divine blade first to block the raindrops. At that moment, those raindrops were piercing through the military camp, numerous soldiers within the formations were pierced and died on the spot. Some were within the Yuan camp. These Yuan camp soldiers were exerting their full power to the array, utterly defenseless and without spare strength for protection, and as they faced death, they injected their power into the array even more vigorously. With their own bodies resisting the demon king's final assault, they were instantly pierced by the raindrops and burst into a splatter of flesh. The companions bursting and shattering beside them, the remaining soldiers of the Yuan camp trembled slightly but nobody attempted to dodge. Chapter 307, Chapter 60, Array Shattered, 10 Demon Kings, Desperate Situation. 7K double-length chapter, Pleading for Monthly Votes. _4. Their power merged with the array, fully aware of the great impact the array was enduring, there was no room for error. Li Tiangang wiped away nearly half of the rain's assault and witnessed the grievous destruction still surrounding them. He looked troubled, and though they had slain the demon king, the cost was heavy, at least 1,000 had perished. In terms of sheer numbers compared to the demon king, one could say it was a bloody profit. But these were soldiers who had shared life and death with him, comrades with whom he had charged into battle. His eyes reddened slightly as he turned to glare at the 3 demon kings. Now, with one less demon king attacking, the pressure on the formation from the simultaneous assault of the 3 demon kings was slightly reduced from before. Li Tiangang's unwithering strength had also been depleted, and fatigue swept over him. He needed to recuperate. He swiftly took a handful of elixirs from his own space and stuffed them into his mouth, rapidly swallowing them. They were all extremely precious treasures that helped him quickly recover his condition. Li Tiangang, you seek your own demise. The vine demon elder's eyes seemed like shooting flames, and his contorted face sinisterly focused on Li Tiangang. Do you really think you can defend Liangzhou? Who do you think you are? Do you know that the great elder from the Dragon Gate has also arrived but is not in the eastern domain? Guess where he might go. Upon hearing this, Li Tiangang's pupils shrank. Great Elder from the Dragon Gate. That was a being from the ultimate study realm. There was a significant gap between the Defying Fate realm and the Tao Heart realm, but one could still engage in battle and kill with various cultivation techniques and the martial Tao extreme meaning skill. However, the difference between the ultimate study realm and the Defying Fate realm was like that between the Four Stands realm and the three Immortal realms. Any being from the ultimate study realm was close to the pinnacle of combat strength of the Daoyu Divine Dynasty. His heart pounded violently as he looked at the two Dragon Gate elders beside him, realizing that the opponent was not making empty threats. It was very likely true. Still, his expression remained impassive and frosty, not letting the enemy see his thoughts nor sway the spirit of his troops. What of the Great Elder? Should he come, he'll just meet his death, he said. The Vine Demon Elder laughed mockingly. Do you think you're qualified to say that? If you hadn't hidden your cultivation level, thinking you were just a trash from the three Immortal realms, would the Great Elder have even bothered with the absence of interest to come to the Eastern Domain? If you had revealed your cultivation sooner, you would be dead by now. With this array, how many attacks from the Dragon Gate Great Elder can you withstand? But don't worry, the Great Elder has gone elsewhere to seek food. I heard your son is at the Heavenly Gate Pass in the south. Haha, later the Dragon Gate Great Elder will let you and your son reunite in his belly. Li Tiangang's pupils constricted, and his gaze grew even colder. Trying to disturb my thoughts. There are no cowards in the Li family. Do you think by saying this, I will head to the south? Whether you go or not, the outcome will be the same. The Vine Demon Elder's eyes were fierce as he said, I didn't plan on being serious at first, thinking you were just trash. Believing that we alone could easily sweep this place clean, but since you're so uncooperative, then you'll have to witness the true power of the Great Void Realm for yourself. As his words fell, figures whizzed through the skies from behind him. Li Tiangang focused his gaze and his pupils dilated sharply. 1, 2, 3, 7. All of them were demon kings. It was said that when the Great Void Realm secluded itself from the world, there were 5 elder demon kings. Now, unseen for a millennium, their numbers had surged. Although the Daoyu Divine Dynasty had always sent shadow guards to investigate the movements and intelligence of the Great Void Realm, they had only managed to find out about 7. Including this Vine Elder and the young Demon King they had just slain, the real count was 9. And now, all of them had come. It seems the world has long forgotten the fame of the Great Void Realm. The 7 rapidly approaching figures each radiated different auras, some dark, some bright as the blazing sun, and some like elusive shadows, unfathomable. At this moment, one of them, a noble woman in a long dress adorned with a pink flower on her forehead, looked indifferently towards the array. Her gaze swept over and quickly noticed the absence of one figure beside the Vine Elder. She seemed to sniff out something, her expression changing subtly as she looked towards the center of the array. Immediately, she spotted the giant corpse of the young Demon King, now revealed in its true form. Een Kuei. The noblewoman burst out with a piercing scream. This cry, like a malicious roar, spread in all directions, her originally snow-white delicate, nation-overthrowing face now twisted by anger. You dare kill my son? That young Demon King, he was her child. A Demon King, giving birth to another Demon King. From this, one could surmise just how fearsome the noblewoman-looking lady was, a Demon King who had cultivated for untold years. Li Tiangang's face changed slightly, recognizing at a glance that the other party was one of the earliest elders in the Great Void Realm, known as Ms. Een. She carried the ancient true dragon bloodline of the Great Een Luminous, and it seemed to be a direct bloodline at that, extremely terrifying. What was even more terrifying, this was most likely a Demon King of the ultimate study realm. Ingteng, is this how you look after my child? Ms. Een looked angrily at the old Vine Demon. The Vine Demon Elder's face changed slightly, and he hastily said, this old servant admits his guilt. It's all because this youngster is too cunning, luring the young master into the array. Shut up. Ms. Een angrily slapped down, the loud sound of the slap branded across his face. The Vine Demon Elder's body swayed and flew out more than a dozen miles, breaking his neck bone. But he was a Vine Demon, and soon twisted and crawled back, looking at Ms. Een with a trembling expression. This old servant accepts his punishment. Please madam, calm your anger. I'll deal with you when we get back. Ms. Yin's gaze, however, fell upon Li Tiangang inside the array, her once beautiful face now twisted and fierce as she said, you must die. Your entire Li family must die. Li Tiangang's heart grew tense, and he urgently yelled, shift the array, take back the 9 abyss separation fire array. The runes on the array rapidly reversed, the 9 abyss separation fire array was taken back, and the array no longer possessed the power to attack and kill, but was fully defensive. A mere 6 phases star formation, you think it can? Stop me. Ms. Een shrieked, her fingernails grew rapidly, and suddenly a black hole-like shadow emerged behind her. This was unmistakably the phantom of a black moon. At that moment, she raised her hand and swung it fiercely, the black moon phantom crashing violently toward the array. Poo-poo-poo-poo. Within the array, the 50,000 soldiers of the Yuan camp almost simultaneously spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and a third of the soldiers fainted on the spot, their eyes turned white, blood flowing from their 7 orifices, already breathing as if hanging by a thread. The array oscillated, the divine runes on it flickered into phantom light, bursting forth endless divine radiance, barely holding off the attack. Ms. Een roared, attacking over and over. The black moon phantom struck rapidly, with each hit, more of the remaining Yuan camp soldiers fell, and those left also spat out blood. Li Tiangang's pupils contracted, his body turned ice-cold. The great void realm had emerged in force, completely beyond his expectations. Did they not fear that the true personages of Gantao Palace would strike out, annihilating them all? Quick, notify Gantao Palace. Notify the other divine general mansions, in the name of the true dragon, send the 8 directions order and summon their families' powerhouses to come for reinforcement. Li Tiangang roared urgently. Under his watchful eyes, the array trembled unsteadily, its divine light rapidly dimming. As the 6 other elders of the great void realm made their move simultaneously, finally, with a loud bang, the array shattered completely. Chapter 308, Chapter 61, Only Save the World, Not the Suffering, First Update. Qingzhou City, Heavenly Origin Divine General Mansion. Inside the mansion's council hall, the ladies from various households gathered, all except for Shuihua Courtyard. These ladies had in their hands the connections their husbands had previously established. If their husbands had joined the military, then the original camps they commanded, though now under Li Tiangang's leadership, still maintained their own networks and influence. Now, a message from Liangzhou had arrived, delivered over thousands of miles through a secret technique. This was the 8 directions order that was only used when a state was deeply embroiled in a blood battle and desperate situation. It could reach its destination across thousands of miles, surpassing the normal speed of military reports and letters, crafted by the Heavenly Observatory and containing a special array. Whenever the 8 directions order appeared, it meant that the lives of many were suffering, and it also meant that the offspring of godly generals would fall. Elder sister, did it come from Tiangang? What exactly is the situation in Liangzhou? Of the many ladies there, Gao Qingqing was the most anxious at the moment, with tears welling up in her eyes, almost crying out in her urgency. 20 years ago, an 8 directions order was also issued from Heavenly Gate Pass. That time, it was the Li family's 3rd son who had fallen, and the Heavenly Gate Pass was nearly lost, making it no surprise that she was in such a state of anxiety now. She worried that her own husband would suffer the same fate as those before him. Could it be news from Cangzhou? Wang Xiangru furrowed her brows. Currently, Li Fenghua was in charge of defending Cangzhou, but ever since Li Junyi cleared all demons from outside of Cangzhou over a decade ago, there hadn't been any major incidents there. However, with demon attacks, one could never tell. Sometimes they came suddenly, without any prior intelligence. He Jianlan's expression was solemn. After reading the message carried by the order flag, she turned to Li Muxiu next to her and said, Uncle, Tiangang says that Liangzhou is trapped in a dire situation, with beings from the Great Void Realm intruding into the world. Longman and the Holy Palace have teamed up and committed to the battle, vowing to engulf Liangzhou. Hearing her words, Li Muxiu's eyelid twitched. He immediately realized that the emergence into the world of the Great Void Realm, which had been reclusive for 1,000 years, was an extremely bad sign. It seemed like some kind of omen. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiangru immediately relaxed a little, her expression calming down. However, Gao Qingqing's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Li Xuanli was in Liangzhou, serving as the supreme commander of the military, at the forefront of the conflict. If Liangzhou was in danger, he couldn't run away, even if it meant death, he would die there. As a son of the Li family, as a descendant of a divine general, how could he possibly abandon the billions of people in a great state and flee like a deserter? This was the tribulation etched in the bloodline of the Li family. Childhood friends turned lovers never contemplated such things. It was only after marrying into the Li family that she truly understood the heartache and desolation of the Li family's sons. Gao Qingqing sat on a chair, barely able to keep her balance, trembling violently. Seeing her like this, the other ladies remained silent. There were times when they had felt the same way. At this moment, they all thought of their own fallen husbands, their eyes filled with sorrow. Are they not afraid to die, to have the real ones come and trample them down? Lady Lu Wanqing questioned with doubt. I will set off to Liangzhou at once, Li Muxiu said. He Jianlan shook her head and immediately replied, Tiangong's command came only to inform us of this matter, not to call for reinforcements, especially asking you, uncle, to absolutely stay in Qingzhou and not go. Why is that? Gao Qingqing exclaimed in shock. Li Muxiu was startled and suddenly thought of something, his expression changing subtly. Tiangang said that he fears the demons dare to attack in such large numbers without guarding against my second uncle. It is very likely that besides Liangzhou, there might be a demon king of the great void realm outside Qingzhou, or even their sect master. He Jianlan said gravely, once second uncle leaves, they might immediately invade Qingzhou, and their target will be directly our divine general mansion. Li Muxiu's face turned somber, as he had already realized this point. The fifth alone might not be able to hold them back, even though the divine general mansion has its arrays, and so does Qingzhou, it would take some time to breach them. But if he went to Liangzhou, traveling at full speed, it would take 2 days to get there and back. After all, he would need to conserve some strength to join the battle upon reaching Liangzhou. He couldn't possibly travel at his utmost limit speed for instant relocation. How did this? Gao Qingqing's face was devoid of color. She had thought it was a plea for assistance, but instead, it turned out that Li Tiangang was asking her second uncle not to send reinforcements. What about Liangzhou then? Are we just going to watch it perish, wait for death? She couldn't help but say. He Jianlan knew her feelings and that consolations were useless at this moment. He simply said calmly. Qingqing, don't panic just yet. Tiangang has passed the order to the other divine general mansions, and that real person from Gantao Palace must have received it too, as would Mount Wuliang most likely. Under the command of the 8 Directions Order, even if there were some differences in the past, they ought to send reinforcements. If they can spare 1 or 2 of the older generation to take action, Liangzhou might still hold steady. Upon hearing these words, Gao Qingqing's trembling and constricted heart stabilized slightly, but her body still felt ice cold. I will send a message to my second sister and fourth sister to see if they have a chance to go and reinforce. Li Muxiu said after a moment of silence. Those 2 were married women, halfway out of the divine general mansion, with their own husbands and powers. As direct descendants of the divine general mansion, they had no weak lineage, although not in the 4 stands realm, they were both at the peak of the 3 immortals. In such a dire situation, it was somewhat embarrassing to trouble them to risk their lives, but given the dangerous circumstances, he had no choice. Can we write to that 5th grandmother? Asked Gao Qingqing suddenly, coming up with the idea. That 5th grandmother was from the older generation, whom even Li Muxiu had to call aunt. She had long since retired to live the life of a commoner. In her earlier years, she was a famous female general who had slain countless demons, much like the current Li Hongzhuang. Li Muxiu fell silent for a moment before saying, I'll try. Having said that, he stood up and left. He Jianlan sighed softly without saying a word. I will write to my father, said Lady Ninth Jiang Xiener. She was only betrothed to Li Junyi, and after his death in battle, she voluntarily married into the divine general mansion holding his armor. Over the years, she had devoted herself to handling all sorts of affairs within the mansion. He Jianlan looked at her gently and said, we are too far from Daiyu State, and sending a letter now would be too late. If that real person has received the 8 Directions Order, let's see what he decides. We must still try. Though reinforcement is late, if they can arrive, they might make a difference, Jiang Xiener said earnestly. Hearing this, He Jianlan did not try to stop her anymore. Mount Wuliang, Brahma Pure Land World. Deep within the mountain peaks of the Spirit Mountain, Lin Wujing arrived at this pure land carrying a Zijin-colored 8 Directions Order flag. The Zijin light tore through the sky and illuminated the Brahma Pure Land, seen by countless people. Infinite Buddha Lord, it is an 8 directions order flag from Liangzhou, urgently requesting aid. Lin Wujing first paid his respects to the Buddha Lord before speaking in an unhurried manner. Sitting on a lotus platform, the Infinite Buddha Lord had a gentle and compassionate demeanor. He gently moved his fingers, and golden mysterious patterns seemed to flicker in his eyes. After a moment, he said, "I am aware of Liangzhou's catastrophe. It also signifies that the karmic fire, suppressed by our Daiyu divine dynasty for 3,000 years, is finally about to burst forth." Infinite Buddha Lord, what do you mean? Slaughter, murder, indulgence, lust, greed, anger, delusion, all are turbid in this golden era. As time turns, karma cycles, this catastrophe cannot be avoided. The Infinite Buddha Lord said slowly, "Behind the demon scourge of Liangzhou, there stands a great calamity. One must not act rashly." Lin Wujing's expression changed slightly, realizing something. The Infinite Buddha Lord turned to another bodhisattva seated next to the lotus platform and said softly, "Miao Shan, take the order flag and go pacify the demons in Liangzhou." "Yes, Infinite Buddha Lord," the bodhisattva responded, her demeanor calm and tranquil as she bowed her head. Remember, a bodhisattva is compassionate, rescuing the world, not the suffering. The sea of suffering is boundless, all due to one's own sins. Only the true Buddha can ferry one across. The Infinite Buddha Lord said softly. The bodhisattva instantly understood his intention and nodded. To rescue the world is to spread goodness, to rescue the suffering is to step into the sea of suffering oneself, pushing and assisting the boat. The words of the Buddha, one must reflect and understand. Zijin light streaked across the sky above Liangzhou, too fast for even those in the 4 stands realm to intercept. This was the light of the 8 directions order flag. By the time you saw the Zijin light flash overhead, the actual flag had long passed thousands of miles away. At this moment, in the eastern part of Liangzhou, with the combined force of Mrs. Yin and many demon kings, that concentrated power erupted, and the impregnable array finally shattered. The moment the array broke, the 50,000 soldiers of Yuan camp were struck down unconscious. Some of the soldiers with lower cultivation levels perished on the spot, their heads buzzing as their divine souls floated out from their bodies. Li Tiangang's pupils constricted as he watched the shattered golden light of the array, the collapse of countless divine patterns, and at that moment, the entire eastern defense of the region was truly lost. The countless demons of the demon tide saw the shattered golden light and let out bloodthirsty, excited roars, rushing forward in a frenzy. The pressure on the defensive line surged drastically. Countless arrows and attacks sank into the demon horde like stones into the ocean, instantly engulfed. As the entire defense line bore tremendous pressure, in front of Li Tiangang, including Mrs. Yin and other great Void Realm demon kings, as well as the Vine Demon Elder and those 2 Dragon Gate demon kings, a total of 10 demon kings had their gazes uniformly fixed on Li Tiangang. Mrs. Yin's eyes were fierce and chilling, her face cracked open, revealing a trace of her true form. Near the edge of her cheekbones, a greenish eyeball opened. She suddenly raised her hand, and a gust of claw-shaped wind whistled past, swelling in the wind to become hundreds of feet large, as if to tear the entire city wall apart. Li Tiangang's complexion changed dramatically. The medicinal pill he had taken earlier had already released much of its power. He swung his sword in fury, but the blade's light was covered by the claw. With a bang, he was violently thrown backward, slamming into the ground and creating a deep crater. The violent impact, even fortified by his armor and his indestructible treasure body, still caused him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Yu Xian and Li Fu, along with other deputy generals, saw this and cried out anxiously, rushing over. "Don't rush, you're all going to die." At this time, the Vine Demon Elder and other demon kings also floated into the fray, stepping into the airspace of Liangzhou in the eastern region. Yu Xian looked up, 10 demon kings hovered in the air like 10 fierce suns shaking the world. At this moment, no one could help feeling despair. But he had followed Li Tiangang into battle for many years, and although only in the heavenly human realm, he too was a battle-hardened soldier. "Marshal, we probably can't hold this position." Yu Xian stood up and roared, "Marshal, you must retreat first, let us buy you some time." As he spoke, he suddenly erupted with violent chi force, going so far as to rupture all the major meridians in his body, wildly releasing his chi force. At the same time, his divine soul ignited, and his whole being, as if torn by divine light, burst forth with a heaven-piercing aura. Li Tiangang, who had always been steady and calm, finally showed a change of expression at this moment. "Marshal, get out of here." Nearby, many members of the Fatsi camp's trusted aides rushed over, forming an array in front of Li Tiangang. Meanwhile, Yuxian had already burst forth with all his strength, like a proud son charging towards the 10 demon kings, intending to block them. Mere ants. The vine demon elder merely glanced at him and sneered. With a flick of his hand, he lashed out a vine whip hundreds of feet thick. With a loud sound, the proud sun that roared and charged was extinguished on the spot. It was like swatting a firefly with no effort. How can a mere firefly compete with the bright moon? Yuxian. Li Tiangang watched, his eyes almost bursting, and his divine sword burst into blazing divine flames. Li Fu also stood in front of him, urgently saying, "We cannot hold here any longer. It's all right for us to die, but you cannot." "Stay calm, Marshal." The other 2 deputy generals also urged quickly. In the midst of their words, they too stepped forward, knowing their cultivation levels were weak and they could hardly block the onslaught, but as soldiers, how could they retreat? Chapter 309, Chapter 62. He's worth being proud of, second update. Not even worth the dirt on the ground, and you dare to stand in the way. The vine demon elder took the lead in opening the path, trying to make up for his previous neglect. He suddenly raised his hand and struck out, his palm forming a dark purple imprint composed of withered vines, imbued with the ultimate meaning of the Grandmaster Martial Realm, pressing down with a suppressive force. The void in his palm seemed to be torn asunder, and the many soldiers who had rushed over formed the tiger's might and flood dragon formation, erupting with the roar of tigers and the howl of dragons. A brilliant golden light surged out, colliding with the imprint. With a loud bang, the storm of blades within the palm imprint tore the flood dragon-like golden light into shreds, pressing straight down overhead. Merely a few thousand soldiers forming a military formation could not stop a demon king, who flattened them into a bloody mess on the spot, turning them into a pool of blood. The might of a demon king, terrifying and unstoppable. Li Tiangang trembled all over, his eyes bloodshot, his breathing heavy. On the battlefield, he had always been as calm as iron, commanding the whole army, but at this moment, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. A frenzied killing intent washed over his mind like waves, but he clenched the divine blade tightly, restraining his body. His other half, honed through prolonged combat, told him with sober rationality that they truly couldn't hold the Eastern Front. If they couldn't hold it, they had no choice but to retreat and shrink the defensive line. Shrinking the defensive line, then joining hands with his 5th brother from the Western Yan, Li Xianli, to guard the previously established secondary defense line. At the same time, they could wait for reinforcements from the various families and the assembly of the Liangzhou gentry. Don't underestimate this power of the gentry. If it were just a small part of them, they wouldn't amount to much before the Li family's iron cavalry. But if the entirety of the Liangzhou gentry, numbering hundreds of cities, were to unite, it would be an enormously terrifying force indeed. This force was normally not fearsome only because they were like loose sand, but if united, they would be strong enough to shake a great army. Thinking of the millions of people of Liangzhou behind him, Li Tiangang gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage as he watched the 10 approaching demon kings. Without a second word, he turned and fled. Military law is as immovable as mountains, he too abided by it. Although his emotions drove him to rampage, his reason held him back, driving him to choose to retreat and flee. Otherwise, if Liangzhou was left unguarded, it would fall even faster. Tiangang, farewell. Li Fu watched as Li Tiangang turned and dashed away, a sense of relief in his heart as a contented smile appeared on his face. In that moment, his address for Li Tiangang was no longer that of a marshal in the army, but the affectionate nickname from their childhood days. Li Tiangang's entire being shuddered, turning his head to look at Li Fu, his eyes brimming with tears, scorching hot. He had witnessed the funerals of his brothers, seen the mutilated corpses of countless fellow soldiers in northern Yan, and now, Li Fu, the orphan picked up by the Li family and raised alongside him, was also about to leave. Tiangang, reconcile with your son, the young master. He is actually someone you can be proud of. Li Fu whispered softly. Before he could finish, the vine demon elder already strode forward, his palm descending with a strike. Li Fu's divine soul burst out from his body, blazing brightly, howling as it charged forth. But the descending demon's palm, like a massive mountain, pressed down relentlessly, devoid of emotion and without impediment. With a loud crash, Li Fu's body was smashed into mush, his divine soul and flesh obliterated. Li Tiangang, who had already charged into the distance, had blood-red eyes, the white stained with bloody threads, his teeth nearly shattering with the force of his clench. But after only a glance, he turned his head and continued to run madly away, shouting orders loudly to those around him. Fatsi camp, heed my command, resist the demon tide with all your might. Yuan camp, heed my command, follow me. In retreat. He chose to take the battalion name established by his ancestors and left behind the many soldiers of the Fatsi camp he had personally trained. To stay behind meant to die, to be completely annihilated. Among the demon tide led by the demon kings, there were no survivors. Upon hearing Li Tiangang's orders, at that moment, the entire battlefield erupted with responses like a tidal wave. The soldiers of the Fatsi camp, their gazes sharp as swords, revealed even more frenzied killing intent in their eyes, fearlessly charging toward the demon horde. To those left behind to resist the demon tide and cover the retreat, there was no despair or rage, only the ironclad execution of military discipline. Each man charged toward the demon tide as if resigned to death, igniting their divine souls and snapping their bodies' major arteries, all to slay more demons. Gunpowder rose in plumes, the whole frontier line trampled underfoot, as countless waves of the demon horde swept over like a deluge. Think you can escape? Mizine had set her eyes on Li Tiangang early on, not allowing him to slip away. In an instant, she moved like teleportation, covering hundreds of miles with each step, catching up with Li Tiangang almost in the blink of an eye. Li Tiangang roared as he turned around and struck furiously with his blade, the divine sword blazing like fire as he slashed at Mizian's palm. However, the green eye on Mizian's face suddenly widened, its strange demonic technique causing Li Tiangang's body to abruptly shudder, slowing his strike. With a thunderous impact, he was sent flying by a slap. The slap landed directly on his armor, extinguishing all of the divine light on that precious armor. Li Tiangang rolled out, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood. His indestructible body reigned supreme in the three immortal realms, but in front of this practitioner of the ultimate study realm, it barely kept him from being killed in one strike. The way you killed my son, I will have you pay back 100, 1,000-fold. Mizian's eyes were fierce and chilling as she struck continuously. Wave after wave of dark light seemed to tear through the sun and moon, dragging torrents of demon light, slamming into Li Tiangang repeatedly. Li Tiangang howled as he wielded the Xing Tian blade, managing to extinguish 2 beams of demon light before being struck again. His ribs fractured, the flesh of his palms bursting, his entire body as if trampled by 100,000 behemoths, his skeleton nearly shattered. Chapter 310, Chapter 62 He's worth being proud of, second update, _2. Mizine sneered, she hadn't even used her true power yet, let alone her peerless technique, simply crushing through the difference in their states of mind. Li Tiangang being able to challenge the defying fate realm while in the Tao heart realm was indeed monstrous, but the gaps between each of the 4 steps of the 4 stands realm were immense, each one even exceeding an entire major realm. The true dragon of the Li family, huh? Once I've killed you, I will refine your divine soul to become a child under my command, allowing you to watch with your own eyes your Li family falls to ruin, Mizine sneered, reaching out with her hand, a chilling wind swirling in her palm intent on latching onto Li Tiangang to utterly destroy his physical body. Li Tiangang's eyes were bloodshot, ignoring the pain in his chest, he dashed off into the distance once more, performing the heaven-defying 9 steps. With each step, the aura around his body surged, attempting to counteract the suction force from behind. He charged with the determination of an old ox pulling a cart. After 9 steps, his body shone with divine brilliance like lightning, like a god incarnate. Mizian's gaze lifted slightly, her eyes icy cold. With a sudden twist of her palm, a torrent of demonic chi gathered, forming into a massive shadow of great luminous that roared as it struck down at Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang let out a furious roar, swinging the Xing Tian blade, its blades light piercing the heavens. That ferocious shadow, resembling a mix of python and dragon, tiger and lion, covered in imposing hair and scales, its eyes emitting great divine light that shattered the blade's light, then it slammed down with a palm. As Li Tiangang was about to be destroyed under that demonic claw, suddenly, a blazing sword wind swept in, the shadow's sharp claws vanished in an instant, severed. Then, in the blink of an eye, Li Tiangang's figure appeared dozens of miles away. Mizian's expression subtly changed as she looked towards Li Tiangang's side, where a figure wearing a conical bamboo hat and clad in grey tattered clothes had appeared, looking inconspicuous, like a Jianghu traveler. But currently, that person held a sword in their hand, and that hand along with the sword shone brightly like the moon, captivating and preventing onlookers from averting their gaze. It seemed that looking away would result in being cut or impaled by that sword. Ms. Yin fixed her gaze, her emerald green pupils narrowing, then suddenly widening in anger. "Are you the great desert sword saint?" Ms. Yin recognized the person's identity, her face showing anger. There were 3 sword saints in the world, one residing in the southern Jianghu, another in the northern Great Desert, unknown to all, and yet another even more mysterious, elusive as a dragon showing its head but not its tail, with no one knowing their whereabouts. And this person before her, with that intense and dazzling sword intent, could only be the Great Desert Sword Saint. The conical hat was lifted to reveal a gaunt cheek, his beard unkempt and appearing disheveled. His eyes were indifferent. He quietly glanced at Ms. Yin and said, "Having hidden away in the great void realm for 1,000 years, must you also be drawn into this conflict?" Ms. Yin's gaze turned cold and fierce. "The tree wishes for calm, but the wind continues to blow. Since this turmoil has spread to us, blame your Dao divine dynasty for being excessive, monopolizing these thousands of rivers and mountains, constantly expanding territories and occupying all the sacred sites of Spirit Mountain. It's about time to yield some." "What you want is more than just some," the Great Desert Sword Saint said blandly. "I just can't understand why you would choose Liangzhou. Could it be because you do not know that I hail from Liangzhou?" Ms. Yin's face subtly changed. The Great Desert Sword Saint was 400 or 500 years old, his place of origin long since disregarded by most. Moreover, after he rose to prominence from Liangzhou, challenging the states in his youth, sweeping through all directions and earning the title of Sword Saint at the age of 60, he vanished from the public eye, last seen dwelling in the Great Desert. Hence, he was called the Great Desert Sword Saint. With the Great Desert far from Liangzhou, separated by a myriad of mountains and rivers, no one expected him to return. With your status, why care about your origins? Are you determined to wade into these troubled waters? Ms. Yin glared intently at him. A faint smile curled on the corner of the Great Desert Sword Saint's lips. "No matter how high one's achievements, we grew up here, and I naturally need to protect my hometown. I advise you to retreat on your own accord. I have taken far too many lives and have grown weary of killing. Then let's see if you can protect this Li chap today." Ms. Yin's eyes suddenly turned icy, and she struck out without warning. The Great Desert Sword Saint said to Li Tiangang beside him, "General Li, you should leave first. I'll hold them off here. Liangzhou still needs you." Li Tiangang had recovered his senses, took a deep breath and said, "Thank you." Without further ado, he quickly turned and left without any hesitation. "Stop him!" Ms. Yin bellowed furiously. Behind her, the Demon Kings quickly gave chase, with 2 of the Dragon Gate Demon Kings tearing into the Li family's army, leaving the pursuit of Li Tiangang to the Great Void Realm. With a swish, a line gouged into the ground before the Great Desert Sword Saint, as his sword light made a sudden twist. "Let's see who dares to cross this line. Do not be arrogant." Ms. Yin attacked abruptly, unleashing her peerless technique, and at the same time, revealing her true form as a gigantic lion serpent-like shadow. A silver crescent appeared on her forehead, a symbol of the Taiyin Yueying bloodline. She unleashed her peerless technique, a black full moon condensed, aiming to take down the Great Desert Sword Saint. A touch of solemnity flashed in the eyes of the Great Desert Sword Saint. A great battle erupted, with both sides engaging in fierce combat. The other Demon Kings quickly crossed the line cut by the sword chi and pursued Li Tiangang. The Great Desert Sword Saint's eyes shimmered with a cold light, emitting a surge of sword chi that forced back the first Demon King who stepped over, himself in the peerless technique realm, now facing Ms. Yin and 7 other Demon Kings with no fear, ready to stand alone and cover Li Tiangang's retreat. Chapter 311, Chapter 62 He's Worth Being Proud of, Second Update, _3. Soon, a heaven-shaking great battle erupted here, with streaks of sword chi piercing the sky, and all kinds of strange lights and illusions from demon arts sweeping across, causing the heavens and the earth to shatter. In the distance within the defense lines, each military camp formed arrays, fighting the demon hordes fearlessly and fiercely. However, inside the Yuan camp, they were fighting while tactically retreating, gradually congregating like a stream toward the position that Li Tiangang signaled for gathering, under the cover of other military camps. Liangzhou, Western Region. On the frontier, dark clouds loomed overhead, indicating the signs of an approaching demon horde. From last night, scouts had reported intelligence that on the outer edge of the border, 1,000 miles away, figures of demons were amassing, which immediately tensed Li Xianli's body. He knew that the group of demons that feigned retreat before were finally unable to sit still. Thinking of the family letter sent by Li Hao, Li Xianli felt a trace of relief. He had trusted Li Hao's words, he hadn't slacked off and always had scouts checking beyond the frontier pass, which had indeed been correct. At this moment, as the group of demons moved from amassing to advancing, the entire city was within his intelligence surveillance. They had already made preparations for the upcoming battle. Have you informed the eastern region yet? It's very likely they will also face a demon invasion. There's no sighting of the Demon King among these demons, it's possible that the Demon King will go there. Li Xianli said to the deputy commander beside him. We have already reported it. The deputy commander immediately replied. What about Heavenly Gate Pass? Have you sent a message there, telling them to be careful? Someone has been dispatched. Li Xianli nodded slightly, looked at his daughter Li Wushuang, who was dressed in a military helmet and armor, and sighed. I've already arranged a carriage and horses for you to leave this place, but you insist on causing trouble. If your mother knew, she would come back and twist my ears off. Upon hearing this, Li Wushuang's initially solemn and tense face couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. Though she had left the divine general mansion from a young age, during this brief return, she had already noticed how deeply her parents loved each other. As their child, she also felt happy. Mother would not, she knows about the great battle here. If you were to return, she'd be afraid you'd lose an ear, Li Wushuang replied with a smile. Li Xianli's eyes flickered, and he nodded lightly. Your mother must be extremely worried by now. Li Wushuang gave him a slight glare and said, Dad, with the army upon us, can you please focus on the matter at hand? Li Xianli glanced at her and said, the matter at hand is for you to leave quickly, not to drag us down here. Members of the Li family do not shrink from battle, don't forget, I too bear the Li surname. Li Wushuang asserted. However, as she said the last few words, her heart suddenly brought an inexplicable image to mind, causing a change in her expression. Li Xianli's gaze moved to the distance and muttered softly, they're here. Li Wushuang's gaze turned resolute as she invoked her divine soul to look far into the distance. She saw the vast horde of demons approaching, their numbers about the same as their reconnaissance had indicated. Li Xianli immediately instructed his deputy commander to prepare the war horns for battle. Atop the city walls, numerous defensive siege weapons were ready, and the cannon towers were loaded. As the demon horde entered the ambush array laid out on the outskirts of the city, it instantly triggered the array. Explosive power burst forth, disturbing the horde and tearing gaps through it. Li Xianli's eyes were cold and unflinching, showing no change, it was merely the beginning of a great battle. However, at that moment, 3 silhouettes suddenly burst forth from the demon tide, closing in with extreme speed. With a loud thud, the 3 attacked in succession, their ferocious might reverberated against the border array, causing a violent impact. The divine patterns of the array stirred, flashing rapidly. Li Xianli's face changed drastically, and with him, the expressions of numerous other soldiers, immortal realm generals, all turned to shock. Demon King. It's the Demon King. Within the demon tide, there were unexpectedly 3 demon kings hidden. Previously, they had only detected the dozen or so great demons leading the 3 immortal realms. Such a scale was already immensely vast, yet there were demon kings hidden within. Quick, Xian Camp's 1st Division, defend the array. Li Xianli urgently roared out. Li Wushuang's pupils constricted, her body trembling, her breath nearly halted. It was actually a demon king. Watching those 3 demon kings in midair, continuously bombarding the array, each strike caused her heart to pound with trepidation, feeling like she couldn't catch her breath. Master should come, but there's only one of him. Li Wushuang's face was taut, fixing her gaze on the imposing figure of the Demon King. When she detected the gathering of demons 1,000 miles away last night, she immediately sent a message to her sect, requesting the help of the 1,000 Mechanisms Elder. But it would take some time to arrive. Even so, could they stop these 3 demon kings if they did arrive now? Boom boom boom. The array vibrated, as the 3 demon kings attacked with full force. A flurry of arrows flew, but when they struck the demon kings, they were effortlessly deflected, casually blocked by their physical treasures, unable to inflict any harm whatsoever. It was like bathing in rainwater, allowing the rain to wash over them for several hours without sustaining any injury. Li Xuanli immediately commanded not to waste energy, directing the frontline archers to aim at the approaching demon tide instead. He himself then drew his sword and, calling upon 5 immortal realm generals, soared into the sky. "Dad! Stay put!" Li Xuanli shouted angrily, charging forward without looking back. To the south, at Heavenly Gate Pass, Kanjia City. The city bustled with exceptional liveliness, peddlers and merchants hawked their wares everywhere, descendants of prestigious families roamed the streets, intending to visit the legend but were kept outside the courtyard. On Dragon Pass Road outside of Kanjia City, a figure was racing towards it. It was Li Hao. Lu Chunxing had taken him to the Yongzhou frontier. From the southern borders, he raced all the way, activating myriad attributes, hiding his presence, and finally returned to Heavenly Gate Pass. Today's Dragon Pass Road, with its tea stalls along the way and the occasional passerby, was utterly different from the desolation when he first arrived. Li Hao approached a tea stall, asking the owner for a cup of hot tea. Then, smelling the aroma of steamed buns, he was somewhat surprised, bought 2 baskets, and began to eat. Chapter 312, Chapter 63, Reinforcements, Haotian Flag. Third update. Li Hao was eating a baozi when he suddenly felt the taste was familiar, as if he had eaten it somewhere before. He looked up and found the old vendor at the tea stall somewhat familiar, suddenly recalling that this was the tea stall owner he had encountered on his way to Qi State to slay demons. "Is it you?" Li Hao looked at the other person in surprise. The old vendor at the tea stall looked at Li Hao with confusion. Li Hao focused his gaze on the vendor, sensing his aura, only to find he was just an ordinary person. "Boss, weren't you setting up your stall in Qi State before?" Li Hao asked. The old vendor looked at Li Hao in surprise and said, "You know this old man. When I passed by before, I even learned how to make baozi from you," Li Hao said. Hearing Li Hao's words, the old vendor seemed to recall as well and said suddenly, "So it's you, what are you doing here? I should ask you the same, why are you here? Haven't you been setting up your stall in Qi State for many years? Isn't it because some martial youth said business was good over here? They are all rushing this way, so I thought I might as well bring this old man and move over here." The old vendor laughed and said, "And sure enough, business is indeed much better here, look." As they were speaking, a few young men dressed in brocade clothes rode on horses from outside Dragon Pass Road, and seeing the tea stall, they dismounted from their horses. "Old man, some tea." "That's rude to call someone like that, you should call him boss." "Hey, you are too particular about these things, we are people of Jianghu now, calling him old man makes us look bold. My dad said that when you are out and about, don't mistake rudeness for boldness, or you'll end up getting beaten up." "Wow, you even made it rhyme." The young men casually sat down to chat and laugh, glancing over at Li Hao, who seemed to be about their age, assuming he was just another guy who came to experience Kanjia City. "Here you go." The old vendor greeted them cheerfully, handed them a pot of hot tea, and said, "We also have some baozi snacks, would you like some?" "Sure, a portion for each of us." The old vendor replied with a smile. He turned back to his stall to get busy, while speaking to Li Hao, "Young hero, are you here in Kanjia City to join the fun?" "I live here." Li Hao, sipping tea and eating baozi, asked, "From Qi State to here is a long journey, did you come by yourself?" "It's quite a difficult road to travel." The young men at the next table were surprised to hear Li Hao and immediately looked over, with a rather forward youth speaking excitedly. "Brother, you live here? Did you just buy a place or join the army? Brother, have you seen Marshal Haotian? The road is indeed long, if it's hard to travel, just go slowly," the old vendor said with a smile. "As long as you get to where you want to go, being slow is also scenery." Li Hao was interrupted by these youths and took another look at the tea stall owner. Although he felt something was odd, coincidences are common in this world, and perhaps it was just his own overthinking. "Boss, I should get going." Li Hao finished his meal and got up to tell the owner. He then turned to the young men and said with a smile, "This area can be quite dangerous, you might be better off going somewhere else to have fun." "How so?" The youths, seeing his mature behavior and being of an age when blood runs hot, immediately felt challenged. They were about to argue when they saw Li Hao step into the air and disappear outside the tea stall. Flight. The mark of the 15 Li realm. The words at the tip of the young men's tongues suddenly fell silent. This fellow who seemed their age was actually of the 15 Li realm. But soon, they looked at each other with excitement. They had heard that many were flocking to Kanjia City, where countless talents wished to challenge the legendary youth. It seemed indeed to be true. Talents could be found everywhere here. Brothers, let's eat quickly, we'll go too. The young men suddenly became swift in their actions. What a bunch of impatient lads. Seeing this, the old vendor shook his head with a smile. Li Hao quietly returned to Kanjia City and went back to the walled courtyard. The patrolling grandmasters who saw Li Hao immediately saluted, and Li Hao waved them to continue. Ren Qianqian was practicing in the courtyard. Hearing the noise, she opened her eyes to look, and upon seeing Li Hao, she immediately stopped and ran over. Young master, you're back. Yes, has there been any news lately? There's been nothing here, Ren Qianqian replied, but this morning, Elder Hongzhuang received a military report. I'm not sure of the details. Li Hao remembered the strict patrols at the city gate when he entered, and his expression shifted subtly. He turned to Ren Qianqian and said, "Find me some clean clothes. I'll go ask." Okay, Ren Qianqian nodded. Li Hao released his divine soul to explore the entire city and quickly located Li Hongzhuang's presence. His figure flickered, and he vanished from the courtyard, appearing at the residence of Marshal Li Hongzhuang. Li Hongzhuang was concentrating on her sword practice when she suddenly sensed something, looked up, and upon seeing Li Hao appearing like a gust of wind, she relaxed and said, "Hao heir, you're back. From Tianji Tower here, even at the fastest, it would normally take 6 or 7 days, right?" "Yes, I've just returned." Li Hao sat down on a nearby chair, saw a plate of snacks, picked one up and tossed it into his mouth, and asked, "I heard from Qianqian there's a military report. I noticed the soldiers seemed to be on alert when I came back. Is something happening?" The demons previously roaming around Liangzhou territory are indeed feigning a retreat. Now they are rallying at Liangzhou's western border, preparing to attack, Li Hongzhuang said, frowning as she mentioned the matter. "It's intelligence from my 5th brother, spotted last night. A military report was delivered this morning at full gallop." Chapter 313, Chapter 63 Reinforcements, Haotian Flag, 3rd Update, _2. These demons, indeed harbor undying demonic hearts. Her eyes brimmed with murderous intent and rage. Li Hao suddenly understood. He had made similar guesses about the situation beyond the pass earlier. How is the situation on the western frontier? For now, it remains unknown. Li Hongzhuang shook her head. My 5th brother only said that we should be on guard as well, as the demons might invade at any time. He instructed us to keep a close watch and not to slacken. That's why today I had all the soldiers in the city on high alert and sent several teams of elite scouts beyond the pass. The earliest team to depart has already returned from 800 miles out without sighting any demons. Li Hao hadn't elaborated on his previous cleanup outside the pass to Li Hongzhuang. The area within 5,000 miles had already been cleared by him. Therefore, it was normal that nothing was discovered within 800 miles. However, now that the demons were amassing to attack Liangzhou's western frontier, they might also regroup and head towards Heavenly Gate Pass, given that it is a critical choke point on the southern side of Liangzhou. Just because it was clear before, doesn't mean it remains so now. Thus, Li Hao didn't say much, waiting for the return of the scouts she had dispatched to know the exact situation. Should those demons dare to come, he would clear them out once again. It just so happened that the demons he had slain earlier provided the city with food for over a month, which they had already run out of. An opportunity to replenish the food supply wouldn't be bad. It would save him the expense of procurement. Now that he had left the Li family, he was self-reliant, and his finances were all self-earned, relying on the rewards he had previously obtained and selling demon materials in exchange. Previously, when he had no money, it had been Song Qiuma who had fronted the funds. He hadn't yet had the chance to repay her the money or the favor. If the other scouts don't find traces of demons, it could mean that the demons may have concentrated their forces to attack the western frontier. Li Hongzhuang said, "Then, we'll scout the western frontier's battle situation." However, it is also possible that the demons have split up and their main force has not yet moved towards our area. I will continue to send people to scout in the coming days. She would not underestimate or relax her vigilance. With the speed of the demon army, traveling 1,000 miles in a day was not surprising. With the great demons serving as the vanguard, in less than half a day, they could rush 1,000 miles and attack a city in advance. Li Hao nodded. Indeed, this was a prudent approach. Inform me immediately if there's any situation. Li Hao then prepared to rise and take his leave. Li Hongzhuang cast a glance at him and asked, "You returned from Yongzhou after just 5 days. Didn't you thoroughly browse through Tianji Tower, or was it that the head of Tianji Tower was unwilling to let you see more?" "No, he let me look as I pleased." "Then why did you come back so soon?" Li Hongzhuang asked, surprised. "Because I finished." Li Hao smiled, waved his hand, and said, "I've been on the road too long, I haven't taken a bath in several days. I'll go change into fresh clothes first." Li Hongzhuang was somewhat speechless. "You couldn't possibly have hurried back just to take a bath, could you?" Before she could continue to ask, Li Hao had already stepped out of the divine general mansion and disappeared from her sight. This guy. Li Hongzhuang couldn't help but shake her head, amused. She wondered how someone as casual as Li Hao could have cultivated to such an extent, a stark contrast to the strictly disciplined offspring of the divine general mansion, yet ironically Li Hao surpassed everyone in talent. Back in the small courtyard, Li Hao quickly washed and changed into new clothes, sent a message to Feng, who was secretly stationed nearby, and suddenly remembered that his return had been too hurried. He hadn't taken the time to stroll around Yongzhou to bring back some tasty local specialties. However, his main concern was the possibility of a demon invasion at Heavenly Gate Pass, as it was highly likely that the demons of Tianji Temple would learn of his departure. To think they didn't seize the opportunity to attack Heavenly Gate Pass, could it be that their main forces have moved to the western frontier? They might feel that even if they conquered Heavenly Gate Pass while I'm gone, they'd have to retreat when I return, given the numerous flags here. Li Hao knew that the demons outside the pass must have witnessed the power of his flags, especially those of Tianji Palace. Seeing Kanjia City's walls bristling with flags and still daring to come would indeed show courage. Shaking his head, Li Hao didn't ponder further. Since the demons were attacking the western frontier, it indicated they truly intended to strike Liangzhou, and he had to guard Heavenly Gate Pass well. The world is starting to descend into chaos. Li Hao felt it was time to exert himself. He sent Ren Qianqian to invite the young chess prodigy, Su Zhouyuan. When dealing with these masters of the arts, Li Hao was exceedingly polite. Embracing Li Hao's attitude, Ren Qianqian approached the inn where the young chess master resided with much courtesy, conveying Li Hao's invitation. Su Zhouyuan, now well into his 70s with snow-white hair, possessed mediocre martial arts talent and had not cultivated. He relied instead on the wealth accumulated through his reputation to buy some health-maintaining elixirs. But being a mortal with a frail constitution, he could not handle too strong a medicine, so the elixirs he took simply allowed him a slightly longer lifespan than an average mortal elder and a slightly more robust physical condition. When his attendant saw Ren Qianqian, he was flustered with honor and hastily invited her in. Su Zhouyuan, hearing that the young master was in the mood again, also smiled. Recalling the previous close and indecisive matches, he too felt an itch for the game and promptly accepted the invitation. Ren Qianqian presented Su Zhouyuan with 10 taels of gold, handing it to the young chess master. Su Zhouyuan hurriedly tried to decline, but Ren Qianqian insisted it was the young master's rule. He could only accept. He had previously taken more than 10 bags like this. One could hardly turn down such generosity. With a beaming face, Su Zhouyuan followed Ren Qianqian into the carriage, bound for the bamboo-fenced courtyard. The scions of noble families who recognized Ren Qianqian immediately exclaimed in surprise, seeing her invite Su Zhouyuan with such a humble and respectful demeanor. They assumed the old man must be a senior from the Four Stands realm. Chapter 314, Chapter 63 Reinforcements, Haotian Flag, 3rd Update, _3. However, it was only after the carriage had gone far and they learned from the inn's young servant that the old man was just an ordinary person, nicknamed Little Chess Sage. A chess player. Everyone was surprised. He was merely a common man, yet he was treated with such courtesy by that sword attendant prodigy. In the small fenced courtyard, Li Hao had already prepared refreshments and tea, and had wiped down the cool bamboo mat. When he heard the sound of the carriage, Li Hao knew that the old senior had arrived. As soon as Su Zhouyuan entered the courtyard, Li Hao immediately stood up to welcome him, saying, "Senior, you must be tired." "The young general mustn't overexert this old man," Su Zhouyuan hurriedly replied. Although he was known as the Little Chess Sage and had some reputation, the Daoism dynasty's foundation was ultimately grounded in martial arts. In this world, martial artists were still the most revered. Chess Tao. It was just an insignificant side path after all. Not at all. Please, senior, Li Hao said as he led him to a seat and poured him tea. Su Zhouyuan had been treated this way by Li Hao before, but he didn't easily accept it, still cautiously replying with politeness, "The young general is too courteous." Staying with a lord was like staying with a tiger, and when scholars and literati accompanied generals, it was just like this. "There's no need to be formal, senior." Li Hao smiled, waved his hand to dismiss the others, and gestured to the Little Chess Sage Senior to proceed. Upon seeing this, Su Zhouyuan, who had just taken a sip of tea, immediately put it down and began to grab pieces out of the chess box. Ren Qianqian knew that when Li Hao played chess, he disliked interruptions. If disrupted, he would certainly get angry, a reaction resembling that of martial artists when startled during their cultivation. She was already accustomed to this. She retreated to the side to cultivate on her own, while also keeping watch for Li Hao. The small courtyard returned to tranquility. Daylight fell on the eaves and corridors, touching upon Su Zhouyuan's shoes he had taken off outside the corridor and the tender green grass growing between the blue stone pavement cracks. Your move, my move, the two settled into a quiet game of chess. Su Zhouyuan gradually entered the zone, no longer as restrained as before, fully engrossed in playing his pieces. At the end of the game, Li Hao barely won. This little chess sage's skills were extremely high, at the level of 5th Dan. With any oversights from Li Hao, turnovers were an easy possibility. Seeing the experience prompt emerge on the panel, Li Hao smiled slightly and invited his opponent to start another round. This quiet momentum continued until suddenly, a piercing shout intruded. Report. While deeply contemplating his next move, Su Zhouyuan was startled by the vigorous bellow, the piece in his hand falling onto the chessboard. It happened to knock off a corner of white pieces on the board, changing their position. Bang! A huge dark palm fiercely suppressed down, the array's dazzling golden light flashing non-stop, countless divine runes rapidly spinning, yet ultimately unable to withstand, with a bang, shattered by the impact. And the massive demon palm thunderously suppressed down, smashing the foundational stones of the external defensive line. As the array collapsed, a breach in the wall was torn open. In an instant, countless demons swarmed in like a tide, entering through the breach beneath the great demon king, breaking through the wall, and rushing toward the city. Many soldiers from Xian camp spat blood, falling to the ground, unable to hold on. Li Wushuang watched as the figure that was thrown back and crashed onto the city ramparts, breaking the stones. Li Xuanli was severely injured. The dents in his battle armor and his indestructible treasure body made it difficult to withstand, having sustained heavy injuries. Li Wushuang quickly rushed over and helped Li Xuanli get up. Quick, retreat. Li Xuanli got up, his eyes on the three demon kings suspended in the air, blood roiled and anger flared on his flushed face, but the presence of his daughter by his side brought his thoughts back to calm. Constrict the defensive line, hurry and retreat. Quick, release the signal for help. He bellowed urgently. The deputy who had come to help relayed the orders swiftly, and meanwhile, smoke signals rose into the sky. Cover the governor's retreat. The other generals, seeing the situation, quickly converged, their expressions solemn, aware that this was now a moment of life and death. There was no martial artist from the 4 stands realm stationing here. Once the array broke, no one could stop the 3 demon kings. A general of the 3 immortal realms roared as he threw his long spear, leading his troop to charge into battle. Millions of people and countless demons clashed together, like 2 torrents colliding, with blood and severed limbs splattering everywhere, the battlefield as distinctly separated as the black and white stones on a chessboard. Su Zhouyuan's gaze shifted from the disturbed black and white pieces on the chessboard, looking up at the reporting officer. The latter had already arrived at the courtyard, and upon seeing Li Hao's figure, he immediately knelt on the bluestone floor in front of the chess table, presenting with both hands, "Young General, a military report from the Liangzhou Military Department has arrived." Li Hao frowned slightly. He was somewhat displeased by the disruption of his chess tao, but knowing the importance of the military report, he was not in a mood to be angry and gestured to take the report. Before he could examine it, a figure rushed over in haste. Li Hongzhuang entered in bright red armor. Having spent a long time at the frontier pass, she never took off her armor except for bathing and sleeping. Even while sleeping, she wore light armor, ready to rise at a moment's notice, fully armed for battle. I just heard that war horses entered the city. The messenger was covered in blood. Did something happen in the western regions of Liangzhou? As soon as Li Hongzhuang saw Li Hao, she quickly asked. Li Hao's expression changed slightly. He swiftly opened the military report, and with a glance, he read through it all. The western regions have fallen, led by a demon king. Li Hao's gaze darkened. Had the western regions fallen so quickly? Just as Li Hongzhuang mentioned, last night their sentinels had detected demons gathering. The intelligence was sent this morning, and now it was afternoon. The demons had gone from assembling to attacking in just a dozen hours. The western regions had the protection of an array. But with 3 demon kings it was no wonder. Li Hao furrowed his eyebrow. The appearance of 3 demon kings among the demonic hordes did not surprise him, but the absence of a guardian from the 4 stands realm at the western regions did. Was the defense force of the western regions really so weak? Li Hongzhuang's pupils contracted upon hearing Li Hao's words, and she hurriedly asked, "What about 5th brother, how is he?" Her heart clenched as images of her 3rd and 6th brothers' deaths in battle came to mind, along with the funerals she had attended, filled with the mournful cries of the household and the white of mourning garments. He's safe for now. Li Hongzhuang immediately breathed a sigh of relief, her heart slightly settling back in her chest, and quickly asked, "So, is 5th brother asking us for reinforcements? Now that the array is broken, what's their plan for defense?" Li Hao shook his head, glanced at the military report, sighed, and tucked it away. He didn't ask for reinforcements but reminded us to be careful and to beware of the demon king. Moreover, he said they have now retreated to the 2nd defensive line. Li Hongzhuang was stunned, and then she also understood. Her expression became complex as she said to Li Hao, "So should we go and help?" Li Hao pondered for a moment. With his shadow clone managing the array here, it could provide some defense. While he was weighing the options, another voice came from outside the courtyard. Report. A soldier of the Haotian army rushed in, urgently saying to Li Hao, "Young general, we saw the warning signal fires outside the pass. A scouting sentinel has been attacked." Both Li Hao and Li Hongzhuang's expressions changed slightly. The western regions had just fallen, and now demons had come here. "Do you know how many are there?" Li Hao asked. "We have not yet determined the number." Li Hao looked at Li Hongzhuang, whose expression had also turned grave. Li Hao could tell she was thinking of doing as Li Xuanli had done, shrink the defensive lines and concentrate forces, stalling until reinforcements arrived. He fell silent for a moment, then said, "By the time this military report reached us, they should have already retreated to the 2nd defensive line. Here's what we'll do, you and Li He go together, take my battle flag with you. Both of you are from the 3 immortal realms. If you hurry, you can reach there in the shortest possible time." Li Hao planned to have them carry his marked battle flag to assist in the fight, while he himself would stay to defend Heavenly Gate Pass. After dealing with the demons here, if there was still time, he would go to offer further assistance. His battle flag contained 50% of his killing power, considered an extremely formidable weapon, comparable to a full-force blow from someone in the Tao Heart realm. This way, he could also fend off many demons for his uncle. Chapter 315, Chapter 64, Swords Ignite the Beacon Fires, First Update. Li Hao said, and secretly conveyed the message of his battle flag to her. Li Hongzhuang was slightly stunned, and after hearing Li Hao's words, she froze momentarily. The battle flag contains Li Hao's sword moves. This was the domain of sketching arrays that only the Heavenly Observatory could accomplish. How did Li Hao do it? She looked at Li Hao with puzzlement and communicated through secret voice transmission. However, Li Hao did not explain and only said, "There's no time left, Elder Hongzhuang. If you wish to go and provide support, you should set off quickly. I will give you 50 battle flags." Li Hongzhuang recovered from her momentary daze, realizing that now was not the time to probe into Li Hao's affairs. Her nephew was shrouded in too many secrets to explore. The wondrous and peerless talent alone was inexplicable, only to be attributed to a monstrous natural gift. "I won't go." A figure emerged. It was Li He. He stared at Li He, knowing that with his current strength, he was no match for Li Hao. Thus, in addition to the solemnity, his expression carried an added sincerity. "Young master, in such dangerous times, Heavenly Gate Pass is also being attacked by demons. Please allow me to accompany you this time." Last time the Heavenly Gate Pass was in dire straits, he was knocked unconscious by a 4 stands realm expert and sent out of the Heavenly Gate Pass, an incident that had haunted him continuously. He was moved by Li Hao's kindness in sending him away during a crisis, yet ashamed of his failure to perform his duty, unable to face himself. I am under orders to protect the young master, even if it is to die, I shall die in front of you. Li He requested earnestly. Li Hao was somewhat at a loss for words. Those warriors of the Li family really did have single-minded brains. Li Hongzhuang glanced at him and thought about the recently detected intelligence at the Heavenly Gate Pass. With a complex look on her face, she knew she should also stay to defend. However, with the presence of the 4 stands realm, coupled with Li Hao's own strength not being weak, her 5th brother needed her even more. However, let him stay. I can travel alone, and that's faster anyway, Li Hongzhuang immediately said. Li Hao pondered for a moment, and indeed it made sense. Li coming along would be of little use other than carrying the battle flags. Instantly, his divine soul exited the body, whistling out, flying to the top of Kanjia city's walls, and from there he drew 50 of the 100 marked battle flags within 100 li outside the city, gathering them and bringing them back to the courtyard. The 50 stacked battle flags reached the height of several haystacks. Li Hongzhuang covered these battle flags with her power of object control, and upon hearing Li Hao's instructions on how to use them, she said to Li Hao, "I'm off, be careful all of you over here." Giving Li Hao a profound look, she soared into the sky with the battle flags, flying towards the interior of the realm at her full speed with the rapidity of body control. From the Heavenly Gate Pass to the Western War Zone lay a distance of 30,000 li, and even reaching the second line of defense that Li Xuanli spoke of was 20,000 li away. If one used the speed of object control, covering dozens of li in a single breath, one could indeed arrive quite quickly. But that was the limit speed during battle, hard to sustain. The energy expended was like a floodgate, and the longer one persisted, the more the consumed power exponentially increased. By the time one reached the battlefield, there would be basically no fighting strength left. The vast expanse of Liangzhou covered hundreds of cities. Each city's territory spanned hundreds of li, encompassing numerous towns and vast wildernesses, with a diameter of 100,000 li. Even with the full-speed travel of the unwithering strength, one would be exhausted halfway there, as the unwithering strength could not be maintained for so long. At this moment, Li Hongzhuang could not afford to conserve her strength and directly burst forth at full speed to traverse at her utmost limit. Furthermore, by not letting Li He accompany her, she intended to exercise the unwithering strength. With the energy draining at this moment, she could burst forth with the maximum extreme speed. Li He, only being of the indestructible realm, could not keep up with her pace. Once Li Hongzhuang had left, Li Hao immediately summoned the Haotian army, notified the whole city, and ordered a lockdown. He also sent out a signal warning of the demon calamity, advising any wandering martial artists to either enter the city or hide. Li Hao suddenly thought if the Western Front met with disaster, then if demons dared to come this way, it was likely that the eastern and northern frontiers would also suffer demon invasions. Thinking of the eastern frontier, he frowned slightly. He had never paid attention to that side, nor did he want to. The north was too far from this place, almost on the opposite end, spanning across 10,000 li of Liangzhou. It was impossible to send reinforcements instantly. Tighten the defense lines. If the eastern and northern frontiers are defeated, they should also retreat to the second line of defense. The news of the borders being breached should have spread throughout Liangzhou. If those noble families wish to survive, they should also send reinforcements. Moreover, with such chaos, the royal troops should also come. As long as we hold the second line of defense and hold them off, it should be enough. But with the demon kings in the western front, there should also be others in different places. As defense lines shrink, demon forces will converge as well, and the pressure might be equally great, if not greater. Li Hao's eyes flashed. He took a deep breath. The 50 battle flags he had just given to Li Hongzhuang might not be enough. He then summoned a grandmaster who served as a colonel in the Haotian army. Li Hao took another 20 battle flags and had him ride a fast red blood horse to rush to the aid of the western defense line. The grandmaster accepted the order and rode the red blood horse out of the pass. Li Hao instructed the scouts to watch for further news from beyond the pass, to see what kind of demons and in what numbers. Wasn't it cleaned up before? Didn't they get the message? If Tianji Palace knows of my strength and still dares to invade, it must be at least with 4 or more demon kings. Li Hao's gaze became solemn, and what awaited would be a tough battle. Young General. Su Zhouyuan, listening to this shocking news next to him, trembled, feeling for the first time the intense ferocity of the frontier soldiers. Chapter 316, Chapter 64, Swords Ignite the Beacon Fires, Second Update. Li Hao issued one command after another, and by now, the courtyard had emptied. Upon hearing Su Zhouyuan's voice, Li Hao looked over at him, saw his anxious expression, and smiled. "Senior, don't worry, Heavenly Gate Pass will be fine." After finishing, he sat back down and said, "There's still time, let's finish this game of chess." Su Zhouyuan was stunned. Looking at the youth who remained calm amidst imminent danger, he suddenly felt a sense of shame. Although he wasn't a martial artist, he had lived for 70 years but still fell short of this youth's composure. "Then I shall accompany the young marshal to finish this game." Su Zhouyuan took a deep breath and gathered his thoughts. Meanwhile, outside Heavenly Gate Pass, 700 miles away, in a wilderness where giant trees touched the sky, a vast group of demons swept forward like a tidal wave, led by 4 immortal realm great demons. Both the eastern and western territories have been breached, huh? Worthy of Dragon Soar and Great Void Realm indeed, their actions are truly extraordinary. Liangzhou will soon be our territory. By now their military forces should all be concentrated in the inner territories, right? If they don't shrink their defensive line, they'll die even faster. The brat at Heavenly Gate Pass, the one who destroyed my lair and desecrated my ancestral land, I wonder if he can still sit still now. Once this boy leaves, we'll break through Heavenly Gate Pass and take the opportunity to contribute too. That way, we'll be well positioned to claim a piece of territory later. The leading great demons were those that had been previously driven away by Li Hao from outside the pass. With a prompt from Tianji Palace, they had escaped in advance and gone into hiding, fortunately missing the danger. But their lairs had been destroyed and claimed with flags, deterring them from approaching. Elders, Marshal Haotian hasn't returned yet. He went to Tianji Tower just 6 days ago, and even if he only studied for 1 day, he would need until tomorrow to return if he travels normally, said a bird demon from Tianji Palace as it flew swiftly to bring the intelligence. Li Hao had concealed his tracks when he left the pass. Even Tianji Palace could not detect him and had to infer his movements based on those who came and went from Tianji Tower. Now, they had mobilized the intelligence outpost from Yongzhou to help investigate the area outside Tianji Tower. However, Tianji Tower also dealt in intelligence. Tianji Palace had been established based on Tianji Tower's model and didn't dare approach Tianji City too closely. Consequently, Li Hao's whereabouts could only be guessed. The one on the city walls is just an avatar, not unlike our demon art, frightening but a bluff, a great demon from the immortal realm scoffed. Although the cultivation technique of creating avatars was rare, they had seen quite a few, and those avatars typically possessing 1/10 the power of the original body were considered quite good. Enjoy reading at Novel Firelu MP. Why don't we take the chance to attack while he's still not back, suggested a demon. After discussing for a while, they quickly made a decision and immediately ordered the army to march at full speed. Soon, the scouts sent to investigate detected the movements of these demons and passed the information back. The shout arose, rushing into the small fenced courtyard. Su Zhouyuan, just about to place a black piece, nearly fumbled it and hurriedly looked over. Li Hao paused, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he signaled for the report to be made. "Report to the general, we have located the traces of the demons outside the pass. The number is roughly over 50,000, with what seems to be 2 immortal realm great demons among them. The strength of the remaining demons is still unclear," reported the scout. Li Hao slightly raised an eyebrow. 50,000. Only that many. If it were the Demon King in command, he wouldn't bring just 50,000 troops unless he aimed to conceal his movements or lull the enemy into complacency, or perhaps he planned to strike quickly. But if it was a quick strike, the Demon King himself would suffice. With smaller disturbances and faster speed, he certainly wouldn't let a demon army stir the grass and alert the snake. After all, the combined power gathered by 50,000 troops was still insufficient to withstand a few slaps from the Demon King. "Report back immediately if there are changes," Li Hao said. The scout departed. Li Hao turned around, and immediately noticed a vacancy in the black pieces on the chessboard. He smiled and placed a white piece to fill the gap. Marshal, Su Zhouyuan swallowed his saliva with some effort. Li Hao smiled faintly and said, Elder, with the inner formation in place and my presence here, it's too late to flee now. It's either life or death. Better to stay calm and finish this game with me. Su Zhouyuan was taken aback, then realized it was true. It was definitely too late to leave the city now. If Heavenly Gate Pass were to fall, wouldn't the enemy attack immediately? Could they, mere carriages and horses, possibly outrun the demons? He immediately focused his mind, took a few sips of tea, and now seated in this besieged city, his thoughts seemed to clear up a lot. He felt braver and began to consider his moves seriously. As the demon tide outside the pass loomed closer, reports from the scouts continuously reached Li Hao's ears. The demon tide was getting closer. 100 miles outside the pass. Upon seeing those war flags scattered around, the faces of the 4 immortal great demons changed, filled with a nightmarish sensation, followed swiftly by annoyed and furious outrage. Send the order, avoid these war flags at all costs, and don't touch them, one commanded. The great demon issued the command. The massive and dispersed wave of the demon tide suddenly contracted, and its pace slowed down. I will protect these war flags to prevent any short-sighted creature from touching them, an immortal demon stated, releasing its power to cover the flags and prevent them from being touched. The demon tide continued to march on, and quickly arrived in front of Heavenly Gate Pass. At that moment, numerous soldiers atop the pass were prepared for battle. Watching the approaching dark tide of beasts, both the Haotian army and the Bloodsha army had a grave expression on their faces. Meanwhile, the message also reached Li Hao's ears. Have they already arrived? Li Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Whether there was a demon king hidden within the demon tide, he would know after making his move. Qianqian. Li Hao called out softly. Ren Qianqian had already ceased her cultivation practice. After all, the continuous military reports had unsettled her, making it difficult to concentrate on her training. Now, hearing Li Hao's call, she immediately understood his intention, turned, and ran into the house to fetch Li Hao's sword from the sword box. This sword box was crafted by 10,000 Artifacts Tower when they forged the Dragon sword for Li Hao, normally used to store the treasured sword. Ren Qianqian opened the sword box, and with a sheathing sound, the Dragon sword emerged suddenly from its sheath. The bright gleam of the blade reflected in Ren Qianqian's eyes, turning into a streak of golden light. Like a dragon swirling through the sky, it drew an arc above the courtyard before speeding towards the exterior of Kanjia City. The diameter of Kanjia City was just 60 miles across, which was the size of a medium city, but Li Hao's range of control over objects extended to 100 miles. On the streets, numerous scions from noble families and talented youths from different states stood on the street, rushing towards the city walls. They had heard about the demon attack on the city, yet they were not frightened. Instead, there was an inexplicable excitement. Usually, slaying demons required traveling over mountains and searching far and wide. But now, they could witness a demon tide. As they rushed to see, suddenly, a streak of golden light raced over their heads, carrying a terrifying pressure and murderous aura. That streak of golden light, with a dragon's roar and a tiger's bellow, sped towards the direction of the city gates. What's that? It looks like a sword. Hurry, let's go and see. Among the astonishment of the crowd, they hastily chased after the golden sword light, heading towards it. Chapter 317, Chapter 65 Arrogant Demon Tide, Second Update. With the roar of the demons, the tide of the demon horde approached like dark clouds covering the sky, filling the pass to the brim. Atop the city walls, the vice commander of the Bloodsha army ordered, activate the array. Above Kanjia City, golden light emerged, with the array enveloping everything. So many battle flags. Within the demon horde, 4 great demons from the 3 immortal realms saw the Haotian battle flags planted atop the city walls, and their expressions changed slightly. However, at such a close distance, if those battle flags were to burst forth, they should be affected as well, right? But it's unknown whether the array attacks within these battle flags only target demons. The eyes of the 4 great demons from the 3 immortal realms were grave, but they had anticipated this scene beforehand, only they hadn't expected there to be so many battle flags. First breach the city, let the lesser demons destroy the battle flags, then we can retreat. They had already thought of countermeasures and paused for a moment, then called out the charge on their war horns. At once, the demon throngs behind them charged towards the city covered in golden light in response to the call. But just at that moment, suddenly a dragon's roar resounded from afar. It seemed to come from tens of miles away, traversing the air with a piercing howl. All four great demons from the three immortal realms looked up, and the many generals on the city walls couldn't help but also look up to see a golden sword light, speeding from within the city, passing over their heads at high altitude, like a brilliant meteor. It's a sword. It's the dragon sword. Several of the great demons from the three immortal realms had their expressions changed dramatically, recognizing that legendary sword. Ever since that sword fell into Li Hao's hands, its reputation had grown even greater, having carved out a formidable name for itself in the 5,000 miles outside the pass. As they caught sight of the dragon sword, the dragon sword itself was whistling past the array, with the sword's body covered by Li Hao's controlling spiritual thought, bearing Li Hao's aura, while Li Hao himself possessed the array command token, so the flying sword penetrated the array without any hindrance. The demon's soul on. The dragon sword was stimulated, roaring towards the sky, its voice shaking the lands 100 miles beyond the pass. Afterwards, like a true dragon entering the sea, it set off a towering surge of sword chi. In an instant, its body cracked like ice, unleashing countless showers of sword rain, forming a terrifying tide of swords. One sword stood supreme, pressing down the sky. The majestic tide of swords, like a sea of water, covered everything, rolling over towards the army of 50,000 demons. The divine light enshrouded dragon sword, like a golden dragon, weaved through the demon horde, moving at extreme speed, like golden divine lightning, carving arcs of gold through the demon horde. Where it passed, the bodies of demons were pierced through. Those with lower cultivation levels were directly torn apart by blades of chi dragged along by the sword chi, not even having the chance to scream. The sword tide also swept forth, colliding violently with the approaching demon horde. In an instant, the demons at the forefront were pierced through by the sword tide, with countless spatters of blood, their demonic auras dissipating, as if riddled with 1,000 holes. This terrifying scene left all the many generals on the city walls agape in shock. Most among the Haotian army were martial artists from various states who had come to reinforce Li Hao. When they had arrived, they had only seen Li Hao under attack by several demon kings, already bloody and in a dire condition. Their impression of Li Hao was still of a time when Li Hao, at Daoism City, beside Dragon River, dominated all with just a finger. After all, that time was not so distant from now. But at this moment, the awe-inspiring might unleashed by the dragon sword left them speechless. One sword cut through 50,000 demons. Enjoy reading at _MP. Among them, there were dozens of demons from the heavenly human realm, and at that moment, they were not fighting according to martial ethics by taking turns to battle one by one during a grandmaster's doctrinal debate, but they could join arrays to attack. Yet, they were still scattered and unable to defend themselves. Young masters from various families followed to the city, some climbed to the top of the nearby buildings, looking out from the towers, while others summoned their divine souls, gazing from high in the sky within the city. At this moment, witnessing the endless tide of swords beyond the array and that dragon divine sword weaving through, they were all struck wordless. Is that sword the one belonging to the young general? It's his sword, I recognize it, it's the dragon sword. The foremost of the world-renowned swords, it's that sword. Many of the young masters were aware of many famous swords, their images and charts spread far and wide. What makes a sword famous is not just its name being recognized by people, but also its shape and posture are known by all. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the entire city, the dragon sword stirred up myriad sword tides, crushing the demon army. This devastating and shocking scene seemed not like a demon horde besieging the city, but rather, the dragon sword soaring and diving, a one-sided slaughter of demons. Blood flowed freely, countless demons roared defiantly, only to be instantly penetrated, fragile as paper, soft as tofu, before the dragon sword, offering no resistance. As the dragon sword plunged into the demon horde, advancing increasingly deeper, it quickly moved to strike at the four great demons from the three immortal realms. In a small courtyard enclosed by a hedge, Li Hao lightly placed a piece on the board. As the demon horde charged to the outskirts of the city, he had already noticed that among them were four presences of the three immortal realms, two of which were hidden. Therefore, the sentinels before had not detected them, because the great demons had intended for them to be overlooked. The combination of overt and covert moves was like the placement of pieces on this chessboard, alternating between black and white. Beyond these great demons of the three immortal realms, no presence of a demon king was detected, possibly hidden even deeper. But it didn't matter, he would just slay all these demon hordes. In the face of absolute power, shallow tricks are useless. Capture. Li Hao trapped with 4 pieces, and pinched up the central black piece from Su Zhouyuan's side, which had extended its claws to invade more white territory but was now surrounded and cut off by Li Hao. Chapter 318, Chapter 65, Decisive Demon Tide, Second Update, _2. The dragon sword suddenly pierced through the void, slashing towards a great demon of the 3 immortal realms. This 3 immortal realm great demon was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. The might of the divine sword was too powerful. Could it be that the young man didn't go to Tianji Tower and was instead situated within the city? Or could it be just an avatar wielding this sword? Roaring, he revealed his true form, like a huge savage bull, violently using his horns to strike at the divine sword. His whole body was swelling with demonic aura, forming a towering bull demon shadow behind him, a whisper of an ancient demon king bloodline hidden within his veins. At this moment, the phantom of the bull demon's eyes glowed crimson, attempting to sweep away and grasp the dragon sword with his hands. However, the dragon sword erupted with an even more dominant and explosive sword chi, like a dragon's roar penetrating a roar, swiftly streaking with electricity, instantly dodging the great demon's horns in the 3 immortal realms, stabbing straight towards its head. There was a muffled thud, like some dull impact sound. The skull shattered. The divine sword's golden light vanished atop its head. The 3 immortal realm great demon's eyes widened, pupils constricted, yet its body remained rigid in place. In less than 2 seconds, dazzling sword light split from every direction of its body, breaking apart like shattered ceramics, countless fissures bursting forth with divine radiance, then exploding violently. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, the entire body torn asunder. Discover more stories on m_vl_m_p_year. A divine soul escaped from the body, but it too was severely injured, screaming as it fled far away, burning its spirit with great speed. But the speed of the dragon sword was even faster. In an instant, it arrived, cutting with a single stroke, extinguishing its divine soul. The divine soul, like burning gold paper, convulsed in the void as the blade passed. The dragon sword's attack caused excruciating pain and damage to its divine soul, its body burning, struggling to crawl forward, eyes revealing despair and unwillingness, along with intense regret. But in the end, the divine soul burned out, leaving nothing behind, like a gust of wind, scattered. The dragon sword roared as it flew towards another 3 great demons, not halting for a moment, bursting forth with even more ferocious might. Damn it, what kind of power is this? The remaining 3 great demons were terrified, a single sword piercing through the 3 immortal, instantaneously slaying it. That was supposed to be the indestructible realm, with flesh as tough as a divine weapon, yet it was cleaved into countless pieces by this divine sword. In this moment, they finally confirmed that the young men had not left Kanjia City. It was all a ruse, deliberately luring the enemy. But their realization came too late. They scattered and fled, no longer caring about the demon tide they had summoned, only thinking about saving their own lives. But the speed of the dragon sword was incredibly fast, instantly catching up with another great demon of the 3 immortal realms. As it frantically roared in resistance, a towering sword chi burst forth, hundreds of zhang tall, as if slashing down from the clouds, cleaving its body in 2. Such might made everyone atop the city walls boil with blood, surprised and delighted, clenching their fists. After slaying one, the dragon sword turned towards the other 2 great demons of the 3 immortal realm, chasing with the main body, while in the sword tide created by the rest, a dragon composed of countless sword lights chased after another great demon. The great demon pursued by the sword chi dragon panicked in its attempt to escape. Though also from the indestructible realm, the previous bull demon's tragic death without any resistance left him with no will to fight at this moment. Seeing the dragon sword's main body chasing after the one it had called old friend before, its heart surged with joy. He fled frantically for his life, but the surging sword tide approached from behind. He roared, "Break for me." Just with the sword chi split from the main sword, it intended to slay him. Did they really think he was an easy target? He roared in fury, his palms like divine iron, conjuring a majestic demonic aura into a palm imprint as large as a mountain, and pushed it across. But as soon as they touched, he sensed that something was off. The penetrating power of the sword chi dragon was far stronger than he had imagined. The demon palm shattered, countless sword chi dispersed, washing over his body. He felt a piercing pain all over his body, as if thousands of needles were stabbing him, and his body splattered with countless drops of blood. Ah! He let out a furious roar, revealing his true form, but just as he began to transform, suddenly a sword chi struck him and his divine soul and strength seemed to be instantly snatched away by the Grim Reaper. It was as if all his blood and spinal cord were instantly drained. How is this possible? His pupils contracted, his eyes filled with horror, but more than that, with despair. He could feel his life force rapidly declining, like falling into an abyss thousands of feet deep. He attempted to sacrifice his divine soul to escape, but his divine soul felt like it was tumbling over a cliff, struggling to climb out of his body, yet never able to escape, eventually falling down along with the body. Thump! His body collapsed on the ground, kicking up dust. Numerous sword chi bombarded him, pecking his body to pieces. Meanwhile, the dragon sword had already caught up and slain that immortal realm great demon. The opponent was of the unwithering realm, unleashing unwithering strength, bursting forth with all his might, even burning his divine soul and bloodline, but the true dragon sword soul flew out from the dragon sword, with the domineering presence that once belonged to a demon king, cutting him down with a single slash. His physical body could not withstand the dragon sword's blade, though his power was immense, it was like rotten wood that could not withstand a single strike. After dealing with a few great demons, the dragon sword returned to battle the tide of demons, with countless sword tide washing down like rain, the ground covered with a rain of blood. The tide of demons let out shrill screams, scattering in all directions, but under the baptism of sword chi, they were all engulfed. A mere 50,000 demon tide, although there were quite a few at the heavenly human realm and 15ly level, boasting overall great strength, but Li Hao, when he was just at the 15ly realm, had already slain an equal number of demons in Sangyu City, Qi State. Times had changed, and not a single demon escaped, in less than the time of half an incense stick, including the 4 immortal realm great demons, all were slain. Outside the city, corpses were strewn everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. Countless demon bodies were torn and scattered all over, resembling purgatory. And the dragon sword traced an arc of light in the air, hovering for a moment, then, like a golden rainbow, flew back into the array, shooting straight towards the center of the city, towards that small courtyard surrounded by a fence. Countless people looked up, watching the divine sword retract its golden light, descending into the city. They knew that was where the young man resided. From start to finish, the opponent never showed himself, merely a flying sword, yet he had slain 50,000 demons, cutting down 4 immortal realm great demons. That young man was only 15 years old this year. Compared to the battle at Daoism City that shocked the world, now, that young man had become even more formidable. The city was as if silent, a brief lull before a burst of cheers that reached the skies ensued. On the city walls, numerous soldiers excitedly embraced each other. This tense and grave battle that had yet to begin, that they had yet to join, was already resolved. With the might of that one young man, the tide of demons was vanquished. Marshal Haotian. Someone took the lead and let out an excited cry. Countless soldiers couldn't help but raise their arms in cheer. Someone excitedly grabbed the military flag on top of the city walls, fluttering it in the wind, shouting loudly. Inside the city, many scions of noble families, young boys and girls, as well as those merchants coming to do business, and the common folk living there, all heard shouts coming from all directions. At that moment, the name of that young man reverberated through their minds. Chapter 319, Chapter 66. Whose flag is that, and whose name is that? Third update, 10,000-word chapter. Liangzhou, Western Frontier. War raged, scorching the earth for miles on end. The once standing black stone Great Wall here was now destroyed, its bricks stained with blood, ruins and rubble everywhere. On the ground, bodies were scattered all around, those of demons and human race warriors mixed together, some bisected at the waist, arms severed, yet still clenching onto the flesh of demons with their teeth. Some demons were riddled with holes, but on their sharp teeth hung pieces of corpses, as if they had been in a biting frenzy until their last breath. Both sides had fought fiercely and desperately, their ferocity and resilience vividly displayed on this battlefield that concerned the fate of millions. Broken weapons, shattered armor, and severed limbs were everywhere, yet this battlefield had fallen silent. The human race had retreated, and the demons had followed suit. Occasionally, lone wild demons, scavenging in the wake of the greater demon tide, would sneak onto the now quiet battlefield to search for fresh corpses as food. A simian demon clambered to the broken battlements, where a battle flag hung limp like a torn piece of cloth. It grabbed a broken flagpole and shook it vigorously a couple of times. The flag fluttered in the wind, the character, Shen, twisting as the flag billowed, but soon it fell listlessly once again. The little simian demon chattered and gave a strange laugh, finding it amusing, and shook it a few more times with force. The fluttering flag swept over. And with that, a grand chase commenced. The battlefield was 5,000 miles west. Across the vast plains, a mighty tide of demons surged torrentially, like a black earth rising on the horizon, scaling mountains, crossing rivers, sweeping everything in its path. In the forefront, countless troops moved chaotically, rushing towards the city ahead. Along the way, signals of war smoke kept rising, relaying intelligence. Before them, within the city's defensive line, large armies emerged to meet them, precisely, to make a last stand for them. Quicker. Li Xuanli was soaked in blood, and although he had taken medicine to stabilize his wounds, his body was extremely weary. Yet, he knew he could not fall, his whole body surged with blood, sustained only by sheer fury. Continue the saga at MVLEMPYR. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Behind them, the tide of demons was at the edge of sight, about to catch up. In the midst of the troops, a signal flared up, and a Li family soldier of common birth turned to look at the demon tide behind him, suddenly reining in his horse, slowing his pace. He roared orders for his battalion to halt, stay behind to hold off the attackers, and buy Li Xuanli time. Li Xuanli was the commander-in-chief, he must not fall here, or else the defenses behind him would collapse even faster. Furthermore, Li Xuanli was of the Li family's direct lineage from the previous generation, with only 3 of 9 sons remaining. How could he fall now? He thought back to his mother's teachings from when he was young. The direct line is noble, and those of common birth must respectfully give way upon seeing them. The Li family's 1,000 years of glory were upheld by the direct line. He was rebellious in his youth, considering himself exceptional, longing to shine alongside the sun and moon. But in his middle age, after witnessing the funerals of 6 sons of the Li family's direct line and how the direct line always charged to the front lines during wars, he finally understood that the difference between the direct line and those of common birth was not just about birth but also the weight of responsibility they bore. Having served under Li Xuanli for many years now, he had long admired this direct line general. Just like his mother said, the direct line is noble, while those of common birth have a cheap fate. Perhaps his mother had feared his youthful ignorance would lead him to offend the direct line, repeatedly instructing him. But that saying had taken deep root in his heart and became an indelible mark. Watching the approaching tide of demons, the general of common birth smiled. Even my mother said my life was cheap, so what does it matter if I end up in the same grave as you demon beasts? He brandished his long halberd and roared as he led his battalion against the current and charged upwards. Li Xuanli also saw that signal flare, turned his head to look at the figure on horseback becoming increasingly distant. That was a brother-in-arms with whom he had shared life and death. They had once shared wine and laughter together in the barracks, with no distinction between direct and common birth between them. He had once promised to watch the other rise to nobility, to erect a monument for his mother and lay her to rest in the Li family's mausoleum. But all that was slipping away at this moment. His eyes moistened, and he wiped them, his hand uncertain whether it was blood or tears. He did not stop, instead, he clenched his teeth and roared lowly, faster. The entire army accelerated, rushing towards the defensive line ahead. Along the way, spanning 5,000 miles, there were many great cities located on the frontier. Those great cities chose to stay and defend, holding the line for Li Xuanli. When the demon tide broke through the border with such swiftness, these frontier cities had no chance of escape, so they chose to die in battle in their homeland instead. A city nurtures its people. However, before the overwhelming tide of demons, these cities were like rocks covered by the black tidal wave, quickly submerged. Only a few splashes arose as they relied on the city-protecting formation to barely hold on, but they were promptly shattered by the great demons of the 3 immortal realms within the tidal wave. Under the vast surge of demons, everyone in the city, civilians and soldiers, became ghosts under the demons' claws. Wherever these demons went, nothing was left behind, like locusts devouring everything in their path. However, now with the army in pursuit, the demons dared not stay to savor their meals slowly. Some carried their catch in their mouths, eating while chasing, others were drawn by the delicious prey, staying behind to feast, only to be slapped dead by the great demons in command. Their fearsome presence kept the demon armies advance across various cities at an unabated pace. And in those cities, nothing was left but blood-soaked ground and the remains of corpses. Chapter 320, Chapter 66. Whose flag is that, and whose name is that? Third update, 10,000-word chapter, _2. They're coming. They're coming. Within the defense line, the soldiers on the city walls looked on with tense focus as the thousands of troops came roaring towards them, and in the far distance behind them was the pursuing demon tide. Quick, get ready to welcome them, open the array as soon as they enter the city. Order from the heavenly observatory. Lower the drawbridge. Orders were passed down from the top of the walls. The defending troops here were also of the three immortal realms, extremely powerful, but now their expressions were extremely grave and tense, because the intelligence from Li Xuanli's side was that 3 demon kings had breached the defense line. Though the momentum of this demon tide seemed vast, it was not insurmountable, at least they could hold it off for a while. Yet, the whereabouts of those 3 demon kings were invisible, setting him on edge. The ground shook as 300,000 battered troops charged, like an earthquake. Li Xuanli looked at the city walls now within reach, saw the other side had made preparations to welcome them, yet his eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he bellowed, "Keep the excitement alive on MVLM, PYR. Set up the array first." His roar, infused with the power of his divine soul, vibrated for 100 miles, reaching inside the defense line. Atop the wall, upon hearing this, the commanding officer from the 3 immortal realms changed complexion, suddenly realizing something, and immediately said, "Quick, activate the array first." Activating the array would block Li Xuanli and his troops' advance, since they only carried the border array's pass tokens, not those of the second line of defense. Especially since the tens of thousands of troops had no pass tokens, these tokens were extremely difficult to produce, and only lead generals were allotted one. Humph, quick on the uptake. In the void, 3 figures suddenly appeared, the very 3 demon kings who had previously shattered the border array. They surged through the air, appearing as if teleporting. They were simply hiding and following stealthily before. They had refrained from killing Li Xuanli and his large army to get them inside the second line of defense and have it shut down its array. That way, they could easily break through at high speed, swiftly attacking and breaching the second line of defense, and from there, proceed deeper into enemy territory. Speed is the essence of war. As long as they were fast enough, Liang Zhou would not have time to react, and even the reinforcements from Emperor Yu might not arrive in time. The humans stuck together, pulling one hair would affect the entire body. They had not only to break through the city but also to do it quickly, otherwise, if they got bogged down, they would fall into a disadvantage. They had learned this lesson too many times, the war in northern Yen over a decade ago being a prime example. The 3 demon kings no longer bothered to hide, chasing at full speed. One of the demon kings abruptly raised his hand to launch an attack to interrupt the array. With a thunderous explosion, a rough spear-like divine weapon shot out, dragging a devilish cloud and piercing through the sky. The array quickly took form, but the spear was incredibly fast, slamming into the city walls, destroying it, and killing or injuring hundreds of soldiers within meters. Even those in the celestial master realm turned pale, their blood roiled, and their flesh softened from the shockwave. Quick! In the very moment the bone spear breached the wall, the array finished forming at the last instant. Boom! Boom! The other 2 demon kings unleashed their attacks, but they were blocked by the array, setting off countless flashing divine runes. The demon king who hurled the bone spear roared as he summoned it back, but found no response. The array was blocking his call. Manipulation of objects couldn't penetrate the array. Weapon lost, the demon king spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm in annoyance, but wasn't panicked. Since their disguise had been uncovered, though unwilling, they would simply need to spend a bit more time. Once the array was broken, the weapon would naturally return. In these large armies, there were no soldiers of the 4 stands realm. To him, with or without a weapon didn't matter. Li family's brat, you think quick, don't you? I'll rip off your head. Green veins appeared all over this demon king, his eyes flashing with cold electricity, as he suddenly charged towards Li Xuanli's army. Li Xuanli, spotting the demon kings, cursed silently, realizing it was as expected. Seeing them turning back to charge, his gaze grew dark as he growled, "Form up." The rumbling army swiftly converged on each other, forming a battle array. The formation of an array on horseback showcased their well-practiced drills. Among the various military banners of the Li family, though the Yuan camp was the trump card, the Xian camp's soldiers were also elite, most practicing mid-grade and high-grade cultivation techniques. Ordinary family heirs of the same realm were not necessarily capable of defeating a Xian camp soldier, unless they were prodigious talents. As the military array solidified, a peacock-like phantom burst from within, crying out towards the sky, and charged at the Demon King. Humph, since the array is activated, you might as well die outside. Turning, the three Demon Kings vented their fury on Li Xuanli and his soldiers, raising their hands and causing the ground to tremble outside the city, creating high platforms to intercept all the troops. Inside the city, the three Immortal Realms commanding officer immediately called for the Heavenly Observatory to come and repair the array on the wall. Luckily, the damage to the array was minimal, just slightly reducing its power. If repaired in time, it could be restored. Quick, open array node number 34, who's willing to lead troops out to support General Li. With the commanding officer's shout, several generals stepped forward. Commander, I am incompetent but willing to pave the way for General Li. Commander, let me do it, I am willing to pave the way for General Li. I will definitely carve a bloody path for General Li, I'll go and attract the Demon King myself. The few generals all spoke out loud. They were not merely motivated by a burst of passion, some were cadet branches of the Li family, some had received favors from the Li family in early years, while others were orphans rescued from cities ravaged by demons by the Li family many years before. Chapter 321, Chapter 66. Whose flag is that, and whose name is that? Third update, 10,000-word chapter, _3. Find your favorite tales at MVLEMP. Your thin strands of connection, converging into a river. This is the Li family's network of relationships, the grace and prestige that have stood for 1,000 years. The governor of Liangzhou took a deep breath. He quickly signaled two of his junior generals and said, "You two together, I'll leave it in your hands." Your subordinates obey. The two junior generals, with sharp gazes, loudly responded and then immediately soared into the sky, leading their own soldiers and roaring. "Brothers, follow me out of the city, those who die in battle will be honored, and their names will live forever." The two junior generals led their troops out from a separate array that had been opened on the side and circled around to the main battlefield, attacking the two Demon Kings. Three Demon Kings took action, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. A torrent of demonic chi swept down, aiming to suppress Li Xuanli's grand army. The just soaring army soul of the peacock was struck down and hit the ground. With mournful cries from the peacock, thousands of soldiers spat blood and tumbled off their horses, rolling under the hooves. But the red blood horses were spirited. They didn't abandon their masters. Instead, after running a distance, they rapidly stopped, turned back to pick up their masters by the armor, threw them back onto their backs, and then galloped forward once more. Next to Li Xuanli, Li Wushuang spit out blood. She was also a part of the army formation, and at this moment, she was pale as a ghost, her body roiling with energies. Above her head was the overwhelming demonic might. Death had never felt so close. She raised her head toward the dark skies enveloped by demonic clouds, her eyes reflecting both despair and anger. Just as she was about to shatter her own major meridians and burn her divine soul to bolster the formation one last time, Li Xuanli seemed to detect the fluctuations in his daughter's chi and shot her a fierce glare, bellowing, "Don't be foolish, it's not that time yet." Tears streamed down Li Wushuang's face. She had never felt the cruelty of the battlefield so keenly. The countless soldiers who had earlier died tragically on the borders were etched in her memory. It was because countless people had covered their retreat that they were able to escape to this second line of defense. You possess a 9th grade battle physique, exceptional talents, don't waste them here, you still have a future. Li Xuanli said gravely, quickly leave the formation. I will have Jian protect you. Blend in with the grand army and enter the city from the side. As he spoke, he quickly delivered a piece of the array token into Li Wushuang's hand. Li Wushuang trembled. This was her father's array token. The second line of defense's array token. Such array tokens were scarce, not only because they were difficult to construct, but also because having too many would increase the risk of losing them. Once a demon obtained them, the arrays would be as good as non-existent. Li Wushuang was grieving. Go quickly. Li Xuanli roared, when you reach my level of cultivation, then think about slaying demons and enemies. You still have a long way to go, don't be foolish. Tears welled in Li Wushuang's eyes as if she were bleeding. For the first time, she realized that all this talk of genius and exceptional youths was bullshit. Only true growth in strength mattered. Otherwise, all the false reputation was useless in the face of life and death. She was too weak, so weak that any great demon could easily kill her. Her cultivation was already progressing rapidly, but it still wasn't fast enough, not nearly enough. Li Xuanli glared at her once more, then exchanged a glance with another general from the three immortal realms. The general understood and immediately jumped onto Li Wushuang's warhorse, subdued his qi, took off his general's armor, ordered the surrounding army to disperse, and covered Li Wushuang as she retreated to the city from the side. With the army dispersed, the front, facing the three demon kings, would be even more vulnerable. This would only lead to a quicker death, but it was a last resort. To continue to cluster would mean a swift annihilation by the three demon kings, better to scatter and give it a shot. Li Xuanli knew the demon kings were targeting him. He took a deep breath, and his body suddenly shot towards the sky as he bellowed. "You beasts, care to fight one-on-one? You are not worthy." The three demon kings were not fooled or provoked, their only desire was to kill him quickly and then destroy the city's array. One of the demon kings, a blood-robed elder with a cold expression, suddenly raised his hand. A beam of blood light shot from his palm like a giant ruler, crudely textured but aimed directly at Li Xuanli, intending to crush him on the spot. He was at the Tao Heart realm, his attacks were sure to hit. Li Xuanli felt a terrifying sense of life-threatening fear, as if he were being isolated from the formation. His heart raced, he roared, and unleashing his fusion of divine soul and qi, stimulated the power of the army formation, and threw a punch out. With a thunderous impact, his fist collided with the blood ruler, sending a tide of bloody aura dispersing. Another demon king raised his hand and slapped down countless lightning-like purple whips, striking Li Xuanli. His battle armor was instantly torn, his cloak shattered, and the indestructible treasure body that had rested for many years at the Divine General Mansion was once again severely damaged. His entire body was full of cracks, with scorching black marks. He plummeted into the midst of the army, creating a deep crater on the ground. The nearby Xian troops quickly surrounded him, forming a formation to protect him within. Meanwhile, the rest of the Grand Army continued to disperse, rushing toward the city from all directions. Li Wushuang saw Li Xuanli severely injured, her eyes reddened, but she didn't cry out loud. Instead, she just bit her lips hard, with bright red blood flowing down the side of her mouth. She knew that her father was using his life to draw the attention of the Demon King, allowing her and the other soldiers a chance to escape. "Lady, don't look at the Demon King or they'll notice." The Immortal Realm general behind her whispered softly. Li Wushuang felt a stifled anger, but still withdrew her gaze and bowed her head. Chapter 322, Chapter 66. Whose banner is that, and whose name is that? Third update, 10,000-word chapter, _4. Xianli. Just then, a furious shout rang out. Several figures were seen rushing towards the defensive line from a distance. Li Wushuang heard the voice, looked up, and saw a familiar figure. It was her master, the thousand-mechanism Taoist. "Master is here." Li Wushuang's eyes suddenly lit up with hope, as if seeing salvation. "Uncle Jian, it's my master is here." She couldn't help but call out excitedly. Li Jian looked up, and a hint of surprise also appeared in his eyes. In the distance, besides the thousand-mechanism Taoist, two female generals were also rushing over at high speed, both appearing to be in their 40s. They were Li Muxio's second and fourth sisters. All married off to distant places in their earlier years, they had been noblewomen for decades. Now, upon receiving Li Muxio's summons, they immediately donned their long-stored and dusty armor, grabbed their weapons, and rushed over as fast as they could. Along the way, their makeup had worn off, and they seemed to have returned to the days of their youth, rushing through battlefields. They knew that if not for a dire crisis in the Li family, with Li Muxio's eccentric temperament, he would have never sought their help. Thus, without much thought or hesitation, they had arrived at this place. Three Demon Kings. The gaze of the thousand-mechanism Taoist was solemn as he looked at the three great Demon Kings. He had the appearance of an immortal bearing in Daoist bones, graceful and detached from the world. Old thousand-mechanism. The three Demon Kings also noticed him, their eyes lifted slightly, but they revealed a cold smile. "You dare to come here alone?" One of the Demon Kings stepped forward. His demonic aura suddenly increased tumultuously, covering the sky like dark clouds, and vaguely manifesting a silhouette of a winged, twisted dragon. Abyss dragon. Seeing the figure, the Thousand Mechanism Taoist's face changed drastically. This figure was an elder from the Dragon Gate, ranked highly, and not weak, existing in the Defying Fate realm. The Li family's women have also come. It seems the Li family's sons are truly about to be wiped out. Another demon king sneered, half of his face splitting open to reveal ferocious fangs and a blood-red tongue, his limbs writhing, revealing his true form as a hideous insect-like creature. You deal with him, I'll kill this stinking brat. The demon king with blue veins on his face spoke. He raised his hand, grabbed the rocks from the ground, and threw them towards the military camp while slapping down with his palm to crush them all. The Thousand Mechanism Taoist shouted angrily, striking out abruptly, and a white beam of light flew out, shattering the boulder and lashing towards the demon king's palm. You dare to be distracted. The Abyss Dragon Demon King's eyes filled with murderous intent as he suddenly struck, his true dragon phantom image charging towards his opponent, spitting out a vast cloud of demonic poison gas. The Thousand Mechanism Taoist flung his sleeves, dispersing the demonic fog, and said to the two Li family sisters at his side. Quick, go and escort General Li, I'll hold them off. Both women recognized the dire situation and hurriedly split up, each rushing towards Li Xuanli. You think you can fight the three of us alone? The other insect-like demon king let out a piercing scream and pounced towards the Thousand Mechanism Taoist, spitting out a blood sword, striking a sharp dark light. The Thousand Mechanism Taoist raised his hand, summoning a golden seal, and pressed it down towards the blood sword. Who gave you the courage? The Abyss Dragon Demon King roared furiously, abruptly revealing his true form, his dragon body sweeping across as his tail lashed down. The Thousand Mechanism Taoist was alarmed, quickly put up a golden light, and continuously clapped his hands towards the dragon tail. But those dragon scales, glittering with a brilliant light, were exceedingly sharp. Carrying a destructive aura, they directly smashed his palm strikes, hitting him squarely. With a thud, the Thousand Mechanism Taoist's body was fiercely smashed onto the ground below. That blood sword immediately bypassed the golden seal and killed swiftly towards him. The Thousand Mechanism Taoist roared, unleashing his divine soul and extracting another divine weapon, a long whip, which he wrapped around the blood sword. The blood sword struggled violently against the bonds of the whip, while the Abyss Dragon Demon King charged down with a roar. The ground trembled as the Thousand Mechanism Taoist clashed with the Abyss Dragon Demon King, both at the Defying Fate realm, their battle earth-shattering. Meanwhile, the Demon King with the blue veins dashed past the divine weapon, which was a 9-section whip. At that moment, the Thousand Mechanism Taoist was overwhelmed by the Abyss Dragon Demon King and couldn't spare his attention, rendering the divine weapon less sharp as it was directly knocked down. He dived towards Li Xuanli below, revealing his true form, a giant spider. Countless threads shot out like venomous blades, piercing through many Xian troops protecting Li Xuanli, their bodies penetrated by the spider silk, even their divine souls obliterated, with no chance to enter the martial temple. Stop. Read today on MVLEMPYR. Two shouts of anger rang out. Then golden light emerged, followed by a burning holy talisman soaring forward, turning into a purple divine bell that enveloped Li Xuanli, manifestly a Saint Heart talisman. The giant spider demon king roared, spewing out more silken threads covering the purple divine bell. However, his gaze now turned towards the two Li family female generals. He was somewhat annoyed, his eyes furiously wide, emitting a green light intending to slay the two women. Li Qingling suddenly burned a Saint Heart talisman in her hand, turning into a green light that wrapped around her, drastically increasing her speed, becoming as fast as a phantom. She quickly pulled her younger sister alongside her, and then they dashed towards Li Xuanli, attempting to escape using the talisman's speed. Li Xuanli also had a Saint Heart talisman, but it was earlier used on the frontier to block a fatal blow. Seeing the arrival of his aunts, he coughed up blood and urgently said, "Why are you here? Get away quickly." Chapter 323, Chapter 66, Whose flag is that, and whose name? Third update, 10,000 word chapter, _5. Stop talking, grab onto me quickly. Li Qingling urged anxiously. She grabbed Li Xuanli's arm, pulled him close, and was about to rush toward that city. But suddenly, a figure whistled by and smashed into the ground in front of them, searing a deep crater. The three of them looked and recognized the figure as the Thousand Mechanism Taoist. At this moment, he was covered in blood, his appearance disheveled, a far cry from the immortal bearing and Daoist bones he had just recently possessed. The three were shocked. The thousand mechanism Taoist was of the defying fate realm after all, yet he had been defeated in a blink of an eye. Just then, two terrifying auras suddenly surged, startling the trio and eliciting cries of horror from the soldiers on the nearby city ramparts. The three turned to look only to see that, apart from the figures of the three demon kings, two more figures had appeared out of nowhere. You sure took your time. One of them was clad in white, with a noble aura like jade, and a handsome face. However, compared to his usual indifference, his eyes now contained a depth of cold severity. The Holy Palace, Monarch Bai. Blood Lake Jiao Demon. On the ramparts, many recognized the identities of these two demon kings. Beyond Monarch Bai, the other was an elder from Dragon Gate, also a demon king, whose strength was nearly on par with that of the Abyss Dragon Demon King. At that moment, with 5 demon kings airborne, they seemed poised to swallow the heavens and earth. The terrifying demonic aura enveloped the area like dark clouds, causing the pupils of Li Xuanli, Li Qingling, and others to widen in disbelief. More than that, there was despair. The multitudes of soldiers on the city walls were also speechless, unable to utter a word. Enjoy stories on m_v_lem_p. How could there be 5 demon kings? Master. Li Wushuang, who had almost reached the array in the distance, turned back to see this scene, her eyes shifting from surprise to shock and disbelief. Her master, so powerful and invincible, was defeated. How could this happen? Master had arrived after all. But even Master had been defeated. Li Jian, who was protecting her, also had no joy in his eyes, his face as dark as a scorched pot. He even realized that this second line of defense was not going to hold. With 5 demon kings, who else could possibly come to block them? In the distance, hordes of demons surged forward, overwhelming all in their path. In the brief moment that the 3 demon kings were blocked, the tidal wave of demons had caught up. And the generals and soldiers who had initially stayed back to intercept had already been submerged by the tide, only managing to slow it down slightly before it quickly picked up speed in pursuit again. Despair. At this moment, whether outside the city or within, everyone was engulfed in despair. The appearance of the 5 demon kings was like an eclipse, their horrific pressure silencing even whispers. Armies numbering in the thousands stood no chance against the demon kings, as easily crushed as paper constructs. The array for this second line of defense had no chance of holding. All eyes were on the 1000 mechanism Taoist in the crater, the only one in the 4 stands realm and the last vestige of hope remaining. The 1000 mechanism Taoist slowly got to his feet from the ground, his hair disheveled. The hair coil around his head had come undone. He looked up at the slowly advancing 5 demon kings, staggered a step, and clutched at the gaping wound in his abdomen that Monarch Bai had almost pierced through his heart with a sneak attack. He was pale and haggard, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Such grievous wounds were something he had not experienced in over a century. As he watched the demon kings encircle him, he knew that unless he used his defying fate chance, there was no escape. But his defying fate opportunity had long been used up. Could it be that he, too, was going to die here? Old geezer, it seems you're out of defying fate chances. Monarch Bai caught a glimpse of the fleeting despair in the eyes of the 1000 mechanism Taoist and sneered coldly. The tide of demons advanced with their steps, drawing closer to the last remnants of the army outside the pass. The oncoming flood seemed capable of devouring and completely consuming Li Xuanli's forces in an instant. Li Xuanli's eyes were filled with despair, but they soon erupted into unyielding rage and a roar. Xian Camp, heed my command, for our last battle, follow me and fight with all we've got to the death. His roar echoed throughout the entire camp and over the city walls. Humph, mayflies shaking the tree. Monarch Bai sneered, prepared to strike down Li Xuanli first. Having conflicted with Li Tiangang in northern Yan for so many years, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for him, and now his intent to kill against his brother surged even more. Just as his hand was about to strike, an angry rebuke thundered from the sky. It was a woman's shout. Clear and piercing, it traveled across miles to reach the ears of Monarch Bai and the other demon kings. The demon kings all showed surprise. Could there possibly be a courageous woman from the Li family? Little sister. Li Xuanli almost instantly recognized the voice calling out to be that of his youngest sister, stationed at Heavenly Gate Pass. His face, which had been filled with fury, now showed a rare panic. in such dire straits, more numbers were pointless, his little sister's arrival would merely mean she was joining in death. Hongzhuang, don't come. His eyes reddened and glistened with tears as he yelled at the top of his lungs. But what answered his cry was a swiftly approaching whooshing sound. A dark figure flew across the sky like a sharp arrow or an iron meteorite from beyond, slicing through the air, racing across the vast plains, and landing directly the ground beneath the feet of the demon kings with an impact. Dust rose from the ground, blasting out a crater more than a dozen meters deep. And in the crater was a war banner. The banner, initially rolled around the pole to minimize wind resistance, unfurled in the moment of impact as Li Hongzhuang's protective power wound around the pole dissipated upon collision. The fabric that had been wrapped around the pole slowly slid down and unfurled. Chapter 324, Chapter 66. Whose flag is that, and whose name is that? Third update, 10,000-word chapter, _6. The gentle breeze stirred, revealing an army banner. This banner, over a dozen meters long, was thrust diagonally into the vast battlefield. As it billowed in the breeze, the words Haotian unfurled. Monarch Bai, who was about to make his move, halted at the sight of those two characters on the banner, his pupils sharply constricting. At the same time, his heartbeat seemed to tremble violently. Was it that youth who fought like a god? He abruptly looked up toward the horizon, only to see black silhouettes after black silhouettes, hurtling towards them. Indeed, they were more army banners, thundering down one after another, piercing the earth where the horde of demons marched. With the ground shattering, the banners became visible, and the demons leading the tide in the three immortal realms, after a brief moment of astonishment at the sight of the unfurled Haotian, trembled violently and showed a look of horror. They immediately roared furiously, commanding their armies to halt. Long howls from the demons caused the surging tide of demons to rapidly slow down. Eventually, they stopped 4 or 5 li away from the battle flags. Seeing the few thousand meters distance, the great demons within the horde, all drenched in cold sweat, heaved a sigh of relief. The information from Tianji Palace had been frequent, they were well aware of the situation outside Heavenly Gate Pass. This matter had already spread among the higher echelons of the demonic forces. The Dragon Gate and the Holy Palace had even taken Li Hao's battle banner back for study, resulting in the death of a great demon from the 3 immortal realms. Everyone knew that with the youth stationed outside Heavenly Gate Pass, it was Liangzhou's toughest nail. It was also the place they had prepared to devour and uproot last. The Haotian flag, planted 5,000 li outside the pass and instilling fear among the demon multitude, had already gained an infamous reputation. Don't damage that banner under any circumstances. A great demon who knew the secrets exhorted loudly and anxiously. Fearing that some careless demon might shatter the flag. The sudden appearance of the battle flags, along with the demon's odd reaction, left Li Xuanli and the others, who were facing despair, stunned. What was going on? The thousand-mechanism Taoist was also taken aback, staring at the banner in amazement. All seemed to be because of this army banner. The demons were extremely afraid of this banner. The Yuan banner of the Li family ancestors, symbolizing the invincible Yuan camp forces, had never possessed such influence. Whose banner was that, and whose name was on it? Upon seeing the banner clearly, Li Xuanli was shocked, and being in Liangzhou, he naturally knew to whom the banner belonged. Hao Er was here, too. He hurriedly looked up into the distance, but only saw a figure in bright red rushing toward them. It was his younger sister, Li Hongzhuang. Li Hongzhuang also carried a large bundle of banners on her back and was now descending. Fifth brother. Li Hongzhuang called out urgently. Li Xuanli's gaze swept towards the banners on her back and quickly asked, "Has Hao Er come as well?" There was a nervousness in his voice, a mixture of anticipation and fear, fearful that Li Hao could also be in trouble if he came. He knew Li Hao had the protection of the Four Stands realm, and if Li Hao had arrived, the Four Stands realm would likely come as well. But they were facing 5 demon kings. Li Hongzhuang pursed her lips slightly, not answering, worried her response might be heard by the demon kings. Although she did not know the extent of Li Hao's deterrence against the demons, it always seemed better to keep silent. At this moment, Monarch Bai's gaze swept past Li Hongzhuang's figure before staring intently in the direction from which she had come, seemingly nervously waiting for something. But no figure appeared from there for a long time. Nevertheless, Monarch Bai did not dare to relax. He knew that in addition to fearsome combat abilities, that boy was also extremely cunning, perhaps hiding his presence and biding his time. The grand momentum outside the city had come to a brief halt due to the arrival of Li Hongzhuang. The countless demons within the demon tide all halted before a row of war flags on the ground, not daring to advance. The several demon kings also stopped before those war flags, ceasing their attacks. This strange scene left everyone atop the city wall staring agape. Do these demons seem to be scared? The Haotian flag, could it be the one from Heavenly Gate Pass? How is that possible? Atop the city wall, the commander of Liangzhou murmured to himself. The young general's fame was too resounding, even if he did not seek it out himself, word of it had reached his ears through conversations amongst his subordinates. But, was this military flag the young man's? Yet, why do these demons exhibit such dread? It's too eerie. Did the kid from Heavenly Gate Pass also come? The demon kings, their gazes heavy, looked into the distance. Although they had not seen the young man's figure, they all had an uncomfortable feeling throughout their bodies. Rumors about that young man had long spread among their forces, and he was listed on their must-kill roster. Facing 3 demon kings alone, taking out the second life of a demon king from the defying fate realm, was simply ferocious. If the other party also showed up here, then the outcome of the current battlefield was uncertain. The most crucial point was, they had not seen Li Hao. Had he actually come? To say he hadn't come, yet his war flag had arrived. To say he had come, yet his figure was nowhere to be seen. Lurking. You little rat, come out if you dare. Hiding your head but showing your tail, what kind of skill is that? The demon kings surveyed their surroundings, issuing roars of anger. Join us on MVLM, PYR. This sudden outburst startled everyone on the city wall, leaving them dumbfounded. What are these demon kings doing? Whose name are they calling out? That seems to be the military flag of Marshal Haotian. Yes, that's right, I've been to Heavenly Gate Pass. I didn't see him and I returned, but I've seen this flag. It's his flag. That's General Haotian's battle flag. Inside the city walls, some youths from the temporarily assembled aristocratic armies recognized Li Hao's battle flag, calling out in shock and excitement. Their voices quickly spread, and in no time, everyone found it hard to believe that this was actually General Haotian's battle flag. The mere flag of a young general had actually stopped the group of demons that had broken through the frontier pass and pursued for 5,000 li within the realm, deterring a horde of demons. Even the demon kings were wary because of it. Could the young man really command such influence? Li Wushuang, who had managed to sneak into the city's array under the protection of Li Jian while the demon kings hesitated, heard the successive cries of astonishment from within the city and couldn't help but stand still. She stared blankly at the flags fluttering over the battlefield, and those 2 characters swinging wildly in the wind. Chapter 325, Chapter 67 Li Tian Gang's Call for Help. Li Xuanli was shaken. Li Hao's battle flag deterred the horde of demons. Its might exceeded his imagination, yet he couldn't comprehend it. Li Qingling and Li Shuiyun beside him were also stunned, somewhat puzzled. Didn't even the royal battle flags lack such domineering presence? Was the name being called out their grandnephews? If that kid doesn't show up, just kill them all, force him out. The 5 demon kings, seeing Li Hao had yet to appear, felt a sense of being provoked. The Abyss Dragon Demon King took the lead and attacked the Thousand Mechanism Taoist. The Giant Spider Demon King, meanwhile, spat out its spider swords towards Li Xuanli and the others. The faces of Li Xuanli and the rest changed dramatically, somewhat nervous. Although the battle flag had frightened the demon kings, it was only a fright. If Li Hao and the person at his side from the 4 stands realm weren't present, it would be of no help. Be careful. Li Hongzhuang's gaze was solemn as she spoke in a low voice, protect yourself with all your might. As she spoke, she suddenly drew the multitude of battle flags from her back and ferociously threw one out. Monarch Bai, seeing the battle flag flying towards them, hurriedly exclaimed. The giant spider demon king reacted slightly late, about to dodge when the battle flag, under the control of Li Hongzhuang, pursued its body rapidly. The giant spider demon king was forced to retreat continuously by the pursuing battle flag, feeling ashamed and angry. A demon king reduced to dodging a mere battle flag. It shot out a spider sword to kill in midair, severing the battle flag. The battle flag was torn and broken, but the energy seals contained within it were also released. With a swoosh, a streak of red gold sword chi soared into the sky, violently attacking the nearest giant spider demon king. The sword chi was immense, stirring up a mighty force as it cleaved towards the giant spider demon king. The giant spider demon king's pupils shrank, somewhat horrified. He knew the battle flags contained a sword array, but he had never personally experienced it. He hadn't expected the sword array's released power to be so formidable. It spat out spider swords continuously, roaring, 1,000 swords to slay the heavens. The snow-white web swords formed an array as if to shatter the heavens, firing countless long rainbows that crashed into each other. But the red gold sword chi was like a heavenly pillar. With a sweeping sword strike, it shattered the skyfall sword array and slashed directly at the giant spider demon king. Pooh! 2 of the giant spider demon king's legs broke off, sprinkling demon blood. Though reduced in might, the red gold sword chi still aimed towards its head, only to be split by Monarch Bai with a sword strike. The sword's edge vibrated, leaving Monarch Bai with a chilling realization: a mere sword array had such ferocious power to intimidate beings of the 3 immortal realms. In the midst of the demon horde not far away, those demons of the 3 immortal realms witnessing this scene were both shocked and inwardly relieved they had stopped in time earlier, or else a disaster could have unfolded. Li Hongzhuang transmitted her voice, and again rapidly launched 2 battle flags. 2 flags shot up with a whistling sound towards the giant spider demon king. The demon king, whose body resembled a grotesque insect, immediately stepped forward to help block, but was extremely wary, not daring to destroy the battle flags. Using the power to command objects, Li Hongzhuang tore through the flags midair, and 2 more sword chis erupted out. The insect-like demon king exclaimed in shock and anger, spitting out blood swords that whirled rapidly, condensing a sea of blood in front of him to shield himself. Find more adventures on MVLM/PYR. Meanwhile, Li Hongzhuang took the opportunity to lead Li Xuanli and her 2 ants swiftly towards the array inside the defense line. The 1,000 mechanism Taoist also took a breather, stabilizing his mind. He noticed the might of the sword chi from the flags matched the full-on attack of the Tao Heart Realm. Given that Li Hongzhuang still had so many flags on her back, it was indeed a significant weapon. Even against 5 demon kings, they could hold off for a moment. Don't run. Several demon kings made their moves in succession, stirring up a sky full of demonic energy and dust, blocking their way. The earth split open, and claws like mire dragons extended out to smite them. The 1,000 mechanism Taoist wielded the 9-section whip to pierce through those muddy claws, forcing himself through the injury, leading Li Hongzhuang and others out of the encirclement. As the demon kings gave chase, Li Hongzhuang consecutively summoned several more battle flags. The sword chi burst forth in midair had even shocked her own spiritual thoughts. And the multiple sword chi swept across indiscriminately, forcefully repelling the figures of several demon kings. The shattered sword chi turned into countless shadows, covering the demon kings. Leave none behind. The giant spider demon king, seeing they were about to reach the array, disregarded blocking the sword shadows and released a vast array of webs, locking the air ahead of them as if teleporting to ensnare them. But at that moment, it endured countless sword shadows washing over its body. It had long seen that the attack power of these sword shadows had weakened, and even if they caused him harm, it would only be some pain. Suddenly, however, one of the sword chis penetrated his body as if seeping inside. The giant spider demon king had just blocked Li Hongzhuang and the others with his spider web, not having time to retract it when a strong premonition suddenly surged from the depths of his heart. His pupils contracted, and he roared angrily, trying to repel the remaining sword shadows, but it was too late. All his strength was rapidly draining, his divine soul seemed to be sucked away, all his power, including his life force, was fast disappearing. What's happening? The giant spider demon king was in utter shock. Each of his spider eyes scanned his whole body. Although he had endured numerous sword shadows, he hadn't taken much damage. His final injury had been from the sword chi cutting off 2 of his spider legs. But his consciousness was blurring. Thud. The giant spider demon king fell straight down, crashing to the ground, with his divine soul completely extinguished. He was only of the Tao Heart Realm, he didn't have a second life. This eerie scene, as the other demon kings were about to pursue, made them all halt their steps, staring in horror at the giant spider demon king. Chapter 326, Chapter 67 Assistance request from Li Tian Gang _2. If it wasn't for the fact they saw the life force of the giant spider demon king truly disappear, they would have thought the old guy had just dozed off. How could he die so peacefully? What happened? He's dead. He hardly took any attacks. How could he be dead? Several demon kings were terrified and felt a chilling horror. Monarch Bai's pupils constricted as he thought back to the moment when he had sacrificed his chance of defying fate to escape. That strange sensation of impending death closing in. Looking at the sky filled with sword shadows, he suddenly realized and roared, "Don't resist these sword chi attacks with your physical bodies at all costs. As long as you make contact, you might die." Hearing his roar, the other 3 demon kings were astounded. Physical bodies can't touch these ubiquitous sword shadows. The sword shadow attacks aren't that strong. Could there be hidden killer moves or deadly poison within? Although they were perplexed, the death of the giant spider demon king seemed indeed related to enduring these sword shadow attacks. They immediately defended with all their might, using demon art and weapons to protect themselves. When in doubt, it's best to err on the side of caution. The death of the giant spider demon king slowed down the pursuit of the other demon kings. At this moment, the Liangzhou commander at the top of the city saw Li Hongzhuang and others racing towards them and urgently bellowed orders to the generals beside him to lend their array commands. As soon as he got his hands on the array commands, he rushed out of the array, handed them over to the few, and ushered them inside. Only after entering the array did Li Hongzhuang, Li Xuanli, and others completely breathe a sigh of relief. Li Xuanli looked back only to see his own army rushing towards the array, but in their rage, the demon kings struck down upon the Xian troops, slapping continuously like giant mountains crushing down, and in a few moments, hundreds of thousands of soldiers were turned upside down, with countless dead or wounded. Li Xuanli's eyes turned red as he tightly clenched his fists. Li Wushuang ran over, her face still streaked with tears. Li Xuanli gave her a look, and although relieved to see her unharmed, he numbly and sorrowfully watched his Xian troops continue to fall in front of him. Li Hongzhuang also saw and stepped forward, standing atop the city walls, once again projecting 3 military flags to cover the Xian troops. But this time, the demon kings had learned their lesson, heading straight for the Xian troops as soon as they saw the military flags, wanting to see if the flags' attack would indeed only harm the demons and spare the human race. Seeing the cunning of these demon kings, Li Hongzhuang's heart sank, but she did not tear up the military flags, as that would also severely damage the Xian troops. Witnessing this, the demon kings realized the flaw in this military flag sword array and scoffed coldly as they plunged into the Xian camp, slaughtering relentlessly. Continuous screams arose. Outside the city was a one-sided massacre. But the people on the city walls could only watch with wide eyes, helpless to intervene. As the demon kings charged into the midst of the Xian troops, they also dared not attack from a distance, and their attacks were but a minor itch for the demon kings. Soon, as their numbers dwindled, the Xian troops were slaughtered even more swiftly, and in a blink, only corpses littered the ground. Although they fought valiantly, burning their divine souls, they still couldn't stop the slaughter. Under the onslaught of the 4 demon kings, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of their figures. Watching the blood-soaked, tragic scene of corpses, the many soldiers on the city walls breathed heavily, their hands tightly gripping their weapons, feeling both ashamed and heartbroken. At that moment, after the 4 demon kings vented their rage by slaughtering the Xian troops, Li Hongzhuang furiously detonated the 3 military flags. 3 streams of sword chi burst forth, chasing after the demon kings. The faces of the demon kings changed slightly as they quickly retreated, but the sword chi relentlessly pursued them, smashing their demon art to bits. The might of the sword chi was incredibly formidable, unstoppable, injuring 2 demon kings and forcing them back. Monarch Bai was locked on by a stream of sword chi, and panic climbed in his heart, prompting him to flee swiftly into the distance, sprinting at full speed, not daring to confront the sword chi. He felt an intense bitterness in his heart. He, a mighty demon king, was actually being chased to a frantic escape by that young man's sword chi. The remaining 3 demon kings, looking at Li Hongzhuang standing atop the city walls and the dozens of military banners behind her, wore ugly expressions. With such fearsome military flags, and there being about 20 or 30 more, who could withstand that? If the other side were to burst out all at once, they couldn't be sure they wouldn't end up like the giant spider demon king. What should we do? Wait for the Great Elder to arrive. Send a message to the Great Elder, only he can solve this. Several demon kings looked at each other and decided to signal the Great Elder at Tianji Palace, awaiting his reinforcements. In the meantime, they would besiege the area. Seeing the demon kings retreat without attacking the array, everyone atop the city walls, although heartbroken, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, the demon kings and the distant tide of demons had not retreated. They were standing still 10 miles outside the city, within visual range of each other. The people on the city walls realized that the demon kings were contemplating their next move. At this moment, they too could only wait for the reinforcements of the human race to arrive. General Hongzhuang, we're lucky you arrived in time. The commander of Liangzhou glanced at the 3 demon kings hovering in the distance, then turned his gaze to Li Hongzhuang. Had she not arrived in time with reinforcements, Li Xuanli and the 1,000 mechanism Taoist would have likely perished outside the city, and they would now be facing the fierce assault of 5 demon kings. The array wouldn't hold for long. Li Hongzhuang nodded slightly, her heart also trembling at the thought of facing 5 demon kings. If not for the war banner given by Li Hao, 10 of her would have been of no use. Thinking of Li Hao, concern welled up within her. How was Heavenly Gate Pass faring after she left? However, seeing the multitude of war banners on the city walls, her heart felt somewhat at ease. Whose war banner is this? Li Qingling looked at her niece, unable to contain her curiosity. Li Hongzhuang quickly called out, "Aunt," and then said, "This is Hao Er's war banner, the son of Tiangang. Is this the same Hao Er whose talent surpasses little Junyi? Does he already possess such a renowned name?" Li Qingling and Li Shuiyun were both surprised. They had suspected as much, but to hear it confirmed by Li Hongzhuang was still shocking. The fame of Li Hao had spread far and wide, and given he was from the Li family, even though they were married far from Qingzhou, they had heard the news and paid close attention to it. If she remembered correctly, that child was only 15 years old this year, right? Indeed, it belongs to General Haotian, the commander of Liangzhou thought to himself. Previously in the court, he had doubted the Li family for taking Heavenly Gate Pass lightly, letting a youth be in charge and neglecting the lives and deaths of the people of Liangzhou. But now, it was because of him that they were saved. Li Wushuang heard their conversation, her eyes filled with bewilderment. She had been trying so hard, but why did it seem that she was drifting farther and farther away from her cousin? The closest they had been was during that confrontation under the tree. Tiangang has indeed fathered a fine son. Li Qingling looked at the many war banners on Li Hongzhuang's back and couldn't help but exclaim, looking at these demons, it seems they recognize the destructive power of this war banner. Compared to Junyi back in the day, Tiangang's son's fame exceeds by several times. Indeed, Li Shuiyun agreed. Li Junyi's death 10 years ago had been a pain for the whole Li family. But now, that scar was covered by a young man who burst forth with an even more dazzling light. Suddenly, a scout rushed in, arriving in front of the commander of Liangzhou and spoke quickly. Just spotted a distress signal on the east side. The east side. Stay tuned with MPYR. Li Xuanli, still numbly staring at the siege outside, suddenly turned his head. He quickly stood up, his wounds having slightly healed during this brief respite. After all, he had taken some medicine before, and the medicinal power combined with his own self-healing was continuously repairing his injuries. We're facing 5 demon kings here. The eastern region is guarded by Duke Xingwu, there must be demon kings there too, right? The commander of Liangzhou said, his expression changing. Li Xuanli's face looked grim. There were already 5 here, the eastern region might have just as many. Is it the 7th brother asking for help? Li Hongzhuang's face also darkened as she quickly said, I'll go provide support. I'll go too, Li Qingling immediately said. I still have the strength to fight. Me as well, Li Shuiyun added. I haven't used my unwithering strength yet. Ants, please don't go. Li Hongzhuang immediately shook her head and said, if the demon kings pursue us, you going will be of no use. I'll use Hao Er's war banner to fight, which should deter the demon kings. With that, she wasted no more time, took 2 array tokens, and flew into the air. Chapter 327, Chapter 68 All Demons Know. Watching Li Hongzhuang's retreating figure, Li Xuanli and others like Li Qingling all wore worried expressions. Without the Demon King making a move, they were still considered top fighting forces, able to influence the situation on the battlefield. But once the Demon King appeared, they would need to hide and dodge all over the battlefield, only able to engage in combat with the protection of 4 stances peak realm masters. However, there weren't that many Four Stances Peak realm experts. If there were, the demons wouldn't have launched such a major offensive against Liangzhou. Even if reinforcements from the various Four Stances Peak realm experts came, it would take time. The only immediate reliance was the war banners in Li Hongzhuang's hands. Liangzhou, eastern side. On a plain, beacon fires rose one after another, illuminating the far distance. More than 100,000 Yuan camp soldiers and several 100,000 Liangzhou border guards retreated while covering each other. Behind them, no tide of demons followed. The tens of thousands of soldiers were only pursued by 6 demon kings. The other demon kings were unseen for the moment, as was Ms. Yin, clearly tied up by the great desert sword saint. Otherwise, they would have never managed to escape this far had Ms. Yin pursued them. Just hold on a bit longer, we're almost at the second defensive line. Li Tiangang was covered in blood. Halfway through, his unwithering strength recovered, and he took action once more, bursting out with full power, temporarily slowing the Demon King's advance and buying time for the army's retreat. But now, his body's injuries were healing slowly, and the continuous severe damage to his fighting body slowed the healing process. Despite having applied medicinal powder all over himself and consuming a bellyful of healing treasures, the effects weren't immediate. They required at least an hour or two to be absorbed and converted. "Follow me to block the demons." A general roared in his ear. Li Tiangang turned to look and saw another Yuan camp's 10,000-man legion slowing down to stay behind and block the demon kings. Such sacrifices had occurred several times along their path. His face was grim, yet he was powerless to prevent it. Although the 8 directions order had been issued, capable of rapidly reaching tens of thousands of miles and crossing through states, it still took time for those reinforcements to travel. But at present, the demons didn't even give them a moment to breathe, relentlessly attacking the border from the start, and the sun hadn't even set yet. "Faster, even faster!" Li Tiangang roared. He had not yet given in to despair. Behind him were tens of thousands of troops that he needed to lead to safety. The ground shook behind him. The previously left behind 10,000 Yuan camp had just formed their ranks for combat when they were jointly attacked by 5 demon kings, their formation broken and completely decimated. This 10,000-man legion could easily flatten a city, but in front of the demon kings, they were no match. Their resistance lasted but a few breaths. The sound of horse hooves vibrated beside him, and Li Tiangang could almost hear his steed, the red blood horse's heart pounding fiercely. The horse was tired too. But it was still running at full speed. The intelligent red blood horse knew that stopping meant death. The setting sun in the west shed its light from the front of the plain, a bit dazzling. Yet the orange-hued afterglow, like spilt blood on their battered armor, seemed all the more desolate. Li Tiangang saw the distant city walls and the second line of defense, but while his gaze reached there, his body might not. Was this also his own twilight? With a look of longing in his eyes, beyond the anger, there was profound melancholy. He had fought many battles, slain countless demons, and now was he to fall here as well? Eldest brother, second brother, third brother. Li Tiangang envisioned multiple figures before him, and suddenly felt death was not so fearsome. Because his father and brothers were all waiting for him on the other side. But Ching. Thinking of his beloved wife, Li Tiangang felt a pang of pain. He still wanted to cultivate to a higher state, reach the Four Stances Peak realm, pacify the demonic calamity in the 4 states guarded by the Li family, and then head to the great wilderness heaven to find her. But now, there was no chance left. Leaving Northern Yen meant a farewell forever. Li Tiangang quickly thought of another figure, that stubborn young man. He sighed internally, realizing in the end, he had no chance to guide him further. He hoped his second uncle and the others would stop indulging him, and after his own death, he would probably return to the Li family. By then, True Dragon's position would have a successor. It was just unclear whether he could bear this responsibility and lead the Li family forward. The setting sun painted Li Tiangang's face, reflecting the myriad regrets in his eyes. He sighed softly, estimating the distance by sight, along with the army's marching speed, and the speed at which they were pursued by the demon kings. He knew they couldn't reach that defensive line. Someone had to stay behind to block the demon kings. Either the entire Yuan camp had to stay behind, fight with all their might, and strive for a chance at survival. Or he himself had to stay behind, to fight for a chance at survival for tens of thousands of soldiers. Without any doubt. Stay updated with MV Li Tiangang chose the latter. He gently patted his red blood horse and softly said, "You're tired too, go." The red blood horse seemed to understand, as tears actually fell from its large eyes. Li Tiangang stood hovering in the air, but saw that the red blood horse also slowed down and stopped, refusing to leave. Li Tiangang could not help but smile. Then, he took a deep breath and turned around to shout, "All units, march at full speed. The second defensive line is right ahead. Charge!" His loud roar echoed in all directions. Tens of thousands of soldiers heard it and also saw the figure that had stopped. Some realized what was happening and their eyes welled up with tears. "From here on, it's up to you, fifth brother." Li Tiangang turned to look one last time at the distant walls, wondering if his fifth brother was there. A pity, there would be no chance for a final farewell. He chuckled softly, ready to avert his gaze, but suddenly saw a black dot appear. He was somewhat astonished, his eyes focusing to see clearly the figure within the shadow. It was unmistakably his younger sister. Li Tiangang's heart jolted, immediately thinking of the distress signal he had just released. His original intention was to call for reinforcements from the stationed army within the defense line or the 4 Stands realm experts rushing to Liangzhou to reinforce the line. Yet, the only one who came was his younger sister. All alone. Li Tiangang's complexion changed drastically, and he bellowed, "Hongzhuang, don't come over." Too late. As the voice echoed, 6 sinister presences of demon chi had already descended behind Li Tiangang. Among them, an old vine demon raised its hand in anger, lashing out thousands of vine whips like lightning, intent on capturing Li Tiangang to make up for previous failures. Li Tiangang roared furiously, his whole body surging with energy, as he drew his divine blade and slashed. But at the same time, the other 5 demon kings also made their moves. With a thunderous crash, Li Tiangang's body was hurled backward, slamming into the ground, creating a deep pit, and sliding for over 100 meters before coming to a stop. The 6 demon kings moved like thunderbolts, pursuing him. But at that moment, a whooshing sound came from dozens of miles away. A battle flag soared through the air and, as it neared the 6 demon kings, it suddenly burst open. Li Hongzhuang had deliberately destroyed the battle flag to release the sword array. A dazzling sword light swept out, pushing back the bodies of the 6 demon kings, but the sword light also dissipated. Taking advantage of this brief moment, a second and a third battle flag flew in succession, landing in front of Li Tiangang, shielding him. Li Tiangang had just climbed up from the ground, about to burst open his major meridians for a do-or-die battle, when he saw this unexpected turn of events. He paused for a moment, still not fully comprehending what had happened when he saw Li Hongzhuang's figure already rushing over, landing beside him. "Seventh brother, are you okay?" Li Hongzhuang immediately shielded Li Tiangang behind her, her face grim as she looked toward the 6 demon kings. Although she had battle flags on her back, she was somewhat apprehensive. She had thought the situation at 5th brother's side was bad enough, but the dangers facing 7th brother were even more perilous. "Why did you come? Leave now," Li Tiangang said angrily. "We'll leave together," Li Hongzhuang replied swiftly. "Then no one will be able to escape." Li Tiangang roared in fury, knowing full well Li Hongzhuang's intentions, but at this dire moment, it was no time for sentimentality. "It's okay, with Hao Er's battle flag for protection, we can escape." Li Hongzhuang spoke hastily. Li Tiangang thought he had heard wrong, his angry expression stopping short as he said, "What did you say?" His gaze shifted, and only then did he notice that the battle flag planted before him was unfurling, with the words Haotian fluttering on it. That was Li Hao's Hao. Li Tiangang couldn't help but want to look around. Li Hongzhuang communicated through a whisper, "Hao Er is holding his position at Heavenly Gate Pass, only allowing me to bring his battle flag over as reinforcements." "What use is his battle flag?" Li Tiangang, upon learning Li Hao was still at Heavenly Gate Pass, couldn't suppress the surge of anger within him. In such a tense battle situation, they should be swiftly shrinking the defense line, and dying to defend Heavenly Gate Pass would only allow demons to break through from the sides. If Liangzhou were lost, what would be the point of holding Heavenly Gate Pass? Although annoyed, he knew Li Hao was too young. Although he had exceptional talent, he didn't understand military strategy. But even if Li Hao didn't understand, didn't that 4 stances peak realm expert beside him? Before Li Hongzhuang could explain the battle flag's extraordinary use, the 6 demon kings before them had already stopped. The sword array released by the previously exploded battle flag had made them grave. At that moment, seeing the numerous military flags on Li Hongzhuang's back, they immediately thought of certain intelligence they had previously acquired. Li Hongzhuang stared intently at the 6 demon kings, noticing their serious expressions and quickly realizing that these demons probably knew of Li Hao's reputation. What exactly had that child done to make these demon kings so wary of him? Curiosity swelled within Li Hongzhuang, but unfortunately, she was no longer by Li Hao's side to ask. "Let's go." She saw an opportunity and quickly told Li Tiangang. She took the lead to retreat, and Li Tiangang, gritting his teeth, had no choice but to fight while retreating. As the 6 demon kings were about to pursue, Li Hongzhuang detonated 2 battle flags on the ground. Instantly, 2 streaks of sword chi shot out, hurtling toward the 6 demon kings. Seeing this, Li Tiangang had come to the realization that the sword energy launched from the previous exploding battle flag seemed not to be Li Hongzhuang's attack, or some kind of concealed maneuver. "What is this?" Li Tiangang asked urgently. "It's a sword array," Li Hongzhuang replied quickly. "How Air's battle flags contain this sword array, comparable to an attack from the Tao Heart realm?" Li Tiangang was stunned. These battle flags contained a sword array. Based on his understanding of the heavenly observatory, it seemed impossible to achieve this. After all, the flags were too small, and even if an array was condensed on the flags, it couldn't possibly have the power of the Tao Heart realm. Was this a secret method of the heavenly observatory? He was incredulous, but then considered that this covert method had been applied to Li Hao's battle flag. Having fought for more than a decade in northern Yen, he had never received such aid from the heavenly observatory. Or was it that they hadn't developed it before? Li Tiangang suddenly remembered that Emperor Yu highly valued Li Hao, certain he was the Li family's next true dragon, reportedly even bestowing the preeminent famous sword to Li Hao, including official rank and command. It must be the emperor's favor, Li Tiangang thought. No wonder that child could firmly hold Heavenly Gate Pass. With the emperor's secret support, these battle flags possessed such might. How could defending merely Heavenly Gate Pass be difficult? The favors upon that child were even more than he imagined. Even the emperor had shown him such favor. He sighed inwardly, ready to head back to Heavenly Gate Pass after the battle, if there was still a chance, to have a good talk. Since Li Hao had received so much favor, from now on, as long as Li Hao refrained from doing anything out of line, he would not meddle any longer. Chapter 328, Chapter 69, Heaven and Earth Vein. The Immortal Transforming Bowl, extra update for Alliance Hierarch, thanks for the strong support. Upon seeing Li Tiangang fleeing, the 6 demon kings were immediately enraged. If they let Li Tiangang escape, they would have no way of explaining themselves to Ms. Yin upon their return. They could no longer afford to take their time or play games. They all erupted with true power, revealing their terrifying true forms that had endured for 10,000 years. They were like 6 demon breeds crawling out from the deep abyss of the earth, emitting a heaven-shaking aura. The military banner exploded as sword chi burst forth. The vine demon elder roared and charged toward it, with thousands of vine strands converging into a hundreds of feet long vine spear that pierced through the void, slashing at the sword chi. The void trembled, the sword chi dispersed, and even the sword array, comparable in might to a full force strike from someone in the Tao Heart realm, ultimately could not withstand the full strength outburst of the defying fate realm vine demon elder. Among the 6 demon kings, besides him, there was another of the defying fate realm, who at that moment also unleashed their true power and struck with a claw, shattering another stream of sword chi. Li Hongzhuang's complexion changed drastically, and she swiftly drew the battle banner from her back, throwing it out successively. Bang, bang, bang. The military banners erupted, and sword arrays were released, one after another. The red-gold sword chi slashed across the sky, tearing through the demonic chi in the air, and charged toward the 6 demon kings. Aside from the 2 demon kings of the defying fate realm, the remaining 4 were somewhat wary of this sword chi. After all, it was a full-force blow from someone on par with them. Even if they struck with all their might, they would sustain injuries. Li Tiangang watched the red-gold sword chi, his mind shaken. This sword array was far more formidable than he had imagined. His Majesty truly favored them. Such a powerful banner, and Li Hongzhuang had brought a large bunch with her. If it could be mass-produced, or if that power was given into his hands, even the border of Liangzhou might not have been breached. He sighed inwardly and was still somewhat puzzled and perplexed. After all, in his memory, His Majesty was extremely wise and valiant. Block him. The Vine Demon Elder saw Li Tiangang and Li Hongzhuang getting farther and farther away, his rage nearly driving him mad. He could not care less about blocking the sword array from the battle banners any longer and chased after them at full speed. Swoosh! Li Hongzhuang continued to launch 2 more battle banners, detonating them in midair. The Vine Demon Elder waved his vine spear to shatter the sword chi, roaring as he tore through it and sped murderously toward Li Hongzhuang. His body paused only briefly, but coupled with his continuous instant shifts, he was rapidly closing in. However, the distances he managed to move with his instant shifts weren't long, and the broken sword chi turned into a tide of swords that closely followed him. Li Hongzhuang then threw out more military banners in quick succession. The sword arrays erupted, and the Vine Demon Elder was repeatedly shattered. Soon, he found himself enveloped in the furious surge of broken sword chi. He bellowed, unleashing a pitch-black withered vine. The vine was imbued with dark thunder fire, sweeping through and shattering a large chunk of sword chi. Still, many tiny sword chi attacked from all directions, their damage extremely low, hitting him like raindrops. The Vine Demon Elder was initially too lazy to bother with them, but suddenly, his body violently trembled as he felt an intense premonition of death. Find additional tales at MVLM-PYR. How can this be? His pupils constricted, his heart filled with alarm. The life force from his body was rapidly fading, his strength swiftly draining away. Even his divine soul was locked within his body, unable to break free. He tried to muster his strength, but couldn't muster any. A shadow of death, like an invisible gaping maw, was frenziedly devouring his body. No. The Vine Demon Elder panicked, suddenly deploying his defying fate ability. From the top of his head, the pitch-black thunder fire withered vine that was his true form suddenly shot out. Thousands of years ago, he had grown in the wilderness, seemingly under some fearsome battling entity above, which caused a vision to strike down a bolt of lightning, turning a withered vine pitch-black with scorch. Yet within the charred vine, tender shoots grew, gradually maturing and developing a spirit, eventually becoming the Vine Demon Elder. At that moment, his true form furiously broke free from his trunk and shot out. And the large body with numerous roots fell backward, its life force dissipating. The peculiar sense of being devoured, as if it had been severed by destiny itself, vanished. He had survived. Although he had survived, the Vine Demon Elder was still shocked, staring in disbelief at his original body. If not for that chance against fate, he might have just died. Having lived for over 10,000 years, he nearly died. What was this feeling? It was like having one foot in the gates of hell, and even now, chills still ran down his spine. The other demon kings arrived in pursuit, all staring blankly at the Vine Demon Elder, clearly also shocked by the scene. They had heard of the young man's battle banner's might, but such a bizarre incident was new to them. While the 6 demon kings were stunned, Li Hongzhuang was also shocked, recalling how when rescuing her 5th brother Li Xianli, the sword chi from the battle banner had slain a demon king. The death had also been peculiar. She could tell that the shattered sword chi was not highly damaging, but it seemed to contain a hidden move they could not sense. Li Tiangang was equally astonished. The Vine Demon Elder was of the defying fate realm, yet he had just wasted one of his lives for this. At that moment, the siblings sped up their flight. Before long, they caught up with the main army and all headed for the array at the city's head together. Outside the array, Li Xianli and others had long been waiting. Seeing that all 6 demon kings were repelled by Li Hongzhuang's battle banners and hadn't pursued immediately, they immediately ordered that this array node be temporarily closed. Soon, the surging army directly rushed across the drawbridge and into the defensive line. Li Hongzhuang handed an array command to Li Tiangang, and once the entire army had entered the drawbridge, the array opened once more, preventing the demon kings from seizing the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Li Tiangang and Li Hongzhuang passed through the golden array and arrived inside the defensive line. Tiangang. 5th brother. The brothers saw each other and rushed forward in an emotional embrace, for despite years of leading their respective forces, their brotherly affection had never changed. Chapter 329, Chapter 69, Heaven and Earth Vein, the Immortal Transforming Bowl, extra update for Alliance Hierarch, thanks for the strong support, _2. Especially after just surviving a life-threatening ordeal, if Li Hongzhuang hadn't arrived in time, they would have undoubtedly perished. Li Tiangang managed to suppress the turmoil in his heart and quickly concealed his presence, turning his head to see that the 6 demon kings were approaching again, but the previously fiercest vine demon elder had now fallen to the very back. Hongzhuang, how many war flags do we have left? Li Tiangang immediately inquired. Li Hongzhuang quickly checked the war flags behind her and said, "We still have 23. Li Tiangang nodded, feeling a secret relief in his heart, knowing that with these war flags combined with his word, holding the second line of defense would not be an issue. What about Heavenly Gate Pass, how many do they have there? Something came to mind, and he quickly asked. There are a lot there, Li Hongzhuang stated. These war flags had been pulled out by Li Hao from outside the city, and she remembered seeing them everywhere outside the walls. A lot. Li Tiangang paused, then immediately asked, how many is a lot? Do you have a specific number? Maybe 100. Li Hongzhuang wasn't certain. After all, Li Hao had only told her how to use the war flags, never mentioning their quantity. If all the war flags in Kanjia City had such power, there would be at least 1,000. But she estimated that these war flags must be specially made, the others were just ordinary war flags, or many would still be inserted in the arrow towers within the city. If they were damaged, wouldn't that destroy the whole of Kanjia City? That many? Both Li Tiangang and Li Xuanli were astonished. These war flags must be specially made, with such tremendous power, there can't possibly be 100 of them, right? Li Xuanli voiced his doubts. Li Tiangang nodded, saying, didn't he tell you the number? He didn't. That rascal. Li Tiangang expressed his irritation, at a time like this, still hiding information, can't he even trust his own people? Li Hongzhuang hastily explained, perhaps it was in the rush, Hao Er might have forgotten to mention it, but I can feel Hao Er's intentions. Maybe I'm wrong, and he only left a small part there. Li Xuanli nodded slightly, sighing, no matter what, for Hao Er to bring out so many war flags to aid us truly protected half of Liangzhou. That's his duty, Li Tiangang snorted coldly. With Liangzhou in such peril, His Majesty bestowed such a secret treasure upon him. If he still had secrets, he simply wouldn't be worthy of being a member of the Li family. Within the crowd, Li Wushuang glanced at Li Tiangang, hesitating to speak. She clearly remembered that at the Dragon River by Daoism City, the young man had once personally said in front of the whole world's grandmasters that he did not bear the Li surname. He had long been unwilling to be part of the Li family, she silently reflected. But facing the authority of this seventh uncle, she dared not voice her thoughts, merely sighing silently in her heart. Inside a small fenced yard. Clack. With the placement of a white piece, the black piece's last escape route was completely blocked. When there is no way out, it's time to admit defeat. Li Hao wore a light smile, picking up the tea beside him and taking a gentle sip, looking at the dejected Su Zhouyuan in front of him, and said, Senior Zhouyuan, thank you for letting me win. The young general's skill in chess is superb. I acknowledge my inferiority, Su Zhouyuan said with a bitter smile. With your mind unsettled, let's call it a day, Li Hao said with a smile, having noticed that the continual military reports that had been coming in had prevented the mini chess master from truly immersing himself in the game. If one's heart is not in it, how can one expect to win? Heart of chess, heart of life, if the heart is there, then the game is as well. Isn't it the same with people? Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Su Zhouyuan felt relieved, sighed deeply, and said deferentially, thank you, young general. He slowly stood up, suddenly wary, looking twice at Li Hao, and said, young general, with Liangzhou in such danger, you must be careful as well. Are you planning to leave Liangzhou, Senior Zhouyuan? Li Hao asked, smiling. A flush of red crossed Su Zhouyuan's face, somewhat ashamed, and he replied, we commoners are fearful, I don't want to be a drag on you, general. Li Hao heard this and didn't attempt to detain him, merely nodding and saying, since that's the case, I won't keep you. But with frequent demon activity outside, staying here in Kanjia City might actually be safer. I'm concerned that if you hit the road, you might run into danger. Su Zhouyuan's heart tightened, then he thought it over and nodded, thank you for your concern, young general. No need for thanks, Li Hao replied with a smile, instructing Ren Qianqian to see the guest out. Their desire to preserve their lives, not being soldiers, was not something to blame. Thank you for the trouble, Miss Qianqian, Su Zhouyuan said with lingering embarrassment, addressing Ren Qianqian cordially and gently. Li Hao looked into the distance as the afterglow of the setting sun shone over, spilling along the walls of the small fenced yard, casting shadows on the side of the veranda, falling on half of the chessboard, and also half of his body. Stay tuned to MVLEMPYR, warm and comforting. The setting sun is endlessly beautiful, but it's nearly dusk, Li Hao sighed softly. Although the scenery was beautiful, it would disappear in an instant. Having consumed his last cup of tea, he was about to stand up and proceed to a session of training. Suddenly, notifications appeared on the screen before him. Li Hao saw the count of the Qianquan diagram markers decrease continuously. Every now and again there was a double jump. In just a brief moment, more than 10 had been deducted. This meant that more than 10 war flags had been destroyed. Li Hao's eyes gleamed as he calculated in his mind, instantly realizing that Li Hongzhuang must have already rushed to that battlefield. Enduring the loss of over 10 war flags in a row indicated that the situation on the battlefield was not optimistic. It was uncertain if they had stabilized. He wondered whether they had managed to save that fifth uncle in time. If a significant number of war flags were destroyed and no other demons approached from the outside for the time being, Li Hao considered going in person. At that moment, he saw his shadow clone returning from outside the pass, carrying many war flags, returning to the courtyard. Chapter 330, Chapter 69, Heaven and Earth Vein, the Immortal Transforming Bowl, Extra Update for Alliance Hierarch, thanks for the strong support, _3. Now that Liangzhou was in peril, Li Hao had his shadow self recall all the scattered battle flags from beyond the border within 5,000 miles and replace them with ordinary ones. Even if the battle flags were destroyed, it didn't matter, as they were originally meant to deter demons. Presenting them on the battlefields now would be even more effective. Beyond the border, once the demons of Liangzhou were expelled, he could patrol the area again at any time. Whoosh! Li Hao took a step and disappeared from the small courtyard enclosed by hedges, soon arriving outside Kanjia City. He took several strides in succession, flying to the summit of a mountain 100 miles outside the city. Worried about making too much noise, Li Hao thought for a moment and then traveled another 300 miles forward. What are you up to now, lad? Phone bopping followed Li Hao all the way, asking curiously. Li Hao smiled, cultivating. As he spoke, he patted his clothes and then stood firm on a piece of green rock at the mountain's peak. He hadn't found the time to practice the many cultivation techniques he'd seen in Tianji Tower, nor had he cultivated the numerous body refinement realms. Most importantly were the meridian opening skills that could open up the major meridians. Uncover more tales at MVLMPYR. All his cultivation techniques were stored in the panel, but since he hadn't cultivated them, his body still had the condition of 98 major meridians. Li Hao took a deep breath and, without avoiding Feng, began to cultivate directly. One meridian opening cultivation technique after another circulated within his body. The techniques previously merged into his memory were now traveling through his major meridians under Li Hao's circulation, and then towards those unfamiliar major meridians. The major meridians in Li Hao's body were consecutively opened. He was experienced in refining meridians with his current cultivation level, breezing through the process smoothly. As the major meridians were opened one by one, in the blink of an eye, all 108 ordinary major meridians were unblocked. With the last major meridian unblocked, Li Hao felt a jolt throughout his body, a pleasure that was indescribable. It was as if numerous soft little hands were massaging him, kneading his stiff muscles until they cracked, providing such relief that he couldn't help but hum softly. A breath of immortal qi ran through the major meridians in his body, drawing in the power of heaven and earth and filling all the meridians, including the yin and yang dual pulse. At that moment, his entire body's meridians were not only unblocked but also functioning simultaneously. Suddenly, Li Hao felt that the qi force rushing through his body's meridians seemed to pour into an unknown territory. That territory was like the crown of his head, but even more distant than that. It seemed to burst out of the body, rushing towards a more distant, higher place. With his eyes closed, Li Hao seemed to see a dazzling golden light appear before him. It was the same golden gate he had faintly glimpsed when he first opened the yin and yang dual pulse. Seeing that golden light, Li Hao felt as if he had transformed into a fish, eager to leap through the dragon's gate. And at this moment, the surging chi force within him seemed to be lifting his body towards that golden light. In an instant, he passed through the golden light and entered a vast expanse. This world was initially dark, but soon, points of light like stars began to appear one after another. More and more lights emerged until they were dense and dazzling, as if situated in a vast starry sky with numerous galaxies revolving around him. Li Hao felt somewhat surprised, noticing his body felt light and extremely relaxed. With a mere thought, he tried to touch the surrounding starlight. As his thoughts moved, the starlight, as if summoned, actively flew towards his body. Then, like specks of light, they entered his body. A surge of power instantly filled his entire being. The sky around the mountain top where Li Hao stood seemed to tremble suddenly. Sitting on a nearby cloud, Feng Boping's pupils shrank, his gaze turning grave. He could see that around Li Hao's realm, the surrounding power had become extremely unique. It felt as though it had merged with Li Hao's body. He now wielded the power of heaven and earth. Li Hao opened his eyes, and two beams of divine light seemed to shoot out, piercing through the void. His profound gaze carried a sense of vastness, encapsulating the universe, filled with countless specks of power circulating in his eyes before finally hiding away, leaving behind only a pair of indifferent eyes as if he had seen through all the mundane world. At this moment, Li Hao understood what the limit of the Zhou Tian realm was like. The 108 Zhou Tian major meridians, along with the special yin and yang dual pulse, had merged to form a brand new major meridian. Li Hao called it the heaven and earth vein. This vein connected heaven and earth. His entire body's meridians were fused together as one, becoming a single major meridian that could turn the power of heaven and earth nearby into a part of his body. This allowed the chi force he could control to increase by more than tenfold. So that's how it is. He felt that this realm, the ultimate level of the Grandmaster realm, and the condensation of a breath of immortal chi in the land immortal realm, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth, were somewhat similar. The heaven and earth vein was like a bowl, while the immortal chi drawing the power of heaven and earth was like the contents being filled. Previously, without this bowl, he could only rely on his physical body to hold it, hence when he reached the limit, he would enter the state of becoming an immortal. Yet if his transformation exceeded 30%, he would lose control and need the assistance of others to block the connection and halt the process. But now, he had condensed this bowl. The heaven and earth vein allowed him to carry far more than before. This also meant that the extent to which he could transform into an immortal, the threshold, would be further increased, no longer just 30%. It could likely be 40, 50, or even 60%. If all realms are cultivated to their limits, could I truly become an immortal? Li Hao's eyes flickered with the thought. Chapter 331, Chapter 69, Heaven and Earth Vein, the Immortal Transforming Bowl, Extra Update for Alliance Hierarch, thanks for the strong support, _4. If reaching the ultimate state of immortal transformation, yet also being undying, what kind of martial arts state would that be? Or rather, can that even still be called martial arts? Li Hao retracted his thoughts, feeling the immense power brought by the heaven and earth vein. His control over power was no longer limited to the major veins within his body, but the external world was his invisible body. This is the heaven and earth vein. While the power he bore greatly increased, it also meant his endurance was stronger, allowing him to unleash more peak moves without restraint, and even to cultivate even more extreme and vicious techniques. In addition, this heaven and earth vein has another benefit, which is the ability to absorb the power of the surrounding heaven and earth, continually refining the body. With constant refining, the improvement brought to the three immortal realms is extremely clear. The self-healing of the undying realm and the treasure body of the indestructible realm are both judged based on the strength of the refined body. Even within the three immortal realms, the self-healing ability and the strength of the treasure body differ greatly, depending on the level of refinement. Li Hao originally cultivated many body-refining skills, and had deduced them to surpass the extraordinary grade, even reaching the peerless true state level. His body was already refined to an extremely exaggerated strength. Therefore, with a body in the three immortal realms, he could also grapple and collide hard with the demon king of the four stands realm. But now, his body could be refined once again. If he could refine it to a certain limit, perhaps, he could open up the extreme state of the three immortal realms. Just the extreme state of the Zhou Tian realm alone is such a powerful effect of the heaven and earth vein. Li Hao is very much looking forward. If the three immortal realms reach the limit, what kind of state would that bring? Standing on the peak of a mountain, Li Hao began his cultivation practice. Previously, in the Tianji Tower, besides the meridian opening skill, there were also qi circulation skills, as well as many body refinement techniques, swordsmanship, and so on. Li Hao practiced and trained in each of them one by one. When he cultivated the body refining techniques, his whole body, like a collapsing pit, began crazily absorbing the power between heaven and earth. Guided by the heaven and earth vein, Li Hao's body was rapidly refined, his self-healing ability became stronger, and the treasure body of his flesh became even more fearsome. As he cultivated, Li Hao's very being faintly glowed with surrounding lightning and flames, a phenomenon that only appeared when the body was condensed to an extremely terrifying degree. Feng Boping, watching from a distance, could not even concern himself with drinking, his gaze fixed upon the scene, his heart filled with indescribable shock. He'd watched Li Hao break through and grow time and time again, but each time, it seemed to shatter his expectations. He had a feeling that this young man before him would become the strongest being in the history of the Daiyu divine dynasty, surpassing all other strong entities. Even the real person of the Gan Tao Palace could not bring him such a strong shock. Through the cultivation of many body refining techniques, as Li Hao refined his body, thunder, fire, and electric light emerged amidst the surroundings of heaven and earth, like the natural pressure release from blood and flesh being compressed and condensed to the utmost, incredibly terrifying. Such a bizarre spectacle, even the well-traveled Feng Boping was seeing it for the first time. After all the body refinement techniques had been cultivated, Li Hao carefully felt it out, his muscles containing the terrifying power of hundreds of true dragons. He suspected that, at this moment, probably even the dragon sword could not cut through his flesh. But at this moment, since the dragon sword was in the courtyard and not brought with him, Li Hao had no way to try it. Moreover, if he were to try, he would have to turn off that yellow sparrow diagram's 1% lethal attack attribute. Otherwise, if by chance he struck it lucky, and a light flick triggered that attribute, that would be truly spectacular. Usually, when not in combat, he mostly kept that attribute turned off. After all, sometimes even touching others could be considered an attack. If he casually patted someone on the shoulder, giving a greeting, and ended up patting them to death, it would be too late for regret. Li Hao did not stop, and continued to cultivate his various sword and fist techniques. On the mountain peak, wondrous phenomena abounded. The figure of the young man was practicing alone, with only the movements of heaven and earth, accompanied by wind and thunder. Dusk fell, and the bright moon rose into the sky. Stars cast their glow, and time quietly passed by. The dawn's early light shone over the land. A figure flew swiftly through the world, breathing in the moist air of the morning mist, whistling past. Suddenly, on the path straight ahead, where he was passing, there was a bird demon waiting, transformed into a little girl with an emerald green dress, delicate and exquisitely crafted. Seeing the little girl, the old man in the dark purple robe frowned slightly and paused. Knowing that the other party had deliberately waited there must have been intelligence to convey. This Tianji palace could transmit messages through the mysterious sound whistle, combined with closely arranged intelligence points along the way. The speed of message delivery was even faster than the pace of someone from the ultimate study realm traveling. "I've met Lord Lu Yuan," the little girl said respectfully. "The elder commanded me to wait here especially to pass a message to you." "Speak." Yesterday, the East-West territory had already been breached, but Liangzhou has set up a second line of defense with 100 cities and noble families rushing to gather there. In addition, that Li Tiangang has issued the 8 Directions order, calling for reinforcements from all sides, which might result in the arrival of elders from the Divine General Mansion. The Daiyu royal family has already dispatched troops, and Mount Wuliang has sent forth a bodhisattva to save the world. As for the movements of the real person from Gan Tao Palace, it is still unclear. The young girl narrated in detail but with rapid speed, concisely explaining the current situation in Liangzhou. She then continued. "Currently, there are calls for help coming from in front of the second defensive line, hoping that Lord Lu Yuan will go there to quickly destroy the formation as the situation there has become stalemated." Stalemated. Lu Yuan was taken aback and said, "Could it be that the Great Void Realm is holding back? At such a time, are they still unwilling to charge?" To report back to Lord Lu, Mizine has been blocked by the Great Desert Sword Saint and failed to pursue and kill Li Tiangang. The girl's subservient demeanor did not change. Mainly, the young general's battle banner rushed to the battlefield, with each battle banner containing a terrifying sword array, comparable to the attacks of the Tao Heart Realm, which you already know. Additionally, there's just been an update. the sword array contains fearsome attacks that can instantly kill a person, even those in the defying fate realm can't block it, and only by using a second life can one escape. Lu Yuan was slightly stunned, a hidden move that even the defying fate realm can't withstand. What kind of formation was this? Although the Daiyu Divine Dynasty had formations capable of suppressing the defying fate realm, they were all in the Holy Imperial City. How could they appear here? Let alone condensed into a small battle banner. Did that young man go as well? No, he's still at Heavenly Gate Pass. Since it's so, I've already come this far, then I might as well take care of that human race youngster first. Lu Yuan sneered, I want to see for myself how extraordinary this youngster really is, touted as a once-in-a-millennium genius. Humph, I've lived for 10,000 years, and the first emperor of the Daiyu Divine Dynasty, who possessed strange powers and waged wars in all directions, did not have as mysterious a reputation as this kid. The little girl, upon hearing this, could only lower her head, not saying a word. Her duty was only to relay information. She didn't dare to speak out of turn or even offer a suggestion, as she had no right to do so. Lu Yuan said, tell them I'll be there shortly, and when I arrive, I'll bring the body of that junior with me to throw onto the formation, to let their human race see how easily their so-called genius collapses. The little girl nodded compliantly. Lu Yuan immediately continued to hurry forward. Before long, he laid eyes on an extensive ancient path. He knew that this ancient road was called Dragon Pass Road, and it was blazed by the Li family's ancestors following the first emperor. At this moment, the ancient road was empty and desolate, with only an uncollected tea house remaining. He glanced at it and flew straight past. Soon enough, he arrived at the end of the Dragon Pass Road, in front of Kanjia City. At this moment, dawn had just broken, lifting the black veil over the sky above the city, and life and vitality had returned within. On the roads, many shopkeepers began selling breakfast, and this peaceful and bustling scene was all observed by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan let out a cold chuckle, sweeping his gaze around, only to see the city walls bristling with battle banners. He was familiar with these battle banners, which now caused a trace of seriousness to flash through his eyes. Nonetheless, he didn't believe that all these banners were specially made. If each banner could unleash that sword array, wouldn't that be preposterous? He raised his hand, suddenly bearing down. Upon the city walls, the city-protecting formation lit up abruptly, triggered automatically. Find your chapter at m_v_l_e_m_p_y_r. The explosive trembling sound awakened the entire city, with a thunderclap-like vibration shaking the ground. The soldiers patrolling the walls immediately noticed the stealthily appearing figure, showing shock and awe. Instantly, the war horn was sounded, and the city went into a state of battle readiness. Watching the flickering divine inscriptions on the formation, Lu Yuan sneered. A mere 5-star mysterious formation, he thought, would be swept away in the blink of an eye. He raised his palm again, thundering it down as though dragon claws were shaking and plummeting. Chapter 332, Chapter 70, Fighting the Peerless Technique, Li Hao enters the arena, combined chapter. The array violently trembled as 5 demon souls of the 3 immortal realms burst forth, roaring towards Lu Yuan. But Lu Yuan simply glared slightly, and the 5 demon souls were subdued on the spot, daring not to move. The gap between their realms was too vast. The ancient true dragon aura on Lu Yuan naturally instilled fear in other demons. Lu Yuan snorted coldly, then raised his hand again, ready to strike with the third palm. Your journey starts at m_v_l_mpyr. But at that moment, a sharp, clear cry, like a low chant, suddenly came speeding from deep within the city. Piercing through the array, a sword cleaved through the air. In almost an instant, it slashed towards Lu Yuan's palm. Lu Yuan's eye slightly raised, and facing the red-gold sword light, dark scales covered his palm. He did not dodge or evade but instead grasped directly at the sword edge. Hiss hiss. The force of the sword chi, powerful as 10,000 June, merely lifted Lu Yuan's hair, as the sword edge and his palm sparked with jarring thunderous sparks. Those dark scales, like a divine weapon, remained unscathed after a series of frictions, and even managed to grasp the dragon sword. A mere divine weapon. Lu Yuan smirked coldly. Just as he was about to exert force to snap and destroy the divine sword, the blade suddenly burst into a dragon's roar, and the true dragon sword soul charged out, followed by the Black Bird Demon King and the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother's demon souls. At this moment, their demon souls were all dominated by the true dragon sword soul, losing their original memories and consciousness, leaving only the obsession to protect the sword. The dragon soul growled, showing no fear of Lu Yuan's dragon might. It spewed out a river of sword chi, bombarding him with it. The Blackbird Demon King and the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother also used their strongest demon arts, transforming countless wings into a storm heading to shred Lu Yuan. Gusts of ghostly wind emerged from the body of the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother, darkening the sky, turning into myriad ghostly shadows, coalescing into a huge dark figure with an indistinct face, raising its hand to suppress Lu Yuan as if intending to shatter the ground beneath him as well. The 3 Demon King sword souls took action simultaneously, unleashing terrifying might that far surpassed the 5 demon souls within the array. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed as he stared at the true dragon sword soul, and he snorted coldly. After I shatter this sword, I'll release you, so you won't be enslaved by the human race. It seemed he recognized the true dragon sword soul from its past life, and now his arms transformed, covered with dragon scales, suddenly condensing into fists, lashing out one after another. The shadowy hand striking down was shattered by the thousands of fist shadows he swung out, dissipating the gloomy shadows in the sky. The storm formed by the countless killing wings was blasted apart by his roar, and he charged straight forward, swimming up the river of sword chi emitted by the true dragon sword soul. These sword chi did not hit him but were instead isolated by a special gang chi. He walked up the reverse flow of the sword river, and with a punch, he smashed out, dragging along the sword chi with a collapsing force, shattering many of them, and landed a punch on the true dragon sword soul. The sword soul let out a mournful cry, its body trembled, and it flew back into the dragon sword. And in an instant, Lu Yuan's body had arrived in front of the dragon sword, his hands tightly gripping the blade. Just as he tried to break the divine weapon, his eyes shifted slightly, and he turned to look aside. There, a young figure emerged from the void, walking from outside the city. His steps were slow, but he exuded an off-worldly presence, seemingly blending with the surrounding environment. With each step, he covered a distance of more than a dozen miles. Within a few steps, he stood not far from Lu Yuan. They looked at each other, and Lu Yuan's gaze hardened. Sensing the aura emanating from the youth, and combining it with the intelligence he had received, there was no doubt, the other party was the target he had come to eliminate. That aberration of the human race. 3 immortal realms. Lu Yuan felt the youth's aura, his eyes narrowing slightly. Such a young age and yet in the 3 immortal realms, if cast amongst demons, this was definitely a reincarnation level of an ancient demon king. But still, no matter how high his talent is, it's as good as nothing before absolute power. He sneered, feeling the pleasure of personally strangling a peerless demon that surpassed devouring 1,000,000 people. You've been waiting outside the city, instead of hurrying into the array. Kid, you're very brave. Lu Yuan said with a light laugh. He spoke as a jovial old man would when chatting with the neighbor's child. Daring to come here alone, you're very brave as well. Li Hao similarly smiled. Though he was smiling, his heart was heavy. He could feel the terrifying power within the opponent that was restrained like an abyss. There was no doubt that this demon king surpassed any he had faced before, and it was very likely that Lu Yuan was in the same realm as his second uncle, the ultimate study realm. Entering the ultimate study realm, every demon king had their own ultimate killing move. Moreover, these moves could only display their full power in conjunction with their martial realm. Even if others learned them, and cultivated them to perfection or even to the real state level, it would be difficult to unleash that power. At such a young age, you have no regard for anyone. Let's see if your mouth is as hard as your sword. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he chuckled coldly. He suddenly exerted force with his palm, attempting to crush the dragon sword. Despite the strange feeling that the youth before him brought, a feeling that no other in the 3 immortal realms had caused, he had already experienced the power of sword control, which was nothing special. It was stronger than normal 3 immortal realms, but facing the 4 stands realm, even the defying fate realm could easily suppress it. He couldn't understand why such a person could cause havoc outside the barrier, causing those in the defying fate realm to flee in terror. At this moment, as he exerted force, the dragon sword in his hand suddenly started vibrating. A powerful force for controlling objects suddenly acted upon the blade. Chapter 333, Chapter 70, Battle of the Peerless Technique, Li Hao enters the arena, combined chapter, _2. Dazzling golden light burst forth, and in this moment, the dragon sword was taken over by Li Hao himself, no longer controlled by his dark clone. With a swoosh, the blade suddenly surged with sharp sword chi, instantly tearing through the dragon scales on Lu Yuan's palm, withdrawing quickly like a mudfish and rapidly slipping from his grip. The withdrawn sword burst into a dragon's roar, and the just-wounded true dragon sword soul, now receiving Li Hao's immense power, quickly recovered. Its true form emerged, erupting with a roar that pierced the heavens. Lu Yuan's complexion changed slightly. He opened his palm, glanced at the cracked scale on his palm, and his eyes slowly darkened. Afterward, an icy murderous intent surfaced in his eyes. At this moment, he finally realized where that bizarre feeling emanating from the young man originated. The other party had been concealing his skill. To think he dared to conceal his skill in the face of him. Lu Yuan turned to stare at Li Hao, indifferent to the imposing true dragon sword soul, and said coldly, "It seems you're more outstanding than I thought. You talk too much." Li Hao raised his hand and beckoned, and the dragon sword flipped through the void, drawing a series of sword arcs before shooting out again. Its speed of breaking through the air was far greater than before, tenfold. It almost instantly killed its way over the raging wind it dragged along, pulling the clouds in the entire sky, lifting the dust from the ground hundreds of feet below. Purple light flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes as he suddenly struck with his palm, thunderlight exploding from his palm, thousands of thunderbolts shooting out, striking the sword body, dispelling its sharp aura. Then his palm reached out again forcefully. But dragon sword vibrated, repelling his fingers the moment they touched it, and then swiftly rotated, slicing into his chest. The sword light broke through the gang chi on his body, pierced his clothes, but only rubbed off a spark on his chest. Dragon scales appeared on Lu Yuan's chest under his human skin, not pretending anymore. Although he was not injured, his eyes contained a burning anger. His body emanated steaming purple chi, and he struck out with a fierce palm. Purple lightning thundered around him, bombarding down like a thunder prison, striking the dragon sword, while a massive palm print, accompanied by thunderous fire, suppressed the sword. With a loud thud, the dragon sword was locked in, smacked away and flew dozens of miles, piercing through a mountain. Then it turned into a gold light, whistling back, heading for Lu Yuan once more. The sword spirits of the three demon kings entwined together, adding to the sword, causing its power to surge, the aura of destruction soaring to the skies. Lu Yuan struck out with his palms in succession, palm prints bombarding continuously, thunder lights encircled the heavens, shaking the ground outside the array to crack. The sword light and palm prints fought and annihilated each other, a terrifying aura scattering in all directions, striking the array and stirring up ripples of divine runes. On the battlements, countless soldiers gathered, unable to intervene, merely watching this dizzying and mesmerizing great battle with wide eyes. All kinds of family scions had gathered. They had come here to pay a visit to Li Hao, but this was the first time they saw the legendary young man fight in person. Previously, Li Hao had slain 50,000 demons with a single sword strike, where they saw his sword but not him, leading some to secretly conjecture that it might be someone else. But at this moment, that young man stood outside the array, fighting with this fearsome demon king, leaving many who were envious and maliciously guessing speechless and utterly astounded. Boom. Discover tales on m_vl_m_p_year. Suddenly, Lu Yuan slammed down with a palm, striking directly on the dragon sword, causing much of its divine light to scatter. His palm had turned into a dragon's claw, and dragon scales appeared on his face and neck. He had undergone semi-demonization. He was angry in his heart, not expecting that a mere 3 immortal realms expert could resist him so easily, forcing him to use his true power. Seeing the dragon sword about to strike again, he took a deep breath, no longer holding back, and immediately unleashed his peerless technique, intending to swiftly execute his opponent and then slaughter the city to quell his rage. He raised his claws, and the sky filled with gathering storm clouds. Amid the low atmospheric pressure, a gale picked up between heaven and earth. Seemingly, thunder rumbled faintly from the clouds. Limitless thunder Tao. Lu Yuan's eyes turned icy cold, and he abruptly raised his hand, pulling countless bolts of lightning from the clouds, as if pulling out a thunder sword from the mist. The lightning exploded, flashing under his control, and struck down towards Li Hao. Li Hao's gaze turned serious, and suddenly, with a twist of his palm, the dragon sword burst forth with a surge of sword might, gathering countless sword chi like a fine rain, swiftly firing away. This was a sword technique he had created through melding various swordsmanships together over a single night of cultivation. Sword extreme of the ages. There were a total of 4 styles, and this was the first, Spring Rain. These sword chi contained a strange power, not merely a killing move, but possessing significant penetration power, permeating the opponent's body. Compared to the sword tide, its penetration power was doubled. But that bolt of lightning came hurling, and in an instant, countless sword chi shattered, and moreover, the lightning followed the sword chi disturbance, spreading at an even faster pace. Li Hao's pupils contracted. This lightning could actually conduct along the sword chi, seemingly enveloping the nearby heaven and earth, arriving with a thought. Was this the power of the ultimate study realm? Compared to his opponent's peerless technique, his own sword move seemed somewhat immature. Li Hao instantly transformed, the sword light flaring like the blazing sun, fiercely shining forth, striking directly at that thunderous force. With a loud bang, the sword light shattered, and the lightning exploded into a blinding light, with a mournful cry from within the dragon's sword. Lu Yuan's gaze turned icy, confident that any technique, in the face of his peerless technique limitless thunder Tao, would be destroyed. Just then, a sudden cold gleam struck. Lu Yuan's complexion changed slightly as he saw a gray silhouette coming at him, stabbing directly at his spinal cord from behind. He roared in anger, already aware that there was someone from the 4 stands realm secretly protecting the young man, but he hadn't expected that he would not notice how the other had approached so close. Chapter 334, Chapter 70, Battling the Peerless Technique, Li Hao enters the arena, 2-in-1 Chapter, _3. At this moment, his entire body's strength erupted, causing dragon scales to tremble and spew out scorching gusts of air as he raised his hand and smashed down fiercely. A sharp, piercing sound rang out, and the one who struck was foam bopping, but when his attack hit the opponent's spine, he froze, as if he had struck godly iron. No wonder Li Hao's dragon sword couldn't injure the enemy at all, not even the divine weapon forged 5 times in his hand could break the defense. In that flash of lightning, a terrifying claw struck down in response. Foam bopping hastily raised his hand, quickly withdrawing, and yet his forearm was still shaken by the claw, with a bolt of lightning transmitting through, causing his entire body to stiffen and convulse, flinging him backward. Li Hao's expression changed instantly, but as the exploding thunder sword assaulted him, he let out a roar, with an airstream swirling around his body, transforming into Gang Qi, while at the same time, the phantom of the immovable Ming King emerged behind him. Boom boom boom. Li Hao threw punch after punch, locked in by the lightning's aura, unable to dodge, he could only brace for impact. Behind him, the phantom of the immovable Ming King raised its hand as well, and from the phantom's armpits, 6 additional arms stretched out, a total of 8 hands furiously pounding down. The burst of lightning exploded, and Li Hao's body flew backwards. The moment his fist touched the lightning, he felt successive bolts forcing his body into uncontrollable convulsions and stiffness. This was the enemy's peerless technique, which not only had terrifying destructive power but could also make a person's body rigid, effectively leaving them only able to stand and take blows. Li Hao climbed up from the ground, his clothing ripped into strips, but the vital parts were heavily guarded by his protective powers, so the fabric did not completely shatter. He checked his fist and found it scorched black, the skin split open and flesh burst. But within these brief moments, the blackened cracks visibly healed, the dead skin shed away, returning to its original state. Li Hao stepped forward, seeing Lu Yuan chasing after Feng, and immediately used the heaven and earth traceless skill to quickly pursue. Seeing that Li Hao was still jumping around alive, Lu Yuan's expression turned grim, as he had survived a strike from his peerless technique, and, on top of that, seemed unharmed. Li Hao roared in anger, swinging his fist and attacking. The might of the half-step invincible fist, with every step he took, whipped up a violent storm, hammering towards Lu Yuan. The tremendous power of the fist, along with the phantom of the immovable Ming King that appeared behind him, struck down together. Lu Yuan's eyes filled with rage as his entire body erupted with intense lightning, his hands rose with divine thunder contained in his palms, and he struck at Li Hao again. The two clashed in close combat instantly, fists and palms colliding, lightning exploding around them. The air around them vibrated, the sheer aftershock was enough to send the masters of the Tianren sect reeling, severely injured. Li Hao used all his body refinement skills, and every time he received a strike, he activated his supreme body to try and evade the attack. If he were below the four stands realm, he could indeed have done so, making it difficult even to touch him, but his opponent's aura had locked onto him. However, the supreme body still took effect, and although he was hit, the power of the attack was noticeably reduced, and the electricity that entered his body also diminished its paralyzing effects thanks to the transformation of the supreme body. As Li Hao released other body refinement true forms, his body became as one, surrounded by extraordinary phenomena, and as the lightning enveloped him, he moved through the thunderbolts, his body seared by the lightning only to heal in an instant. Li Hao breathed in immortal qi, drawing in the surrounding power of heaven and earth, and his strikes contained a force of 100,000 tons. This was the strength of over 1 billion pounds, capable of moving mountains and splitting seas, unimaginably fearsome. With the opening of the heaven and earth vein, Li Hao's capacity to draw the power of heaven and earth increased more than tenfold, and unlike other states, the heaven and earth vein was not a short-term activation but could be maintained for a long time, almost like a passive ability. The explosive vibration sounded, the lightning in Lu Yuan's palm scattered, his palm felt numb, and some scales even started bleeding. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted, his heart shocked. How could this youngster possess such frightening qi force? He was a true dragon who had cultivated for 10,000 years with supreme strength. Even the barbaric bear clan seemed small in front of him. His strength was regarded as the most powerful in the same realm, but now he was being suppressed by Li Hao, who was at a lower level than him. The more he fought, the angrier Lu Yuan became, and he finally exploded into his true form. His body coiled up, transforming into a giant purple-black dragon that soared into the sky. Then, he absorbed a massive amount of thunderous power from the dark thunderclouds above and dove down, claws emanating terrifying lightning. Li Hao's eyes narrowed, and as he roared, he activated his divine power state, increasing his physical strength tenfold again. But compared to the amplified strength, what was more crucial was his body's enhancement, self-healing, reflexes, insight, resistance, and so on, all were 10 times stronger. Read now on m_vl_m_p_year. His flesh radiated with red gold radiance, like a golden deity, roaring as he stomped the earth, blending the half-step invincible fist with the heaven and earth penetrating fist, and smashed it fiercely. The endless might of the fist seemed to split heaven and earth as thunder boomed, and countless bolts of lightning, like fiery swords, blasted and struck. The magnitude of their power made it difficult for the onlookers on the city walls to see clearly, their eyes aching, overwhelmed by the daunting force of both parties, causing their scalps to tingle and their breathing to become labored. Li Hao's flesh was continuously lacerated by the lightning strikes, but although the surface of his body appeared severely damaged, the wounds weren't too deep. Lu Yuan, now in his true form, saw this and roared in extreme fury. What kind of physique did this kid have that he couldn't destroy it? He felt that Li Hao's body seemed tougher than the divine weapon, or rather, it was as if he were a divine weapon in human form. Chapter 335, Chapter 70, Battling the Peerless Technique, Li Hao enters the arena, 2-in-1 chapter, _4. But how could someone who's clearly only in the 3 immortal realms condense their physical body to such a degree? He had cultivated for 10,000 years and had only polished his physical body to be comparable to a 6th caste divine weapon, yet Li Hao's physique seemed to be no less impressive than his. In the midst of the thunder, Li Hao was like bathing in thunderfire, his whole body charred and covered with cracks, but under the state of divine power, the speed at which his flesh healed reached an extremely abnormal level, with the charred skin flaking off continuously like hollow shells. The blood in his body, in supply and demand, transformed by absorbing the power of heaven and earth through the heaven and earth vein, could regenerate continuously as long as the power flowed endlessly. At this moment, Li Hao had quite the feeling of being immortal and indestructible. His eyes were sharp as he watched the roaring purple dragon. His first hand-to-hand combat with an opponent from the ultimate study realm was more formidable than he had imagined, but after opening the heaven and earth vein and deducing many of Tianji Tower's peerless techniques to bolster, he condensed his physical body. His own growth had become incredibly terrifying beyond imagination. The previous sensory judgment was correct, even the dragon sword couldn't harm his physique at this moment. Especially now, under the state of divine power, the protective power of his physique had increased tenfold. The previously painful lightning now hitting his body only caused a slight numbness, it didn't even cause him to stiffen. Li Hao roared as he shot up into the sky, carrying an endless might, cracking the ground, his body surging toward Lu Yuan like a war god. Lu Yuan bellowed in rage, hearing Li Hao's words only further enraged him, his dragon blood rushing to his brain. He suddenly soared up rapidly, absorbing all the electric lights and thunder from the overcast clouds into his mouth. Roar! He unleashed his strongest peerless technique, the ultimate move of the limitless Thunder Tao, destruction of the Tao of Thunder. His several hundred zhang long body was covered in lightning from head to tail, pushing from the tailbone to the dragon head, where intense lightning converged to a point and burst forth with destructive power. Seeing that intense lightning, Li Hao felt his skin peel and rip apart even before it reached him. His heart was contracting, spouting jets of golden blood, his whole body seemed to boil, and his flesh sensed danger, automatically entering the most tense state. Without any hesitation, Li Hao stepped into an immortal state, power surged like scooping up a ladle of water from between heaven and earth. The wild power of heaven and earth, through the heaven and earth vein, rapidly blasted into his body, with the ferocious aura growing wildly within him like a beast. Li Hao's eyes shone brilliantly, erupting with an unmatched presence. "Is this your limit? My fist is unrivaled." Li Hao roared as he took a step and threw a punch, gathering the might of heaven and earth. It landed with a thunderous force. The fist power charged against the lightning, killing its way upward. The immortal state rapidly climbed to 30%, the original limit, but at this moment, not even a hint of tearing showed on his flesh. The endless fist power resonated, the lightning exploded, and heaven and earth thundered. The very ground outside the array shook violently. The overcast clouds in the sky were cleared by the force of the punch, revealing the clear skies of dawn. Lu Yuan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, hit by the residual force of the punch on his lower jaw. Several of his 2 or 3 meter long dragon teeth fell out. His body exhausted of strength, he looked at Li Hao in fear and saw the foe flying toward him rapidly, dragging with him the surrounding power of heaven and earth, still with overwhelming momentum and showing no sign of weakening. The aura that surrounded Li Hao made him transcend common mortals. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted as a long-forgotten memory buried deep in his mind seemed to resurface. He exclaimed in horror, "You're not from here." Li Hao, about to attack, was startled by this sudden remark. Could his transmigration be seen through? "You're from the sacred clans of Great Wilderness Heaven?" Lu Yuan asked in a trembling voice, horrified. This made Li Hao breathe a sigh of relief, scared to death. He almost thought his biggest secret had been discovered. Li Hao simply responded with a punch. "Thank you for reading on MV_MPYR. Seeing the murderous intent in Li Hao's eyes, Lu Yuan felt a terror growing in his heart. He turned sharply and transformed into a purple light, fleeing rapidly into the distance. Although he could still fight, his strongest peerless technique had been broken by Li Hao, and the young man hadn't even been seriously injured, which terrified him to the core. It was too frightening. Is this the 3 immortal realms? This is the 3 immortal realms. It felt unreal, terrifying memories kept surfacing in his mind, and he wanted nothing more than to flee. "Think you can escape?" Li Hao certainly wouldn't let him go, otherwise letting the dragon return to the mountain would leave endless troubles, especially since it was from the ultimate study realm. "Since you're here, you shouldn't think of leaving. Feng, guard Kanjia City for me, I'll be back soon." Feng Boping, who had been injured earlier, had suppressed it and was ready to assist Li Hao, but then saw Li Hao manage to make that old dragon from the peerless technique realm run away. He felt the might unleashed in the battle deeply, and the young man whom he had protected all the way from Qingzhou had, in an instant, grown to heights beyond his reach. Seeing Li Hao displaying the heaven and earth traceless skill and disappearing into the distance, Feng Boping's mouth twitched into a wry smile, but then he laughed heartily. He knew, from that moment on, no one in the world could bind Li Hao, the true dragon. Meanwhile, Li Hao had already pursued the old dragon Lu Yuan. Both parties were extremely fast, and they almost instantly traversed the 200-li-long Dragon Pass road. Lu Yuan was fleeing at full speed, but found the young man pursuing him was even faster. That bizarre movement technique he executed, covering 100 li in an instant, was like a ghostly shadow, closing the distance relentlessly. He was profoundly shocked. Was this young man truly 15? Even if you started cultivating from the womb, it's impossible to be proficient in everything, isn't it? Seeing Li Hao was about to catch up, he flipped his hand and brought out a sacred heart talisman, igniting it. Chapter 336, Chapter 70, Battling the Peerless Technique, Li Hao enters the arena, 2-in-1 Chapter, _5. The talisman transformed into a red light that surrounded him, boosting his movement technique speed dramatically, instantly leaving Li Hao far behind. Li Hao, taken aback, immediately realized what the other had done. His face filled with murderous intent, he did not stop but continued the pursuit. With Feng overseeing Heavenly Gate Pass and having just gone through such a battle, the demon's forces could likely only spare one ultimate study realm expert as their limit. He no longer needed to worry about the safety of Kanjia City. He was determined to chase and slay this old dragon to the ends of the earth. Otherwise, with the other party so grievously injured, if he was no longer stationed in Kanjia City, chances were high that the enemy would seize the opportunity to destroy the place that had shamed him. Thus, death was a must. Li Hao tracked the demon Qi, unleashing his full power as he chased on. Drawing continuously on the surrounding power of heaven and earth through the heaven and earth vein as a relentless propelling force, he had yet to use the unwithering strength, but this replenishment from the heaven and earth vein was equivalent to half of the unwithering strength itself. He could extravagantly wield his power without any reservations. In the blink of an eye, following the demon Qi, Li Hao had pursued over thousands of miles. Crossing cities, mountains, rivers, and lakes, at 10,000 miles, Li Hao finally caught sight of that old dragon once more. "You insufferable brat, when will this ever end?" Lu Yuan, seeing Li Hao rapidly closing in from behind, felt his recently calmed mood tighten again, both shocked and furious. He couldn't afford to stop and heal but continued to rush forward at full speed. He had intended to rush to the frontline battlefield to see if he could join forces with Mizine to kill the great desert sword saint first before turning to deal with Li Hao. Now that Li Hao had pursued him, he had no choice but to lead him there. "To think you are of the Dragon Clan, do you only know how to flee?" As he chased after Lu Yuan, Li Hao loudly taunted him, fearing that the other would use a sacred spirit talisman to escape again. Lu Yuan roared, "I will make you pay with your life later. If you're capable, turn around now." "Ah, you damned brat, I will definitely kill you." Lu Yuan was nearly driven mad with rage. Already humiliated, he felt utterly disgraceful being mocked by Li Hao. As they spoke, Li Hao had rapidly closed the gap. He suddenly accelerated, throwing a fierce punch out. The punch thundered, striking directly on Lu Yuan's tailbone, sending Lu Yuan's body tumbling forward as he was flung through the air. Fuming inside, Lu Yuan didn't stop to fight. He pulled out two more talismans, not the sacred spirit talismans but regular spirit talismans, which were much less effective. The talismans burned, lifting his body as he rushed forward once again. With another escape, darting for thousands of miles, Lu Yuan heard the clashing sounds of battle and saw the far ends of the plain where the Liangzhou human race had erected a second line of defense. Outside the defense line, a sea of demons surrounded it. Yet, at this moment, the demon armies weren't moving but simply encircling the line, seemingly waiting for something. He knew they were waiting for his reinforcements. After all, the bird demon from Tianji Palace had mentioned that these creatures were awaiting his arrival to breach the formation. "Damn it, where is Mizine? Hasn't she arrived yet?" Lu Yuan raged. They agreed to have a great Void Realm warrior lead the way, yet it seemed he had run into the prickliest existence in Liangzhou. Having run into him was one thing, but the truly infuriating part was that he had not managed to defeat him. Seeing the great Void Realm display such incompetence made his anger surge even more. However, before he could vent his fury, the whistling sounds from behind were rapidly approaching. Lu Yuan glanced back, spotting Li Hao's chasing figure, and his anger soared. He rushed toward the vast demon army, bellowing, "Demons, heed my call, come and quickly slay this human." His roar thundered through the wilderness, spreading for miles. The demons resting on the plains were all alarmed. And all the people on top of the walls within the defense line also heard that thunderous roar. Monarch Bai and other great Void Realm warriors from the Dragon Clan, as well as the Demon King, heard Lu Yuan's angry shout. They felt puzzled and astonished, turning their gaze to see a true dragon hastening in their direction. However, at this moment, Lu Yuan's scales were blasted off in many areas, revealing bloodied flesh caked with dirt, appearing quite disheveled. The many demon kings were baffled. Lu Yuan, at the ultimate study realm, had taken on the true form and yet, found himself in such a tattered state. Soon, they noticed a rapidly approaching shadow behind Lu Yuan. Monarch Bai's eyes focused, and when he recognized the black shadow, his pupils shrank with shock. Was it that ferocious young man? How had he gotten here? Wait. Lu Yuan of the ultimate study realm was being chased by him. Monarch Bai was momentarily stunned upon receiving this revelation. on the distant city walls. Li Tiangang, Li Xuanli, and others were also startled by the roar, the dawn's first light shining down on them as they looked in its direction. Seeing Lu Yuan's figure, Li Tiangang and the others' eyes narrowed with shock. Especially Li Tiangang, who had battled across the lands and succeeded Li Junya's position as the true dragon, governing the Li family. He knew much more and recognized at a glance that the Demon King was the eldest elder of the Dragon Gate. Lu Yuan. Stay in the loop with MVLMPYR. It was him. The Demon King of the Ultimate Study Realm was actually here. Li Tiangang's heart pounded with shock, but considering Ms. Yin of the Great Void Realm had earlier encountered him, the presence of this elder from the Dragon Gate seemed not so unexpected. At that moment, Li Tiangang and Li Xuanli noticed the black figure closing in behind Lu Yuan. They focused their gaze and quickly made out the figure's appearance. Li Xuanli was astonished. Li Tiangang was stunned as well. Chapter 337, Chapter 71, Shocking All Sides, added for Alliance Hierarch, Car Sticker Poster Board, thanks for the strong support. Quick, surround and kill him. In midair, Lu Yuan rushed swiftly, his body spinning and speeding forward. He roared in anger, commanding Demon Kings outside the city to assist, but even more so, he wanted to provoke Li Hao's vulnerabilities, thereby taking the chance to strike. Hearing the enraged shout of this top elder from the Dragon Gate, Monarch Bai and other Demon Kings displayed faces full of astonishment and doubt. This was Lu Yuan. Well known among Demon Kings, an existence of the Ultimate Study Realm, did he really need assistance? Even Lu Yuan can't deal with that brat. Monarch Bai's face was filled with disbelief. The killing moves of the Ultimate Study Realm were incredibly strong, capable of easily killing a life from the Defying Fate realm. And yet, Li Hao was the one chasing him. He thought back to when the Elder said he would go to Heavenly Gate Pass to deal with that glaring thorn. Could it be, he had been chased all the way from Heavenly Gate Pass? He felt his heart wrench violently, filled with frustration and fury. What kind of son had Li Tiangang actually brought into this world? He had sent people to assassinate him repeatedly in the past, each time using nearly foolproof methods, yet they all failed. The first assassination attempt was by a person from the Zhou Tian realm. The hardest part of that assassination was infiltrating the Divine General Mansion. Yet, they managed to infiltrate successfully. Back then, the child was only 6 years old, and it seemed like a sure thing, but that Zhou Tian realm assassin failed. Later, he sent a pair of 15 Li realm Jiao generals to ambush and assassinate 2 Jiao generals against a 14-year-old child. Even Li Junya of the Li family wasn't in the 15 Li realm at 14, right? Such an assassination, once an opportunity was seized, was bound to result in certain death. Yet again, it ended in failure, and they were counter-killed instead. Only through messages conveyed by Tianji Palace did he learn that the young boy hid his strength, being the most monstrously talented cultivator the Li family had seen in hundreds of years. Shortly after that, as the battlefield in northern Yen came to an end and the various demon races started to clamor for a dispersal, he was also reprimanded by a top elder from the Holy Palace. While harboring that hatred, he heard various news about Qingzhou and the Li family. Until now. The infant in swaddling clothes whom he had repeatedly failed to assassinate was now, right under his nose, chasing the top elder from Dragon Gate. Monarch Bai felt the world was upside down, unable to believe this was real. But Lu Yuan's earth-shaking roar was indeed real and tangible, nor was the terrifying dragon's authority he emitted any bit false. However, Monarch Bai did not take action. After thousands of years of cultivation, he was one of the highly gifted among the Demon Kings. How could he not see that Lu Yuan wasn't summoning them to surround and kill Li Hao but was asking for help? If even Lu Yuan could not overcome him, wouldn't they die even quicker if they joined the fight? Monarch Bai had no more opportunities to defy fate. Thinking of Li Hao's terrifying sword array from before, he felt as though he was nailed to the ground, as if he hadn't heard the call. Demon Kings from the Great Void Realm also realized the situation was grim. They had heard about the emerging young general from Heavenly Gate Pass. Tianji Palace had sent them a lot of intelligence on that young heroic general, which was why they specifically avoided the pass, letting only Lu Yuan go and execute the beheading. Now, however, the enemy had failed. Great Elder. While Demon Kings of the Great Void Realm hesitated, several Demon Kings from the Dragon Gate were the first to act, rushing towards Lu Yuan at high speed, while shouting at the other demon kings. "What are you all dawdling for? Is a little human brat scaring our demon alliance into dissolving?" With these words, many great void realm demon kings flushed with shame, feeling humiliated. The renown of a youth had actually scared them into stagnation. "Help Brother Lu Yuan, kill that human kid." Great void realm demon kings also started taking action, one of them swiftly sending out a distress signal for the great void realm. Originally, they hadn't planned to call for help, only transmitting signals through Tianji Palace for Lu Yuan to quickly arrive and break the array. Now, with Lu Yuan defeated, they could only call for help. This call for help would inevitably affect Ms. Yin, who was battling the great desert sword saint, but there was no time for such concerns. As numerous demon kings dashed out, the overwhelming demonic chi of the monsters besieged outside the defensive array all surged out, heading towards the young men speeding through the air. Atop the city walls, within the array, Li Xuanli and Li Tiangang finally came to their senses, their faces full of shock. Li Hao was actually chasing that demon king. How was it possible? Both Li Xuanli and Li Tiangang were somewhat stunned, their shock mingled with confusion. This was beyond their imagination and understanding. That was a demon king. How old was Li Hao? He was only 15 this year. When he suppressed all the grandmasters, he was only in the heavenly human realm. In less than a year since then, even if Li Hao was monstrously talented, stepping into the 3 immortal realms within a year, could he really confront a demon king? Yet the truth was right before their eyes. As the demon kings collectively charged out, aiming to hunt down Li Hao, Li Xuanli urgently said, "Quick, form the array, let's go annihilate the demon tide, and draw those demon kings here." They wanted to help Li Hao but couldn't. Not only could they not make it in time, but that was also demon king level combat, something they couldn't interfere with. Li Tiangang suddenly turned to Li Hongzhuang and said, "Give me 5 battle flags." "What are you going to do?" Li Hongzhuang asked in astonishment. Li Tiangang retorted angrily, "Of course, I'm going to save that damn kid. Doesn't he know what place this is? He even dares to come here. Give me the battle flags, quick." Li Hongzhuang quickly said, "I will come with you. You and 5th brother go kill the demon tide, draw the other demon kings back. If they return, immediately retreat back into the array." Li Tiangang then turned to the 1000 Mechanism Taoist, "Senior, I'll have to trouble you to help protect from the sidelines. Ever since they intimidated those demon kings with the battle flags yesterday, and the demon tide camped outside the defense line, they were at a loss." Chapter 338, Chapter 71, Shocking All Sides, added 4. Alliance Hierarch, Vehicle Decal Poster Board, thanks for your strong support, _2. The demons were waiting for strong reinforcements to arrive, and so were they. However, Daoyu State was hundreds of thousands of miles away from here, not a distance that could be covered in a moment. The closest divine general mansions were those of the Li family and the Xia family. But Li Tiangang knew that when he sent a message back, he had instructed his second uncle Li Muxiu under no circumstances to leave Qingzhou. Because Liangzhou was a territory guarded by the Li family, launching an attack on Liangzhou might be a feint, with the real target being Qingzhou. After all, the Holy Palace and Dragon Gate, including the Great Void Realm, had exerted considerable effort. One could say they had completely torn their faces with the Daoyu Divine Dynasty, but the sect master had not shown himself, which meant he must be somewhere else. Therefore, he could only pin his hopes on the Xia family. Yet, the Xia family's arrival was delayed, and other divine general mansions were situated even further away. It would take at least half a day to get here. And from last night until now, just about half a day had passed. Perhaps if they held on a little longer, reinforcements from other divine general mansions would arrive. The peril in Liangzhou this time was solely due to the convergence of 3 top demon forces choosing to launch a swift attack on Liangzhou. Each top demon force was comparable to a divine general mansion, secretly gathering here for a quick assault, signifying the end of centuries of surface-level peace and sparking a great war between the divine dynasty and the demons. Liangzhou was the prelude to this great battle. Upon hearing Li Tiangang's words, the 1000 Mechanism Taoist immediately said, "General, I will go with you." "No, you need to stay here to back them up, just hold the line." Li Tiangang immediately said. After speaking, he did not give the 1000 Mechanism Taoist another chance to argue, and took the 5 battle flags passed to him by Li Hongzhuang, having already learned how to use them from her the previous night. Just as he was about to step out of the array, suddenly, a thunderous noise shook the surroundings, startling everyone, both inside and outside the defensive line, and the demons alike. Li Hao and Demon King Lu Yuan were seen clashing fiercely. In close-quarters combat, Demon King Lu Yuan was actually struck so hard that he fell to the ground, causing an earthquake-like rumble. Such might left onlookers on the city walls in awe, while even the greater demons in the demon horde were rendered speechless with shock. Li Hao was enveloped in a sky of murderous aura, bursting with divine might as he dove down to strike. But the demon kings from the Great Void Realm and Dragon Gate were already in pursuit, and in an instant, a myriad of attacks were unleashed, with demonic light splitting the sky and purple flames scorching, completely engulfing Li Hao. Upon seeing this, Li Tiangang's eyes instantly blazed with rage as he bellowed. He stepped out of the array and ran towards the fray. Despite his various grievances with Li Hao, how could he just stand by and watch his own son die? But in the next moment, a divine light erupted from within the surging demonic chi and purple flames, dispersing all the attacks. The young man's figure stood like a supreme deity, his body shining with red gold, completely unharmed. Li Tiangang, who was rushing over, was shaken to his core, his scalp tingling, frozen in astonishment. He was somewhat shocked and bewildered. Was that really his son? Having not seen him for over a year, had he become terrifyingly powerful to this extent? At that moment, Li Hao's eyes were cold and sharp like divine lightning, disregarding other demon kings as he charged straight at Lu Yuan. With a thud, Li Hao's feet heavily trampled on Lu Yuan's abdomen, pressing his body into a depression in the ground. Lu Yuan let out a miserable roar of pain. Li Hao's attack was like 10,000 mountains focusing on one spot, overpowering even his dragon body that had been refined over many years, causing his bones to shatter and scales to crack. How long had it been since he had suffered such grievous injuries? Before Lu Yuan had a chance to counterattack, behind Li Hao, a heaven and earth law manifestation was already emerging. This time, his law manifestation did not need to be condensed. With the power facilitated by the heaven and earth vein, this heaven and earth law manifestation, hundreds of zhang tall like a giant towering over the land, radiated a magnificent golden divine might. Li Hao's eyes blazed with fury as he suddenly urged the law manifestation to lift the old dragon's body. Rise! Li Hao let out a wild roar to the heavens. The heaven and earth law manifestation seemed to open its mouth, emitting a silent howl as its hands came together, clasping Lu Yuan's massive dragon body before fiercely thrashing it around. With a resounding boom, the entire battlefield trembled, and the sprawling demon horde shook unstably, struggling to remain upright. Lu Yuan spewed a mouthful of fresh blood, and although his physical body was exceptionally refined, the sheer force of the impact made his organs feel as though they were about to burst out. Li Hao unleashed his supreme divine might, as the heaven and earth law manifestation swung up Demon King Lu Yuan's body and violently thrashed it about on the plains behind the demon tide, in a frenzied hammering. Such a scene left the numerous soldiers of Liangzhou on the city walls, and the families and children of the military clans, dumbstruck and bug-eyed. After all, that was the Demon King being flailed about like a stray dog under the might of that youth's vast divine soul. The Demon King from Longmen, seeing this scene, bellowed in rage, manifested its true form, and spewed demonic chi and killing blades towards Li Hao. The other great Void Realm Demon Kings, shocked, had their pupils contract but didn't hesitate to keep attacking Li Hao with all their might, attempting to stop him and free Lu Yuan. The attacks of the numerous Demon Kings went towards Li Hao again, covering the sky and the earth as if they would tear apart the heavens and shatter the ground. Li Tiangang was appalled. Snapping back to his senses, he hurriedly chased after them at full speed, but he was too far away, and the other Demon Kings were closer. His intervention was too late. "How ere," he roared. On the city walls, Li Wushuang's face was drained of color as she covered her mouth. Li Xuanli's eyes were red, but he was powerless to help. A thunderous boom erupted, countless blades tore through the void and shattered the earth. Those behind the defense line went silent, some shedding scalding tears, but as the dust settled, a golden figure still stood in the same spot, unharmed. The figure stood tall and firm, like a spear reaching into the sky, with the youth's shoulders seeming to prop up the entire storm-riddled heaven. At that moment, the entire battlefield fell silent, slipping into a brief lull. Having taken the furious attacks from the many Demon Kings, Li Hao was actually unharmed. As Li Wushuang saw it clearly, she couldn't help the tears that welled up in her eyes. Li Tiangang, who was racing to catch up, saw it too, and after a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly felt a trance-like sensation. The boy, it seemed, no longer needed anyone else's protection. Having left the Li family for a year, he had blossomed into an even more dazzling presence. A presence that was even somewhat unfamiliar to him. Was that really his son? This should have filled him with excited joy, but for some reason, his mind was abruptly flooded with the memory of that blizzard. The memory of that lean figure stepping out of the Li family gate into the snow. His heart clenched hard, with an indescribable sensation. Check out m_vl_m_p_year stories. It was like the pain of saying goodbye to his wife on the battlefield of northern Yen, the agony of trying to grasp something that slipped through his fingers. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's roaring resounded, jolting everyone back to reality. The heaven and earth law manifestation still held onto Lu Yuan's body, swinging him around. Lu Yuan's scales oozed with fresh blood, and with a roaring defiance, he dug his dragon claws into the ground, unleashing his peerless technique, the limitless Thunder Tao. He burst into countless blinding lightning bolts that exploded from his body, the sudden outburst enabling him to break free from the heaven and earth law manifestation's grasp. Lu Yuan let out a furious roar, truly enraged now. He deployed the unwithering strength, his aura quickly escalating. Above him, dark clouds gathered, and numerous lightning bolts coalesced. The other demon kings also snapped back to their senses, seeing that Lu Yuan's aura had returned to its prime. They immediately rallied to his side, ready to combine their might to kill this youth. How can his flesh be so strong? Am I hallucinating? One demon king asked in shock. Yet the other demon kings didn't speak, they had no answers. Despite enduring so many of their attacks, Li Hao had resisted merely with his body, something not even they, the demon kings, could manage. Lu Yuan was still brewing his peerless technique, barking furiously at the other demon kings. These demon kings also realized that Lu Yuan was preparing a finishing move, and without further words, they quickly launched their attacks at Li Hao, buying Lu Yuan time. The heaven and earth law manifestation suddenly lifted a foot and swept it fiercely across, kicking over a Longman demon king who resembled both a flood dragon and a true dragon. Chapter 339, Chapter 72, Battling Alone Against a Horde of Demons. The dragon demon king's massive body flew backward, crashing fiercely into the ground. The heaven and earth law manifestation faced many demon kings and roared silently, swinging its arms and unleashing terrifying fist forces. Each fist force evolved into true phenomenal visions, like lightning flashing and thunder roaring, wind rising and fire surging, bombarding towards those demon kings. The ferocious bodies of the demon kings fought fiercely with the heaven and earth law manifestation, giving off the sensation of demons battling a true god. Li Tiangang's expression changed continuously as he hurried over at full speed. The familiar heaven and earth law manifestation reminded him of the battle at Qingzhou City. Back then, the fight was so intense that it split the heavens and shattered the earth, spanning from the divine general mansion to the outside of the city, with battles raging across the sky of Qingzhou City. The proud and arrogant youth was suppressed by his immortal might. Now, however, the power of this heaven and earth law manifestation seemed even greater than before. The awe-inspiring aura inherent on the manifestation made him, who had now stepped into the four stands realm, feel his heart pound with fear. It was not youthful arrogance, but an undeniable majesty. With successive punches and kicks, Li Hao's heaven and earth law manifestation fought alone against several demon kings. The force of their colliding attacks tore the ground beneath the manifestation's feet, leaving terrifying claw-like fissures. But the body of the heaven and earth law manifestation, torn by the attacks of the demon kings, would heal instantaneously, with a continuous influx of power pouring in. On the other hand, the demon kings were either smashed away or toppled over by Li Hao's manifestation, unable to get close and unable to inflict damage on Li Hao. Scram! Li Hao's eyes flashed coldly, and his manifestation swung its arms, unleashing 100,000-ton crushing force in a sweeping strike. The demon king shaped like a mountain ape from the great void realm had just leaped forward when a punch slammed into its face and sent it flying backward. Another demon king, resembling a winged giant crocodile, dove down only to be kicked away by Li Hao, tumbling onto the ground dozens of miles away. The manifestation raised its hand and gathered the power of heaven and earth in its palm, forming a sword light of pure force that was flung with a snap. Countless sword energy raindrops swept out. The sword raindrops struck like blades and tides, slashing toward the many demon kings. The enraged demon kings raised their hands to smash these sword lights, but the endless streams were as persistent as rain, forcing several demon kings to retreat. The half-dragon demon king from Dragon Gate roared forward, its body as tough as divine iron and its scales impervious to weapons, bravely enduring the sword rain in an attempt to break Li Hao's sword momentum. But suddenly, as the sword chi raindrops hit its scales and the dissipating energy infiltrated them, the demon king felt its strength stall, as if its soul was being hooked. Its body quickly became heavy as if a myriad of mountains were pressing down on it. With a thud, it plunged downward and collapsed at the feet of Li Hao's manifestation. Its life force dissipated, and it died on the spot. This eerie scene terrified the other demon kings, who suddenly realized that the sword tide contained a dreadful killing move, just like the killing moves within Li Hao's banner. Invisible to the eye and impossible to guard against, the only solution was to avoid getting close. Don't let this sword chi touch you. He has a strange attack. The many great Void Realm demon kings were frightened, swinging their demon powers to shatter those raindrops and prevent them from getting close. But the sword chi rain was overwhelming, and as they fought and retreated, they were pushed back 100 miles by the might of Li Hao alone. Li Hao's heaven and earth law manifestation forced the many demon kings back. Suddenly, he raised his hand and flung the sword light in his hand towards the dark clouds gathered by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was furious. The many demon kings could not stop Li Hao. The mysterious attack also alarmed him, for even he had not seen how the elder died. If Li Hao had killed the elder with a punch, he could accept it since he could see it, but although the sword energy raindrops were powerful, they clearly were not enough to kill a demon king. Yet the elder had indeed died. Fear arose from the unknown. At this moment, the sword light pierced the dark clouds, and Lu Yuan growled lowly, gathering the thunder from the clouds into countless thunder whips, entangling and shattering the sword light. But the sword light also annihilated countless thunders, delaying the brewing of the peerless technique within the clouds. Attack, do you want to wait for death? Lu Yuan roared. The many demon kings looked grim. They knew that if they truly grew timid, things would only get worse. They roared again and charged in, spreading out in different directions to surround Li Hao. By now, Li Tiangang had arrived and yelled anxiously, "Hao heir, run!" Li Hao, who was about to attack Lu Yuan, frowned slightly at the shout and glanced in that direction. When he saw Li Tiangang's figure, his brow furrowed again, but then it relaxed, and without looking further, he charged straight towards Lu Yuan. Seeing that Li Hao ignored him, Li Tiangang felt both anxious and angry, shouting at the demon kings, "If you dare, come at me. I will keep you company." Monarch Bai, who had been hesitating on whether to join the battle, struggled with the decision. Staying out of the battle meant facing Dragon Gate's fury later. But joining the battle he did not want to die. Now that he saw Li Tiangang approaching, he suddenly found the human general, whom he had despised for 15 years in northern Yen, somewhat endearing. As he felt awkward being just a spectator, an opportunity for action had presented itself. Stepping forward, Monarch Bai quickly intercepted Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang, enraged, swung his divine blade to chop down. Monarch Bai flicked his finger, emitting a sword chi that shattered the light of the divine blade. He scoffed softly, "Just stepping into the Tao Heart realm and you dare to be so wildly arrogant, truly a member of the Li family. But compared to your son, you're far from ready to face me. Then let's give it a try." Li Tiangang's eyes glinted coldly as divine might erupted from him like fierce flames enveloping his body. His momentum rapidly soared, executing the heaven-defying 9 steps, stepping out in succession, his presence like towering mountains. Monarch Bai was no longer polite either, manifesting his true god form, his massive body lunging at Li Tiangang to strike him down. The two immediately engaged in intense combat. Atop the city walls, Li Xuanli wasn't idle either. He quickly commanded others to activate the array nodes, taking the opportunity to strike at the demons outside the defense line, forcing those demon kings to retreat. With the 1,000 mechanism Taoist flanking the array, even if demon kings came rushing to reinforce, they would still have time to retreat. Before long, the atmosphere atop the city walls also erupted with the momentum of thousands of troops and horses, shouting as they charged out towards the enemy beyond the city. The tide of demons was startled, many 3 immortal realm great demons commanding their demon armies. Seeing these members of the human race daring to sally forth, they were enraged, bellowing commands for the demons to kill. However, Li Hongzhuang led the charge, holding the Haotian flag high, and rushed into the tide of demons. She threw 3 battle flags in succession, which tore through the tide of demons upon impact. Suddenly, towering sword chi slashed out, sweeping across, and countless demons were directly slain without a chance to resist. The 3 immortal realm demons within were also affected by the sword chi from the battle flags, horrified and exerting all their power to concentrate on their indestructible bodies. Yet, the sword chi swept across, slicing straight through, severing their physical forms. Each battle flag acted like a depth charge in the demon horde, blasting open a chasm tens of miles wide. Witnessing such a terrifying force, the tide of demons suddenly started to panic. On the other side, faced with the encirclement of many demon kings, Li Hao's heaven and earth law manifestation bent down to pick up the corpse of a dead demi-dragon, suddenly wielding it in a whirl. With 2 thudding sounds, the dragon corpse, like a long whip, struck other demon kings, immediately smashing their flesh open. These demon kings, swept by the swung dragon corpse like a long whip, were consecutively knocked away, unable to get close. After whirling the dragon corpse a few times, seeing that these demon kings stubbornly kept coming, Li Hao's heart filled with real fury. He suddenly launched into the air, deploying the heaven and earth traceless skill. He stepped forward, and in an instant appeared before a demon king, raising his hand and smashing down with a punch. The demon king, startled by Li Hao's sudden appearance, was scared out of its wits. Just as it tried to dodge, it was struck down by Li Hao. Li Hao pressed the attack, throwing several consecutive punches, causing the ground to tremble as he pounded the demon king's head into a bloody pulp. The other demon kings roared and attacked, but despite numerous strikes landing on him, Li Hao paid no mind. His physical body at this moment was akin to a divine weapon cast 7 times, impervious to these demon kings' assaults. With a boom, Li Hao smashed the demon king's head to pieces, and as its divine soul burst forth, the heaven and earth law manifestation raised its hand to grasp, catching it and then with a low growl tightened its grip, crushing the divine soul mercilessly. Before Li Hao, a demon king of the Tao heart realm had no power to resist. Such ferocity shocked and frightened the many demon kings. This human race youth was even more terrifying than the notorious reputation that came from Tianji Palace. He was like a fearsome, ancient demon king reincarnated. Seeing the other demon kings cowed, Li Hao quickly picked up the limp body of a defeated demon king. The law manifestation merged into one with him, and his strength surged as he infused it into his body. His aura angrily surged forth, soaring into the sky, and he charged to confront Lu Yuan. With a whoosh, he hurled the soft, decaying body of the demon king into the dark clouds, tearing a gap through the dense formation. Countless bolts of lightning bombarded the demon king's body, tearing it apart. Li Hao raised his fist and struck at Lu Yuan, his punch drawing on the surging power around him, condensing into a collapsing fist shadow with a terrifying killing intent, and blasting in front of Lu Yuan. Enraged, Lu Yuan could only channel the power he had been gathering. Endless lightning transformed into a thunder dragon, roaring as it charged towards Li Hao's body. Neither attempted to defend against the other's killer moves, they both attacked directly, opting for a brutal exchange of injuries. Li Hao's eyes were cold and determined, not dodging or evading, allowing the thunder dragon to roar towards him. His flesh swelled, and the body refined by various body refinement skills operated to their utmost limits, releasing waves of gang chi trembling forth. Bang! Bang! 2 violent collisions sounded. Li Hao was bitten by the thunder dragon and smashed into the ground, plowing out for more than 10 miles. Lu Yuan, too, was struck by Li Hao's fist, spewing blood from his dragon muzzle, his body hurtling backward with a pained moan, falling from the sky. Li Tiangang caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and his face changed drastically, filled with both shock and horror. Li Hao's power exceeded his expectations. Facing the joint attack of many demon kings, he could still severely injure the ultimate study realm's old dragon Lu Yuan. No wonder he had been able to chase him all this way. Experience new worlds on MVLMP year. In just over a year, how had he grown to such an extent? You still dare to be distracted? Monarch Bai roared, suddenly striking down with a claw, smacking Li Tiangang's body firmly to the ground. He then dived down furiously, seemingly wanting to unleash all the anger accumulated from over a decade of confrontation with Northern Yan on Li Tiangang in this moment. Especially since being slain by Li Hao outside the city cost him his second life, Monarch Bai no longer dared to behave recklessly. His body crashed down like a force of 10,000 June, tearing the armor on Li Tiangang's body. Li Tiangang spat out a mouthful of blood, yet he glared fiercely, his mighty aura bursting forth, repelling Monarch Bai's pursuit. Monarch Bai's eyes narrowed slightly. Li Tiangang indeed was strong. Facing his defying fate realm might, he still had the strength to fight back. All of you from the Li family truly deserve to die. However, compared to your son, you really fall short. With eyes cold as arrows, Monarch Bai said icily, if your son had been defending Northern Yen from the start, would we have needed to battle for over a decade? But you should really be thankful, that little monster was only born a decade ago. Had he been born 10 years earlier, I fear I would have been defeated at his hands by now. As he spoke, a violent killing intent burst from his body and he charged at Li Tiangang once again. Shaken by his words, Li Tiangang's face went through a whirl of emotions. Seeing him charging over, he roared and swung his blade to rise again. Chapter 340, Chapter 73, The Immortalizing Punch. The battlefield was engulfed in the flames of war everywhere. Li Xuanli sat atop the city walls commanding. Though he had dispatched elite armies to battle the demon horde, his attention was always fixed on Li Hao's side. Seeing those demon kings disregard the demon horde, intent on killing Li Hao, his heart sank and his face showed urgency. Watching Li Hao get blasted to the ground by Lu Yuan's old dragon's peerless technique, Limitless Thunder Dragon, his heart trembled, fearing for Li Hao's safety. But in this massive war, as one of the 3 immortal realms, he simply couldn't intervene. Kill him. The demon kings. Seeing Li Hao struck down by the Limitless Thunder Dragon, seized the opportunity to unleash their attacks. Terrifying demon techniques thundered down, all using their true strength, knowing that without going all out, they couldn't harm this fierce young man. Suddenly, an earth-shattering force burst forth. The Thunder Dragon that had pounced on Li Hao and was biting him was suddenly gripped by the throat with a huge palm, its body emitting destructive lightning that it shot out like thousands of swords, attempting to break free from the grip of the heaven and earth law manifestation. But as the lightning exploded within the grasp of the law manifestation's palm, it never loosened its hold. The energy guided by the heaven and earth vein made the law manifestation indestructible. The Limitless Thunder Dragon, on the contrary, grew weaker with its struggles, its lightning exhausted, and its roaring turned to wails. The heaven and earth law manifestation behind Li Hao re-emerged, grasping the Limitless Thunder Dragon, and as it looked up at the many demon kings rushing towards it, its body suddenly erupted with brilliant silver radiance. The charred skin from the lightning fire on Li Hao's body quickly peeled away. He knew that to swiftly kill that ultimate study realm old dragon amidst the chaos caused by the demon kings, he had to enter the transformed immortal state. He had already exited the transformed immortal state from his earlier pursuit. Otherwise, in such a prolonged pursuit, he would have reached the limit of the transformation long ago. He had intended to take another look, to avoid any other ultimate study realm demon kings hidden in this vast battlefield, but now it seemed there were none. If that was so, then he'd decide the battle swiftly. Find exclusive stories on m_VL Novel Fire. As the gates within his body opened and the heaven and earth vein was invoked, the power of heaven and earth surged tumultuously, rushing into Li Hao's body. Thud. Li Hao's law manifestation extinguished the Thunder Dragon, and he himself suddenly stepped forward, almost instantly reaching a demon king. He threw a punch with his raised hand. The terrifying might of the punch swept over. Just the scorching light dragged by the punch was enough to burn and crack the demon king's coarse hide, and with one punch, its head exploded. A divine soul tried to escape from its body, only to be met with a roar from Li Hao. The roar, like a sonic attack, shook the air, and the divine soul let out a scream as it was torn apart by an immense force and dissipated on the spot. In an instant, a demon king of the Tao Heart realm fell. Li Hao abruptly turned, his gaze fixed on the remaining demon kings. He executed the heaven and earth traceless skill and reached them in an instant. Thud. Another punch, and another great void realm demon king, just as it began to react, had its protective layers of gray wooden armor swiftly shattered, turning into countless splinters. A punch pierced through its chest, and blood splattered. The law manifestation that had crushed the Thunder Dragon vanished in the blink of an eye, only to emerge again from behind Li Hao. The gigantic law manifestation lifted its hand and grabbed the tiger lion-like demon king's limbs, violently tearing them apart. The terrifying force erupted, and the demon king's body was torn asunder, its blood gushing like boiling water. The divine soul that tried to flee was frozen in place by the suction from the open mouth of the law manifestation. Then, a newly condensed sword chi slashed out, annihilating the divine soul on the spot. In the blink of an eye, a second demon king fell. The remaining demon kings were horrified. As they came to their senses, terror filled their eyes. Had this youth not even been using his full strength before? What kind of monster was this? They finally realized why Li Hao could pursue Lu Yuan this far. It wasn't just the abilities he had shown before. At this moment, the great Void Realm demon kings were terrified. To hell with the demon alliance. Their tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation, their many years of seclusion, they could not die here. Besides, they had already seen that they posed no threat to Li Hao, unless they had an extremely powerful divine weapon to injure this youth. Instead, Li Hao was like a humanoid weapon of destruction to them, unstoppable by anyone. Tiger Press. Blood Sea Fierce Jiao Painting, Cheongqi Mountains Painting. Li Hao growled low, his body swiftly chasing after them, executing the might of the paintings in succession. His body erupted with terrifying force, like a tiger's roar, like a Jiao dragon soaring from the Blood Sea, and the most terrifying was the figure of Cheongqi seated on the peak, that ancient fierce beast, a demon king. Even true dragons were its prey. Stunned and stiffened by the shock, the great Void Realm demon kings paused for a moment, in which Li Hao had taken consecutive actions, slapping 2 demon kings to death, smashing their heads into a bloody pulp. Their massive demon bodies were thrown out, tumbling into the demon tide ahead. The suddenly flung demon corpses shocked the demon tide, already in fierce combat with the human race, creating a large cleared area. The many great demons in the tide were startled by this abrupt addition. As they got a clear view of Li Hao's battlefield, both the human and demon commanders and soldiers engaged in the confrontation were dumbfounded. It was thought that the many demon kings were in a standoff against Li Hao, but in a blink of an eye, Li Hao, like a fierce tiger scattering a pack of wolves, killed these demon kings one by one, and the remaining ones scattered in defeat. Li Xuanli had been closely monitoring and was shocked at the scene, his eyes bulging. Monarch Bai and Li Tiangang, who were fiercely fighting, seemed to be locked in intense combat, but in fact, they were both sparing a portion of their attention to Li Hao's situation. Chapter 341, Chapter 73, The Transform to Immortal Punch _2. The sight of Li Hao's fierce display shocked them both. I'm glad I didn't go over there, Monarch Bai's heart trembled in fear. That kid is simply a monster, too terrifying. He already had plans to retreat. Li Tiangang before him wasn't as weak as he had imagined, managing to fight him to a stalemate, however strained. The battlefield was clearly a loss. He was extremely decisive. The moment he thought of retreating, he pushed Li Tiangang away and pulled back towards a distant location to avoid being entangled in a prolonged fight. Li Tiangang's blood surged wildly, and he was knocked back but could not pursue his old adversary. Looking at those demon kings fleeing for their lives, as well as the young men chasing and killing the demon kings with relentless ferocity, he felt an unreal sensation. On this battlefield, he had never been distracted, but today he felt dazed several times. Li Hao pursued relentlessly, his stride meteoric. A demon king at the great void realm, seeing Li Hao closing in, screamed and activated his defying fate chance, turning around to flee. Li Hao instantly felt an odd power enveloping and isolating him, even the killing intent in his heart towards that demon king seemed to weaken. Is this the power of fate? Li Hao's gaze widened in anger, the heaven and earth vein sweeping across, drawing all the energy from within 30 li and fiercely condensing it into his fist. He roared, taking half a step forward, his fist gathering the might of the invincible fist, with hidden sword intent. As this earth-shaking punch was thrown, countless sword chi soared into the sky, propelled by the force of the punch, raining down like droplets so rapidly that they pierced the demon kings' bodies, riddling them like sieves. The lethal attributes triggered continuously. A succession of demon kings couldn't dodge or flee in time before feeling their power being sapped away. Their eyes filled with horror and despair. What kind of power was this? To their death, they could not perceive it. Bang bang bang. One after another, the demon kings' corpses fell, crashing into the demonic forces below like immense boulders, crushing some demons who couldn't escape in time. The old vine demon, having lost his defying fate chance, was now being pierced by the rainfall like sword rains, feeling pain, yet still enduring. But suddenly, all his strength was hooked away, giving him the sensation of falling into the abyss of death. He wanted to climb out but couldn't. His body lost its strength, even his divine soul being sealed. Born from Thunderwood, he had cultivated for 10,000 years, yet now he had reached his end. With a thud, the Vine Demon Elder's body fell. This one punch, along with its accompanying sword chi, had slaughtered 4 demon kings. The remaining one, having activated his defying fate chance, continued to flee ahead. But Li Hao's gaze was locked on him. The terrifying might of that punch, like a vast sun, streaked across the sky like a fiery meteor piercing the heavens, chasing down with the might to shatter the earth. The demon king's heart beat frantically, his pupils contracted. Even after activating his defying fate chance, he still felt the sensation of death enveloping him. But soon, that feeling disappeared. Just as Li Hao was about to test the limits of this defiance of the heavens to see how miraculous it really was, all of a sudden, he heard a loud cry from the battlefield. He turned to look and saw it was Li Hongzhuang stuck in the demon tide, surrounded and attacked by 7 or 8 great demons. And behind her there was no battle flag. Li Hao was taken aback, his expression subtly changed. He no longer cared about pursuing that demon king. He had a feeling deep down that even with more pursuit, he would fail to hurt the opponent. Instead, it was better to rescue Li Hongzhuang. As this thought flashed by, he changed the direction of his punch, directly smashing into the rear of the demon tide. The earth outside the defense line, like experiencing a magnitude 10 earthquake, shook violently, cleaving open multiple fissures, with some demons falling right in. That punch swept forward, directly creating a 100-li-long trail of blood by pushing through the dense demon tide. Every demon that encountered the force of the punch was vaporized, including the Immortal realm demons, who stood no chance against this terrifying punch, crushed like tiny stones under a roller. As the remaining force of the punch dissipated, the countless roaring demons on the battlefield seemed to fall into a brief silent stillness. That terrifying punch had killed hundreds of thousands in the demon army. Among them were numerous great demons and beings from the heavenly human realm and 15-li realm, the vanguard officers of the demonic forces. The demons capable of being amassed by several top-notch demonic powers to siege cities were all somewhat advanced in their cultivation realms, not even qualified to be foot soldiers in the Zhou Tian realm, yet at this moment, they were annihilated by a punch from Li Hao. The youth, covered in red gold, stood majestically alone above the battlefield, seemingly suppressing the entire field on his own. He was like a young deity. His figure shone brilliantly like the blazing divine yang, unbearable to look at directly, leaving countless soldiers and demons in awe. However, one side felt shock and frenzy, excitement, and ecstasy. The other side felt fear, trembling, and despair. Li Xuanli, the Grand Commander of Liangzhou, the Thousand Mechanism Taoist, and others on the city walls were all dumbfounded. Li Qingling and Li Shuiyun were also full of shock, unable to believe it. Was this their own nephew? Many heroes have emerged from the Li family, but there had never been such a terrifying, peerless prodigy that left them feeling horrified and fearful. Li Tiangang was also standing above this battlefield. Monarch Bai had already fled, and he stared blankly at this scene, lost in a shock beyond words. Li Hao, however, furrowed his brows, his expression turning gloomy. He belatedly realized, reflecting on the sudden shift in his thoughts when Li Hongzhuang was in danger, could it be because of the so-called fate? After all, in the end, the Demon King indeed escaped. Now, as he tried to see that recently encountered defying fate realm Demon King, he couldn't even sense the demon's aura, it had vanished. Li Hao felt a chill in his heart, realizing Li Hongzhuang's crisis might have been orchestrated by fate, but to think that even his thought process could be influenced, that fate was somewhat terrifying. He took a deep breath, his first full-force attempt, only to realize the depth of fate was unimaginable. He turned around, listening to the roars behind him, and, facing the furiously enraged Lu Yuan, the old dragon, he said, "Where do you plan to flee to now?" Lu Yuan, hearing such humiliating words, shot out a cold glare and responded, "Flee. You're dead meat." Li Hao raised an eyebrow, his expression suddenly changing. His body swiftly twisted as he executed the heaven and earth traceless skill while also triggering the speed enhancement attribute from the catalog. The Thousand Mountains Birds Flying painting, the Snow Mountain Spirit Fox painting, the Qilin Steed painting. The triple catalog skyrocketed his movement technique, fast as a fleeting shadow. At the spot where Li Hao had been standing, a brilliant sunburst exploded, but it only destroyed an afterimage. Li Hao appeared elsewhere as if by teleportation, turning his head to look back, only to see a tall and burly young man standing in the air at his previous location. His body was cast like steel, with well-defined muscles, his waist-long hair falling in red gold locks, and his entire body was filled with golden divine patterns, seemingly channeling a surging divine fire. A golden line marked his forehead, resembling a vertical pupil. His face was stern, but his eyes showed a hint of surprise as they focused on Li Hao, who had dodged the attack. You were still holding back. Lu Yuan was also taken aback, not expecting Li Hao to burst out with such terrifying speed in a moment of danger, as he had not shown such velocity during the chase before. Just how many more capabilities was this young man hiding? He felt irritation rise within him. Li Hao's expression grew darker still, another great demon king from the ultimate study realm. Lu Yuan, is this the battlefield you command? Another cold voice resounded, and immediately after, the surrounding air turned chilly as massive dark clouds swept in. A noblewoman approached, her demeanor graceful but moving with rapid, teleporting steps, appearing instantly in the midst of the battlefield, and along with Lu Yuan and the fiery deity-like young man, formed a triangle surrounding Li Hao in the center. Li Hao sensed himself being pinned down by 3 layers of Taoist charm. The reason he had dodged that earlier attack was because the young man had not locked on with Taoist charm, to avoid startling the prey and causing him to be alert. Ms. Een, this was supposed to be a battlefield for your great void realm to handle, yet you deferred it to me. Do you still have the gall to blame me? Find adventures on m_vl, novel fire. Lu Yuan spat back in anger, sparing no courtesy in his voice. Seeing the noblewoman with the elegant demeanor from afar, Li Tiangang's face suddenly changed. Chapter 342, Chapter 74 I am not from the Li family, but I am a person. Extra update to reach the goal of 40,000 average, thank you, patrons. Previously, when battling in the Eastern Territory, Li Tiangang had already witnessed the formidable strength of Ms. Een. Even without using her peerless technique, she was not someone he could contend with at present. Moreover, if she appeared here, where was the great desert sword saint? Seeing the young man next to her with golden hair like a deity of flames, Li Tiangang's heart sank, and he found his answer. At the same time, an even more terrifying thought emerged in his mind. You are the candle flame god of the great void realm. Li Tiangang suppressed the trembling in his heart and inquired about the other party's name. The candle flame god was the ruler of the great void realm and that most powerful demon king. Also, he was Ms. Yin's husband. Both of them coming together meant that the great desert sword saint had likely encountered danger. Li Tiangang had previously sent the 8 directions order back to Qingzhou City without asking his second uncle, Li Muxiu, to come over because the great void realm had already come out in full force. They had completely broken off relations. He only saw Ms. Een but did not see her husband, so he worried that the latter might be lying in wait in Qingzhou. But now it seemed that the latter was not in Qingzhou. Perhaps his decision to tell his second uncle not to come over was wrong. His heart continued to sink. From the moment the 2 peerless technique realm demon kings appeared, everything happened in an instant. The battlefield, which had been fraught with death and killing, suddenly fell into a strange calm. Hearing Li Tiangang's words, the young man glanced at him indifferently and said, "Wasn't the true dragon of the Li family in the news reported to have perished in Sangzhou?" Li Tiangang's face changed slightly, the words revealing that though the great void realm kept out of worldly affairs, they closely monitored the Dayou divine dynasty's movements. Perhaps behind many events, the great void realm had been subtly contributing. The candle flame god I remember does not look like you. Li Tiangang stared at him, quietly regulating his breathing, but his eyes held deep wariness. 3 beings at the ultimate study realm gathered in Liangzhou. The demon's resolve to tear apart Liangzhou was far greater than he had imagined. My husband, having achieved his divine skill, naturally looks younger. Li Tiangang, it's unfortunate that the elder of the Holy Palace is not here, otherwise, you would no longer have a chance to speak, Ms. Een said with a gentle smile. The 3 were talking without moving, and none of them attacked Li Tiangang, fearing it would allow Li Hao to escape. Compared to Li Tiangang, Li Hao was the real threat. So young and yet so terrifying, if not slain, he would surely become the second sage in the Dayou divine dynasty. Li Tiangang's face darkened, knowing the other party was right. Given the past battles between himself and the Holy Palace in northern Yen, the elders of the Holy Palace would likely attack him first upon seeing him. Let's resolve this quickly before those others reinforce, Lu Yuan said sternly. If they come, we'll just deal with them. The candle flame god dismissed the concern and said indifferently, on the way here, I heard something interesting. I heard that you and your father have fallen out, that this kid has abandoned the surname of the Li family. Such a rebellious act, it seems, is not just a staged farce meant to sow confusion. He looked at Li Hao with interest and said, since you're no longer a member of the Li family, what are you doing here? Hearing this, Li Tiangang's face also shifted slightly. This truly was a scandal for the Li family. Hearing the words of the Demon King, his heart inexplicably throbbed, and he couldn't help but look at Li Hao. Li Hao, who kept quietly accumulating power, said coldly, though I may not be a member of the Li family, I am a human. The candle flame god raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Li Hao's response, but then thought it made sense. Li Tiangang's complexion changed slightly, anger flashing in his eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? The 3-year agreement isn't over, you're still a Li. Li Hao arched an eyebrow, sneered coldly, but didn't bother to respond. The candle flame god chuckled lightly, but his eyes held a profound coldness as he proposed, how about we do something interesting? You all want to rescue Liangzhou, right? If you kill your father, I will allow the people of Liangzhou to live one more day. How about it? Hearing the seemingly playful words, Lu Yuan was the first to object, angrily saying, Lord Candle Flame, there's no need to waste time, is there? It's not wasting time. Ms. Yin's eyes turned fierce, and she coldly said, Li Tiangang killed my son, and now I want his son to kill him. Lu Yuan was taken aback and immediately understood why this couple was talking so much. He was somewhat annoyed but, since the two were of one mind, he couldn't argue, so he concentrated on recovering his strength. The words of the candle flame god stunned Li Tiangang. He glanced subconsciously at Li Hao and, seeing the youth's expressionless face, a surge of anger flooded his heart. He took a deep breath and said, if you truly mean what you say, I have no problem agreeing. For the people of Liangzhou, I, Li Tiangang, am willing to die. Although it only meant living another day, that one day was crucial. It was enough time for reinforcements to arrive. At that point, the outcome for Liangzhou would become unknown. However, although he said this, he was not truly prepared to surrender. After all, the words of demons could not be trusted. What do you think? The candle flame god asked Li Hao, a smile playing on his lips. Li Hao exhaled lightly, his strength that had exploded just a moment ago had fully recovered under the nourishment of the heaven and earth vein. In just the short time it took for this conversation, he had returned to his peak condition. I intend to deal with you, Li Hao stated. Stay updated via MVL Novel Fire. He suddenly burst forth, entering his transformation into immortal state, drawing on the power of the surroundings, and fiercely launched a punch at Lu Yuan. Among the 3 great demon kings, Lu Yuan had already exchanged blows with him, and they were familiar with each other's attacks. Li Hao aimed to break through from him. Lu Yuan, shrewd as he was, immediately understood Li Hao's intention. Enraged at being treated like the weakest link, he thought to himself. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.